What up, what up? Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes and please lend us an ear because what you are about to witness is DraftKings is the SWAC coming at you. I am Emerson Latzia. Coming up, where some of the world's best golfers will finish in the final leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs, plus the fantasy impact of some major injuries around the NFL. But first, let's price check around the diamond, and here to help are DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and Kenny Ducey. Gentlemen, your favorite plays at the following price ranges on tonight's 9-game Major League Baseball slate. A pitcher more than 8K. Who was your guy, Kenny?
Well, I'm going to go with the guy by the name of Luis Garcia. He pitches for the Houston Astros. I think he's a very talented pitcher. He comes in here at $9,200, and he matches up with the Seattle Mariners. A pretty good matchup, a team that has struggled to hit the baseball really ever since they made all those trades at the trade deadline. The wind has just come out of the sails for the Mariners, a 91 WRC plus over the last 2 weeks, and strikeout rate at nearly 25%. He's coming off a great outing against a red-hot Kansas City Royals team. This guy can really pitch. I think that there's a lot of concerns with some high-priced names here. You got Zach Wheeler, who's just absolutely lost his way. Corbin Burns, who has sort of regressed a little bit from that hot first half. Robbie Ray going against a great team against lefties. I think that this is what you want to do if you want to spend up. You want to go for Luis Garcia.
All right, Matt, what about you, dude?
So Kenny mentioned Ray versus the Orioles and their ability to hit lefties. I do think even despite that, Robbie Ray probably is the guy who should be the most expensive pitcher. He probably is the guy with the most upside. He's also going to carry by far the most ownership. So even though he's got 25 strikeouts in his last 2 starts, I really just don't want to go there at what I think could be massive, massive ownership, maybe 60, 70% in tournaments. Beyond him, I think Garcia is a decent contrarian call. I wonder if German Marquez doesn't get as much ownership as he should because Robbie Ray just eats up so much of it. So I think Corbin Burns will be somewhat popular, Zach Wheeler. Marquez does come at a discount, though, at 8,500. It's a matchup in Texas against the Rangers. So I think it's a good spot for him getting away from Coors, and you get a little bit of savings with him, even though he's more than 8K.
Matty, let's go pitcher less than $8,000. Your dude is who?
There's not a lot to like here today. I think Luis Patino and Nick Pivetta are okay options, but I actually think I might go with AJ Alexy, who is making his MLB debut, because he's at home against the Rockies, and anytime a pitcher gets to face the Rockies outside of Coors, it's a really good matchup. We've also seen Trevor Story get some days off in recent games, like over the last stretch of maybe 10 days. I think they've rested him 3 or 4 times. So if he's out of the lineup, even better. But you have a pitcher at $4,700 who's in a good spot, and he's also been going 4 or 5 innings in his minor league appearances, so there's actually a legitimate chance that he can pitch long enough to get a win. But even so, it's just such a low price tag on a slate where the other cheap pitchers aren't good that I think getting some savings and then maybe paying up to be contrarian on offense is the way to go. So it's not that I love him as a play. I just think Alexy is better than a lot of the other guys that are below 8K, at least points per dollar wise.
Kenny, how about you, dude?
Yeah, it's really difficult to take a pitcher today under 8K. You got some disasters waiting to happen. The guy I think I have to land on, and don't get me wrong, I don't like playing him. I don't think he's a good pitcher, but it's Chris Paddock at $5,600. He's coming off the IL, so there might even be a pitch cap here. But when you look at matchup-wise, it's definitely the best matchup on the board. Obviously, he's given up a lot of hits lately, but a strikeout rate for around 24% for the Diamondbacks, a team that's down towards it. They're on the wrong half of the league over the last couple of weeks in offense. So I think that this is as good a spot as any, really, to roster a low-priced pitcher. But again, I think your strategy here is go contrarian with some of the cheaper bats and maybe pay up for 2 high-priced pitchers. I think that might be the way to go with your builds. But if I have to, pick a guy under 8K, I think it's Chris Paddock. I'm just going to go all the way down to 5,600.
Well, Kenny, how about dudes who can swing a good wood north of $5,000?
Yeah, I don't want to play this guy either because he hasn't had the best season. But Mookie Betts at $5,200 has a pretty good matchup here against Drew Smyly. He's mashed him over his career. 3 doubles, 8 hits in general. He has a 540 X slug. He's hit 364 off him. So I think that the matchup here is really good. I expect the Dodgers to score a lot of runs against Drew Smyly. And Mookie Betts, he's been in and out of the lineup, but if you believe in this Dodgers lineup to score a lot of runs here, and it's been a tough time for them over the last month, then I think that Betts is probably your guy. He's expensive, but not too expensive. He's going to be hitting 3, most likely, in that order. The Dodgers, they don't rake against lefties, but Mookie Betts, one of their few bats that can hit lefties, and Drew Smyly, not a very good lefty either. So I think, hold your breath here. I'll hold your nose, but I'm going to take Mookie Betts, and maybe the Dodgers score a lot of runs here off Drew Smyly.
Matt, a hitter more than $5,000.
I'm kind of on the same page. I think if the Dodgers are at least moderately owned or lower, then they are my favorite stack on the board. But I do have some concerns that they'll be overly popular. I think the same is probably true for the Blue Jays with Vlad, and I think the same is probably true for the Padres with Tatis. So I think that the ownership may just be a little too high to be that excited about any of those teams. On the other side of that Dodgers game, though, the Braves should be really, really contrarian against Julio Urias, just because they're kind of in a price range where they cost similar amounts to some of these other chalky teams, but they're not cheap enough where they really look like values. So Freddie Freeman at $5K is just a pretty low price for him in general, and it's a lefty-lefty matchup, so it's not the greatest spot, but I think if the Braves can get to Urias early and get to some righties in the Dodgers pen, there's a lot of upside for them there. And the rest of the stack is actually really cheap. So Freeman is the most expensive Braves hitter at $5K. I think it's just an underpriced team a little bit, at least for the upside. But there's a wide range of outcomes here, I think, because they're facing a good pitcher in Urias, but they could get to him and then they face a weaker bullpen. And there's just a lot of really good power hitters in this lineup. So that's really the main reason to go with the Braves.
Well, Matt, speaking of cheap here, give me your best value bat on this slate.
Yeah, I like the Orioles a lot, and it's not so much that they're a great points per dollar team, it's that the leverage that you get against Robbie Ray in tournaments just looks so appealing. But I do think that the $4,100 price tags on both Trey Mancini and Ryan Mountcastle are actually decent prices. Austin Hayes $3,100 though might be my favorite. The problem with the Orioles really, which has just been difficult for stacking purposes, is that their 2 best hitters against lefties play the same position and you can't use them together in the same lineup. So deciding between Mancini and Mountcastle, who I think are roughly equal hitters, is really hard. So that's why I'm going with Hayes, who's a bit cheaper. But overall, I mean, I think that this is one of the better leverage spots we've seen in a while, where you have a pitcher in Ray who's coming off 2 monster games in a row, and his ownership just should be out of control, and you are almost certainly getting a very low team against him that actually has some upside.
Kenny, how about you, man? Value bat.
Yeah, I don't know if this constitutes as a value bet, but it's a guy that is a value. He's way too cheap here. It's Giancarlo Stanton at $4,600. I was prepared to talk about him as my favorite bat over $5,000 because all the guy has done is just rake for the New York Yankees. Now, the Yankees have emerged as one of the league's best offenses against lefties, which is crazy because last year they really couldn't hit lefties. This year, for the most part, for the first half anyway, they couldn't hit lefties. But it's a team with a lot of right-handed power bats, so you'd expect them to eventually figure it out, and they have. They've mashed lefties. Stanton had a couple really he was blanked against Frankie Montas, who, I think I'm starting to come around on maybe he's a good pitcher. He's pitched incredibly well, and he shut down the Yankees. And then against Paul Blackburn last night, had a couple hits. So what's scaring you off of Giancarlo Stanton? You look over the last 2 weeks, he has the 3rd most homers in baseball with 6. I think he should mash once again against a weak lefty in Jose Quintana, one of the most fadeable pitchers over the last few years. He's definitely going to get wrecked tonight by the New York Yankees for the limited time he's out there because they had to move him to the bullpen. And I think that Stanton has a very good chance to go deep here. Again, $4,600. The price has come up from where it was, midweek last week, but still too cheap for me. I think that this guy has a lot of potential here. He's red hot. You want to ride that wave. When you get a hot Giancarlo Stanton, you want to keep rostering him.
Kenny, slate-approved pick time here, dude. So your favorite DFS play overall tonight is who and why?
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit, I don't know if it's crazy to go against a guy that was once the Cy Young hopeful, but I think Juan Soto at $5,800 is a very good bet to reach base a couple of times here, get you some total bases, 2 homers over the last 4 games, the matchup with Zach Wheeler, pretty good career-wise, hitting nearly 300 off of Zach Wheeler with a pop in there as well. So I think that he has enough. He's been hot. Zach Wheeler's been a disaster. I think there's enough here to roster him with confidence.
Okay, Matt, how about you, dude?
I like the Soto call. I think I need to give 2 picks here because I don't know if either of these guys will necessarily be available for lineup purposes. So the Shohei Ohtani situation is weird because I think we know he's going to play, but we actually don't know if he's going to pitch tonight, which means that we don't know if we're getting him as a pitcher or a hitter. He'll be added to the DFS player pool later in the day once the Angels announce that. So I like him more if he's batting against Corey Kluber. He probably just goes way under the radar compared to Tatis and Vlad. But assuming Ohtani's on the mound and we can't roster him as a batter, I think Max Muncy ends up being my favorite Dodger, assuming he cracks the lineup. Because a lot of times against lefties, the Dodgers will start Albert Pujols, and then Muncy ends up on the bench. But Drew Smyly actually isn't any better against lefties than he is against righties, but the common sense strategy is to just play guys with a platoon advantage. So I actually think Dodgers lefties like Corey Seager, Cody Bellinger make a lot of sense. But Muncy, if he's in the lineup, Smyly especially is prone to the home run against lefties, and Muncy, because he's left-handed, I think goes overlooked. So hopefully he cracks the lineup, and then I think he's my favorite Dodgers player to roster.
You two hang out, please. We will take a DraftKings Sportsbook look at tonight's slate coming up right after we bring in one of our gorgeous golf gurus to talk about the gorgeous game of golf. Well, the Bryson DeChambeau experience delivered its latest chapter over the weekend at the BMW Championship. Patrick Cantlay knocking off the beefy Brotato chip in a 6-hole playoff at the BMW Championship. Let's look ahead to the Tour Championship now with Jeff Ulrich. Actually, Jeff, before we do that, how was Cantlay able to outlast the big bombing scientist this week?
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple, Emerson. When you never miss a putt, you're probably going to win some golf tournaments, especially on the PGA when you're like a top 10 player in the world already. Patrick Cantlay set the strokes gained record for strokes gained putting in a week. We saw what he did in the playoff, just hitting clutch putt after clutch putt. I can't remember what it ended up as, but I think he hit about 70 feet of must-make putts, you know, either to win the tournament or to stay alive at one point. So all credit to Cantlay. He deserved to win. He made the clutch putts. But when you putt like that on the PGA and you're already an elite player, if you don't win, it's actually a huge shock. So again, I mean, you just, Bryson ran into a buzzsaw on the greens there last week.
Yeah, I follow you on Twitter. You're an unbelievable follow, and your wealth of knowledge with a combination of humor, it's straight perfection. You did mention on Twitter, you thought this would have been a bigger blow to Cantlay than to DeChambeau, who just couldn't seem to find the hole, missing putt after putt after putt.
Sure, and look, you have to look at it from this way. I mean, we know Bryson can putt a little bit better than that. There's something left for Bryson there. At the end of the day, if he makes those putts, he had about 3 or 4 chances to literally close the door, put the nail on Cantlay and grab the win. He didn't do it, but he can go back home and look at himself in the mirror and say, you know what, if I just putted a little bit better, I win that event 9 times out of 9. Cantlay, on the other hand, I mean, if he hadn't won, I mean, how much better can you putt in a week? You can't. So again, all credit to Cantlay. The dude, mentally strong. I mean, it doesn't even begin to describe Patrick Cantlay last week. Absolutely must make putts, probably 5 times. He made them all. And we're not talking about like tap-ins here. We're talking 20 footers. So, but to not win there, Cantlay, and have that good a putting week, it would have been, I think, a little bit more devastating in the long run. So just my take. Very, very interesting week. Amazing playoff there at the BMW Championship.
Yeah, it really was. And like you could tell those guys weren't huge fans of each other. Let's just put it that way. This week, though, Cantlay will start the Tour Championship as the top seed, and with a 2-stroke lead, as this event is the only one on tour that uses a handicap system, Jeff. So the number 2 seed will begin at 8 under and so on. Numbers 26 through 30 in the field of 30 begin with a 10-shot disadvantage at even par. This segment is called PGA Tour Pin Placement. So tell me where Cantlay will ultimately finish.
I think he's ultimately going to finish 3rd this week, and here's why. He's got 2 players behind him. He's got 2 big hitters behind him. Guys are playing great tee to green in Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau. And again, I really like Patrick Cantlay. He's got a great game. This is a really hard event to predict. I mean, we've got guys starting at different numbers. Who knows what their motivation is going to be? They're already, just cashing huge checks this week. But if I'm looking at this objectively and I'm saying I've got Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau, who are maybe in some of the best form of their life, chasing a guy like Patrick Cantlay, who can't possibly putt any better than he did last week. I mean, he literally can't. I do feel like he's going to get caught by at least one of these guys, and perhaps even 2. So I'm going to pick Patrick Cantlay to finish 3rd. I think the putter will cool off enough. And I do think that especially Bryson, who, look, everything was clicking for Bryson outside of those short putts in the playoff and stuff. I think that, at least one of these guys are going to pick him. So I'm gonna be, it's a bit of a dark horse pick, really, to pick Cantlay to not win. I mean, he's got a 2-shot lead, but I'm going to say he finishes 3rd this week.
Okay, then let's go to the man he just knocked off. So that's Bryson DeChambeau, currently in 3rd, and I'm looking here, FedEx Cup rank, 3rd dude will start at 7 under. So where do you think he finishes?
Yeah, and look, I think there's going to be a lot of narrative surrounding Bryson in this course and stuff, and maybe he doesn't have the best record at the Tour Championship. I'm of the opinion that when the top players get going, this stuff just kind of flies out the door. Bryson, he made, before we hit the BMW Championship, where, he put in the 60, the round of 60, he obviously got himself in a position late Sunday where he probably should have won. Again, we won't revisit it, but Bryson is in really good form right now. He made 49 birdies in the 2 events before the BMW Championship. Now he shot a 60. This dude is absolutely clicking on all cylinders. He's going to be absolutely hungry for the win. I mean, all these guys are going to be hungry, but when you come off a devastating loss like that, an event you should have won, and then you get right back in the saddle, I just feel like Bryson's going to be going from the get-go here. He's only 3 back. This is the highest Bryson has ever gone into a Tour Championship, the closest he's ever been to the top. I think he gets it done. I think he wins this week.
Wow. Okay. John Rahm, he will start 1 spot behind DeChambeau, but he's at 6 under, so he will be 4 back Patrick Cantlay. Where does he finish? We know he's not going to win, of course, according to you.
That's right. He can't win because I've already handed out the winners on this here to Bryson. It's already been decided. We don't even need to do the tournament, Emerson.
All right,
go
great.
with my predictions.
Yeah, we're done.
Segment's
over.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Let's start talking about football. Look, John Rahm to me, I mean, look, God, we're talking about like the best players in the world here. So there's a good chance John Rahm makes me look like an idiot this week and does end up winning. But if you really revisit, this has been just an unfortunate sort of late summer for John Rahm. he was in such good form. The Open Championship, T3, he almost won his second major in a row. Then he had the COVID layoff. He missed the Olympics, came back, looked hot. Then he just kind of ran out of gas last week. And it just makes me wonder, is this guy not quite peaking? Whereas you have guys like Bryson and Cantlay and Finau clearly peaking right now. He's starting 4 shots back. Like I said, I don't like the way he ended last week. Can he be in the mix? Absolutely. He's only 4 shots back. Rory McIlroy won this event 5 shots back 2 years ago. But with the way this guy ended last week and then the form of the top 3 players in front of him, I just think it's too much to ask. I'm just going to say that he finishes right around where he starts. I'm going to give him a 5th place finish. I think he's starting in 4th place. So I don't know. I guess he'll drop 1 spot.
Did you see, no, first off, do you watch Ted Lasso?
I do not. I do not have the Apple channel. I don't get paid enough. I mean, with all the salary going to you, Emerson, just don't leave enough.
It's just that John Rahm confirmed this past week that Dustin Johnson is the goldfish of the PGA Tour. Has the 10-second memory, so if something bad happens. It's the crickets. You don't need to roll that. It's a fact. I'm literally reporting the news because I'm the married man of an Emmy winner. Anywho, Colin Morikawa, currently 11th. Where does he finish?
Oh boy, yeah. This is and again talking about tough finishes and guys who look like they're running out of gas here. I mean, Colin Morikawa kind of is like the poster boy for that right now. Now he's got. I don't want to say it's an excuse, but there is a reason for this. I mean, the dude, obviously had an injury a little bit. He's dealing with back stuff. He ended last week okay. He had an okay Sunday round, but nothing spectacular. Nothing even to nearly the form of the top 3 or 4 players in the FedEx Cup standings right now. Colin Morikawa starting at 3 under. He's 7 back. I mean, this is an elite player. He's a top 5 player in the world right now. But with him just being slightly out of form, you've got to sit back and say, I mean, is he really even going to make a run this week? He's already in the Tour Championship. I know there's lots of money up for grabs. I'm just going to say that he probably treads water. Give him a T15. I'm really not expecting much out of Morikawa. From a DFS perspective, if you want to get risky, Morikawa probably going to have a good shot of being very low owned because, again, people see this. I mean, the playoffs are all about momentum. Morikawa has none, and then he's been dealing with back stuff. So he'll probably be very low owned. But I'm going to pick him to just kind of tread water or maybe even, tread under the water a little bit with the T15 finish.
All right, last guy here we will talk about is a man you worship. He will start at 3 under. That is 7 back of Patrick Cantlay. That's going to be Louis Oosthuizen. So he's currently in 14th place. Where does he finish?
Louis, again, another player who he walked into last week. He had to skip the first playoff event. He had neck issues. Apparently, Louis could barely play golf on Wednesday before the tournament started. So for him to come up and put in like a 3rd round 64 and a final round 69, I mean, you actually look at the stats at Louis, 15 in strokes gain approach. I have a little bit more confidence. And again, Emerson is laid out. I do have a bias here, but I do have more confidence here in Louis showing up this week. I mean, he at least showed us something last week with that 64, I think. So I'm going to say Louis gets in the top 10. I think he's probably going to be a sneaky pick this week. People probably a little bit off him just because, again, with the withdrawal factor. But, these guys do have to finish the event here. I mean, there is a lot of money up for grabs. You get yourself into a top 5 position. We're talking, millions of dollars swing here. So I like Louis this week. I think that, again, I'm going to peg him for a top 10. He's starting at -3. I might even be so bold, Emerson, to say this guy maybe gets a sniff of the top 5, but we'll say a T8 for Louis this week. I think, again, there's more positive momentum here in the playoffs, as we know. All about that momentum.
What was his injury? Was it his back as well?
Apparently it was neck this time.
Okay.
It was neck. So it's usually either back or neck with Louis. Again, this is the guy who travels with his own custom-made bed by all reports. So maybe he made some adjustments to the bed at the BMW Championship, and that's what's helped him out. I don't really know. I don't have that kind of inside information. Wish I did, but all things considered, we got to go by what we see. And we saw Louis play much better on the weekend, and you got to think that neck is feeling at least a little bit better. So.
For sure. All right, everyone. Our Louis Oosthuizen insider, Jeff Ulrich. Please sit right there. We will bring in AJ Scholes for a fun little segment of NFL Spin Move right after this. The abbreviated NFL preseason is an official wrap, everybody. Real games that count start in a week and a half. That's when the Cowboys and the Buccaneers open up the regular season on Thursday night. My wife's incredible birthday. Can't wait for that, September 9th. Let's dive into some big storylines with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Schultz. It's NFL spin move, guys. You tell us, you tell the people watching how the following headlines will impact the upcoming fantasy season. Let's start with some terrible news for the Ravens here on Sunday as J.K. Dobbins has reportedly suffered a season-ending torn ACL injury. What's the fantasy impact on this team, Jeff?
I mean, for Baltimore just as a team and like for the rest of the fantasy pieces on Baltimore, I really don't think the impact it's like nothing. I mean, they have a pretty good depth at running back already in Justice Hill and Gus Edwards. Gus Edwards, a guy we've seen just slide right in there with Lamar Jackson, and everything is simple. I mean, the Baltimore Ravens offense, when it comes down to it, is simple. This isn't a team that's going to be slinging it downfield 60 times a game. And if they are, they're having a really bad day because this is a team that ultimately wants to pound the ball. They've got another, inside the tackles guy in Gus Edwards coming right back behind J.K. Dobbins, and Justice Hill can certainly slot in a little bit as well. Ultimately, this offense is all about Lamar Jackson being able to just move the sticks with his feet and just take the offense off guard. None of that is going to change with Gus Edwards. Is it going to have an impact from fantasy? Sure. Gus Edwards bump him up a little bit, but all things considered, nothing is really going to change for Baltimore.
AJ, Gus Edwards here more than capable of taking over the starting duties and performing well in fantasy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I totally agree with Jeff here. Look, Lamar Jackson's going to get his rushing opportunities, his touches, regardless of who's behind him in the backfield there. So I'm totally on board with Jeff. I don't think this changes anything here. And yes, Gus Edwards, 723 yards last year, 6 touchdowns. I would expect a lot more out of him this year. So from that standpoint, a huge bump for him. And really the other guy that I kind of like here is Tyson Williams. I think could see more passing opportunities, a few more targets, third down opportunities, that sort of thing. But yeah, ultimately it's the Lamar Jackson show. Gus Edwards, the clear beneficiary for the added touches.
AJ, the narrative around Jackson, though, that he needs to take like a significant step forward as a passer, do you feel that's overblown?
I do. I totally do. I think you get you move the sticks however you move the sticks. Now, obviously, if there's a lot of hits, it leads to injuries, and that's always the storyline, right, with why a guy can't run the ball. So I think, maybe he needs to play a little safer, slide once in a while here. But overall, I think they need to generate offense the way that they can best do that, and that's with him running the football.
Yeah, Jeff, and he's done it with some pretty middling receiving help over the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lamar Jackson from a fantasy perspective really doesn't, we don't really care if he passes the ball more because, again, the one thing that the Dobbins injury might do, it might even lead to like a little bit more Lamar Jackson running. Not that he wasn't going to run a ton with Dobbins, but Dobbins was a little bit younger player, maybe a little bit more explosive. So you could say this is the injury might actually be good for Lamar Jackson because he's just gonna, if anything, psychologically, he might even say, "Oh, I got to do more." But from a performance perspective for the Ravens, I actually am of the opinion that, until Lamar Jackson develops a little bit more of a pocket presence and just becomes a little bit better downfield passer, I don't really think that you're going to see this team take the next step. You don't really have to go back too far in history. I mean, we just don't see these rushing quarterbacks win championships. I mean, Colin Kaepernick is like the one guy who was able to get his team on a nice run there at San Francisco. They obviously didn't close the door, but could Lamar Jackson do that with the Ravens? Well, if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen the next couple of years because rushing quarterbacks, another thing we know with a guy like Cam Newton, they don't have a long shelf life. So I'm of the opinion that, until the Ravens develop this passing offense a little bit, they're probably going to be stuck in mud just in terms of where they go in the playoffs.
Okay, AJ, we got another injury here. Not as bad, though. We got Colts wide receiver T.Y. Hilton reportedly being evaluated for like an upper back or neck injury. His timetable has not yet been determined. If T.Y. misses some time, who gets a bump in DFS for the Colts at receiver?
Well, yeah, so update on that from RotoWire here. He is going to miss some games. Frank Wright wasn't really clear on that in terms of how many. But we know for sure it won't be week 1. Obviously, Michael Pittman becomes the number 1 guy, but he was going to get opportunities regardless, I think. For me, Paris Campbell is the more intriguing option to look at here. He'll likely be lining up in the slot, which could create some mismatches and some problems for opposing defenses given his speed, although injuries have been a concern for him in the past. So whether or not he can stay healthy is a big question mark for him. But as long as he does, I like the speed. I like the fact that he'll be lining up in the slot. And I think he's a guy that I'm going to target most as a fantasy uptick here in Indy with Hilton out however many games he's out.
Yeah, Jeff, I feel like there's not a ton of proven wide receiver talent behind Ty.
No, there isn't, obviously. I mean, if you look at their depth chart, I mean, it's a little bit, frightening, quite frankly, if you're a Colts fan. And also, I mean, their tight end depth really isn't thrilling either. So the pass catching role in the Colts is a concern right now. I don't mind the Paris Campbell call at all. I mean, I would not pay a high premium because, as AJ mentioned, Campbell has not really played much football the last 2 years, and he's really, really, really injury prone. The talent is there from his college days where he was like a hybrid wide receiver running back in a lot of ways as well. So I don't mind that at all. Take him in the late half of drafts. But for me, this is all about Michael Pittman. I like Michael Pittman as a sleeper before this T.Y. Hilton news. And I'm a little bit confounded why people aren't quite jumping on the train. His ADP really hasn't shot up much from this news. This is a player who, if you look at the last half of the Colts season, you saw a wide receiver one in waiting. This was their ex-receiver, the guy who made the big catches in the sidelines, was starting to take over, was starting to play good against number one cornerbacks. He's a big wide receiver as well. He can body players out. I think Michael Pittman is a wide receiver in waiting. I've thought that since basically he was drafted by the Colts. I really like the draft pick, and I feel like he's probably the best value at wide receiver right now. As you mentioned, where else are the targets going to go? I think that Michael Pittman right now is completely in the role of a potential league winner, especially with this T.Y. Hilton news. So a player I can't be higher on right now.
Jeff, this has been a preseason from hell for the Colts. How much does this hurt Carson Wentz, who's already literally physically hurting?
Yeah, and I mean, this does go into the Michael Pittman stuff too. The Colts O-line is now banged up. The quarterback situation, they lost Sam Ehlinger, their third stringer, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but my God, like with their injury, they need all the bodies they can get out there. I think this actually helps a guy like Michael Pittman because I think the Colts season is they're kind of on the precipice right now. They're like one more injury away here from potentially just folding at the knees, it feels like. And that's good for a guy like Pittman because it just means they're going to be behind more, throwing more. And even if it is Jacob Eason out there, that's fine. As long as we're getting the targets, I feel like all this news, it's not great for the Colts long term. It's good for Michael Pittman because now he doesn't have T.Y. and he's got a team who maybe isn't going to be as strong as we thought.
This kind of feels like Wentz may be a guy you want to steer clear of, AJ. Yay or nay?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And for me, I actually think Jonathan Taylor's stock goes up a little bit here. You've got one less target. If teams are double covering, Pittman here, do you really have other options? So they might have to go a little more run heavy than they were anticipating on top of the fact that Carson Wentz was injured. So I think Jonathan Taylor's stock actually benefits a little bit from this as well, as they could go a little bit more run heavy. As Jeff said, if they get behind in games, obviously that's not going to be the case, but they could also line Taylor up out wide as a receiving option. You mentioned kind of the weak wide receiver core. He's certainly capable of catching passes. We've seen him do that in the past. So for me, I like Jonathan Taylor's stock even more with this news.
Alrighty, AJ, who is, as we look ahead now to the NFL preseason, just wrapping up, like big picture here, what are your takeaways from the final week of the exhibition slate? Not the whole preseason, just the week 3.
Yeah, for me, the most intriguing thing that I saw, at least, was the 2 QB shuffle in San Francisco. We've seen this, several times over the years, and realistically, we have to wonder how long it's going to last, right? We had Taysom Hill, saw some success with it last year, but I kind of want to see what this carries over into week 1 in terms of, Jimmy G and the 49ers running backs, all of whom in DFS, I'm probably going to fade week 1 just because I want to know how much are we going to see Trey Lance? And those opportunities he gets, are they passing opportunities that he's taken away from Jimmy G? Are they going to have him run the ball, something like that, so where it's taking away from running back touches as well? So I was really intrigued by that, and I'm curious to see what that carries into the regular season. and has me kind of holding off on that 49ers offense until we know more.
I was going to say, I don't know if the chances of that actually working an entire season are very strong and positive.
Agreed. But we got to see what sort of touches there are for sure.
Yeah. Jeff, your biggest takeaway from the final week of the exhibition slate?
Yeah, the San Francisco offense definitely going to be intriguing. I mean, from a rushing perspective, there could be some big totals there, especially in weaker matchups. Got Detroit week 1, by the way. My biggest takeaway is just the performance of these rookie QBs. I really feel like, again, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, even Zach Wilson, these guys, and Mac Jones too. I mean, these guys have all just been, they just look really good. They look ready to step in. And it's not just from a real life perspective. Maybe their teams don't do that good, but like we're here talking on a fantasy show for obviously a DraftKings and the sportsbook and stuff like that. These are guys you need to pay attention to right off the bat in week 1 of DFS. Trevor Lawrence looked phenomenal. I think he's a guy who's going to run a little bit more than people think. Justin Fields, okay, maybe we don't see him week 1, but eventually he'll get in there. And when he does, I mean, he was running in the preseason. We just talked about Trey Lance. So for me, it's been all about the rookie QBs. It's as advertised. This is one of the strongest QB classes we've ever seen, in my opinion. Don't sleep on these guys from week 1. If they're out there, if they're starting, if they've got a good matchup and they're cheap, DraftKings wise, you're probably going to want to take a shot with them.
All Trevor Lawrence needed to know that he was the guy, that he was the true QB1.
Once he got the big mustache out of there, I mean, the confidence level just rose. The Gardner Minshew is just, his presence alone was just eating into the confidence. So good to see, Trevor Lawrence not have to deal with that shadow anymore.
Yeah, who wouldn't feel emotionally threatened by a man wearing jorts with a mustache who lives in an RV down by the river? Anywho, AJ, someone who impressed you in that preseason, the entire preseason, that you think could have a bigger impact in DFS than you expected before the preseason started?
Well, maybe I was just a little too high on Drew Lock being able to get the starting job in the Mile High City, but I wasn't sold on Teddy Bridgewater, being guaranteed the week 1 starting job. And I think he's done enough here to earn that. They named him the week 1 starter. I think that's well earned. And that's one where if the matchup is right, he'll be on a short leash. I think if he stumbles, we'll see Drew Lock sooner rather than later. But, week 1 against the Giants, this is a great matchup to use Teddy Bridgewater. Week 2 as well. So he was one player I didn't necessarily have in my, watch list for week 1 because I wasn't sure he was going to be the starter. And now that he has earned that job, I think he's a good play to utilize and probably have a low drafted percentage in my opinion.
And AJ, don't you feel like offensively, like the personnel, they collectively take a step forward here in like fantasy potential with Bridgewater under center compared to Locke?
Absolutely, yeah. And so, yeah, throughout the team, I think you can look more at their wide receivers, look more at their running backs here, because Bridgewater is more of an established commodity and has been around the league longer, and you kind of know what you're getting out of him.
All right, Jeff, someone who impressed you in the preseason that you think could have a bigger impact in DFS than you originally thought?
Yeah, I mean, let's go with 2 players. First of all, from this last week, Raheem Mostert in this San Francisco 49ers offense with Trey Lance opening up the field. This guy could just go absolutely nuts. And he may not even be like among the league leader in targets. Going to be a great DFS play in a lot of matchups, I think, especially week 1 against Detroit. The guy who really impressed me, though, if we're just taking like the conglomeration of the preseason, Corey Davis, the New York Jets. This guy was used in every single different situation in Zach Wilson's final lead up start for the New York Jets. And again, we want to take usage clues and like guys snap counts. We look at things like snap counts, but Davis was so impressive from the fact that not only was he out there getting targets with Zach Wilson, but he was being moved around the field. He was being used on short passes. He was being used down the field. He was being used like a team would use their wide receiver 1. This is a former first-round overall draft pick. The Jets committed a lot of money to him. They have a deep receiving core, and we weren't really sure how this is going to work out, but I think the Jets showed their hand in week 2. I think Corey Davis is going to get a lot of targets this year. He is currently going very, very low. I mentioned Michael Pittman being maybe my favorite undervalued target. Corey Davis is easily 2, right behind Pittman. So Corey Davis, for me, was a big eye-opener during this preseason.
Yeah, he's looking to build off that momentum of last year with the Jets. The rare 4th-year breakout. Thanks for that answer there, Kenny. Now let's flip to the last question here. Is there someone you had high hopes for entering the preseason that didn't exactly perform as expected, Jeff.
Okay, well, I'm just dealing with that blow you just dealt me there for a sec. So just let me get my win back. Yeah. Look, this one is probably going to be obvious. I mean, hopefully I'm not stealing from AJ here, but Jamar Chase is like the obvious answer here. I mean, we got a guy taken in the top 10 of the draft. Not only do we have to deal with poor performance and drops and all this stuff, but we got off the field stuff now. This is just like a dumpster fire being thrown into another dumpster fire so far for the Cincinnati Bengals. He dropped his only screen pass from Joe Burrow in the preseason opener. Like the one pass, the Bengals just like, let's just get Joe Burrow one 1-yard pass out here, and Jamar Chase just shows up and drops the ball. Either Jamar Chase is currently just like playing the biggest rope-a-dope here, and his because I'm not the only one seeing this and knows this, and his draft value is going to fall. He's going to be like the steal because, look, he's a very young player. He's got elite talent. Or this is just going to be a dumpster fire all season long. We've got like another John Ross situation on our hands for the Bengals. So, take your pick. I'm of the opinion that we probably shouldn't read too much into this, but for right now, he's been the most disappointing player by far because I think most people expected this guy to just waltz into a number 1 wide receiver role for Cincy.
All right, how about you, AJ?
For me, some of it has to be controlled by expectations, and from that standpoint, Jordan Love, I think, was the most disappointing, player in the preseason. Jeff mentioned all the rookie QBs that did great. I know Jordan Love's not necessarily in that same rookie class, but this most recent game, interception, fumble. Yeah, the completion percentage was fine, 12 of 18, some decent yards. But this is a guy that they're saying is going to be the heir apparent. We're considering, getting rid of Rodgers because we're so high on Jordan Love, right? And he did not do enough, in my opinion, to warrant that, that level of confidence. And so it's very clear why the Packers needed Aaron Rodgers back. And honestly, from a fan standpoint of that team, I think it goes to show we should figure out a way to keep Aaron Rodgers long term.
100%.
I don't see it out of Jordan Love here.
Yeah.
Sign Jordy Nelson. Get Donald Driver. Let's start the GoFundMe, AJ.
They made huge.
I'm all on that train, but yeah, I mean, I was unimpressed by Jordan Love's preseason performance.
Yeah, they made the huge mistake weeks ago releasing Blake Bortles. So the future savior of their franchise is now out and about. But I agree with you. Jordan Love's preseason shows the Packers need to commit to Aaron Rodgers past 2021, AJ. All right, guys, that's it. Great work. Appreciate you. Which baseball bets our panel recommends you guys and gals to chase is coming up next. All right, everybody, this is the final block of this potentially award-winning show. Let's cover the baseball bases now with DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and Mr. Kenny Ducey. Your favorite DK Sportsbook plays. So, first base, Kenny, which favorite are you backing tonight?
I am backing the Houston Astros at the relatively cheap price of -155. Yes, they are on the road, but they are playing the Seattle Mariners, team that is really just struggling at this juncture in the season. 20th in WRC Plus in August. The Astros just continue to hit the baseball. They've got one of the hottest hitters in the league, in Yordan Alvarez, and Luis Garcia coming off a fantastic performance against the Kansas City Royals, a high strikeout upside type of guy. And the Seattle Mariners have been punching out a whole lot at the plate. I think this is a pretty good price to pay on the Houston Astros, and I would probably slate them as a little bit bigger favorites. They went through a little bit of a lull here But coming in here against the Seattle Mariners, Chris Flexen, he's shown that maybe he's a little human over the last few starts. You have to deal with the xERA being a little bit higher than ERA. So I think that there's just a lot working against Seattle, and I like Houston as a medium short favorite.
Okay, Matt, favorite you are backing tonight.
So there's been a decent amount of line movement in this Phillies-Nationals game towards Washington. I think the Phillies were as high as minus 170 or 180, and now it's 150. I think the expectation is that JT Realmuto, who hurt his ankle, and Didi Gregorius, who I think is on paternity leave, the expectation is that they both won't play. So if they're both in the lineup somehow, I think the Phillies are too short of a price there, but they both could be out, so that kind of makes this moot, and then the line probably is just fair. So in that scenario, I think that my favorite on the slate is the Brewers, who just have such a significant pitching advantage with Corbin Burns going up against Johnny Cueto. And I think the Giants are just kind of overvalued. This has burned me all year because the Giants are so far ahead of expectations, and now they have Chris Bryant on their team. But I still think that this is an overvalued team generally. So even at home, I think the Brewers should be a bit more than the minus 140 that they are now.
Maddie, we will head to second base now. Which underdog are you backing?
We're still waiting on news here, but if Shohei Ohtani is on the mound for the Angels, I like them a decent amount against the Yankees at plus 125. I don't think Kluber will be available to pitch for that long in this game. The Yankees bullpen has struggled a bit, and they're especially reliant on Jonathan Loaizaga lately, who pitched yesterday. He doesn't generally pitch he doesn't pitch back-to-back days. That isn't a thing he's done recently at all. So the bullpen could be a little weaker, but this is more about how the line right now is kind of just guessing as to who the pitcher is. And if it's not Ohtani, we'll see this line go up dramatically where the Yankees are much bigger favorites. But I think if Ohtani is the pitcher tonight, we'll see this at closer to pick 'em. So plus 125, I think, is a value, assuming that Shohei Ohtani is the pitcher for the Angels.
All right, Deuce, which underdog do you like?
Yeah, let's get down on the Atlanta Braves at plus 180. This is kind of crazy because when you think about the way that the things have crumbled for the Los Angeles Dodgers against left-handed pitching. Yes, Drew Smyly on the hill, and he's not the guy that inspires the most confidence, but the Braves did bring him in, for a reason, because he showed some sort of life in his peripherals. And, when you look at this matchup again, the Braves, as Matt mentioned, the Giants, they did just take 2 of 3 from the Giants. I tend to believe that was impressive. Maybe they didn't beat the best team in baseball, but look, their offense is really heating up. I think that there's a lot to be said for it. And Julio Urias has just been a little bit inconsistent. They have a lot of right-handed bats now that can mash lefties. And I think that's where this line comes from. Atlanta all season long, not good against lefties, but at the deadline, they got plenty of right-handed power bats. Jorge Soler's heating up as well. So I think that the Braves should be getting a little more love here.
Third base, favorite run line back. Kenny, you're up first.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to another dog. I'm going to go with the Arizona Diamondbacks, plus 1.5. My food has arrived. Chris Paddock is pitching for the San Diego Padres. When you look at this matchup, Tyler Gilbert, he obviously broke out onto the scene in dramatic fashion. But the Padres over the last 2 weeks have actually been the worst team in baseball, judging by WRC+. And over the course of the month, they haven't been very good either. They're down in 26. This is an offense that is really bad. Apparently wrong answer, right? This is an offense that's been real bad. And so, look, I mean, nothing. We got all the sorts of things going on in the background here. Let's thank the delivery guy.
Hey, shout out to the delivery guy. Hey, ask him what he thinks.
Anyway, yes, the Diamondbacks should keep things close here. They've been hitting the ball okay, so I like them.
What'd you order? What food?
The Mexican grill that makes the world go round.
Oh, delicious. Most excellent. All right, Matt, what do you think? Favorite run line bet?
Yeah, I don't think I have as much excitement going on here, but the Orioles in general, we mentioned on the DFS segment, I think are just generally undervalued. So it's a bit of a reach probably to want to take them on the money line. I do think the run line here makes some sense for them, plus 1.5 at plus 140. It's just that Robbie Ray's been so good lately that the line does seem inflated, both in terms of the total and then also the money line, which has moved up quite a bit since it opened at around minus 300. It's moved about 30 cents. So I think that the Orioles just across the board provide a little bit of value here. It's a bit safer to go with the run line that they keep this game close. But this is just more about fading the recent performance of a pitcher who is generally inconsistent, but is coming off 2 of his best starts of the year. So I think the Orioles could score some runs here and keep the game close.
Take us home, Maddie. Favorite game total on the slate?
I think both of these will kind of need to wait to see the lineups, but I like the over in the Atlanta-LA game if Max Muncy plays. Like, the difference between Will Smith and Austin Barnes is significant, so Will Smith being in is better for run scoring. But the Muncy versus Pujols dynamic, I think, is the most important thing with this Dodgers lineup. Pujols tends to just be in there because of the platoon advantage, but I think the Dodgers are smart enough to know that Smiley is not your typical lefty, so with a more neutral split, they may just keep Muncy in there. And then I do like the over for that game because I just think both offenses are a little bit undervalued based on their recent performance, especially the Dodgers, who have struggled to hit lately. And then the other one, I think the under in the Colorado-Texas game, especially if Trevor Story's leg injury keeps him out of the lineup. But I think those offenses just overachieved a bit recently. The Rockies are outside of Coors Field, so should be a lower scoring game, I think, than the 8.5 total implies.
All right, Kenny, it's time for you to taco about it.
Yeah, I like another over here. I don't know if this counts as the night slate. It's a 640 game, but the over 9 in the Reds-Cardinals game, you got John Lester, who don't know how he still has a job, and Luis Castillo pitching. Both of these offenses in August, top 10 in most offensive metrics. You've got the Cardinals coming in at 5th in WRC plus in this month, and the St. Louis Cardinals, right? They should be able to get to Luis Castillo. I know he's improved drastically. The velocity's come back on the fastball. He had a terrible start to the year, great finish, but he's shown in recent starts he's human. He's not unbeatable. Look at the other side with John Lester. The amount of players on the Cincinnati Reds that have insane numbers against John Lester. I mean, Genie Suarez has 6 homers in his career against John Lester. He's hitting 372 off him. These guys know John Lester. They can rake John Lester, and I don't think that this is a very good spot to take an under. I think there should be plenty of runs scored, and I think it's going to soar over the total.
Matt, thank you. Kenny, my Bay Rito. Go enjoy your food, and please tell your dog Harlow we said hello. No, stop hitting the crickets button. We have 6 games on
I hit the crickets button, actually.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't shock me at all, negative Nancy. We have 6 games on this Madden slate today. 3-man boots across the board as our final 2 days with live commentating is coming your way. It's going to be emotional. Let the tears flow, everybody. Let the laughs laugh, and that's it. Titans at the Bills. Glash Christian Brandon is next.
Well, here we are on the ending of Sim Commentary Eve, right? Sim Commentary Ends Eve. That is where we're at. That is the unofficial title. Yeah, here we go. It's starting to feel real, Christian DeAndrea. It's starting to feel real.
Yeah, I mean, you and I here working through the emotions. BK, so shattered emotionally. He didn't even realize he was supposed to be here. He'll be here later, maybe. Or maybe the Broncos had some breaking news he had to go cover. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out as we go. I mean, again, we only have, 6 Sims left in this beautiful, beautiful experiment called Sim Life.
Yeah. That's it. I got nothing. Hopefully we can make it through with some words here in this noon sim. There are 6 sims today. We're underway, Buffalo, Tennessee. Christian, did you get a lineup in to the 2-day finale begins free roll?
Did I ever? And I kind of love it / hate it. I did not get nearly enough Bills coverage in my lineup, and that could really come back and hurt me, although I did get Josh Allen and sadly Cole Beasley in there as well, because Cole Beasley was just cheap. I mean, $3,800 for a punt play, a guy who can give you 15 points. Sure, why not? Captain Corey Davis, bought the dip on him, got Derrick Henry, got A.J. Brown, who's also kind of cheap. I guess the sim gods really banking heavily on the strength of that Bills secondary. And yeah, why not? They do have some shutdown guys in the backfield there. Tre'Davious White, Micah Hyde. Might be a terrible decision I've just made, Clash, but again, we're going to go out the way we came in with me making terrible decisions.
Yeah, it sounds like you just revealed your lineup and then you've convinced yourself that you really do hate it.
I do, yeah.
That was well done.
Yeah, standard sim stuff. But what about you, Clash?
So I've got some similar guys in my lineup. There is Beasley with the first down pickup to the 46. John Brown is my captain. Josh Allen, Cole Beasley in my lineup as well. And then Derrick Henry, A.J. Brown, Corey Davis.
Yeah, so we both invested heavily in the Titans passing offense. And this could be a mistake. I mean, the Bills play good defense. They're at home. They're in Orchard Park. They're in that lovely stadium that will probably soon be demolished in favor of a new multi-billion-dollar facility in Western New York. The Pegulas trying to wring every cent they can out of the local municipal government, which really does seem a bit rude to me. They came in and said, we're not going to be asking for handouts. We're not going to take a penny in public funding. We're worth billions and billions of dollars. We're going to do this for you, City of Buffalo. And it took them less than a decade to renege on that and basically say, hey, if you don't give us money to help build the stadium, we're going to move to Austin, Texas, which I'm sure the Cowboys and Texans were thrilled to hear. Yeah, I feel like even if they wanted to go to Austin, that would be a non-starter based on the positions of power throughout the rest of the NFL there. I don't think Jerry Jones is going to welcome a third team into his backyard.
So what's really bizarre is Brandon Cristal is actually inside our talent stream schedule Word doc, but he's not here on Zoom. So maybe he got abducted by aliens.
He's not on online via Slack either. He does not have the green dot next to him.
Interesting. Huh.
You know what? Maybe because I haven't gotten back to his email about switching shifts tomorrow. Maybe this is his form of protest.
Maybe. Possibly. We do know this. It's Christian Glash. We have producer Terrell in. Bry Guy's here. Hey, Bry Guy. Bert from Game Ops. 1 of 6 on the day. 3-person booths all day long. Same goes for tomorrow. Tomorrow night's just going to be a mess, but I mean that in the greatest way possible. Allen throws nowhere close to a Buffalo Blue jersey, and now they'll come out for a field goal in all likelihood. A 40-yard attempt coming for Tyler Bass. So the 2 o'clock sim, just to go through the schedule for today, 2 o'clock, Kaufman, Kenny, Brandon, if Cristal does show up at some point here. I'll be back at 4 with Moose and Christian. So Christian comes back at 4 as well. 6 o'clock, the late slate, Kaufman, Jeff, Matt LaMarca. 8 p.m., Kaufman, Rossi, LaMarca. And then the second to last, Madden After Dark, second to last buzzword will feature yours truly, Jason Rossi, and Tommy Freeze Pops.
Wow. Good lineup there. Good lineup all over the place.
Yeah, so it's a lot. It's a lot to digest in 2 days.
Fool, I do not think you would be able to get BJ_Glash verified, unbanned, regardless of the status of Sims. But you know what? Shoot your shot, buddy.
Wait, BJ_Glash is banned on Twitch?
BJ_Glash verified. Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Producer Mike was not happy about that at all.
Is that so?
That is why Fool is now 5th time playing Fortnite. Oh, and look who is here, even though BK is not. We have one Emerson Lazia showing up in the Twitch chat with his typical level of insight.
What did he have to say?
Balls. But in all caps, so, you know.
Oh, so kind of a half-hearted balls.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he went all the way in. I mean, it was all caps. He's clearly very angry about the status of the balls.
It's possible.
Yeah.
It's possible. 120 entries in our contest, by the way. Good stuff.
How's it feel to be back at home after that week in Uncasville? Is it Uncasville or is it? No, Uncasville is.
No, you got it right. You're
Okay.
right. Yeah, it's good. It's good to be home. I was kind of getting sick of the place, to be honest. Like, it's just
Yeah, I
a
can
long
imagine.
time of being inside and trapped. You don't really feel like you're living, but well, dare I say, the sun has shined, and I feel good. You know, the sun. Get it?
I do.
Good.
I mean, that's why they hired you, right? Did you make a pun like that in the interview process? They're like, gotta have it.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I don't remember. Derrick Henry, but maybe I should have. Maybe it's a good thing I didn't. Derrick Henry trips himself up, but he gets to the Buffalo 43. Jarrell is asking if you've ever been to Whitewater Lake Campground.
I have not. Where is Whitewater Lake? Is that actually in the city of Whitewater? Because I've been to Whitewater several times. I try to go down once a year for a football game. That's John Hughes Smith getting a little, maybe a little preview of what he'll be doing for the Patriots this year as that move tight end, taking a carry out of the backfield. Whitewater itself is a cool little town, a fun little downtown. That's one of the things I love doing up here is that the WEAC has such great Division III football that you usually get one, maybe even two teams in that D3 football bracket towards the end of the season. So you can go watch some pretty good football towards the end of the year. I mean, it's going to be frigid, but we saw a couple guys who wound up being day 2, day 3 draft picks. Ben Barch, Quinn Miners, offensive linemen on both sides. But St. John's played Whitewater in a Final Four game up here not too long ago. Great game to watch. And occasionally you get some pretty good players just hanging out in little old Whitewater, Wisconsin.
All right, they're in the red zone here. Titans, it's Henry on the pitch. 1 yard gain. Folks are asking what time Kenny is on today because I know you all want to come in here and say bye to Kenny. Kenny will be on at 2 o'clock, and he's on at 2 o'clock tomorrow. And I think, I'll double check, but I don't know if we're going to get Doozy tomorrow night during the true finale. I don't think we will.
I feel like he'll still pop in. He'll make an appearance. I got to imagine.
As of right now, the final two Sims tomorrow night, our final night, commentators being on the streams for the Madden Sims. We have a breakdown of first half, second half for the 8 o'clock game tomorrow night, and then first half, second half for the Madden After Dark Sim tomorrow night, and I do not see Kenny's name. So that could also change. We'll see.
Well, even if we don't see him tomorrow night, we will see him Thursday night for the DK Madden Broadcasters League draft, which I feel like at least one of us has to have the premium Zoom account that we can all pop in on, right?
Yeah, we'll be okay. I think we'll be all right.
Exactly. I feel like there needs to be an in-person component of the trash talk that will permeate through the draft. as we are going to get a touchdown. It is Jonnu Smith. It is indeed the former Florida Atlantic Star, former Tennessee Titan, current New England Patriot into the end zone. We got ourselves our first touchdown of the day. Tannehill to Jonnu Smith from 10 yards out. Glash, I had my first fantasy draft of the year on Friday.
Yeah, I had one yesterday.
Kind of liked it. What does your team look like? You get any steals? Anyone you're excited about?
So it's funny you ask, because I actually screenshotted my roster and sent it to Jeff Moose Ulrich for some feedback, and he didn't really like it.
Oh no!
But he made valid points. I had the final pick, 12-team league, full PPR. So my first two picks, Jonathan Taylor, Antonio Gibson. I went running back.
I like it.
Well, they're not pass-catching guys, you know?
We don't know. I mean, I feel like Jonathan Taylor's going to catch some more passes now. I don't know.
I'd like to think so as well. But Jeff certainly beat me up and made me feel down about it. But, yeah, what can you do? My receivers, Robert Woods, Brandon Ayuk. I have got Russell Wilson at quarterback, Mike Gesicki, tight end, DeAndre Swift right now in the flex, Browns D, and I forget who my kicker is. So Michael Pittman's on my bench. Brandon Cooks is on my bench. Antonio Brown. Isn't it crazy how I drafted? It's like you remember your team right away because it's just the way the brain works. Yeah. So, you know, we've been talking about it for weeks, and I'd be a coward if I went against myself. I know no one cares about your fantasy team, Glass G. No one cares. But going running backs early, it's really hard to have that discipline to take those running backs and not one of those top-tier receivers. So I think I made out okay.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I think I'm kind of with Jeff there. I'm not super excited about your team, but I mean, good running backs at the very least, very valuable because there's so little depth at like reliable running back. Like you want the guys who, when you go into Yahoo, it's going to show like the projected 15 plus points and not like 8. You know, because you know those 8-point guys half the time they're going to show up and give you like 30 rushing yards and 1 catch. Like every now and then they'll blow up, they'll Rex Burkhead you, but that's about it. I got really lucky. I had the 7th pick, and somehow Alvin Kamara fell all the way to me at number 7. That worked out really well. Got old Nucky Hopkins in the 2nd round. So I'm pretty happy about my top 2 picks. CEH in the 3rd. Who knows if that'll pan out. I also have DeAndre Swift, which pains me deeply, but like honestly, a guy took J.K. Dobbins 2 spots ahead of me, so all things considered.
Oh, and that was right. That was Friday. So drafting yesterday, we knew Dobbins was out. Yeah.
I reached a little bit for Josh Allen in the 5th round, even though I didn't want to, just because like it was like I can have Josh Allen and Kenny Galladay, or I can have Adam Thielen and Lamar Jackson. And I picked punt bounce through the end zone there. So Bill's nothing doing here. I picked Allen and Galladay in part because Kenny Ducey was like, Josh Allen's not going to run for many yards. I was like, you're right, but still, I want to pick someone to spite you.
I love that about you.
Yeah. It's so many of my picks in our upcoming DK Sin Fam fantasy later. It's going to be to spite Kenny Ducey.
It's going to be fun. Thursday night will be a lot of fun.
I might take extra jets just to burn him.
Must be. No, I did not draft Mac Jones. Thank you for asking. Did you draft Cam Newton? Must be. Just wondering. Corey says, sounds pretty good to me. Yeah, that's good. Ayuk and Woods, my top receiver. See, that's what I'm saying. Like 11, when you go 12-13, I'm like, ooh, I could take Devontae Adams was there. I could have done that. But I decided I'd rather, because when you pick late in a round, right, you have to like set the tone, set the standards for the night. You almost have to be the one that has to maybe reach on someone because 20-something picks later, 25 picks later, you might not have the guy there that you need to get the depth. So
yeah. Dude, I'm surprised Devontae Adams. So Devontae Adams was not a first rounder in your draft?
No, he went 13.
Ooh, that's some wild value there. Now I like your draft a little bit less. I feel like do we have a sim together with Moose at some point where we can go over this?
Yeah, he's on at 4.
Exactly. All right, so we're gonna get into this and make you feel bad about your choices later.
Good. I want constructive criticism. So it was not easy. Don't get me wrong, it wasn't easy.
Yeah.
It was not easy to do. It's not easy wrapping up the Sims with all of you as far as the commentary is concerned. Tara Lynn, our producer, this is what she calls producing, asking me if I'll cry tomorrow. Maybe that's her way of saying, well, if you're going to cry, I will prepare you in all ways possible.
Yeah.
Tara Lynn, make me laugh.
Looking forward to our
Make me laugh.
4-person a cappella version of Boys to Men's It's So Hard to Say Goodbye to Yesterday. I've been practicing, we're getting the pipes ready. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday.
This is something. So let me just clarify. Okay, you ready for it? I'll run through this. This is this 12 guys, a bunch of guys from home. This is how it went. So now that I look at it, you're right. It makes me feel dirty that I didn't take Davante Adams. So it went like this. Here we go. McCaffrey, Cook, Kamara, Henry, Barkley, Zeke, Eckler. Top 7, all running backs. At 8, Travis Kelce went 8. Travis Kelce. 9, Aaron Jones. 10, Tyreek Hill. 11, Nick Chubb. And then 12, Jonathan Taylor, me. Second round, pick 1, Antonio Gibson, me. And then Davante Adams.
I don't know. Chubb is such an interesting case for me because you can really see him going anywhere. He's another guy who's kind of like in that Jonathan Taylor camp where he's probably not going to catch a ton of passes.
Mm-hmm.
But like he was absolutely beloved in my fantasy draft too. Like Derrick Henry went 3, Nick Chubb went 4, then Zeke went 5, and I was like, oh man, like who's gonna be? I popped in late. I was putting the kiddo down. I got yelled at because everyone else was in Rhode Island for this draft. I was the only guy calling in. I was like, oh man, I panicked. Oh man, do I really want to take Saquon? I was like, oh wait, Alvin Kamara is still available? Done. Easy. So I got kind of lucky. Like the choice was pretty much made for me when Alvin Kamara slid all the way from 7.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even mind. I don't mind reaching for Eckler either. I think Eckler wasn't a bad pick. But Kelce, I didn't get that one. Yeah. And then I look back, I'm like, could have had like Taylor, Adams, and then Chris Carson, or even CEH. To your point, like that would have been fine. So. No, with the way Noah Moon puts it, man, Noah Moon, this is the stuff that I actually will miss you for, because you really do set standards here in this chat. Who in their right mind takes Gibson over Adams? Andrew, Gibson over Adams. When you're wondering why you're competing for last place, look no further. Jeez. I mean, when you put it that way, I suck. Henry, touchdown.
So Bills defense, who I thought would give my team trouble, not really an obstacle so far, as they've given up back-to-back touchdown drives to this Titans offense. Derrick Henry already had about 16 points. We are not even halfway through the second quarter, so a bad day to fade him. Corey Davis in my captain spot. Not a terrible day for him. 2 catches, 42, 3 rushing yards. Burton Ops has got us basically at real-time scoring. You love to see it.
But why can't, so let me ask everyone this. Why can't I just pretend that Adams already went? You know, just why don't we pretend that was what happened?
I see. Yeah, I'm with Bazooks here. I take Kelce over Adams at first, and I'm a Packers fan, just a bigger positional advantage. That is true. Tight end is a bit of a wasteland, and there are just so many good wideouts out there, which is like, that was where my thinking was too. Like I took DeAndre in the second round just because like I feel like there's a pretty big drop off between him and like whoever came next. Like
yeah,
him being available there at like 17 was like, oh, okay, sure, yeah, or 18, yeah. Whatever. So yeah, Kelce only went like 2 spots before. I think Davante, just because there is so little relative competition for him to get targets in Green Bay. And you have Aaron Rodgers in another FU year. He's trying to position himself, prove he's still got it, make the Packers feel bad about all their horrible decision-making when it comes to putting an offense around him. And paradoxically, prove him right, prove himself. Yeah. At any rate, I think Adam's going to have the
I think this is a very fair ask of the DK Sim fam. Let's just pretend, because we've been pretending we've been watching football for a year and a half. So the least you can all do for me is pretend that Davante Adams was not available. Carter has my back, Carter Robinson. I think Antonio Gibson is going to be a steal. They talk about him having much more of a Christian McCaffrey type role in Washington, throwing to him out of the backfield. I think you made a good pick. Well, again, it's not so much about the player. It's the fact that Adams was there and I didn't take him. It's true. It's fair. Andrew says, Christian, don't try to get him to feel better about this. He needs to learn. Hey, I am open to the criticism. I haven't really thought about it like this. I'm like, oh, yeah, he was there.
Look at that. Ashley Edwards saying that she likes your Antonio Brown pickup. One guy took him right ahead of me in the 5th round, and I was like, glorious. Hell yeah.
But what if I say the fact that I've got Taylor Gibson, Swift? It's a pretty solid 3, right?
I mean, yeah.
Bert from Ops, is it?
Swift for me is the question mark just because he's the Lions running back, and those guys, no matter how good they look, fall apart. And just like Kerryon Johnson, I remember being really excited for Kerryon Johnson, thinking like, oh man, Kerryon Johnson, like he looked great at Auburn, and here he comes out, has a very solid rookie year, in limited carries, but averages more than 5 yards per touch, has 32 catches in 10 games. Like, oh man. And from a fantasy standpoint, this guy should be golden. No, wrong, like falls apart after that. That's what I'm worried about with DeAndre Swift. And he's been fighting off injuries, so we don't know what's going to happen there. I'm at the point right now where, like, my last 2 picks, like the 2 flyer picks I had were Rashad Penny and Amon-Ra St. Brown. And I'm like, do I want to drop one of those guys right now and make some moves? Do I want to go out and pick up the undrafted free agent who just moved all the way up to 2nd on the Ravens running back platoon depth chart behind Gus Edwards? I don't know right now. I don't even know.
But look, Kamara at 7 for you is great. That's excellent.
Big fan.
All right, Josh Allen from the 19, 90 seconds to go in the half. Allen throws on the run. Beasley makes the catch at the 2. 1st and goal coming up. Brandon Cristal has yet to join us. It was supposed to be a 3-person booth, but not the case. Not the case right now. See you on Twitch, 30 plus on Twitch, 370 on YouTube. Hit that like button for us. Already 56 likes. You love to see it. Zach Moss, not today.
Moss is a guy who's going a little bit higher in fantasy drafts than I would have expected, just because people are a little bit high. He's got that power back potential. He's a burly dude. He's only 5'9", but he's kind of a pile pusher. You would think he'd get a few more goal line looks last year. Only got 4 touchdowns in 13 games. So I'm a little bit concerned if he's going to be able to make that jump. But former 3rd-round pick was a scoring machine at Utah. So Moss is a guy who could make the leap, or we could see, just because there are so many good running backs in Buffalo, could be that heavy platoon usage that kind of makes him like a Patriots running back, where if you really need someone, you roll the dice on one of 3 guys any given week, and maybe you get a Rex Burkhead day where he scores 25 fantasy points for you. Or maybe you get a Rex Burkhead day where he scores 2 fantasy points. It's Cole Beasley, my punt play into the end zone from Josh Allen. So Beasley, only 3,800 to put him in the flex. Coming up big, up over a dozen points now almost 14, 13.9 is just killing the real-time scoring here.
Bees 39% owned in the larger DraftKings contest, 8,600 plus entries in that one. More highly owned in our free roll, 45.8% overall. And he's got 4 grabs, 42 yards, and a score. That's pretty good. There you go. Christian, you said 15 points. Is at 14.2.
There we go. Yeah.
It's good.
As Zooks point out, why do the Bills feel like such a running back wasteland? It's because Allen does a lot on his own, especially, he's a big-bodied dude. So he had as many rushing touchdowns last season as everyone else on the roster combined. And that just cuts so much into that work share. They do throw the hell out of the ball. You're not wrong about that. About 600 dropbacks last season. Pretty solid shift, leaning towards passing versus running, about 60 to 40%. And maybe that changes this year. Maybe they try to take a little bit of extra pressure off Allen's shoulder because they know teams are no longer going to be stacking the box against him. They know his arm talent is legit. But Moss, I like him as like a mid to late round flyer, but maybe even the 9th round seems a little bit high for him.
Adam Kaufman has entered the chat. Yay. Just sitting here listening to a sim in a dark corner of my house. No big deal. So I'm going to Kaufman's tomorrow night, and I feel like we're going to have long therapy sessions after the tomorrow night. It could be difficult. I don't think Kaufman's handling this well. I guess there's really no proper way to handle this well, right? Like, we don't really know how. It's our first time. Tara Lynn, can one of you text BK? Well, we're not the producer.
Also, the only SimFan member whose number I have is Emerson, and I regret that immensely. I'm sure anyone who has been texted by Emerson in the middle of the night also feels the same way. The man is an enigma.
Maybe I should go to Kaufman's tomorrow and just kill him. Someone's got to die in the finale.
Yeah. Yeah, some would say it's unwise to put your murder plans out there in public, but you know what? We're trying to build some numbers for this final stream, so yes.
Hit the like if Kaufman should be
100
destroyed.
likes. We will murder Adam Kaufman live.
If Skip Perkins is going to be taken down, someone else is going down. Yeah, Brian Guy says this took a turn. Well, at this point we got nothing to lose.
Yeah.
We're still taking submissions for finale ideas.
We're getting a call from the higher ups. DraftKings says it officially does not condone murder, except unless it is a Perkins brother. In which case, yes.
Yes, this is. I'm not going to say I'm kidding yet. I'll say it tomorrow. Because it kind of ruins the fun. Well, a couple people hit the like button. That's good. It was a joke. Fine, I'll say it now to save myself.
Dear police. Gostkowski's field goal is good. That brings us to halftime. Titans have been mostly unstoppable. 3 straight scoring drives from them. Bills getting back into it late there. They do trail by a touchdown, and I believe the Titans will start the second half with the ball. And speaking of momentum, today's post route, which is still the process of being written. Your boy was a little bit lazy today, and mostly yesterday, if I'm being honest. Going to look at the rookie preseason sensations who've built up a ton of momentum this preseason and whether or not that can last into the regular season. So that's Zach Wilson. That's Trevor Lawrence. That's Ramondre Stevenson, the next Corey Dillon. Yes, absolutely. 100%. You can check it out. It'll hit your inboxes later today, right after the sim probably. Subscribe for free, postroute.substack.com. You'll get 2 more days of me in the billboard hawking the free newsletter, and we would love it if y'all subscribed. Show us a little bit of love. Thank you. All right. Look at that Cole Beasley number. 4 for 42 and a touchdown. The most valuable non-running back in this game right now. The top wideout or tight end, Cole Beasley, 3,800 in the flex. Wow.
Yeah, if you joined our 30-second pregame show, we encouraged everyone to play Beasley.
A little bit.
Mark says just play Don't Stop Believing and fade to black.
Yeah, that would be a perfect way to end the sim.
That's probably a better idea than killing someone off. But
it
was just to open the discussion. So I think it was better to start really dark, and then work our way back, and then we'll get dark again for Madden After Dark tonight.
Just make it really blatant that every time a bell rings, you're going to Koff's point of view, and then click.
I also said maybe, so I didn't say do it. I said maybe we should just.
Yeah, but then I definitely said if we get to 100 likes, we'll.
Yeah, you did that. You also told everyone to email my agent on Friday, which that was interesting because
that was much more of an Emerson Lobster thing, for being honest.
So Emerson spun that because this is what he does. He texted me after and said, "Dude, I mean, Christian and Jeff were like all over that, and then I couldn't stop them."
Yeah, right. Yeah. No. We brought up that you were big time enough to have contact my agent in your Twitter bio, which is a power move. I think we can all.
Which
agree.
was, yeah. Well, it was partly his idea, and by him, if he's still alive after giving that email out. But
yeah.
Anyway, anywho, that was funny because got a couple screenshots texted to me. He's like, "What is happening?" I'm like, "All right, I'm sorry. Like, this is what happened." really hard to explain.
Yeah.
Not hard,
I
but
work
complicated.
with
It was Corey Davis.
Jerem, best way to end the final sim. Here you go, Kenny Ducey. The final words on the sim, and then you cut to black as soon as he starts talking. Beautiful.
Oh, looks like BK is going to join us any moment from now. That's good. Oh, well, maybe not. Just catching up in our Slack. We have Terrell Lynn, our producer, Bry Guy on the ones and twos, Bert from the Game Ops team. Yeah, Tater Hater. Not buzzword. The Ops team is buzzing today. Yep, Bert is locked in. Hit the like for Bert. Ops team ain't going anywhere. Our technical directors aren't going anywhere. The only way they can communicate with you is in the chat. But they're here. Ops team's here. If they get in the chat, great. If they don't, it's up to them. So it's their call. Corey Davis with another big pickup. But those folks don't leave. We have one technical director and ops team still on the Sims to score your lineups. We've got the ball at the 30. Tennessee up 7. Tannehill was thinking about spinning. Now he's going to spin, and now he's going to get sacked.
There will be no layup celebration there.
Freak of nature. Maybe Koff's wall of DVDs will come tumbling down on his precious body. It'll be like Batman Begins when the house gets burnt down.
See, I'm looking at the lineups for tomorrow, and I'm just going to pop in the second half of that 8 p.m. sim anyway. As soon as the kidder goes down, I'm going to make an appearance there, and then, bill overtime for it. Like you do.
So, yeah, I guess we can fill some folks in on what the deal is for tomorrow night. So we're going to have a bunch of people, some throwback names that will join us tomorrow night at 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock for those final 2 sims. That is intercepted.
Oh, no. That's how the Bills get back in this one. Levi Wallace taking that one. And Tannehill, we still have not seen a Titans punt. So that'll be the first drive where Tennessee gets 0 points in this game.
So tomorrow night, we'll just give you all the names for the 8 o'clock sim tomorrow night. Myself, Kaufman, Emerson, Julian Edlow returns. Ben Zwyman, Benny Bandana returns. Reed Fowler will be here. Babysitter Billy, Terrell Lynn, Jeff, and Rossi. In some form, all of those people will be at some points tomorrow night, we're going to have six commentators live during a half. A total of 12 for the first game. Second game, Kaufman, myself, Zach Thompson, Bry Guy, Christian, BK, Emerson, Jeff, Freeze Pops, Lamarca tomorrow night. So for both Sims, Emerson, myself, Kaufman, and Jeff will be here for both. We'll be here for both. And then everyone will be filing in. It will be an absolute mess, but it will be fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of talking over people, and Kenny Ducey won't even be involved.
As of right now, Kenny is not on the list. No Steve Buchanan, no Statrick, no Pat Mayo, no Garion, no Greg Ehrenberg. Greg Ehrenberg's not at DraftKings anymore. Who else? Who are we forgetting? It's got to be someone else. I think that's mostly everybody.
Oh, Tannehill. No, Tannehill. Oh. Dun, 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 dun.
No Jesse. Jesse's not there on the list.
Safety dance, baby.
That was quick.
That was quick. It was a great punt. Like I was embarrassed by the Bills' decision to punt from the 47 on 4th and inches, but it worked out. And now they get the ball back off the free kick with 2 extra points, and we get the special treat of Brandon Cristal joining the 3-person booth. BK, how you doing? Are you actually in? You might not be in yet.
BK, were you watching high school football film this morning? Is that what happened? You were watching film back from Friday night's game for the Jaguars? He's getting set up.
He was busy grinding the tape. And again, this is the second time in a row that I've seen a team take the free kick and punt it out of bounds. So back to back, after a safety, free kick out of bounds, the opponent takes over at 50. Wild, absolutely wild.
Scotty Too Hottie, bring back Sim Ben Watson. He was a beast. Madden 20, Ben Watson. Amazing. BK, what's up? You got us? Not yet.
Oh, hey guys.
Hey.
I got a lot going on over here. I read the schedule wrong. That's the biggest thing, and I can tell you guys off air what's going on. But man, am I happy to be talking to you guys. What did I miss? Why don't y'all fill me in?
Well, probably, I don't know. We got pretty dark about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
About?
We're going to murder Kaufman
No.
if we get to 100 likes. So
Okay.
probably should have set that bar a little higher, if we're being honest.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, we're just talking like finale, and someone has to go. I mean, I guess we're all leaving, but
How is Kenny not the vote? I mean, Kenny would
I
be
didn't
voted
vote.
off the
I said
island the
maybe. I threw out a
quickest.
suggestion. I mean, we can. We're taking nominations.
Well, I understand from I don't call it self-preservation, but Kaufman and you obviously split DraftKings work as one of your 50 million jobs. If Kaufman's not around, if he's out of the picture, he or Emerson, that's more work for you. That doesn't really affect anything Christian or I do.
Yeah.
Actually, that's not true. They may reach out to us if you get rid of Kaufman. So we're not, I don't think we're going to go out of our way on record on video to support it. But I just figured if you were going to take a vote that Kenny would win the vote by a landslide.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think it was more of an access thing since Glash is going to be over at Koff's house. Like, he could
Right.
get done
That was the
where he-
idea. Yeah.
Like, none of us want to drive into Brooklyn or wherever the hell Kenny lives, you know? That's a trip. That's a lot of effort.
It's hard to have an alibi when you're near the victim is the thing. If you're in another city or another state. Glad you guys are talking murder. Glad I missed most of the murder talk. If you get caught up.
Most, but not all.
We've since moved on, kind of. Tannehill, because we just went back to it. Tannehill to midfield, hangs on to it. That a boy. Corey Jennings says, if I hate hit the like button, am I then considered an accessory to murder? Yeah, possibly. Careful.
Yeah, there will be hundreds of fingers on the trigger for this one.
Again,
DraftKings does not condone murder in any way.
absolutely not. No, it's just a hypothetical. It's again, we're talking about our favorite show, DK Sims. Way to break the tackle.
AJ Brown is going to get in. No, but he might get the chance to cap it off here, as we've seen that happen plenty of times in Simland. AJ racking up the rack. 3 for 67 after that 45-yard catch. Excuse me.
Well, if anyone has finale suggestions, please fire them away. Ooh, Tannehill.
Oh, touchdown, RT. So the Titans getting back on their horse, making this a 2-possession game once more. So the safety ended up not killing them all that much. Or Bills D, man. They have an interception, which is great, but they have a safety. And they have basically they've yet to force a punt in this game. The only punt they've forced was the free kick, and that went out of bounds. So a weird day for Tennessee's special teams, at the very least.
How about the QB draw? Beautifully done.
Who's the best player in the leading lineup right now? Who's the best captain's pick?
Ooh.
Cole Beasley's been good. I don't know if he's the captain, though. DW Nasty 7, first place in our contest, has Tannehill captained. Despite the pick. A couple passing touchdowns, a rushing touchdown right there, 259 in the air passing.
Yeah, I think I have Tannehill as my
second.
captain in my hypothetical lineup.
Koff says, considered letting Glash inside tomorrow night. Careful. But locking him on the porch and setting the alarm.
Smart.
Are you and Emerson both going to Glash's house? Or just
no,
you?
Just me.
Okay. Christian, did you get my email earlier?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can make that work.
Okay.
I've been working on this newsletter trying to get it out before the sim, and that failed because
I meant for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. You want to take a Kenny Ducey sim off my hands?
Oh.
No.
Left tackles, baby. Left tackles. Need them. Get your left tackles.
Yeah, I do appreciate that we are getting one last BK Kenny Ducey sim as a result of the switch, though. And
I guess the difference between my approach to my interactions with Kenny is far less, I don't know what the word is, hate-filled as Rossi's is. So, but hey, look, I'm happy to work with him one last time. Maybe he'll finally convince me to take a tackle instead of a quarterback.
I mean, we do have that fantasy draft coming up Thursday night.
I know, one of 3 that I have on Thursday night.
Ooh.
3 drafts in one night? That is a lot.
One starts at 6, another one starts at 7, and then ours starts at 8:30 Mountain Time. So by the time ours rolls around, I'll be in full dialed-in draft mode, knowing the guys I want to try to stack up on multiple teams, putting all my eggs in one basket. You know how it goes. Avoiding certain guys. Is Terlin fired up? She said she was going to make a lineup.
Terlin, thoughts?
Fired up?
Oh, do you mean for the draft? I thought you meant like the contest today, like the new.
No, for the draft. The contest today, I know she's fired up for.
Yeah.
I wish you would have texted me earlier. I was in the middle of a lot of stuff. Again, I'll tell you guys about off air. But
Susan says, I didn't know Rossi hated anyone or anything.
Yeah, until he started talking about Kenny. I didn't either. He kept that to himself till last week. Stephon Diggs, big pickup there. He's in my roster too. So Tannehill's my captain. I got Diggs as well. And Beasley.
Carter is concerned for you, but like you said, you'd rather keep it off air. That's totally fine. Just Carter just showing concern for you, BK.
No, I appreciate it, Carter. No, we had an unexpected loss in the family. And I'll leave it at that. It's just a bummer.
Sorry to hear that.
Oh, crap. Evans is in here. What's up? Charlie says Koff just went to Home Depot to buy alarms and cameras. What a waste of money. He has a camera.
And you can get that on Amazon.
Yeah. Or you can go to the local market and get your Sunday Simland Times as well.
Is Skip Perkins making a comeback or Chip? Are any of them coming back tomorrow night?
Skip dead. Flip dead. Chip Super dead.
Chip is missing.
Okay, yeah.
Probably dead. You can get your own webcam, as well as a new fire alarm, smoke alarm as well at your local market, as well as your Sunday Simland Times. Be sure to use your coupon. Half off. 75% off if your name is Adam Kaufman. Yeah, hopefully Skip Perkins can cheer some people up here. Next sim, just as a reminder, BK is here for the next one with Kenny.
I'll be here.
Kaufman.
The whole thing.
The whole thing at 2 o'clock. Ooh, nice catch by. Oh no, never mind.
Ooh, yeah, looked like it would have been Diggs. And Diggs has been like him and Beasley have been the only two working cogs in this offense. Field goal does the Bills no help here. It keeps it a 2-possession game. So I mean, 7 minutes left. They should not kick a field goal. They won't. That's good. Big play here for the Titans D.
Come on, Bills.
Just run Derrick Henry for
Got it. Easy.
Ooh, yeah.
And he slides. Way to be. Josh Allen's going to be a beast in the next game, which, by the way, I know folks have been asking about the Madden 22 start date. That is something that we are working on getting for you.
I've been playing. I played a few times over the weekend.
Yeah, how'd it go?
Played with the Cowboys. Played with the Broncos again with Teddy Bridgewater as a starter. Cowboys a little inconsistent against the Patriots.
How did Teddy look in the new sim?
Well, the game doesn't let you throw more than 8 yards, but he was dialed in. It was fine. I mean, look, the Broncos have a lot of talent.
Yeah.
Here's what I want to. I'm glad I'm here today and tomorrow, and I hope that there's. Is that a touchdown? Oh, you missed that.
No,
I'm glad. Hopefully, some of the people that were on me about my dislike for Jalen Hurts, and not Jalen Hurts the person, Jalen Hurts the NFL quarterback. They don't trade for Gardner Minshew, and they're not all over at least the second team on the Deshaun Watson wish list after Miami right now, or so it seems. If they love Jalen Hurts, right? Gardner Minshew's not there. You just go through it with Hurts, and then you play Joe Flacco when Hurts can't go or whatever. Yeah. Now, I know they didn't give up a lot, and he doesn't cost a lot, but there's no reason to bring him in unless you don't have the confidence in Jalen Hurts that I know they don't, which is why I've said over and over, Jalen Hurts is not a starting NFL quarterback, not for a career.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I think part of it too is the backups behind him were just so terrible this preseason.
Sure.
Yeah, they were like, oh, this is untenable. Is that going to be elite? No, Lee Smith could not hold on to his second goal coming up here.
I normally roster Lee Smith. I'm not sure if I did today or not.
I thought about it. I switched over from Lee Smith to Cole Beasley. It's working out for me thus far, even though I left some money on the table. Bert saying, I figured they got Gardner because they couldn't get Deshaun. I don't think Gardner Minshew takes you out of the Deshaun Watson running.
No, because what was the trade compensation? I'm sure it was a late round.
Yeah, it wasn't much. It was
right,
sixth.
whatever.
It was a conditional 6th.
Yeah, a conditional 6, which is going to be based on playing time. If you're gearing up for Deshaun, it's firsts and seconds and players potentially, and they're going to worry about what the I'm trying to think of the word, like guarding against his missed playing time or whatever. But I heard Albert Breer make a good point today on the Dan Patrick show.
Pushback.
Yeah, he said that the reason teams are just reluctant to make any kind of trade, and why Houston would say, okay, if he plays 8 games, it's a first. If he plays less than 8, he goes, he may get suspended. Let's just call it 8 games, right? He gets suspended 8 games for whatever reason, right? However they want to word it. And then he's ready to go for another 9 games, so he'll definitely hit that, and you're definitely going to be sending back at first. But then he sprains his ankle, and he misses 3 games. So the wording has to be such that it's like, if he's healthy enough for 8 games, or whatever. And so it becomes just more trouble than it's worth. And I thought the point that is one that I agreed with too. Same with the Rodgers trade. You don't know what teams' draft pick values are right now. So just because he wants to get traded, you don't have to trade him to the team he wants to go to. You're giving him $40 million, and so is that team he's going to. But you're not going to win the Super Bowl this year anyway. So why do you want the Eagles 1s and 2s right now? Wait till the end of the year and figure out maybe the Eagles somehow, if they were good, they wouldn't even make the trade, right? If Jalen Hurts wins 11 games, they're not making the trade.
Yeah,
but wait and find a trade partner at the end of the year when you know what the actual compensation is. Because you're not winning the Super Bowl and the trade you make isn't helping you win the Super Bowl this year. David Culley's just trying to, keep that thing afloat.
Yeah, poor Culley.
Carter said, BK, hope you didn't accidentally turn your electric fence up too high for the dogs. No, it did get turned up last Thursday, but not too high. So far, the big dumb dogs only run away once with it turned up higher for 30 seconds.
So the Charles Robinson report was on Saturday about the Dolphins becoming the front runners for Deshaun Watson. Because there was a comment in here. Right, and Christian already read that comment from Bert. I thought I read something else. So is there any chance Minshew starts? No, right? They'll start Hurts and then...
Not week one. Talk to me in week 3, week 4, week 5.
Yeah.
I got a bunch of people asking me Broncos fantasy questions, so I might as well chime in.
Go for it. Yep. Dean and 93 B-Brack are asking questions.
So have you watched any of the Broncos and Rams? You saw as Derrick Henry is waving and running and waving. You saw plenty of attention in the 11 or 12 passes thrown by Teddy Bridgewater to Cortland Sutton and Albert O and even Melvin Gordon. That was deliberate, and Bridgewater even copped to that post game. He has looked for Jerry Jeudy early and often in camp, and part of that has been availability to those other guys. But it's a South Florida connection. Those guys have worked down there. When you ask, is Sutton 1, is Jeudy 1, they're 1A and 1B. And I don't know how big a year they'll have yards-wise. Some of that will be on them. Touchdown-wise, a lot of that's just on the offense. But to me, they're 1A and 1B. So if you're in a keeper league, you might have more value in Jeudy if you can get him a little lower, although I don't think either are going to go that low, or even in a keeper league that is an auction style. Hamler, I think, is going to be the biggest victim of Teddy Bridgewater's presence. And Tim Patrick, there's a touchdown. Easy money, A.J. Brown. I have him in my lineup, too.
3 of us do.
So I think that you probably shy away from Hamler for now, unless it's a league where you get return yards, if you see tomorrow that they cut Deontay Spencer, which I don't think they're going to. I think they keep Deontay Spencer. But then Hamler might be a punt returner, and I'm in one league where you get return yards. So last year, Cordell Patterson would give me 16 points, and he was projected to get 3 by the computer,
Yeah.
So I think you're good with Sutton or Jeudy. I won't be surprised if Sutton has more catches and Jeudy has more yards, and they both have about the same amount of touchdowns. Fant, you have to factor in as well, especially with a tight end that's as explosive as Fant is, and with a quarterback that likes throwing short. So I think Fant and even Albert O, if you're in a deep league where you need multiple tight ends, he's going to have a game or two where he outperforms Fant, if not more than that. It won't be every week. Fant's going to be the go-to guy. And even Eric Saubert's going to get get a few catches. He'll have 20-something catches. So I don't know if that helps or not. I'd stay away from Tim Patrick unless one of those top guys goes down, because he's just not going to be on the field enough to really demand playing time. They're going to play 2 tight ends before they play Patrick, I think.
All right, Buffalo's down 12. They have the ball. We're midway through the 4th quarter. Allen takes off, and he had some more room to run, but decides to go outside the numbers.
By the way, Tannehill, my captain, hit the bonus.
So
Hit the bonus, got the Bundy. He's going to be the player of the game.
John Brown is the Not My Kid award. He's got nothing, and he's in my captain spot. Zip, 0, donut.
Yeah, I stayed away from him.
Well, you were smart. I was not.
Ooh. You guys excited about tomorrow night? In a happy and sad way?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's not. Both of you will be on tomorrow night during the Madden After Dark sim. Is that right? Tomorrow night?
Yeah. I'll probably pop in earlier too, maybe. See if they leave the meeting unlocked so I can sneak in.
Okay. Yep, you're both on the Madden After Dark schedule for tomorrow.
Yeah, right. Neither of us are on the 10 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern sim, but both of us are on Madden After Dark. I think I don't know what half I am. I gotta go back and read the email. Dean Murray, happy to help out. Somebody asked, what are the Ravens doing at running back? I think that should be a group conversation. I'm guessing they're probably calling Todd Gurley again.
Ooh.
They
called him early.
That's right. They did call him earlier in the offseason.
Yeah.
That's right.
And then I think he was probably waiting to see if the Rams were going to bring him back. They obviously trade for Sony Michel, get all the free Walkmans they could want. I'm just kidding. He's not affiliated with Sony Corporation, best I can tell. Seems like an obvious sponsorship, though, if he gets good.
Thank you for the disclaimer there. Impressive.
We're big on disclaimers today.
No, Sony Michel, not affiliated with Sony. And murder, bad. Murder is...
Hey, must be said, yeah, murder is bad. We're all on record of saying that. Must be says you can't say 2 tight end sets. Glass doesn't understand that phrase. Well, if he subscribes to the post route, then it'll be detailed there.
Nice. Solid.
Happy to help.
No, I think right now the guy who's really kind of picking up some steam is Tyson Williams, who is looking like currently on the depth chart, the RB2. And would he be able to outplay Todd Gurley at this point in Gurley's career? It's possible. I mean, Gurley did not look like he had much for the Falcons last season. Amazing how hard he fell off due to all those knee injuries. So I think Tyson Williams is a guy who's picking up some fantasy steam right now. Maybe a guy you want to jump on. Like, I'm seriously considering maybe adding him and dropping Rashad Penny, because Penny might wind up getting released, and Williams could wind up being the guy, or not the guy, but we know how the Ravens like to platoon their running backs. They rotate guys in and out. Williams could get his fair share of carries there.
I'm glad you guys are both sitting down, because I'm about to tell you some biographical information about Todd Gurley that I didn't even realize, and it's kind of mind-blowing, and also explains why you don't draft running backs high, even if they are transcendent. Now, he was coming off a torn ACL.
Yeah.
But Todd Gurley is 27 years old.
Yeah.
27, not 37, like Adrian Peterson. There's a touchdown, easy money.
Steph Diggs.
I got him and Josh Allen. My lineup's so good right now with A.J. Brown, Josh Allen, Steph Diggs. Tannehill's my captain. Beasley. I got to be in first place.
Got it.
No John Brown.
Mackline, you and I have the exact same roster for this one, and we are both sitting top 15 right now.
Bert's in 27th. I'm in 41st. Now I'm in 47th. Crap. See? John Brown's not showing up because I was talking about murder earlier in the sim, so it's my own fault.
I mean, I've been talking about murder too, and my captain Corey Davis is 2 yards away from bonus. So
yeah, well, I started it.
Oh yeah, Corey Davis was my 6th player. If he hits the bonus.
Yeah.
Right now in the public free showdown, we have a 5-way tie for first. Beasley, the captain, 27.3 points in the captain spot. Junior Bryant, Cole Beasley wide open every throw. Well, he's got 6 catches for 62 yards and a touchdown. That's pretty good for 5,700 in the captain, 3,800 flexed. So I'm not sure what you mean, Junior. It's been a fine night. He was cheap. Twitch fam, how's Twitch doing?
Twitch doing good.
Are you dressing up tomorrow night? Are we all dressing up? Should we all wear suits?
I'm in.
I might just go t-shirt and suit and jacket so I look cool but casual.
I have a tuxedo t-shirt I could wear, which I wore on New Year's, I think, with a cough or somewhere right around New Year's.
There you go.
Yeah, maybe I'll go tuxedo
That's
t-shirt,
formal,
sport
but
coat.
you also like to party.
Exactly.
We've got about 400 people watching. Only 3 people got to hit that like to get to 100 on the day.
Well, make that 2.
Oh boy, terrible news for Adam Kaufman.
Wow, what's wrong?
I mean,
Well, we're about to get to 100.
if we get to 100, he's
Oh, right.
All bets are off.
Forgot about that. That was your words. Now,
Hey.
but now Corey Davis will let you down at some point.
Without, I don't want to get too dark, but I'm going to give a plug for my cousin's book. She wrote a really great book that was featured in the New York Times, and she did a big radio tour called "What If You Get Hit by a Bus?" And only because we're having to deal with it now on a personal level. Make sure people know your passwords. People close to you know how to access things, because no one can plan for getting hit by a bus. And we hope that nobody goes too soon and does have their affairs in order. But my cousin has a book and they have a website. She has a company called Everplans. But it's crazy, you know, when you think about people trying to access info and they just can't if they lose somebody unexpectedly. So, check out her book. What if you get hit by a bus?
Yeah, that's why all my
what if I get hit by a bus?
Are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Sure, just like a moron used on his luggage.
Yeah, exactly.
All my passwords are similar, but they're not all the same. You know, like they all are for the most part. Except for my password to Peacock TV because I only watch it for the Dan Patrick Show. So it's got an ode to Dan Patrick in it.
I think all of our passwords have some kind of ode to Dan Patrick in there somewhere. I mean, like,
yeah, maybe.
It's just strong.
In Fuego 95. She loved it when he and Keith were on Sports Center in the mid 90s. By the way, did you ever read that book, The Big Show, that he and Keith did?
Yes, but it was a while back.
So I only know this because he was on Rosillo's podcast. The hardcover's out of circulation, and I have a hardcover in, I think, right behind me, and they're selling for like $900 on eBay.
Are you serious? That's wild.
And so I'm like, well, I'm gonna use some connections and try to get it signed, and then let it have even more value and see what happens down the road. Because I don't, you know, it's not that we couldn't all use $1,000, but I'm gonna win 600 in our fantasy league or whatever the top prize is.
Oh, yeah, we're changing that up. We're making sure we're taking freeze pops off the treasurer role, and I'm stepping in and making the payouts manageable.
We also have to find a 12th person because, you know,
Bail.
the 100 likes leads.
Oh, it happens. You know, we can just auto draft for Koff, and we can do it in his memory.
He's telling us how his kids run seasons on Madden, right? One of them can just.
Yeah, they can do it.
Perfect.
Harry says, I hit the like button. When is Terrell in on? Terrell in, you are with us tomorrow night at some point, right? In the 8 p.m., 10 p.m. Yes, 8 p.m. Beautiful. Terrell in on tomorrow night. 8 o'clock. Well, Terrell in, I'm sure you can just show up. I think tomorrow's just going to be an absolute bleep show, but I say that in the greatest way. It's going to be fun. Just come. Everyone show up. All right, Josh. The Bills have a shot at this thing, which is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Keeps throwing to Steph Diggs. How high are you drafting Steph Diggs?
So in my my
late second, early third, right?
I feel like early second was perfectly fine for him. I mean, late first.
How many receivers are you taking? How many receivers? I guess it depends on scoring, but we get a full point in our league. So how many receivers are you taking ahead of him?
Hey, John Brown.
I feel like there are probably only two guys that you definitely put ahead of him in Tyreek Hill and Kamara.
Are they going to get another playoff here?
Are you saying you have Diggs third overall, period?
No, not third
overall. Oh, snap the ball.
No, right. So I'm saying what pass breakers. You said Tyreek Hill.
You got a shot here.
Enzo.
You got a shot.
Josh,
do something, baby. Throw it to the end zone. Don't check.
He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough time to throw.
Do not run, Josh.
He's across the line.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh my God.
Beasley inches shy. That was some Rams Titans Super Bowl magic right there.
Wow.
Here's a question.
What a finish.
Why didn't I just think if Allen had more time to throw, he would have been able to make a better decision there. He only had 7 seconds. Here, I'm going to count it back on the YouTube screen.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very little time there. Tannehill backed off the bonus there at the end. Only 295, but 4 touchdowns for him, 3 through the air, 1 on the ground. I think he's going to have to be the postroute.substack.com player of the game. This one. Give it to him. Great finish, man. That's awesome.
Great. It's good stuff.
Love that.
I'm going to run a stopwatch on how long he had.
Davis and A.J. Brown between them, 98 yards, 96 yards. 2 great performances there. Derrick Henry had 16 points halfway through the second quarter and finished with fewer than 18. So not a very Derrick Henry day for him. The second half came and he did not get better. He, in fact, got worse. and Cole Beasley, 8 catches, 99 yards. If he had gotten that touchdown, he would hit the bonus. That 1 yard was the difference between a 24-point day and like a 35-point day. Absolutely wild to see that. But Beasley, I mean, you know what? Let's go ahead and let's give the post route player of the game to Cole Beasley. 3,800.
He was in my winning lineup. So
yeah. Chris BK knows he got there. All right. Hey, look at that.
Well, hang on. I'm going to tell you how long Josh Allen had.
Josh Allen only 25.94.
No, I'm clocking how long he had to throw. He was in the pocket for 7 seconds, then rolls out and throws it at the 10.38 mark.
Yeah, so pretty good protection. Deion Dawkins.
Yeah, you give most quarterbacks in the NFL 10 seconds, they should be able to find a way to get it in the end zone. Good coverage, though, and good tackling by the Titans. Yeah, reverse of what happened with them against the Rams, right? Cole Beasley becomes Kevin Dyson.
Yeah. Just
right,
like
so I'm with Kenny and Koss. That's cool. It's sort of like I was late getting to you guys. I can probably take at least half that game off too.
Yeah, I would, just for your own sanity. But you may want to, just drop a flower at Koff's feet. Let's send your condolences to him. Oof.
127 likes and counting. Yeah, there's people that I guess signed his death warrant.
Yeah. All right.
Well, Christian and I are back at 4:00. We'll see how that goes at 2.
Doofy, yeah. And we'll Koff and Glash and I will be back with Moose at 4 p.m. to further clown on Glash's fantasy draft. BK's back up next, and we got a replay of the sweat coming. Did I miss anything? We good? We good?
No, we're good. We're good. Thanks to Tara Lynn, also Bride Guy, Bert, Christian, like Christian said, back at 4. BK's back at 2. Thank you all. The 2-day finale is underway here in the Dream Stream. Here's the sweat.
What up? What up? Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes and please lend us an ear, because what you are about to witness is DraftKings is the sweat coming at you. I am Emerson Latzia. Coming up, where some of the world's best golfers will finish in the final leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs, plus the fantasy impact of some major injuries around the NFL. But first, let's price check around the diamond, and here to help are DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and Kenny Ducey. Gentlemen, your favorite plays at the following price ranges on tonight's 9-game Major League Baseball slate. A pitcher more than $8K. Who was your guy, Kenny?
Well, I'm going to go with the guy by the name of Luis Garcia. He pitches for the Houston Astros. I think he's a very talented pitcher. He comes in here at $9,200, and he matches up with the Seattle Mariners. A pretty good matchup, a team that has struggled to hit the baseball really ever since they made all those trades at the trade deadline. The wind has just come out of the sails for the Mariners. A 91 WRC plus over the last 2 weeks, and strikeout rate at nearly 25%. He's coming off a great outing against a red-hot Kansas City Royals team. This guy can really pitch. I think that there's a lot of concerns with some high-priced names here. You got Zach Wheeler, who's just absolutely lost his way. Corbin Burns, who has sort of regressed a little bit from that hot first half. Robbie Ray going against a great pit team against lefties. I think that this is what you want to do if you want to spend up. You want to go for Luis Garcia.
All right, Matt, what about you, dude?
So Kenny mentioned Ray versus the Orioles and their ability to hit lefties. I do think even despite that, Robbie Ray probably is the guy who should be the most expensive pitcher. He probably is the guy with the most upside. He's also going to carry by far the most ownership. So even though he's got 25 strikeouts in his last 2 starts, I really just don't want to go there at what I think could be massive, massive ownership, maybe 60, 70% in tournaments. Beyond him, I think Garcia is a decent contrarian call. I wonder if German Marquez doesn't get as much ownership as he should because Robbie Ray just eats up so much of it. So I think Corbin Burns will be somewhat popular, Zach Wheeler. Marquez does come at a discount, though, at 8,500. It's a matchup in Texas against the Rangers. So I think it's a good spot for him getting away from Coors, and you get a little bit of savings with him, even though he's more than 8K.
Matty, let's go pitcher less than $8,000. Your dude is who?
There's not a lot to like here today. I think Luis Patino and Nick Pivetta are okay options, but I actually think I might go with AJ Alexy, who is making his MLB debut, because he's at home against the Rockies, and anytime a pitcher gets to face the Rockies outside of Coors, it's a really good matchup. We've also seen Trevor Story get some days off in recent games, like over the last stretch of maybe 10 days. I think they've rested him 3 or 4 times. So if he's out of the lineup, even better. But you have a pitcher at $4,700 who's in a good spot, and he's also been going 4 or 5 innings in his minor league appearances. So there's actually a legitimate chance that he can pitch long enough to get a win. But even so, it's just such a low price tag on a slate where the other cheap pitchers aren't good that I think getting some savings and then maybe paying up to be contrarian on offense is the way to go. So it's not that I love him as a play. I just think Alexi is better than a lot of the other guys that are below 8K, at least points per dollar wise.
Kenny, how about you, dude?
Yeah, it's really difficult to take a pitcher today under 8K. You got some disasters waiting to happen. The guy I think I have to land on, and don't get me wrong, I don't like playing him. I don't think he's a good pitcher, but it's Chris Paddock at $5,600. He's coming off the IL, so there might even be a pitch cap here. But when you look at matchup-wise, it's definitely the best matchup on the board. Obviously, he's given up a lot of hits lately, but a strikeout rate for around 24% for the Diamondbacks, a team that's down towards it. They're on the wrong half of the league over the last couple of weeks in offense. So I think that this is as good a spot as any, really, to roster a low-price pitcher. But again, I think your strategy here is go contrarian with some of the cheaper bats and maybe pay up for 2 high-priced pitchers. I think that might be the way to go with your builds. But if I have to, pick a guy under 8K, I think it's Chris Paddock. I'm just going to go all the way down to 5,600.
Well, Kenny, how about dudes who can swing a good wood north of $5,000?
I don't want to play this guy either because he hasn't had the best season. But Mookie Betts at $5,200 is a pretty good matchup here against Drew Smyly. He's matched him over his career. 3 doubles, 8 hits in general. He has a 540 X slug. He's hit 364 off him. So I think that the matchup here is really good. I expect the Dodgers to score a lot of runs against Drew Smyly. And Mookie Betts, he's been in and out of the lineup, but if you believe in this Dodgers lineup to score a lot of runs here, and it's been a tough time for them over the last month, then I think that Betts is probably your guy. He's expensive, but not too expensive. He's going to be hitting 3, most likely, in that order. The Dodgers, they don't rake against lefties, but Mookie Betts, one of their few bats that can hit lefties, and Drew Smyly, not a very good lefty either. So I think, hold your breath here. I'll hold your nose, but I'm going to take Mookie Betts, and maybe the Dodgers score a lot of runs here after Smyly.
Matt, a hitter more than $5,000.
I'm kind of on the same page. I think if the Dodgers are at least moderately owned or lower, then they are my favorite stack on the board. But I do have some concerns that they'll be overly popular. I think the same is probably true for the Blue Jays with Vlad, and I think the same is probably true for the Padres with Tatis. So I think that the ownership may just be a little too high to be that excited about any of those teams. On the other side of that Dodgers game, though, the Braves should be really, really contrarian against Julio Urias, just because they're kind of in a price range where they cost similar amounts to some of these other chalky teams, but they're not cheap enough where they really look like values. So Freddie Freeman at 5K is just a pretty low price for him in general, and it's a lefty-lefty matchup, so it's not the greatest spot, but I think if the Braves can get to Urias early and get to some righties in the Dodgers pen, there's a lot of upside for them there. And the rest of the stack is actually really cheap. So Freeman is the most expensive Braves hitter at 5K. I think it's just an underpriced team a little bit, at least for the upside. But there's a wide range of outcomes here, I think, because they're facing a good pitcher in Urias, but they could get to him and then they face a weaker bullpen. And there's just a lot of really good power hitters in this lineup. So that's really the main reason to go with the Braves.
Well, Matt, speaking of cheap here, give me your best value bat on this slate.
Yeah, I like the Orioles a lot, and it's not so much that they're a great points per dollar team. It's that the leverage that you get against Robbie Ray in tournaments just looks so appealing. But I do think that the $4,100 price tags on both Trey Mancini and Ryan Mountcastle are actually decent prices. Austin Hayes, $3,100 though, might be my favorite. The problem with the Orioles really, which has just been difficult for stacking purposes, is that their 2 best hitters against lefties play the same position, and you can't use them together in the same lineup. So deciding between Mancini and Mountcastle, who I think are roughly equal hitters, is really hard. So that's why I'm going with Hayes, who's a bit cheaper. But overall, I mean, I think that this is one of the better leverage spots we've seen in a while, where you have a pitcher in Ray who's coming off 2 monster games in a row, and his ownership just should be out of control, and you are almost certainly getting a very low team against him that actually has some upside.
Kenny, how about you, man? Value bat.
Yeah, I don't know if this constitutes as a value bet, but it's a guy that is a value. He's way too cheap here. Giancarlo Stanton at $4,600. I was prepared to talk about him as my favorite bet over $5,000 because all the guy has done is just rake for the New York Yankees. Now, the Yankees have emerged as one of the league's best offenses against lefties, which is crazy because last year they really couldn't hit lefties. This year, for the most part, for the first half anyway, they couldn't hit lefties. But it's a team with a lot of right-handed power bats. So you'd expect them to eventually figure it out, and they have. They've mashed lefties. Stanton had a couple really he was blanked against Frankie Montas, who, I think I'm starting to come around on maybe he's a good pitcher. He's pitched incredibly well, and he shut down the Yankees. And then against Paul Blackburn last night, had a couple hits. So what's scaring you off of Giancarlo Stanton? You look over the last 2 weeks, he has the third most homers in baseball with 6. I think he should mash once again against a weak lefty in Jose Quintana, one of the most fadeable pitchers over the last few years. He's definitely going to get wrecked tonight by the New York Yankees for the limited time he's out there because they had to move him to the bullpen. And I think that Stanton has a very good chance to go deep here. Again, $4,600. The price has come up from where it was, midweek last week, but still too cheap for me. I think that this guy has a lot of potential here. He's red hot. You want to ride that wave. When you get a hot Giancarlo Stanton, you want to keep rostering him.
Kenny, slate-approved pick time here, dude. So your favorite DFS play overall tonight is who and why?
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit, I don't know if it's crazy to go against a guy that was once the Cy Young hopeful, but I think Juan Soto at $5,800 is a very good bet to reach base a couple of times here, get you some total bases, 2 homers. Over the last 4 games, the matchup with Zach Wheeler, pretty good. Career-wise, hitting nearly 300 off of Zach Wheeler with a pop in there as well. So I think that he has enough. He's been hot. Zach Wheeler's been a disaster. I think there's enough here to roster him with confidence.
Okay, Matt, how about you, dude?
I like the Soto call. I think I need to give 2 picks here because I don't know if either of these guys will necessarily be available for lineup purposes. So the Shohei Ohtani situation is weird because I think we know he's going to play, but we actually don't know if he's going to pitch tonight, which means that we don't know if we're getting him as a pitcher or a hitter. He'll be added to the DFS player pool later in the day once the Angels announce that. So I like him more if he's batting against Corey Kluber. He probably just goes way under the radar compared to Tatis and Vlad. But assuming Ohtani's on the mound and we can't roster him as a batter, I think Max Muncy ends up being my favorite Dodger, assuming he cracks the lineup. Because a lot of times against lefties, the Dodgers will start Albert Pujols, and then Muncy ends up on the bench. But Drew Smyly actually isn't any better against lefties than he is against righties, but the common sense strategy is to just play guys with a platoon advantage. So I actually think Dodgers lefties like Corey Seager, Cody Bellinger make a lot of sense. But Muncy, if he's in the lineup, Smyly especially is prone to the home run against lefties, and Muncy, because he's left-handed, I think goes overlooked. So hopefully he cracks the lineup, and then I think he's my favorite Dodgers player to roster.
You two hang out, please. We will take a DraftKings Sportsbook look at tonight's slate coming up right after we bring in one of our gorgeous golf gurus to talk about the gorgeous game of golf. Well, the Bryson DeChambeau experience delivered its latest chapter over the weekend at the BMW Championship. Patrick Cantlay knocking off the beefy Brotato chip in a 6-hole playoff at the BMW Championship. Let's look ahead to the Tour Championship now with Jeff Ulrich. Actually, Jeff, before we do that, how was Cantlay able to outlast the big bombing scientist this week?
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple, Emerson. When you never miss a putt, you're probably going to win some golf tournaments, especially on the PGA when you're like a top 10 player in the world already. Patrick Cantlay set the strokes gained record for strokes gained putting in a week. We saw what he did in the playoff, just hitting clutch putt after clutch putt. I can't remember what it ended up as, but I think he hit about 70 feet of must-make putts, you know, either to win the tournament or to stay alive at one point. So all credit to Cantlay. He deserved to win. He made the clutch putts. But when you putt like that on the PGA and you're already an elite player, if you don't win, it's actually a huge shock. So, again, I mean, Bryson ran into a buzzsaw on the greens there last week.
Yeah, I follow you on Twitter. You're an unbelievable follow, and your wealth of knowledge with a combination of humor, it's straight perfection. You did mention on Twitter you thought this would have been a bigger blow to Cantlay than to DeChambeau, who just couldn't seem to find the hole, missing putt after putt after putt.
Sure, and look, you have to look at it from this way. I mean, we know Bryson can putt a little bit better than that. There's something left for Bryson there. At the end of the day, you know, if he makes those putts, he had about 3 or 4 chances to literally close the door, put the nail on Cantlay and grab the win. He didn't do it, but he can go back home and look at himself in the mirror and say, you know what, if I just putted a little bit better, I win that event 9 times out of 9. Cantlay, on the other hand, I mean, if he hadn't won, I mean, how much better can you putt in a week? You can't. So again, all credit to Cantlay. The dude, mentally strong. I mean, it doesn't even begin to describe Patrick Cantlay last week. Absolutely must make putts, probably 5 times. He made them all. And we're not talking about like tap-ins here. We're talking 20 footers. So, but to not win there, Cantlay, and have that good a putting week, it would have been, I think, a little bit more devastating in the long run. So just my take. Very, very interesting week. Amazing playoff there at the BMW Championship.
Yeah, it really was. And like you could tell those guys weren't huge fans of each other. Let's just put it that way. This week, though, Cantlay will start the Tour Championship as the top seed, and with a 2-stroke lead, as this event is the only one on tour that uses a handicap system, Jeff. So the number 2 seed will begin at 8 under and so on. Numbers 26 through 30 in the field of 30 begin with a 10-shot disadvantage at even par. This segment is called PGA Tour Pin Placement. So tell me where Cantlay will ultimately finish.
I think he's ultimately going to finish 3rd this week, and here's why. He's got 2 players behind him. He's got 2 big hitters behind him. Guys are playing great tee to green, and Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau. And again, I really like Patrick Cantlay. He's got a great game. This is a really hard event to predict. I mean, we've got guys starting at different numbers. Who knows what their motivation is going to be? They're already, just cashing huge checks this week, but if I'm looking at this objectively and I'm saying I've got Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau who are maybe in some of the best form of their life chasing a guy like Patrick Cantlay who can't possibly putt any better than he did last week. I mean, he literally can't. I do feel like he's going to get caught by at least one of these guys and perhaps even 2. So I'm going to pick Patrick Cantlay to finish 3rd. I think the putter will cool off enough. And I do think that especially Bryson, who, look, everything was clicking for Bryson outside of those short putts in the playoff and stuff. I think that, at least one of these guys are going to pick him. So I'm gonna it's a bit of a dark horse pick, really, to pick Cantlay to not win. I mean, he's got a 2-shot lead, but I'm going to say he finishes 3rd this week.
Okay, then let's go to the man he just knocked off. So that's Bryson DeChambeau, currently in 3rd, and I'm looking here, FedEx Cup rank, 3rd dude will start at 7 under. So where do you think he finishes?
Yeah, and look, I think there's going to be a lot of narratives surrounding Bryson in this course and stuff, and maybe he doesn't have the best record at the Tour Championship. I'm of the opinion that when the top players get going, this stuff just kind of flies out the door. Bryson, he made, before we hit the BMW Championship, where, he put in the 60, the round of 60, he obviously got himself in a position late Sunday where he probably should have won. Again, we won't revisit it, but Bryson is in really good form right now. He made 49 birdies in the 2 events before the BMW Championship. Now he shot a 60. This dude is absolutely clicking on all cylinders. He's going to be absolutely hungry for the win. I mean, all these guys are going to be hungry, but when you come off a devastating loss like that, an event you should have won, and then you get right back in the saddle. I just feel like Bryson is going to be going from the get-go here. He's only 3 back. This is the highest Bryson has ever gone into a Tour Championship, the closest he's ever been to the top. I think he gets it done. I think he wins this week.
Wow. Okay. John Rahm, he will start 1 spot behind DeChambeau, but he's at 6 under, so he will be 4 back Patrick Cantlay. Where does he finish? We know he's not going to win, of course, according to you.
That's right. He can't win because I've already handed out the winners on this year to Bryson. It's already been decided. We don't even need to do the tournament, Emerson.
All right,
go
great.
with my predictions.
Yeah, we're done.
Segment's
over.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Let's start talking about football. Look, John Rahm to me, God, we're talking about like the best players in the world here. So there's a good chance John Rahm makes me look like an idiot this week and does end up winning. But if you really revisit, this has been just an unfortunate sort of late summer for John Rahm. He was in such good form. The Open Championship, T3, he almost won his 2nd major in a row. Then he had the COVID layoff. He missed the Olympics, came back, looked hot. Then he just kind of ran out of gas last week. And it just makes me wonder, is this guy not quite peaking? Whereas you have guys like Bryson and Cantlay and Finau clearly peaking right now. He's starting 4 shots back. Like I said, I don't like the way he ended last week. Can he be in the mix? Absolutely. He's only 4 shots back. Rory McIlroy won this event 5 shots back 2 years ago. But with the way this guy ended last week and then the form of the top 3 players in front of him, I just think it's too much to ask. I'm just going to say that he finishes right around where he starts. I'm going to give him a 5th place finish. I think he's starting in 4th place. So I don't know. I guess he'll drop 1 spot.
Did you see, no, first off, do you watch Ted Lasso?
I do not. I do not have the Apple channel. I don't get paid enough. I mean, with all the salary going to you, Emerson, just don't leave enough.
It's just that John Rahm confirmed this past week that Dustin Johnson is the goldfish of the PGA Tour. Has the 10-second memory, so if something bad happens. It's the crickets. You don't need to roll that. It's a fact. I'm literally reporting the news because I'm the married man of an Emmy winner. Anywho, Colin Morikawa, currently 11th. Where does he finish?
Oh boy, yeah. This is and again, talking about tough finishes and guys who look like they're running out of gas here. I mean, Colin Morikawa kind of is like the poster boy for that right now. Now he's got. I don't want to say it's an excuse, but there is a reason for this. I mean, the dude, obviously had an injury a little bit. He's dealing with back stuff. He ended last week okay. He had an okay Sunday round, but nothing spectacular. Nothing even to nearly the form of the top 3 or 4 players in the FedEx Cup standings right now. Colin Morikawa is starting at 3 under. He's 7 back. I mean, this is an elite player. He's a top 5 player in the world right now. But with him just being slightly out of form, you've got to sit back and say, I mean, is he really even going to make a run this week? He's already in the Tour Championship. I know there's lots of money up for grabs. I'm just going to say that he probably treads water, give him a T15. I'm really not expecting much out of Morikawa. From a DFS perspective, if you want to get risky, Morikawa probably going to have a good shot of being very low owned because, again, people see this. I mean, the playoffs are all about momentum. Morikawa has none, and then he's been dealing with back stuff. So he'll probably be very low owned. But I'm going to pick him to just kind of tread water or maybe even, tread under the water a little bit with the T15 finish.
All right, last guy here we will talk about is a man you worship. He will start at 3 under. That is 7 back of Patrick Cantlay. That's going to be Louis Oosthuizen. So he's currently in 14th place. Where does he finish?
Louis, again, another player who he walked into last week. He had to skip the first playoff event. He had neck issues. Apparently, Louis could barely play golf on Wednesday before the tournament started. So for him to come up and put in like a 3rd round 64 and a final round 69, I mean, you actually look at the stats at Louis, 15 in strokes gain approach. I have a little bit more confidence. And again, Emerson is laid out. I do have a bias here, but I do have more confidence here in Louis showing up this week. I mean, he at least showed us something last week with that 64, I think. So I'm going to say Louis gets in the top 10. I think he's probably going to be a sneaky pick this week. People probably a little bit off him just because, again, with the withdrawal factor. But, these guys do have to finish the event here. I mean, there is a lot of money up for grabs. You get yourself into a top 5 position. We're talking, millions of dollars swing here. So I like Louis this week. I think that, again, I'm going to peg him for a top 10. He's starting at -3. I might even be so bold, Emerson, to say this guy maybe gets a sniff of the top 5, but we'll say a T8 for Louis this week. I think, again, there's more positive momentum here in the playoffs, as we know. All about that momentum.
What was his injury? Was it his back as well?
Apparently it was neck this time.
Okay.
It was neck. So it's usually either back or neck with Louis. Again, this is the guy who travels with his own custom-made bed by all reports. So maybe he made some adjustments to the bed at the BMW Championship, and that's what's helped him out. I don't really know. I don't have that kind of inside information. Wish I did, but all things considered, we got to go by what we see. And we saw Louis play much better on the weekend, and you got to think that neck is feeling at least a little bit better. So.
For sure. All right, everyone. Our Louis Oosthuizen insider, Jeff Ulrich. Please sit right there. We will bring in AJ Scholes for a fun little segment of NFL Spin Move right after this. The abbreviated NFL preseason is an official wrap, everybody. Real games that count start in a week and a half. That's when the Cowboys and the Buccaneers open up the regular season on Thursday night. My wife's incredible birthday. Can't wait for that, September 9th. Let's dive into some big storylines with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. It's NFL Spin Move, guys. You tell us, you tell the people watching how the following headlines will impact the upcoming fantasy season. Let's start with some terrible news for the Ravens here on Sunday as J.K. Dobbins has reportedly suffered a season-ending torn ACL injury. What's the fantasy impact on this team, Jeff?
I mean, for Baltimore just as a team and like for the rest of the fantasy pieces on Baltimore, I really don't think the impact is it's like nothing. I mean, they have a pretty good depth at running back already in Justice Hill and Gus Edwards. Gus Edwards, a guy we've seen just slide right in there with Lamar Jackson, and everything is simple. I mean, the Baltimore Ravens offense, when it comes down to it, is simple. This isn't a team that's going to be slinging it downfield 60 times a game. And if they are, they're having a really bad day because this is a team that ultimately wants to pound the ball. They've got another, inside the tackles guy in Gus Edwards coming right back behind J.K. Dobbins, and Justice Hill can certainly slot in a little bit as well. Ultimately, this offense is all about Lamar Jackson being able to just move the sticks with his feet and just take the offense off guard. None of that is going to change with Gus Edwards. Is it going to have an impact from fantasy? Sure. Gus Edwards bump him up a little bit, but all things considered, nothing is really going to change for Baltimore.
AJ, Gus Edwards here more than capable of taking over the starting duties and performing well in fantasy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I totally agree with Jeff here. Look, Lamar Jackson's going to get his rushing opportunities, his touches, regardless of who's behind him in the backfield there. So I'm totally on board with Jeff. I don't think this changes anything here. And yes, Gus Edwards, 723 yards last year, 6 touchdowns. I would expect a lot more out of him this year. So from that standpoint, a huge bump for him. And really the other guy that I kind of like here is Tyson Williams. I think could see more passing opportunities, a few more targets, third down opportunities, that sort of thing. But yeah, ultimately it's the Lamar Jackson show. Gus Edwards, the clear beneficiary for the added touches.
AJ, the narrative around Jackson, though, that he needs to take like a significant step forward as a passer, do you feel that's overblown?
I do. I totally do. I think you get you move the sticks however you move the sticks. Now, obviously, if there's a lot of hits, it leads to injuries, and that's always the storyline, right, with why a guy can't run the ball. So I think, maybe he needs to play a little safer, slide once in a while here. But overall, I think they need to generate offense the way that they can best do that, and that's with him running the football.
Yeah, Jeff, and he's done it with some pretty middling receiving help over the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lamar Jackson from a fantasy perspective really doesn't, we don't really care if he passes the ball more because, again, the one thing that the Dobbins injury might do, it might even lead to like a little bit more Lamar Jackson running. Not that he wasn't going to run a ton with Dobbins, but Dobbins was a little bit younger player, maybe a little bit more explosive. So you could say this is the injury might actually be good for Lamar Jackson because he's just gonna, if anything, psychologically, he might even say, "Oh, I got to do more." But from a performance perspective for the Ravens, I actually am of the opinion that, until Lamar Jackson develops a little bit more of a pocket presence and just becomes a little bit better downfield passer, I don't really think that you're going to see this team take the next step. You don't really have to go back too far in history. I mean, we just don't see these rushing quarterbacks win championships. I mean, Colin Kaepernick is like the one guy who was able to get his team on a nice run there with San Francisco. They obviously didn't close the door, but could Lamar Jackson do that with the Ravens? Well, if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen in the next couple of years because rushing quarterbacks, another thing we know with a guy like Cam Newton, they don't have a long shelf life. So I'm of the opinion that, until the Ravens develop this passing offense a little bit, they're probably going to be stuck in mud just in terms of where they go in the playoffs.
Okay, AJ, we got another injury here. Not as bad, though. We got Colts wide receiver T.Y. Hilton reportedly being evaluated for like an upper back or neck injury. His timetable has not yet been determined. If T.Y. misses some time, who gets a bump in DFS for the Colts at receiver?
Well, yeah, so update on that from RotoWire here. He is going to miss some games. Frank Wright wasn't really clear on that in terms of how many. But we know for sure it won't be week one. Obviously, Michael Pittman becomes the number one guy, but he was going to get opportunities regardless, I think. For me, Paris Campbell is the more intriguing option to look at here. He'll likely be lining up in the slot, which could create some mismatches and some problems for opposing defenses given his speed, although injuries have been a concern for him in the past, so whether or not he can stay healthy is a big question mark for him. But as long as he does, I like the speed. I like the fact that he'll be lining up in the slot. And I think he's a guy that I'm going to target most as a fantasy uptick here in Indy with Hilton out however many games he's out.
Yeah, Jeff, I feel like there's not a ton of proven wide receiver talent behind T.Y.
No, there isn't, obviously. I mean, if you look at their depth chart, I mean, it's a little bit, frightening, quite frankly, if you're a Colts fan, and also, I mean, their tight end depth really isn't thrilling either. So the pass catching role in the Colts is a concern right now. I don't mind the Paris Campbell call at all. I mean, I would not pay a high premium because, as AJ mentioned, Campbell has not really played much football the last 2 years, and he's really injury prone. The talent is there from his college days where he was like a hybrid wide receiver running back in a lot of ways as well. So I don't mind that at all. Take him in the late half of drafts. But for me, this is all about Michael Pittman. I like Michael Pittman as a sleeper before this T.Y. Hilton news. And I'm a little bit confounded why people aren't quite jumping on the train. His ADP really hasn't shot up much from this news. This is a player who, if you look at the last half of the Colts season, you saw a wide receiver one in waiting. This was their ex-receiver, the guy who made the big catches on the sidelines, was starting to take over, was starting to play good against number one cornerbacks. He's a big wide receiver as well. He can body players out. I think Michael Pittman is a wide receiver in waiting. I've thought that since basically he was drafted by the Colts. I really like the draft pick, and I feel like he's probably the best value at wide receiver right now. As you mentioned, where else are the targets going to go? I think that Michael Pittman right now is completely in the role of a potential league winner, especially with this T.Y. Hilton news. So a player I can't be higher on right now.
Jeff, this has been a preseason from hell for the Colts. How much does this hurt Carson Wentz, who's already literally physically hurting?
Yeah, and I mean, this does go into the Michael Pittman stuff too. The Colts O-line is now banged up. The quarterback situation, they lost Sam Ehlinger, their third stringer, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but my God, like with their injury, they need all the bodies they can get out there. I think this actually helps a guy like Michael Pittman because I think the Colts season is they're kind of on the precipice right now. They're like one more injury away here from potentially just folding at the knees, it feels like. And that's good for a guy like Pittman because it just means they're going to be behind more, throwing more. And even if it is Jacob Eason out there, that's fine. As long as we're getting the targets, I feel like all this news, it's not great for the Colts long term. It's good for Michael Pittman because now he doesn't have T.Y. and he's got a team who maybe isn't going to be as strong as we thought.
This kind of feels like Wentz may be a guy you want to steer clear of, AJ. Yay or nay?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And for me, I actually think Jonathan Taylor's stock goes up a little bit here. You know, you've got one less target. If teams are double covering, Pittman here, do you really have other options? So they might have to go a little more run heavy than they were anticipating, on top of the fact that Carson Wentz was injured. So I think Jonathan Taylor's stock actually benefits a little bit from this as well, as they could go a little bit more run heavy. As Jeff said, if they get behind in games, obviously that's not going to be the case, but they could also line Taylor up out wide as a receiving option. You mentioned kind of the weak wide receiver core. He's certainly capable of catching passes. We've seen him do that in the past. So for me, I like Jonathan Taylor's stock even more with this news.
Alrighty, AJ, who is, as we look ahead now to the NFL preseason, just wrapping up, like big picture here, what are your takeaways from the final week of the exhibition slate? Not the whole preseason, just the week 3.
Yeah, for me, the most intriguing thing that I saw, at least, was the 2 QB shuffle in San Francisco. You know, we've seen this, several times over the years, and realistically, we have to wonder how long it's going to last, right? You know, we had Taysom Hill, saw some success with it last year, but I kind of want to see what this carries over into week 1 in terms of, Jimmy G and the 49ers running backs, all of whom in DFS, I'm probably going to fade week 1 just because I want to know how much are we going to see Trey Lance? And those opportunities he gets, are they passing opportunities that he's taken away from Jimmy G? Are they going to have him run the ball, something like that, so where it's, taking away from running back touches as well? So I was really intrigued by that, and I'm curious to see what that carries into the regular season, and has me kind of holding off on that 49ers offense until we know more.
I was going to say, I don't know if the chances of that actually working an entire season are very strong and positive.
Agreed. But I we got to see what sort of touches there are for sure.
Yeah. Jeff, your biggest takeaway from the final week of the exhibition slate?
Yeah, the San Francisco offense definitely going to be intriguing. I mean, from a rushing perspective, there could be some big totals there, especially in weaker matchups. Got Detroit week 1, by the way. My biggest takeaway is just the performance of these rookie QBs. I really feel like, again, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, even Zach Wilson, these guys, and Mac Jones too. I mean, these guys have all just been, they just look really good. They look ready to step in. And it's not just from a real life perspective. Maybe their teams don't do that good, but like we're here talking on a fantasy show for obviously a DraftKings and the sportsbook and stuff like that. These are guys you need to pay attention to right off the bat in week 1 of DFS. Trevor Lawrence looked phenomenal. I think he's a guy who's going to run a little bit more than people think. Justin Fields, okay, maybe we don't see him week 1, but eventually he'll get in there. And when he does, I mean, he was running in the preseason. We just talked about Trey Lance. So for me, it's been all about the rookie QBs. It's as advertised. This is one of the strongest QB classes we've ever seen, in my opinion. Don't sleep on these guys from week 1. If they're out there, if they're starting, if they've got a good matchup and they're cheap, DraftKings wise, you're probably going to want to take a shot with him.
All Trevor Lawrence needed to know that he was the guy, that he was the true QB1.
Once you got the big mustache out of there, I mean, the confidence level just rose. The Gardner Minshew is just, his presence alone was just eating into the confidence. So good to see, Trevor Lawrence not have to deal with that shadow anymore.
Yeah, who wouldn't feel emotionally threatened by a man wearing jorts with a mustache who lives in an RV down by the river? Anywho, AJ, someone who impressed you in that preseason, the entire preseason, that you think could have a bigger impact in DFS than you expected before the preseason started?
Well, maybe I was just a little too high on Drew Lock being able to get the starting job in the Mile High City, but I wasn't sold on Teddy Bridgewater, being guaranteed the week 1 starting job. And I think he's done enough here to earn that. They named him the week 1 starter. I think that's well earned. And that's one where if the matchup is right, he'll be on a short leash. I think if he stumbles, we'll see Drew Lock sooner rather than later. But, week 1 against the Giants, this is a great matchup to use Teddy Bridgewater. Week 2 as well. So he was one player I didn't necessarily have in my, watch list for week 1 because I wasn't sure he was going to be the starter. And now that he has earned that job, I think he's a good play to utilize and probably have a low drafted percentage in my opinion.
And AJ, don't you feel like offensively, like the personnel, they collectively take a step forward here in like fantasy potential with Bridgewater under center compared to Locke?
Absolutely, yeah. And so, yeah, throughout the team, I think you can look more at their wide receivers, look more at their running backs here, because Bridgewater is more of an established commodity and has been around the league longer, and you kind of know what you're getting out of him.
All right, Jeff, someone who impressed you in the preseason that you think could have a bigger impact in DFS than you originally thought?
Yeah, I mean, let's go with two players. First of all, from this last week, Raheem Mostert in this San Francisco 49ers offense with Trey Lance opening up the field. This guy could just go absolutely nuts. And he may not even be like among the league leader in targets. Going to be a great DFS play in a lot of matchups, I think, especially week 1 against Detroit. The guy who really impressed me, though, if we're just taking like the conglomeration of the preseason, Corey Davis, the New York Jets. This guy was used in every single different situation in Zach Wilson's final lead-up start for the New York Jets. And again, we want to take usage clues and like guys snap counts. We look at things like snap counts, but Davis was so impressive from the fact that not only was he out there getting targets with Zach Wilson, but he was being moved around the field. He was being used on short passes. He was being used down the field. He was being used like a team would use their wide receiver one. This is a former first-round overall draft pick. The Jets committed a lot of money to him. They have a deep receiving core, and we weren't really sure how this is going to work out, but I think the Jets showed their hand in week 2. I think Corey Davis is going to get a lot of targets this year. He is currently going very, very low. I mentioned Michael Pittman being maybe my favorite undervalued target. Corey Davis is easily 2, right behind Pittman. So Corey Davis for me was a big eye-opener during this preseason.
Yeah, he's looking to build off that momentum of last year with the Jets. The rare fourth-year breakout. Thanks for that answer there, Kenny. Now let's flip to the last question here. Is there someone you had high hopes for entering the preseason that didn't exactly perform as expected, Jeff?
Okay, well, I'm just dealing with that blow you just dealt me there for a sec, so just let me get my win back. Yeah. Look, this one is probably going to be obvious. I mean, hopefully I'm not stealing from AJ here, but Jamar Chase is like the obvious answer here. I mean, we got a guy taken in the top 10 of the draft. Not only do we have to deal with poor performance and drops and all this stuff, but we got off the field stuff now. This is just like a dumpster fire being thrown into another dumpster fire so far for the Cincinnati Bengals. He dropped his only screen pass from Joe Burrow in the preseason opener. Like the one pass, the Bengals just like, let's just get Joe Burrow one 1-yard pass out here. And Jamar Chase just shows up and drops the ball. Either Jamar Chase is currently just like playing the biggest rope-a-dope here, and his because I'm not the only one seeing this and knows this, and his draft value is going to fall. He's going to be like the steal because, look, he's a very young player. He's got elite talent. Or this is just going to be a dumpster fire all season long. We've got like another John Ross situation on our hands for the Bengals. So, take your pick. I'm of the opinion that we probably shouldn't read too much into this, but for right now, he's been the most disappointing player by far because I think most people expected this guy to just waltz into a number 1 wide receiver role for Cincy.
All right, how about you, AJ?
For me, some of it has to be controlled by expectations, and from that standpoint, Jordan Love, I think, was the most disappointing player in the preseason. Jeff mentioned all the rookie QBs that did great. I know Jordan Love's not necessarily in that same rookie class, but this most recent game, interception, fumble. Yeah, the completion percentage was fine, 12 of 18, some decent yards. But this is a guy that they're saying is going to be the heir apparent. We're considering, getting rid of Rodgers because we're so high on Jordan Love, right? And he did not do enough, in my opinion, to warrant that, that level of confidence. And so it's very clear why the Packers needed Aaron Rodgers back. And honestly, from a fan standpoint of that team, I think it goes to show we should figure out a way to keep Aaron Rodgers long term.
100%.
I don't see it out of Jordan Love here.
Yeah.
Sign Jordy Nelson. Get Donald Driver. Let's start the GoFundMe, AJ.
They made huge.
I'm all on that train, but yeah, I mean, I was unimpressed by Jordan Love's preseason performance.
Yeah, they made the huge mistake weeks ago releasing Blake Bortles. So the future savior of their franchise is now out and about. But I agree with you. Jordan Love's preseason shows the Packers need to commit to Aaron Rodgers past 2021, AJ. All right, guys, that's it. Great work. Appreciate you. Which baseball bets our panel recommends you guys and gals to chase is coming up next. All right, everybody, this is the final block of this potentially award-winning show. Let's cover the baseball bases now with DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and Mr. Kenny Ducey. Your favorite DK Sportsbook plays. So, first base. Kenny, which favorite are you backing tonight?
I am backing the Houston Astros at the relatively cheap price of -155. Yes, they are on the road, but they are playing the Seattle Mariners, team that is really just struggling at this juncture in the season. 20th in WRC Plus in August. The Astros just continue to hit the baseball. They've got one of the hottest hitters in the league in Yordan Alvarez, and Luis Garcia coming off a fantastic performance against the Kansas City Royals, a high strikeout upside type of guy. And the Seattle Mariners have been punching out a whole lot at the plate. I think this is a pretty good price to pay on the Houston Astros, and I would probably slate them as a little bit bigger favorites. They went through a little bit of a lull here, but coming in here against the Seattle Mariners, Chris Flexen, he's shown that maybe he's a little human over the last few starts. You have to deal with the xERA being a little bit higher than ERA. So I think that there's just a lot working against Seattle, and I like Houston as a medium short favorite.
Okay, Matt, favorite you are backing tonight?
So there's been a decent amount of line movement in this Phillies-Nationals game towards Washington. I think the Phillies were as high as -170 or 180, and now it's 150. I think the expectation is that JT Realmuto, who hurt his ankle, and Didi Gregorius, who I think is on paternity leave, the expectation is that they both won't play. So if they're both in the lineup somehow, I think the Phillies are too short of a price there, but they both could be out, so that kind of makes this moot, and then the line probably is just fair. So in that scenario, I think that my favorite on the slate is the Brewers, who just have such a significant pitching advantage with Corbin Burns going up against Johnny Cueto. And I think the Giants are just kind of overvalued. This has burned me all year because the Giants are so far ahead of expectations, and now they have Chris Bryant on their team. But I still think that this is an overvalued team generally. So even at home, I think the Brewers should be a bit more than the -140 that they are now.
Matty, we will head to second base now. Which underdog are you backing?
We're still waiting on news here, but if Shohei Ohtani is on the mound for the Angels, I like them a decent amount against the Yankees at +125. I don't think Kluber will be available to pitch for that long in this game. The Yankees bullpen has struggled a bit, and they're especially reliant on Jonathan Loaisiga lately, who pitched yesterday. He doesn't generally pitch he doesn't pitch back-to-back days. That isn't a thing he's done recently at all. So the bullpen could be a little weaker, but this is more about how the line right now is kind of just guessing as to who the pitcher is. And if it's not Ohtani, we'll see this line go up dramatically where the Yankees are much bigger favorites. But I think if Ohtani is the pitcher tonight, we'll see this at closer to pick'em. So +125, I think, is a value, assuming that Shohei Ohtani is the pitcher for the Angels.
All right, Deuce, which underdog do you like?
Yeah, let's get down on the Atlanta Braves at +180. This is kind of crazy because when you think about the way that the things have crumbled for the Los Angeles Dodgers against left-handed pitching. Yes, Drew Smyly on the hill, and he's not the guy that inspires the most confidence, but the Braves did bring him in, for a reason, because he showed some sort of life in his peripherals. And, when you look at this matchup again, the Braves, as Matt mentioned, the Giants, they did just take 2 of 3 from the Giants. I tend to believe that was impressive. Maybe they didn't beat the best team in baseball, but look, their offense is really heating up. I think that there's a lot to be said for it. And Julio Urias has just been a little bit inconsistent. They have a lot of right-handed bats now that can mash lefties. And I think that's where this line comes from. Atlanta all season long, not good against lefties, but at the deadline, they got plenty of right-handed power bats. Jorge Soler's heating up as well. So I think that the Braves should be getting a little more love here.
Third base, favorite run line back. Kenny, you're up first.
Yeah, I'm going to go back to another dog. I'm going to go with the Arizona Diamondbacks, +1.5. My food has arrived. Chris Paddock is pitching for the San Diego Padres. When you look at this matchup, Tyler Gilbert, he obviously broke out onto the scene in dramatic fashion. But the Padres over the last 2 weeks have actually been the worst team in baseball, judging by WRC Plus. And over the course of the month, they haven't been very good either. They're down in 26. This is an offense that is really bad. Apparently wrong answer, right? This is an offense that's been real bad. And so, look, nothing. We got all the sorts of things going on in the background here. Let's thank the
Thanks,
delivery
everybody.
guy.
Hey, shout out to the delivery guy. Hey, ask him what he
Anyway,
thinks.
yes, the Diamondbacks should keep things close here. They've been hitting the ball okay, so I like them.
What'd you order? What food?
The Mexican grill that makes the world go around.
Oh, delicious. Most excellent. All right, Matt, what do you think? Favorite run line bet?
Yeah, I don't think I have as much excitement going on here, but the Orioles in general we mentioned on the DFS segment, I think are just generally undervalued. So it's a bit of a reach probably to want to take them on the money line. I do think the run line here makes some sense for them, +1.5 at +140. It's just that Robbie Ray's been so good lately that the line does seem inflated, both in terms of the total and then also the money line, which has moved up quite a bit since it opened at around -300. It's moved about 30 cents. So I think that the Orioles just across the board provide a little bit of value here. It's a bit safer to go with the run line, that they keep this game close. But this is just more about fading the recent performance of a pitcher who is generally inconsistent, but is coming off 2 of his best starts of the year. So I think the Orioles could score some runs here and keep the game close.
Take us home, Maddie. Favorite game total on the slate?
I think both of these will kind of need to wait to see lineups, but I like the over in the Atlanta-LA game if Max Muncy plays. Like, the difference between Will Smith and Austin Barnes is significant, so Will Smith being in is better for run scoring. But the Muncy versus Pujols dynamic, I think, is the most important thing with this Dodgers lineup. Pujols tends to just be in there because of the platoon advantage, but I think the Dodgers are smart enough to know that Smiley is not your typical lefty, so with a more neutral split, they may just keep Muncy in there. And then I do like the over for that game because I just think both offenses are a little bit undervalued based on their recent performance, especially the Dodgers, who have struggled to hit lately. And then the other one, I think the under in the Colorado-Texas game, especially if Trevor Story's leg injury keeps him out of the lineup. But I think those offenses just overachieved a bit recently. The Rockies are outside of Coors Field, so should be a lower scoring game, I think, than the 8.5 total implies.
All right, Kenny, it's time for you to taco about it.
Yeah, I like another over here. I don't know if this counts as the night slate. It's a 640 game, but the over 9 in the Reds-Cardinals game, you got John Lester, who don't know how he still has a job, and Luis Castillo pitching. Both of these offenses in August, top 10 in most offensive metrics. You've got the Cardinals coming in at 5th in WRC plus in this month, and the St. Louis Cardinals, right? They should be able to get to Luis Castillo. I know he's improved drastically. The velocity's come back on the fastball. He had a terrible start to the year, great finish, but he's shown in recent starts he's human. He's not unbeatable. Look at the other side with John Lester. The amount of players on the Cincinnati Reds that have insane numbers against John Lester. I mean, Genie Suarez has 6 homers in his career against John Lester. He's hitting 372 off him. These guys know John Lester. They can rake John Lester, and I don't think that this is a very good spot to take an under. I think there should be plenty of runs scored, and I think it's going to soar over the total.
Matt, thank you. Kenny, my Bay Rito. Go enjoy your food, and please tell your dog Harlow we said hello. No, stop hitting the crickets button. We have 6 games on
I hit the crickets button, actually.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't shock me at all, negative Nancy. We have 6 games on this Madden slate today. 3-man boots across the board as our final 2 days with live commentating is coming your way. It's going to be emotional. Let the tears flow, everybody. Let the laughs laugh, and that's it. Titans at the Bills. Glash Christian Brandon is next.
Well, here we go again. Good news, still here, despite having over 100 likes. So thanks, everyone. Kenny Ducey, Brandon Cristal, I'm Adam Kaufman. Of course, this is the ramp up to the end of Sims with commentary, not the end of Sims period, but with commentary. Today, tomorrow, we got you 6 Sims per day and a whole lot of action planned for tomorrow night. And then, of course, we vanish into things like the sweat and the slate. So fellas, how are we? I'm excited to have the two of you together.
Yeah, good to be here. You know, getting the A team back together plus Kenny.
Of course.
Sure. So, for one last rodeo, because I think tomorrow. Well, Christian and I switched tomorrow, so I'm on the 2 Eastern sim as well because when cuts are in for the NFL, so I got to deal with Broncos cuts at 4 Eastern.
Yeah, that
So
must
I'm
be
on
hard.
the-
Must
I'm
be a
on
lot
the
of good
2
Broncos
Eastern.
players getting cut. So many
I
big
doubt it.
names. So many big names getting cut for the Broncos. So much talent
Yeah,
on that
well,
roster. They're gonna have to cut somebody, right?
They might. I mean, you know, it's still
Yeah.
just my job to cover them, so I'm gonna keep
Mhm.
doing my job because I like checks
Yeah.
and
me too.
my kids like to eat.
Well, there's
I
a
mean,
lot of kids.
I do have a lot of kids.
I do like checks also. That's why I'm here with you, BK.
Yeah, I just think it's funny that Kenny treats me like a Broncos fan. I'm not a Broncos fan, dude. I'm a Cowboys fan by nature, although they disappoint me plenty also.
Yeah, I actually like the Cowboys.
Well, they won 3 Super Bowls in my lifetime. The Jets made the playoffs 3 times in your lifetime?
Yeah, they have. They went to back-to-back AFC Championship games
Oh, right.
with a quarterback that didn't
Franchise.
even stay in the lead. Just the league.
The
Yep.
Sanchez. He's a really good analyst, so I'm a big Mark Sanchez.
He was a really
fan.
good quarterback for a few years.
Mark had too many intangibles and not enough.
The Jets, I think that because the Jets had one really bad year, people think that this is like the Browns. This
One
is a
really
team that's
bad
had
year?
a lot of great success. Yeah, one really bad year. They have
In the
not
last
been,
year?
They have not been that bad in my life. They've never been a 2-win team ever. That's the first time it's ever happened since I've been alive.
All right.
And I think it's incredibly short-sighted and it's lacking nuance that people will just make this team out to be the Cincinnati Bengals or the Cleveland Browns when they had one bad year. I mean, again, you can look through the franchise history. I guess technically since I was born, they had a 1-win season in '96, but it has been.
They got Keyshawn after that, so that's good.
Yeah, it's been it's been. There's been plenty of great seasons. There was, of course, the 2015 season when Ryan Fitzpatrick blew it in Week 17. They should have made the playoffs that year, and that was a great year for them. Despite the fact they had no quarterback, they still won 10 games. I mean, if you win 10 games with Ryan Fitzpatrick, you're doing something right. But there is, of course, the natural limitation of Ryan Fitzpatrick flying too fast, realizing that he's flying, and it's like that, whatever, the fable in the Bible, right?
We're both Jewish.
Yeah, exactly. With I forget which apostle walking on water, and then as soon as he realizes he's walking on water, he's like, oh my goodness, and then he sinks, and then it's like,
he sinks. Sure.
right. It's the same thing with Fitzpatrick. It's like he can just, on blind faith, just absolutely fly by the seat of his pants, win a bunch of games.
That's
And then
Peter,
as soon
right?
as he realizes,
Peter's the apostle that walked on water.
I don't know. I'm
Well,
not Jewish,
again.
but I don't know. I
Well,
think
right.
that it's one of those scenarios where as soon as you put Ryan Fitzpatrick in a position where he's like, oh boy, I mean, the pressure's on me now. I got to win this game, big game. He's always going to lose it.
Yeah, so that doesn't bode well for the Washington football team this year.
I
Cobb,
know,
how are you doing?
I'm great. I'm just enjoying the show like everybody else. Feeling real good.
I feel the same way about the football team this year. It's a shame because I like the football team a lot. I want to see them. I want to see them prosper this year, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure about Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Look, Ulrich's got Washington as the East winner.
I mean, I
love far-fetched.
I loved the football team last year.
He's all about your football team there.
No one's in on the Giants yet. Philly is going to be a dumpster fire with
Why,
Jalen
Rossi's
why,
in on the
Hurts.
Giants.
why would people be in
Rossi's
on the
a Giants
Giants?
guy.
Why would people be in on the Giants?
Yeah,
I
they
guess, I mean,
shouldn't
like,
be yet.
How
Is everyone
explain
just
to me
choosing
how
to
that
have
explain
someone?
to me how
Because
that's
I've
not
got the
worst.
Cowboys. I'm taking the Cowboys to win the
Explain
division.
to me how the Giants
Okay.
aren't the worst team in that division.
Because the Eagles are.
Why?
Jalen Hurts.
They have he's better than Daniel
Clearly, you're
Jones.
not familiar with
So-
Minshew Mania, BK.
He's so good they just traded for Minshew.
That doesn't mean that he's better than not better than Daniel Jones. The Giants
they
should
might
have
both be
drafted.
better than
The
Daniel
Giants
Jones.
should have drafted a new quarterback, and they didn't. That doesn't make it just
I
because
think-
one organization's stubborn and stuck up and running on their Super Bowls that they fluked into doesn't mean that they made a good move by not bringing in a quarterback to back up Daniel Jones or perhaps replace him. I think any GM with a brain would have done that.
I think the jury's definitely out on Daniel Jones, and I'm certainly not a Daniel Jones fan or apologist. If he turns out to be good for him. But I do think that they've got an interesting roster, and I'm a Joe Judge fan for now. Maybe I'm just a victim of listening to him on a podcast. And I don't think what's the coach's name? Not Perriani. What's the coach's name? The new coach in Philly.
I was gonna say,
The new
did you
coach
talk
in
about
Philly.
Jason
What's his
Garrett?
name? No,
I don't know.
Jason Garrett has his limitations too. Although I think he's probably a better play caller than head coach. But no, what's the new head coach in Philly's name? Why can I not think of his name? Nick Sirianni. I don't know. He's gonna have to have some better press conferences to win me over.
Andrew in the chat. I do see the chat, folks.
I don't.
Appreciate you. Andrew says, please turn off the sim and show Kenny and BK. Hey, you know what? It's the talk show. It's the podcast everybody's been waiting for.
Well, the funny thing is Kenny and I have this lighthearted banner, but Kenny, you know that Rossi, I guess, really doesn't like you, and I found that out last week.
I mean, it makes perfect sense.
What is this?
It does make perfect sense, but Rossi's just coming at you one after another, and I was like, he's not listening right now. He's not in the chat. Save this for when you're on.
Well, he'll never be on with me again. And what is this, by the way? Drew Brees running on 2nd and 22 and picking up 11 yards. That was ridiculous. Rossi just doesn't share the same opinions as me on football. That's it. He thinks that I grilled him on. He said, well, Daniel Jones is going to take that 3rd-year leap. And I was like, what makes you think that? And he was like, well, Josh Allen did it. And I was like, all right, well, that doesn't mean that Daniel Jones is going to do it. Does that mean that every quarterback who goes into their 3rd year in the NFL makes this monumental leap? If anything, it's more of a reason to hate Josh Allen because he basically, now he's putting the pressure on every single 3rd-year quarterback is going to be expected to make that type of leap to MVP contention. And he just has incredible tools, right? Playing in a good system, big arm, big body. That is so not Daniel Jones. He's not the same player at all. It's unfair to wish, it's fair to wish, but it's unfair to put that pressure on Daniel Jones to be really good or even just to expect him to be really good this year.
BK, you see Abby Rizzle in the chat? It says, BK, that's so high school. Stop acting like one of the kids you coach with all this gossip. Touchdown, Alvin Kamara.
Not gossip. It's on the record. He was on air saying, sharing his disdain for you, Kenny.
Sure.
You guys make lineups, by the way?
Yeah.
Oh, I did.
I'd love to hear them.
I don't have Kamara captain. I captained Traquan Smith. Kind of boom or bust.
I like that, BK.
Well, I appreciate that. I have Traquan, who obviously has had a good run here of late for these New Orleans Saints. By the way, for real, thoughts and prayers out to anybody that has family, friends, or is it from New Orleans and listening to us right now inexplicably, but maybe just want to escape. I mean, over 1 million people without power in the greater New Orleans area. It's pretty rough down there right now. But the rest of my lineup I'm in 61st. So Traquan, Kamara, Michael Thomas, Joe Burrow, Joe Mixon, Will Lutz. And Joe Mixon was more of a hat tip to the time he beat you in overtime, and I beat you straight up, Coughlin, when I was doing that sim from that hotel lobby.
Yes, of course.
The Arizona.
Look, we're at that stage of the sims where you got to have throwbacks.
Sure.
Throwbacks, callbacks.
Yeah, that's why we got our A-team shirts on.
That's right. Straight out the quarter break.
What baseball
Tried and
jersey
true.
you wearing?
What's that?
What baseball jersey are you wearing? Robert Redford in the natural?
No. I actually rocked that. I think on the last sim I was on yesterday.
Oh, really?
I guess it was Friday. Yeah, we're doing a little Knights action. I got Jared Cook captain, by the way, about 8% owned in our Mad Matinee. The couldn't leave without one more BK
8%
Kenny
captain.
sim, could ya?
8% captain.
8% captain, yeah. About 44% owned overall. Alvin Kamara, who is, of course, extremely chalky. Basically, you got to have him today. Seems like it anyway. 86% owned, 31% the captain spot. Also have Michael Thomas, AJ Green, who I'm a little back and forth on, but I went with him. Manny Sanders, BK, as I like to call him, and it's your boy, Tyler Boyd, is in that lineup as well.
All right. Well,
All right.
in my captain spot, I have instruction manual Sanders with the $9,600 in the captain spot. I saved a lot of money there. 35% owned, as you mentioned. Then I went through some of the usual suspects. Kamara, Traquan Smith, one of my favorite plays in every New Orleans sim. Jared Cook, John Ross, the third, because I am the third, so I have to do it. Nearly picked. Gio Bernard. I think I said Jared Cook already. So
I considered Gio. I was kind of between. Gio was one of the guys that I was contemplating when I rostered AJ Green. So I get it. I get the appeal.
Well, yeah. Apparently, you don't get it that much because you didn't roster.
Well, I get it. I just didn't. I wasn't loyal to it. I'll give you that.
21st.
Well,
How high are you drafting Kamara in fantasy draft?
106 for me.
How high are you drafting Kamara in fantasy draft?
You better not be asking me. You asking me?
Or Koff, you can answer it.
Haven't we already talked about this on the podcast or on the
podcast? So
Haven't we already talked about this
podcast? Is that what you're telling me?
I thought we already touched on this extensively.
Well, maybe we have different listeners here right now. How do you
Especially
feel
me
about
and BK? I mean, awfully. I don't think you can feel good at all. Here's the thing. It's very, in my eyes, it's very unlikely that Jameis Winston starts 17 games. I think that they're absolutely going to give Taysom Hill a chance to start. And even if, first of all, like last year, I don't like Taysom Hill, and everyone knows I don't like the Saints, but he wasn't terrible as a starter. He wasn't as good as Drew Brees, but he was fine. I mean, they were in a lot of games because of him. He won some games. I think
they beat Kendall Hinton and Philip Lindsay at quarterback here in Denver, so he has that win.
That's right. That was such a meme game. But no, I mean, look, they're going to give him a chance. Okay, I know that everyone talks about how the deal is fully voidable after this year, et cetera, but they are paying him a lot of money this year. And I do think that they're going to give him a chance to start. And I also don't think that Jameis Winston, because he made a few nice throws in a preseason game against a backup defense, is going to be, run away with this job. Like, I think that he's going to have struggles, and they're going to go to Taysom Hill. Anyway, even if you say, okay, Taysom Hill starts 5-6 games, whatever, like that's still 5 or 6 games where you don't get Alvin Kamara. Like, I mean, he was pretty much non-existent when he was not involved in that offense at all when Taysom Hill was the quarterback. So I don't know if you can in good conscience really draft him that high just with that lingering doubt in your mind. I feel like that any day Jameis could be stripped of his starting job, and then you're stuck with Kamara in an offense where he's not going to get the ball. So I don't know. I think that there's just like, I'd rather have Dalvin Cook and Christian McCaffrey. I draft Alvin Kamara mid first round, like 5th or 6th, but I don't know if I'm like really excited about him.
The lack of Michael
passing,
Thomas.
by the way, for Breeze, a touchdown. Kamara on the ground. The only points in this game is 14 rushing. He does have a dozen in the air. 23 for Traquan Smith on his 2 catches to lead this game. Please continue.
That's why he's my captain. The lack
Here
of Michael
BK.
Thomas.
Rocking for you.
Oh, nice.
18.
Here we go.
18, baby. There it is. It's a good looking shirt. It's a nice shirt.
The lack of Michael Thomas would concern me more about Jameis than Kamara not being productive because Jameis is out there. You dig inside Jameis's numbers, and while we know about the interceptions, he still threw 120 against 88. Not great. It's almost 1.3 to 1, right? But he had 2 4,000-yard seasons, of 5,000-yard seasons, 33 touchdowns in that 5,000-yard season to go to 30 INTs. And with Sean Payton getting to spend a year behind Drew Brees, I think I'm more bullish on Jameis than maybe I have been publicly, just kind of spending a little time thinking
why
about.
BK? Because he had a really nice preseason
game. Because Sean Payton's one of the 3 best play callers in football.
Didn't help Taysom Hill last year.
No, because Taysom Hill, you have to game things up because Taysom Hill's not a real NFL quarterback.
Did you pause your video, by the way, or are you just?
No, I think it's just lagging. No, look, Jameis, you don't accidentally win the Heisman You don't accidentally throw for 4,000 yards and 5,000 yards.
Oh my gosh. Chris
The
Winkie
Taysom
won the
Hill stuff-
Heisman. Who cares about the Heisman? This guy was drafted number 1. He's had his chance, and he didn't come through. We know
What
who
about
he
Steve
is.
Young? Did Steve Young in Tampa? Did you write him off after Tampa? Because I thought he was good in San Francisco. That's
I wasn't
most
alive.
in the Hall of Fame.
I wasn't alive.
Well,
I
just
didn't
you're
write
not alive.
anybody
You also weren't
off.
alive. You also weren't alive when the Beatles came out, but you know who the Beatles are. So
I
Steve
know
Young
who
was
Stan- but you can't accuse me of not writing off Stevie Young or
No,
writing
I'm-
off Stevie Young when I wasn't
it's
alive
more
to
of a-
do it.
It's
I
more
mean, it might have
of
been
a figure
alive. I
of
don't know. It's
speech,
probably
Kenny.
in diapers.
You were not. It's more of a
I
figure
didn't
of
have takes
speech.
yet.
No, it's less about your takes and more about a guy's career isn't defined by where they start. It can be. It can
I'm not
evolve.
saying
It can
he
change.
can't be good, but I don't think that I'm ready to just immediately be like, yeah, this guy's going to turn it around because he's got a lot of talent. Like it just hasn't. Look, it hasn't led him anywhere so far.
Yeah, just some okay numbers and a bunch of tough losses or bad losses with a team that was obviously pretty good because Tom Brady came in and won a Super Bowl with mostly that same team.
So then that would lead me to believe that Jameis Winston's really not good if he couldn't win with the same roster.
Yeah, although maybe a little football rehab and some Sean Payton love. We'll see. I don't know.
How'd
I
that
also
work?
can't
How'd
tell
that
if
work for
Kenny's
Teddy
sandbagging.
Bridgewater?
Well, he got a $60 million contract and started in Carolina, and now he's starting in Denver. So,
Yeah, but he sucks.
well, he sucked in Carolina.
He
that's for
sucked
sure.
everywhere. And before the injury, he was fantastic. At
He was not
Louisville,
fantastic. Before the injury, he had 14
In Minnesota,
touchdowns 2
he
years
was
in a row.
good.
Good, not fantastic. You go to the Pro Bowl, they were a field
Right,
goal
well,
away
now
from the
he
NFC
sucks.
title game.
I don't.
Well,
I mean,
in New
good
Orleans
for
with
him
Sean
for getting
Payton-
paid, but he sucks.
But hang on. In New Orleans, he said, how did Sean Payton work out? He went 5-0, threw 9 touchdowns and 2 picks. So over 16 games, that's 28 touchdowns and 7 picks. And 17
But
games,
he
that's
didn't play
30
16
touchdowns.
games.
I played 5, but you
Yeah,
can
you
only
can't
go with what you've
project
done,
out
right?
his 16 games. You can't.
That's
I mean,
how averages work.
Drew Lock
That's how-
was
that's
amazing
how-
for his first 3 games, and then how to work out year 2.
Right, but Drew Lock stayed in the same place with the same players and different coaching offensive coordinator. I mean, it was a disaster in Carolina. Talking to people on both sides of the ball, and I've had the ability to do both and talk to people a little closer.
Sure
That
you
Matt
have.
Rule was out of his depth, and the Matt Rule Joe Brady marriage, it was taking some time getting used to, and Matt overruling Joe Brady and the owner hating Teddy Bridgewater and Christian McCaffrey playing in 3 games. I imagine if Christian McCaffrey plays in 16 games, Teddy's a little better. Now, I don't know if he's a 30-plus touchdown guy, but he's got weapons around him now to at least – he won't have any excuses this year to not be that.
I just don't. I like wish that Jake Locker didn't retire, because that's a type like this guy Teddy Bridgewater has gotten. This is his 4th chance. Really, this is his 4th different
First
team.
chance,
This will
his
be
knee
his
exploded,
4th chance. No, he had a chance in Carolina,
Yeah, except the
and he
owner
had a
got
chance
rid
in
of
New
him.
Orleans.
Well, what was his chance in New Orleans? Because Drew Brees didn't retire when he became an unrestricted free agent. So they weren't.
Yeah,
they
but
gave all that
come on,
money to Taysom
They
Hill.
weren't planning on Drew Brees being their quarterback for 4 years. If they thought, oh boy, this guy's good enough to, we need to have him as our starting quarterback.
Yeah, I don't know.
They would have kept him in the system, but no, it's because he's just like another replacement level quarterback. It is very mediocre, and I don't understand why people like this keep getting chances. He's gonna be 29 this year, and people still talk about Teddy Bridgewater like he's the guy that went in the first round to Minnesota back 7 years ago, and that's just not who he is
I'll say
anymore.
this. I'll say this. I'll draft Jameis Winston before I draft Teddy Bridgewater.
Okay.
I don't know where I'm drafting either of them. I don't know where I'm drafting either of them. So,
Probably not drafting either of them.
do we know our spots in this draft Thursday?
No.
I also
that-
don't get. I also don't get. By the way,
Sounds like something should be emailed though, not tweeted.
I don't understand. It should be emailed.
That's league
I don't
business.
understand why these he gets a million chances. Where is Marcus Mariota's next chance? Why is no team being like, yeah, we need to get this guy in and give him another chance? He didn't even play poorly enough to really lose his job in Tennessee. He just got outplayed by Ryan Tannehill, but it wasn't like he was
He
so
didn't get
bad that
outplayed.
they
No,
needed to
he didn't get
remove him. He got
outplayed.
hurt.
No,
and-
he didn't get hurt. The Broncos held him to 0 to a 0 passer rating.
That's right. The almighty Broncos ended Marcus Mariota's career. Never start him again. That's right.
I'm not saying he doesn't deserve a second chance. I'm not an NFL GM to give him one. And
but
he chose to re-sign with the Raiders.
Why is
Ask
this
the
guy
32
getting a
GMs.
fifth
I don't
chance
know.
and Marcus Mariota can't get a second?
I don't know. Again, you're going to have to ask George Payton, the Broncos GM, or the Carolina head coach last year, and Matt Rule, who made the call, or the Saints.
RG3 is only going to be 2 years older in what is going to be this. He would be his age 31 season this year. Teddy Bridgewater, age 29 season. Yet we still talk about Bridgewater like he's got all this potential, like he might, good. Like we had the sweat this morning. We're talking about Teddy Bridgewater's a big upgrade over Drew Lock.
Yeah, Bridgewater didn't suffer a career-altering injury. I'm not saying
he absolutely did.
He did, and he definitely did. He definitely did.
All right, well, fine, but not to the. I don't know. Not
but
to
he
the
played his
degree
game.
that
His
RG3
game is
did.
different. No, his game is different, and RG3 relied on his legs so much.
That's a better way to put it.
He had a big injury. He's almost as old. And I mean, but we talk about RG3 like, oh, because he came out of college. Maybe he was younger when he came out of college. Like,
no, they're both 20.
RG3 like he's this old guy.
They were the same age.
Huh?
They were the same age. They were both 20 when they came out.
Right. So,
RG3. Look, he was in Baltimore. Lamar Jackson goes down, and he doesn't do much in the one game that Lamar missed or whatever it was, or maybe he didn't even go down. Maybe it was COVID, whatever. But RG3 had chances to continue to be a backup. I can't speak for all 32 GMs. I only know what people tell me, and that's that they still think Teddy has upside, and they like his leadership, and he throws a good enough ball, and he's got certainly weapons this year. There's Michael Thomas. How did he miss that?
Oh, Jared Cook?
Touchdown. My captain, Jared Cook.
There you go. I got Jared Cook in the cut.
Yeah, baby.
I do not.
That's what I'm talking about.
But I feel like you're getting mad at us, like we're Jameis's or
right.
Teddy Bridgewater's agent.
I am.
Neither of us are.
You're right. I am. I think that there's. I don't know. I really wish, like I said, that a guy like Jake Locker hadn't retired, because he would be on his fourth team by now.
But again, Jake Locker, for whatever reason, chose to retire. I imagine
because he wanted to save his body. But
okay.
There's guys like that are he was exciting, out of college, and people thought the world of him, and that's the type of guy that he definitely, if he didn't decide to retire early, he would have bounced around to a few more teams. He would have gotten a few more chances. I just see, we talk about quarterback like it's this, it's so difficult to have a quarterback, and it's so difficult to earn a job. But there's so many mediocre quarterbacks getting jobs and getting starting gigs, and it's shocking to me, really. I don't like the Jets, for example, right? They could do. How is Josh Johnson the best they could do as their third string quarterback, or their quote unquote veteran backup as they still develop James Morgan? I don't get what the selection process in the NFL is as to which backup quarterback you're going to go to. Why does Geno Smith stick around, but then a guy like Blake Bortles doesn't? Or, you know what I mean? To your point, it's definitely, BK, it's definitely about locker room guys. That has a lot to do with it. But I mean, ability-wise, if you're going to try to develop someone to potentially take over in the event of an injury, I just feel like you could do a lot better than some of the guys that we keep on these rosters.
Yeah, you make an interesting argument that I don't know how we can really dissect beyond agreeing with you, and not because we are in a hurry to agree with you or disagree with you. It's just that guys take the pass they take. Colin Kaepernick could probably still be in the league if he chose not to walk away from the game, right? There's guys that can keep playing. Odds are Drew Brees, if he still wanted to be a quarterback, might still have a job, whether it's New Orleans or somewhere else. We know Phillip Rivers could have a job if he wanted one, but he wants to coach high school football. So at some point, whether it's a guy that's 24 years old or however old Jake Locker was, or a guy that's, closing in on 40 like Phillip Rivers, guys call it a career, and usually it's because their body's letting them down, but every now and then it's just because they're ready to move on. Andrew Luck's maybe the best example. We know that he could still physically be an elite quarterback. He was extremely beat up his first 8 years, or his 8 years in the league, or whatever it was, but he just doesn't want to be, and that's going to be everyone's choice. So RG3 could be on a roster right now. Instead, he's working for Fox as an analyst.
Did you see our guy in this game who's looked real good, by the way? Indescribably good, almost. Drew Brees. He was asked by Michaels and Collinsworth the other night if You know, if a team's in contention, not in contention, it'd be too early in the year, but if there's a good team and early November, the quarterback goes down, they need somebody, would you do it? Would you come back? And he didn't all the way say no. I mean, I am among those that does believe he's retired, but he.
I think the game retired him. Look at how he played in that last game against the Bucs. He just doesn't look the same.
Yeah, he just kind of, he deflected a little bit.
Yeah.
They tried to put him and Phillip Rivers sort of in that same conversation.
I don't know the type of team that would want him, but it'd be hard to at least not kick the tires on he and Phillip Rivers in November when the high school football season's over in Alabama. Yeah. If you're close, if you're a team that's already got 7, 8, 9 wins at that point, you've only lost a game or two, and you've got a ready-made roster. I know this, the Colts probably are bummed Sam Ehlinger's hurt right now with Carson Wentz heading to the COVID list.
Bry guy asking if the Saints still have the rights to him or no. I think
he's unrestricted.
His contract was up. Yeah.
No, unrestricted.
Okay. He's out.
I'll double check that, but I think that was the last year of his deal. And they didn't franchise him. So he is a free agent.
BK, Ducey, Koff, Tarlin Asak, TL, our producer, or TA, as Kenny likes to, or Tasic, yeah. Bry Guy, Chickpot, Bry Guy on the 1s and 2s through 7s.
What if Tom Brady went down?
Bert Bobo in ops.
What if Tom Brady went down and Tampa's like, hey, we would love to have you.
I was about to give that exact example, and then I didn't because, one, heaven forbid that should happen to our guy Tommy, and two, I mean, I don't know, like
our guy.
He's still New England's own, even if he's in Tampa, and could Breeze do that to Peyton? Could Breeze really return in the division?
Well, it depends on where the Saints are. If the Saints are, let's say the Saints are 6-10, or 3-10, and the Bucs are 10-3, and Brady sprains his knee or tears his other MCL and has to actually sit. That's a different deal than if they're battling.
Was there some friction there between Peyton?
No, I don't
and
think
Drew Brees, or am I imagining that?
No, I don't think so. So in February, Drew reduced his salary from 25 to 1.075. That cleared $23 million in cap space, and made them able to release him. So for release purposes, they released him, and then on March 14th, he retired from professional football. But again, that paperwork is mostly just for your pension. Like when people talk about, he hadn't filed his paperwork, all that does is start the clock on when 5 years later you can get your full pension. And when you're Drew Brees and you have a couple $100 million and you're now probably making at least $10 million, give or take, from NBC.
Not so concerned about.
He's not worried about the pension, as much as other older players might be, or even young players.
Cristobal. Brady doesn't need legs to play. That's right. He's all brain out there on the field. 2nd and 10. Breeze, another completion. He is steady today. Timeout on the field. 14-0 Saints.
Seems like he picked up a bunch of stuff from Steady Teddy Bridgewater in their time together on this sim. You know who's not doing good? Joe Mixon.
Michael Thomas.
Where are you drafting Michael Thomas? It's a tricky one.
Kenny?
I mean, I don't like drafting him. I don't like him.
Fundamentally, you're anti-Michael Thomas.
I mean, how many
him.
Team leagues are we talking about? Because that's obviously a big part of it.
I've never owned Michael Thomas, and I don't see why I need to. Especially this year. Where's he going, ADP? Let's see. Going 27th. I'll say this. If I have the choice down here of, you look at who's going at, you got Odell Beckham going 26, Michael Thomas 27, Kenny Golladay 28, T. Higgins 29, Juju Smith-Schuster 30, Jerry Jeudy 31.
Did you say Michael Thomas you have at 27?
That's the ADP, yeah. He's going 27th off the board.
Where are you looking?
The same place you're looking, Fantasy Pros.
27.
I'm looking at Fantasy Pros and seeing him at 111.
That's different.
Well, that's overall. I'm saying 27th, the 27th wide receiver off the board.
I'm seeing him at 47th wide receiver off the board.
Let me ask you this. If you're in a keeper league, like I am in a couple of different leagues, but one where you just go up a round, don't you maybe overdraft Michael Thomas, assuming he's healthy? At some point this year, you're stashing him, but by next year, all of a sudden you're getting a guy, whether he's back in New Orleans or say he goes to Tampa, right, or wherever. He goes wherever Aaron Rodgers lands, something like that. And then you're getting a guy with top 3 round value in the 8th round.
I mean, I just never.
Because it's not the ACL stash, right? The torn ACL stash that you'll do. And my basketball league's actually banned. If a guy's got a torn ACL, you cannot draft him. Or if you can, you don't get to keep him. Like if they come back, great.
I mean, I get it. I don't know. I've never owned him, and I've never been the biggest Michael Thomas guy. Is that Tanner's jersey?
Oh, you bet it is, huh? Chico's bail bonds.
Let's be honest. If there's anybody that's Tanner of the DK Sim fam, it's Kenny. He should have a Tanner jersey.
I don't know what that means.
Go watch Bad News Bears. It's good.
Go watch Bad News Bears. You ever seen Bad News Bears?
I've actually only seen the reboot. I haven't seen the original yet.
Much more politically correct.
Well, I will say
Really, Bob Thornton?
I'm taking all the receivers down by where Michael Thomas is going. I hate them all. Okay. Is that okay? Is that politically correct? I hate them all. Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, 25 and 24 respectively. No thanks. Odell Beckham, catch rate.
That one-handed catch?
Catch rate in the toilet, 50% from Baker Mayfield. No, not at all. You have to be. You have to pay me to draft Odell Beckham. Look, I mean, Odell Beckham. If Odell Beckham falls, right? Like there is always a point where you want. Like there's always a price, right? Like on any of these guys. Sure. Like I'm obviously not going to pass on Michael Thomas in like the 10th round or something, But I'm just saying, like around all these receivers, hate Odell, hate Jamar, hate Higgins. I mean, Ayuk even. I'm still very skeptical of the 49ers passing situation. DJ Moore, even I'm a Darnold guy, but I don't know if I necessarily trust him. I think
I'm getting DJ Moore in the 14th round or 15th round.
I think Juju,
so that feels like good value.
I mean, he's going above Ayuk and Higgins and Chase.
So in the 15th round, that's going to be pretty good value.
Anyway,
around
here, I like Jerry Jeudy, who's going wide receiver 31, and I like both Steelers guys, Claypool and Smith-Schuster, with probably an edge to Juju. I know that last year Claypool was the exciting guy, and Juju kind of got lost in the shuffle. But he's been he's Ben's most relied on receiver. He throws to him in the red zone, which is really big, and he gets a ton of targets. I like both those guys. So. I mean, yeah, in that regard, I'm fading Kenny Golladay. I'm fading Michael Thomas.
Isn't Golladay hurt right now?
Huh?
Isn't Golladay banged up right now?
I mean, he's always hurt. That's the point. He's probably not gonna play more than like 12 games for the Giants, and he's got a bad quarterback, IMO, throwing him the football.
Hitting us with the IMO, huh? Going all shorthand.
Yeah, we have to read that text from you. Read that statement.
Guru says I'm more like Coach Buttermaker.
Yeah, I could see that.
I haven't watched that movie in so long.
And Tara Lynn Tatum O'Neal, whatever her character's name was.
Which kind of have to be, right? Like by default.
Sure.
Hey, smash that like, would you? We're almost at 150. Love to see it. Can we get to 200? Hit the like button. Hit the subscribe button if you're watching on the YouTube, as right around 400
What are you, Rossi?
He took that from me. Get out of here with that nonsense.
Wow.
We did get over 100 likes last sim, so that was going to give Glash a green light to murder you, Coffee.
That's what I hear
tomorrow. So keep your head on the swivel.
Yeah, gonna keep the porch door locked is what I'm gonna do. Hit the like, hit the subscribe button. If you're watching on Twitch, twitch.tv/DraftKings, give us a follow there. We greatly appreciate it. You will continue to get notifications, obviously, when we go live with our programming, the Sweat, the Slate, other things that we have planned come the NFL season. Also want to mention, tomorrow night, BK just alluded to it, we got a fun night planned for you. You're going to hear from not everybody, but most people that have been part of your lives during the last 18 months of calling Sims. Unfortunately, our guy Kenny, while invited, is unable to make it. We will not
Some
have
other drafts going on, bud.
No, I'll be at the U.S. Open.
Over at the U.S. Open. We will not have Buchanan. We will not have Garion. We will not have Chirag.
Kenny, you can jump on from the U.S. Open, dude. It's tennis. Just step away for a second.
I already told people I would zoom in.
I'll tell you, Kenny. Maybe I'll FaceTime you. You got an iPhone? You got FaceTime? Maybe
No.
I'll FaceTime you in at one point.
I don't have an iPhone. I will just join the Zoom call. I'll ask
won't
to see if I can
FaceTime
get
you.
it unlocked, and I'll join it.
You're going to have to reach out to the powers that be. But people that you will hear from, in addition to, Glash and I, who will be with you all night, you will have, obviously, Emerson. You will have Julian Edlow. Felix will be coming by. Ben Zwyman. How about Benny Bandana?
Why is he Felix again?
It'd be good to see him. Why is he Felix? I'll tell you that in a second. Reed T. Fowler. Sweet T will be, believe it or not, popping onto another sim one last time. TL and Bry Guy, of course, will both be here. They will be coming from behind the scenes on camera. I say that because obviously they are producing and technically directing this sim right here. Jason Rossi, babysitter Billy Delaney, Moose, Jeff Ulrich, of course, Christian DeAndrea. BK will certainly be there. Zach Thompson. You'll have Matt Lamarca wearing his finest of Lamarcas. Tom Carroll. I don't think I missed anyone. You'll have a fun group ahead tomorrow night, and I hope everybody will be here hanging out with us. The Edlow thing, this shortest version of that story is we had an old boss who, at the time that Julian started with us contributing, for whatever reason, he could never remember his name. And he just started calling him Felix. Why that was easier for him to remember, I don't know. And he no longer works with us, for us, anything like that. And so I'm really I'm the hanger-on of the Felix thing. Most people have let that die, and I just won't, because it still makes me laugh. It wouldn't, like, if he had just picked like Tom, it wouldn't be funny. But
Also, because we
Felix
have
is
a
just
million
such an
Toms
unusual
here.
choice.
We do have a lot of Toms.
We got a lot of Toms, many Toms.
Have you guys come up with? Is your team name? It's just a damn cough, man.
I think that's what I'm going to roll with.
What alliteration does Yahoo use for you, Kenny? Because K doesn't have Kenny's killer team. Is that what it was?
I guess so.
Probably not a lot of other K adjectives out there.
Yeah, it's weird they do that, but I guess what the heck.
Mine was Brandon's best team. And
Fidelis,
I
no Cincinnati Pat with us tomorrow night.
I'll come up with the name.
This just in from Jeff Duncan, who covers the Saints for the New Orleans Time-Picayune, NOLA.com, says no major structural damage to the dome. So that's good for when they do play football games there. I don't know. I haven't checked the Saints schedule to find out if they're home week 1, week 2. I think they play the Packers week 1. Do we know where that game is?
Off the top of my head, no. The internet could tell us.
Sure. 50-50 shot. It's either in Green Bay or in New Orleans. I feel like it's in Green Bay. I feel like it's in Green Bay.
I'm with you on that.
I think it's in Green Bay, but that's fine.
I don't know what to anticipate tomorrow night, other than strong emotions, folks. I don't know if it's 6 people talking all at once, if that's going to get a little too much, or if everyone's going to
Packers
enjoy
at
it.
Saints. Packers at Saints week 1. So in New Orleans, September 12th. We'll see how that goes.
Kamara stopped at the 7, has 59 on the ground, 3rd and 4 coming, looking for the first points of the third quarter. Still 14-0. Nolans. I can promise you we'll be with you as much as we are able to be with you tomorrow night. And then Flash and I will just sit down and
Flash spending the night?
I mean, that depends how many soda pops he has after the dim sign off, I guess.
Don't want him to drive home and be unsafe.
That's right.
Plus, you don't go to bed when your wife or kids go to bed anyway. You stay up hours and hours later.
So many hours. He's always welcome. Give him a sleeping bag on the porch, and he can.
Are you caught up on Ted Lasso? Because I'm not.
Completely. Yeah.
I am not.
They didn't make another Jets joke though. They do make a lot of Jets jokes on that.
There have been a couple. Yeah.
I'm not caught up, so just don't. Let's not.
I will spoil nothing. Nothing. Although what's funny about that show is we got a field goal, 17-0. It's not really a show you can spoil, right? I mean, I guess there are like the occasional plot points that are, significant enough, but even then it's not like, oh, this is a spoiler. Like usually they foreshadow what they're gonna do in most cases.
Yeah, it doesn't blow your mind.
Yeah. It's what makes that show so good, or it's the writing, it's the acting, it's the characters, but it's not necessarily the plot, if I'm saying that the right way.
Yeah, I'm with you. Can we do a buy stream trash today? Because why not?
We're running out of time.
Yeah, we're running out of time, and this is a very boring sim. Thanks to the Bengals.
Yeah, third quarter break, we'll do it. In fact, we will take your buy stream trashes. If anybody has them in the chat, remember, it doesn't have to be movies or people or TV shows or sports. It could be anything. Anything. We'll get into it. Joker says Michael Rappaport, Spice Adams, and Eric Winalda cameos tomorrow. I don't know that that's in the works, but it's a fun idea.
Sure.
Certainly, those are some of the more high-profile people that have joined us.
Wait, what?
Maybe get Ross Tucker.
Wait, what?
Those people have joined us?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've been on Sims.
Who?
Spice Adams, Winalda.
They were on Sims with us?
Yeah.
Well, with Koff.
Spice Adams, Michael Rappaport.
Like with a cameo situation?
Michael Rappaport did an entire sim with Emerson.
Did he refrain from using profanity?
I think he managed to. I was with Zolak for a sim. Scott Zolak, former Patriots quarterback, current analyst. You had Spice Adams for an entire sim with Glash.
Oh, Zolak made headlines.
He did.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Because of the sim?
No.
What do you say?
You can refer to TMZ for those details.
Check out my names, though.
Not good headlines.
Yeah, it's a bummer. No, apologize
Tom
for
says
comments.
they'll finally have Raheem on the stream tomorrow. Man, I wish I could tell you that was coming. If that does happen, that'll be a surprise to me.
See who his agent is.
Raheem Mostert.
Yeah.
Raheem
nice
the stream.
Rolodex of agents. Reach out, see if he's busy now that preseason's over. Hop on for a sim real quick.
Every team is just having kind of a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Fumble! Bengals in touchdown.
Wow.
Bengals are like Pedro Serrano. Like, I'll do it myself.
Yeah, pretty much.
Defense.
J-Dub, yeah, that's right, Bright Guy. Twitch streamer.
There.
I knew about J-Dub.
Yeah, a lot of those bigger names that I mentioned were, last summer, in north of a year ago at this point.
Oh boy. I think his arm was down, Koff.
Let's see.
Yeah, ground caused the fumble.
Oh yeah, he's definitely down. That's going to come back. You're right. Where are you guys sitting in the standings? I'm 24th, just behind Lindenbaum.
I am 8th.
Oh, there you go.
I'm in 7th,
baby.
I'm in 7th.
No, you're not.
Oh, 79th. I only read the first number.
Sports Guru's in front. Lord Silverman sitting in second place right now. Must be calling for the buy stream trash. What's weird about so a lot of people are writing buy stream trash things in the chat right now, but they're not giving out options. They're just saying something they'd buy, something they'd stream, and something they'd trash. That's not how the game works.
We can re-rank theirs, I guess.
I guess. There was one about betting. Ryan, there are sims all day tomorrow. 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10 Eastern time, and some special plans for tomorrow night. However, if you are new to the news, The Sims will live on without commentary
for now.
Wednesday, September 1st. The commentary has been paused.
Maybe forever, but we hope.
For the official announcement. Andrew asks if Emerson's on tomorrow. He will be part of tomorrow night. In addition to that, for the very first time, the three people who have really been at it from the very beginning. Me, Glash, and Emerson will be together for an entire sim at noon tomorrow. We've never done that. So looking forward to it. A nice way to kick off the last day. So do be with us for that by all means.
You guys are going to be,
with us.
all three of us will be in this exact same time slot tomorrow.
Barring any changes from you.
Barring any
Yeah,
changes.
I might have. I'm not even joking. I might have to pull out, BK. I don't know if I could do two with you.
All right, you do what you got to do, bud.
I'm gonna look for DVDs. You guys do what you're doing.
Oh,
I was gonna consider asking for a Switch actually, and making this my last sim, but I was like, oh well, I'll do one more sim with Christian.
Yeah.
And Cough, but if it's just gonna be the same people again,
I get it.
All right. No, I get it too. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is a favorite of mine. For Love of the Game, Kevin
Never seen
Costner.
John C. Reilly is a catch.
Never seen it. Seen it.
Oh, you'd like it. Date Night.
Oh, I actually
Tina Fey.
have seen it. It was good.
Yeah. Mark Wahlberg briefly. And how about Last Boy Scout?
No, definitely have not seen that.
Bruce
One.
Willis,
Oh, you should.
David Wayans. It's on Netflix right now. Actually, you could check it out.
Yeah. Last
So
Boy Scout.
how are we ranking those? Last Boy Scout, For Love of the Game, Date Night. What do we think, people?
You want me to go first?
Please.
I'm buying Last Boy Scout.
Okay.
I am streaming Date Night because I had plenty of laughs, and I'm probably trashing For Love of the Game. It's definitely a distant third on the Costner baseball movie hierarchy. So
I agree with that.
In and of itself, if I'm like, oh, I want to sit through a Costner baseball movie, I'm going to pick that one last. The flashbacks in the middle of the game, it's a little too much. It felt over directed.
It's funny. I like those.
And Kelly Preston pulling over on the side of a highway, it doesn't seem believable.
What, that movie didn't feel realistic to you?
Yeah, The Perfect Game by a 40-year-old, sure, no problem. But,
Yeah. You get
sorry,
past-
spoiler alert, Kenny.
All right, I'll buy.
Says, 3 movies you don't rewatch. Yes, go ahead, Kenny.
I'll buy Date Night because I've seen it and I liked it.
Okay.
And then I'll stream For the Love of the Game just because it's a sports movie and I feel like I would like it.
Yeah.
Now, whatever the other one was, I'm just gonna trash that.
Last Boy Scout, he's holding a football on the cover, Kenny. Come on, we're sitting here talking football. Damon Wayans, he's holding a football.
Not interested. No, I'm not interested.
Oh boy, you're missing out. It's a guilty pleasure by any standard. Most entertaining, says Owen Gleiberman of Entertainment Weekly.
Yeah, I don't think so.
This is a tough one. This is because these are all kind of on even footing in my eyes. I think I'm gonna buy Last Boy Scout because I just love those two. I think I'm going to stream For Love of the Game, and I'm gonna trash Date Night. But I'm not gonna.
Wow.
I'm not gonna feel good about it.
Freaking
Really
wow,
like it.
dude. Wow.
I know.
You don't know.
Fry Guy. Here's a classic buy stream trash. Groceries, rivers, garbage.
Is Rivers like
this
people
guy?
named Rivers?
This guy. I think I'm gonna buy some groceries. Tara Lynn's ready for drama. Buy stream trash Simland talent.
I got one for you.
All right, you know what? If you want to wake up and choose chaos, Tara Lynn, we're here for you. But we need 3 candidates.
So no. Everyone gets to. So you guys get to ask me a BST, and then me and BK get to ask you a BST, and then me and you get to ask BK a BST. How about that?
In general, or if
the best one I could come up with
for Simland announcer. So yeah.
So
So
I
you
give.
have to-
So
you have to
all
throw
right.
3 names.
So I would give you, Kenny. This is how this works. So I give you.
You and BK can choose 3 people for buy stream trash for me.
Do they have to be people that are specifically sim announcers, or you know what? If they've ever announced a sim, they count.
Yeah,
those are the
that's
rules.
right.
So Winalda and
Okay,
Rappaport count.
So that's right. So I'm giving Kenny.
Oh, no. You can't do that. You can't
Yes, I can.
Michael Rappaport. No, he's
No,
always
I'm not doing that.
I'm going to trash Michael Rappaport every time.
No, I'm not doing that.
Even fun. Okay.
I'm giving Kenny, as we're early in the fourth quarter. All right, this could be fun. Kenny's buy stream trash of Simland announcers is BK, Jason Rossi, Steve Buchanan.
Okay, so I was hoping that you'd give me something fun like that. So
could I have done that any better, or is that like the best trio I could give you?
I don't know what Kenny and Buttes' interaction is like.
I don't think that you could have done it.
With whether real or manufactured.
I think that you could have picked some better guys.
Well, because you could have picked Christian too, maybe, because last time he goes, "Oh wait, I'm switching with you tomorrow, which means I don't have to work with Ducey. I'm in."
Yeah, exactly.
Was the exact quote on air.
I thought that was the direction you were going to go.
Christian, but I didn't think Christian would be a better candidate than any of the three that I mentioned.
Me, Rossi, and Christian, I think is a more of a Sophie's choice.
BK also gets a say. So, okay, BK, Rossi, Christian. I'm going to,
mind you, you've already ranked me 12th in our power rankings before our fantasy draft. When our great friend Tara Lynn said, "Yes, I'm making a lineup." When asked if she's
I'm gonna
draft.
trash.
You rated me lower than her. So.
Yeah, okay.
That's fine.
That's cool. I'm gonna trash. I'm gonna trash Rossi.
It seems about right.
Yeah, didn't like all those things that he said about me. I didn't like hearing about that, but also, just don't like that he stacks kickers. I don't like that that's his thing. He's
thinks Mike Tomlin's a bad coach.
Misleading the public, some bad takes. I'm going to stream Christian. I don't like that he takes play-by-play away from me sometimes, but
let's do that.
But Christian's a very smart guy. I really like his takes. We disagree on some football stuff, but in general, very knowledgeable, genius of marketing, which I told him to his face, and then he decided to be mean to me anyway. And I buy BK. I enjoy working with BK a lot. He's a smart guy, and I do like that I do rivalries with people and on the Sims, and they're never serious. So I like that BK has been very. He's let a lot of this roll off his shoulder, and it's great because obviously it's all for the people out there. And no, I mean, like I didn't put you last because I think that you don't know football. I put you last because I didn't think your full heart was going to be in this league, BK.
Oh, no.
I think that you're going to be very busy,
as long as it's for money.
You're going to end up checking your other teams, and like this is going to come last. And I don't know if I don't know. It feels just like you're going to be busy. So that's why I thought that realistically, you
just because I have 3 drafts at the same time on Thursday.
Yeah, that's not a big
deal. Overlap. I guess the middle one overlaps. No, I guess
Corey in the chat says I don't like that Rossi likes people so much. You can't trust a person like that.
Exactly.
Yeah, he does like a lot of people. There's no
likes
question.
A lot of people.
Except for and he even qualifies his dislike of Mike Tomlin. He just wants him fired from the Steelers, but he doesn't think he's a bad coach. Like, well, he wins 10 games every year. So it's hard to get fired when you do that in the NFL.
So how does this work now? Is Ducey supposed to give you one and then you give me one, or vice versa? Who's next?
Well, so you gave Ducey one. So yeah, Ducey will give me one and I'll give you one.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna give
Thanks for buying me out of that trio.
You're welcome.
Yeah, it's not because you're here or anything.
No.
No, it actually is. Sorry, it actually is not. Yeah. All right, so I think that BK and I should tag team this. So I think Glass should be one.
I think. Oh, you're asking me. So then it's got to be Glash, Koff, and Emerson, the 3 top line guys.
But Koff can't by himself.
No, you're giving it to me. You and Koff are giving this to me, and I'm.
I thought we were giving one to Koff right now.
No,
because I just gave you one, so you're giving him one, and then he's giving me one. I thought that's what we were doing in the interest of time.
So you should give me though Adam, Koff, and Glash. I mean Adam, Emerson, and Glash.
Sure.
No.
You don't want me to rank Koff, Glash, and Emerson?
Me?
No, you give
How many
me
free spots?
Oh.
And Christian.
Okay. I'm buying Tommy because we're pals after hanging out at the Hall of Fame, and I like his positivity, and no one ever really doesn't have a good time working with him. I'm streaming Kenny because it's can't miss TV sometimes, if you will, or entertainment. You never know what he's going to say, like that you should draft a tackle before a quarterback, which is bonkers. And then I'm trashing Christian kind of for the same reasons. Not that he steps on me, and Christian and I work together fine, but I definitely hear it, and he did it with Glash right as I was coming. I got on the sim late last game, and he's giving all the highlights and the stats, and I'm like, well, that's Glash's thing. Like, you're taking his thing away from him.
He just kind of does the whole broadcast at times. Like he'll do both roles. You know what I mean? For like 2 minutes.
Which is different than the way Kenny and I do it, where we just keep talking, but it has nothing to do with what's going on in the game.
Ignore the game altogether.
Yes, we're just ignoring the game. We're just doing a talk show. But or Koff, who asks super long questions, makes his answer to it, then asks it again, which I also have been known to do. So
Yep. Oh, very true.
That's how I'm doing it. So Tommy, the slight edge over Kenny.
Oh, I've moved into the top 10 with the AJ Green touchdown, by the way. All right, so now
I think I'm 8th.
you must be.
I was third.
You
now
were third.
16th.
I saw you were third. Yeah, you're 16 now.
Okay, so we have to come up with one for Koff. And I was going to still do Koff, Glash, and Emerson.
Well, Glash has to be one.
I don't think I'm supposed to be one of my own.
Probably not. So then I guess it's you, Emerson, or Jesse. I mean,
no,
Emerson, Glash, and Jesse.
Well, Jesse's never done a sim.
Yeah.
Wow.
Jesse's out. You could do me.
Okay. Yeah.
No, you were already part of 2 of these.
Yeah, you have been part of 2. Okay, fine.
What about Christian?
Is there any originality here?
What about Koff works with Christian a lot?
I work with everyone a lot.
Christian has also been part of 2 of these. How about Bry Guy? He's on here. Let's make him feel bad or good, depending on how.
Right, so what do we have here?
Bry Guy, Terrelin, Glash.
Oh, jeez.
That's a good one.
So was it Bry Guy, TL, and Glash?
Be ready to do play-by-play on the last part of the game, Kenny, because they may just cut Koff's feed after this.
Yeah, that's right. Boy. Okay. Well,
as on-air co-workers, not as their great work behind the scenes. Which
this is specific to Simland. I'm not. Yeah, there's no production abilities or anything like that taken into account. This is. I don't know. I don't know what I'm ranking this on. I don't have a basis. Bert says, "Do the ops team." Never. Love the ops team. Everyone, all of you. Equally.
They're all on the A team.
I'm saying. I guess I'd have to buy Glash, right? Because I mean, he's a staple. He was the 2020 DK Madden cover boy or whatever that was. And he's come to my house to do porches on my sim. I mean, that's extra effort kind of stuff. He even came dressed up with a bunch of DVDs to play mock buy stream trash last time.
Wait, so you're putting Glash ahead of Terrelin and Bry Guy?
Yeah, I'm going to buy Glash. Wait, you think I was going to take the easy way out, buy one of them, stream one of them, and trash Glash? No, he may be calling for likes to murder me, but I'm a nice guy. I'm going to buy Glash. I hope you're out there listening, you jerk. How about...
I think the murder was all in good fun.
I don't think that sentence has ever been uttered.
Jokey murder.
I think the murder was all in good fun.
Don't take it so seriously. It's just a murder.
That reminds me. Well, I don't know. It's TV related, but I still hesitate to say it here, so I won't. But I'll tell you off air because it's a pretty funny thing. If anyone watched the History of Comedy CNN special, you may know what I'm talking about. I will. Let's see. Darylin. Yeah, by the guy who's talking about murdering you on YouTube. Well, it's not like he has an alibi at this point. I think I'm going to stream... TL. I think I'm going to stream TL.
Bry guy.
I think I'm going to trash Bry guy and trash chick pot.
90 seconds left. Can you be ready to do play-by-play? I won't step on your calls when coughs volume and
trash me. You won't. 17-7. Sorry, Bry guy. We had a good run. I look forward to seeing you at the wiffle ball tournament.
So then tomorrow, when we're here together again, especially if we get as riveting a sim, are we going to put together as many combinations, 2 announcer combinations, and rank them? Maybe we can do it as a bracket.
Yeah, we
let
can
everybody.
Yeah, we buy stream trash combos. I like that. That could be a fun little send off. We can include some of the people of Sims past too, like Reed T. Fowler, who's coming up next. Felix, Bukes, Gare Bear, Tinderlake. You can get him in. Greg Ehrenberg. Whole bunch of different people could be involved in this. Could be fun. Hit the like, would you? Not a lot of offense in this one.
The Bengals and Giants just executed a trade, sending defensive lineman B.J. Hill from New York to Cincy. Former first-rounder Billy Price, who tore his pec doing the bench press at the combine, right in front of, 300 of us. Still a first-round pick, but not for the Bengals. He is now, I guess, going to be the starting center. You don't trade for a guy to just be a backup, I wouldn't think.
You wouldn't think.
So there you go. Billy Price, new center in New York. Going to be Daniel Jones' protector.
Juicy, are you getting emotional at all, pal? Because I know you're not part of tomorrow night, as we mentioned. So I mean,
he'll be here tomorrow
this,
afternoon.
Why does everyone keep saying that? I'll be there.
You're only going to be there if they unlock the Zoom and let you in. I have no control over that.
Oh, that's right. So they're not going to unlock the Zoom and let me in on the last day of Sims.
They might, if you time it out right, just do it right at the start of an hour when it's unlocked. And everyone's logging in.
I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
You get just the one full sim left tomorrow night. I'm excited to see Reed T in front of the sim again.
You're not wearing a suit, Coff? You're just going to keep wearing jerseys?
I mean, jerseys have been really, if I have a gimmick, they've been more of a gimmick for me than wearing a suit. I don't think I feel like wearing a suit.
I thought your gimmick's been pretending to know about football.
No, I mean, that was a given. That's not even a gimmick.
I cannot wait for our head-to-heads in football season so I can win all my money back.
We'll see. Eager to play, though. Looking forward to it.
I'm in your contest that you created.
Good. It's probably not going to run, though, so I'll have to create a smaller one.
So just let me know. How many people are left to fill that?
Like 90-something. I mean, granted, people have a couple weeks, but...
96. Maybe tomorrow in honor of... it's only $1. What are people doing?
Maybe not looking at it yet.
I've got that, and I got a Millie Maker lineup already made.
That'll do it for this sim, however. 17-7. Drew Brees and the New Orleans Saints victorious at home, posing in front of the camera and all, against the Cincinnati Bengals. Boy, I was 10th. I was all the way down to 27th.
I'm going to give my whole lineup.
Just plummeting.
Babysitter Billy Not My Kid Award, 109th place. That is gross. Joe Mixon, 27% owned, 3.3 points. Also gross. Traquan in the captain spot. Not embarrassing, not great. I mean, you can't get 14 out of your captain.
It was a gross sim.
But Michael Thomas, 10.8 with 57% ownership. That's underperforming. And even Kamara
Kamara was bad for that ownership.
15 points at 86%. I think it's Kamara. Kamara and Thomas.
Deucey's disappointment is out in Kamara.
All right.
Then who's the crusty crystal player of the game?
There you go. Who are you going with?
I'm going to say the player of the game here, Ducey's delicious player of the game is AJ Green.
That was Ducey's delight.
4 catches for 52 yards, the other touchdown, and
Brooklyn Dodger.
Not super popular. Good price on AJ Green. I like that. I think
when
he was
when 82 points wins it, it's not. I mean, shoot, the score was 17-7.
Yeah. No, I think AJ Green's a good call here for Ducey's delectable player of the game.
There you go. Charlie throwing out. Here's 3 good combos. Koff, Lamarca, Emerson, Christian, Glash, Rossi. So go ahead. Buy stream trash to your heart's delight, folks. All right. Well, that's going to do it for this sim. You have obviously A whole bunch more coming up over the course of this Dream Stream day, including coming up at 4 o'clock, a little less than an hour from now for Yes, Kenny, the early bird special. Brendan Glasheen will come back with Jeff Ulrich, who you'll hear from in a moment, and Christian DeAndrea. I've got you with Moose and Matt LaMarca at 6. 8 o'clock, it is me, Jason Rossi, and LaMarca. Maybe we can dive into this Kenny disdain thing, see if it's legitimate or just manufactured by BK. And then, as he belongs, Madden After Dark, Glash, Rossi, and Tom Carroll for you this evening. Tomorrow, 6 Sims. You do not want to miss it, including star-studded surprises tomorrow night for the Sims at 8 and 10. And just to give something away, because we've already been talking about it, Reed T. Fowler will be part of the festivities, and of course, Moose as well. I mentioned these two. They are on their way. Get the Green is coming up next here in the DK Dream Stream. Thanks to BK, thanks to Kenny, to Tara Lynn, to Bry Guy, to Bert. We'll see you, you guys all tomorrow. Looking forward to it. Fellas, take it away.
Fellas.
Bonzi, appreciate the toss. Thank you very much. I know it's jersey, but it looks like a Letterman jacket to me right now in the Zoom.
I'll take it.
In the Zoom call. Hey.
And he's got his A-team shirt on.
I do. Got my A-team.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. That's cute. That's cute.
Appreciate it.
All right, get out of here.
Okay.
Thanks, guys. Jeff, it's been a minute. It's been a minute, Jeff, since you and I spoke. I was at the Northern Trust for the better part of last week. That was a lot of fun. Saw my friend Tony Finau. Yes, my friend Tony Finau, Jeff, win that tournament. But I digress. Yeah. We'll get to him in a little bit. We'll get to Tony Finau in a little bit. This is Get the Green. And obviously, this is a little bit different than what you guys are usually accustomed to. Emerson Latia will be on Tuesday's show with yours truly. So, Jeff, does that mean that Monday is actually the best Get the Green right now?
I mean, it clearly is. I mean, I know Emerson's the highest paid announcer we have, but he's not necessarily the best. I mean, I think that, the cream of the crop is right here. But I mean, I definitely want to hear everything about your experience there. And if you did, in fact, get to speak with one, Finau F there, Finau T there after the Northern Trust. So I don't know. Let's do a little preview first, and then you can give me the info, I guess. Good
call. Tour Championship. This is the finale, the hashtag @playoff finale. If you're looking on Twitter for the Tour Championship Twitter handle, it's @playoff finale. This is it, Jeff. $50 million goes to the winner of this tournament. And the format is a little bit different. So why don't you explain to the people how the format is different, how we got to this point, and then and just a course description on who you think can do well, or key stats and all the stuff that we usually run through.
So for DFS purposes, what you need to know, it's a handicap system. Every player is starting at a different starting point. Patrick Cantlay, 10 under, John Rahm, 6 under, Bryson 7, Tony 8. They're all starting, and and the finishing position start. So for DFS purposes, you need to know where these players are starting because they're not getting strokes, but they're finishing positions. Like right off the bat, Patrick Cantlay is getting first place points. Now, is he going to end with first place points? That's what the tournament is for. But, right off the bat, you've got an advantage, obviously, if you're rostering Patrick Cantlay. So you need to know that. All the handicap system is basically worked into DraftKings. Again, sans actual points, just the finishing position. So that's what you need to know right off the bat. All these guys are starting off at different values, essentially. And you need to know that because when you're creating lineups, not every golfer in the 8K range, for example, is created equal. You've got Sam Burns at the 4 under. He's 8,500, but then you've got Xander, who's more expensive, but he's starting at, I think, 2 under. Or I can't even. Yeah, I'm pretty sure 2 under. So, again, all these things hard to keep track of this week, but you need to know because it does kind of factor into who's really good value, who's actually good value, and who's not. So that's the biggest thing. If you're going over the DK Sportsbook, you do have the opportunity, Reed, to bet on players without the handicap system. So it's essentially without the starting strokes. So this is kind of why I don't mind this format because it does give us the opportunity to bet on both options, with the handicap. And Reed's got it up. Winner is just with the handicap system, but then you've got without starting strokes. So it's imagining the field as if it's starting equal, right? So you almost have 2 things to track this week. I kind of like it from that perspective. I don't really necessarily like the format altogether, but from betting perspective, I like the fact we got 2 options there. So again, that's pretty much the what you need to know for DFS and for betting this week.
Yeah, 30 players, Jeff. And I think what you mentioned earlier is that the starting positions, these guys on the DFS side, they start with their finishing position points, right? So Cantlay's got, as if he finished first place, he's got those points already baked in. But the caveat, however you want to pronounce it, niche, however you want to pronounce it, he does not come in with his birdies or better points, right, that they usually would get coming into this. So we saw this with JT. We've seen this before, that those points, they fluctuate. They fluctuate day one. If Cantlay loses the lead to Finau, or if he loses the lead to Rahm, or if any one of these guys comes out and shoots a 62, 63, which can be tough at this course, but we've seen guys like Scottie Scheffler, who we'll get to in a little bit as well. Little tease there. We've seen them go low. We've seen them go low at this course because, hey, I mean, this is it. You have to. I mean, fifth place, I think, Jeff, gets $1 million.
Yeah,
I think
the payouts are insane. The payouts are really insane.
So, like, yes, last place guarantees you like 400K. So you're not, like the guys who get into like EVR, like if he just stays at number 30, he gets a pretty good payday. But it makes these guys want to get sort of like, not a lot, sort of like what we saw at the Olympics, right? You're going to see guys jockeying and playing for position every single day. You have 4 days. Obviously, no cut here, but you're right. On the DK Sportsbook side, you do have the without starting strokes. And I think that's where we want to start because there are some players here that play extremely well at Eastlake, right? It's a Donald Ross course. It's a par 70. It's just under, I believe, 7,400 yards, like 70. It's like 7,350 yards, something like that. And we've seen Donald Ross courses before on tour, but this is probably his most well-known course just because it's the playoff finale. Eastlake in Atlanta, it's been here for a while, but two guys that come to mind, Jeff, right there, number 2 and 3, who play this course and maybe no-cut events really, really well. That's Xander Schauffele and Rory McIlroy. So I guess from that perspective, who are you liking? Like let's go. Yeah, let's start right here without starting strokes. If you're betting, because I don't think a lot of us are betting with the starting strokes because there's not a lot of positive EV on that side. There might be some, which we'll get to in a little bit, but without starting strokes, who are your favorites here at the top of the board?
Yeah, no, I agree. This is the proper place to start. We can talk about guys, Xander and Rory have the immaculate course history here. Xander won here as a rookie. I think those prices are actually pretty fair. I mean, Rory still doesn't seem to have it all together. He did have a hot putting week last week, though, but I don't know if it matters because he's coming to Eastlake, just a course where he's kind of dominated at, and he is striking well off the tee. Xander, pretty much similar story.
Right.
I think those are fair prices. I don't think you're getting when those guys are smaller than Dustin Johnson and Justin Thomas, you're really not getting good value. I mean, in any field. If anything, those 4 guys should be equal, or JT and DJ. Like the prices should almost be flipped, right? So I don't really think you're getting good value. I would definitely prefer looking down the board here. And again, I've said this before, but the playoffs to me, all about momentum. I know Bryson lost in a playoff last week, and it looks devastating, and he's talking to fans, but legitimately, there's nobody, obviously outside of Cantlay and Rahm, Bryson has been, those 3 players have been the best over the last 3 weeks. Bryson's made 76 birdies, Reed, in his last 3 starts. 25 birdies per event. And I get it. This is a different course, but it's also supposed to rain a little bit early in the week. This is going to be Bryson's, I think, 4th time playing Eastlake. Bryson's won on a Donald Ross course before at Detroit. I think plus 1,600 is, I was surprised. I was really surprised to see this number. And I'm going to take it. And the thing I like about it too, is with Bryson, it's probably boom or bust. Either he's putting up 20 under and just winning this thing, or, it's over by the start of it. I don't know if there's going to be an in-between for him. He's 3 strokes behind. He's going to be looking to be aggressive. He's not defending a lead like Cantlay. A guy like Cantlay might shoot 10 under and win, but he might not win in this area with the starting strokes, right? So I think Bryson is a fantastic target among the top guys. That is 100% where I'm going. I think you could definitely make a case for your boy, though, Finau as well, because I think that price is a little big. I mean, why is Finau, why is he the same price as Brooks and Scheffler? He's outplayed those guys badly the last 2 or 3 weeks. So I don't get it.
I agree. And one thing you also have to note too, especially with this, Jeff, is that stay away from where these guys finished so much in the championship over the last couple of years, right? Because that's with the strokes, right? Look at the scores that they've shot, right? Because I think Bryson, he doesn't have a great record at Eastlake. Like, it's not great in terms of his finishing position. But if you look at the scores for guys like Bryson, like I mentioned, Xander shot, 4 rounds in the 6. I think Xander's got like 9,000 rounds in the 60s at Eastlake. It's amazing.
Legitimately, I don't think he's ever shot like anywhere.
It's crazy.
I don't even think he shot even par. Like, it's pretty insane. It's a pretty good case for Xander, and I think Xander's gonna be very popular in DFS. He's under 9K, but the betting price is kind of got that baked in.
Right, and I think Tony Finau, you're exactly right. I mean, you saw what he shot on Sunday. I mean, exactly. Shooting 9 under on Sunday, guy just coming off a win. We talk about momentum, and yes, we've seen John Rahm play really, really well. We've seen Tony Finau play really well. Patrick Cantlay, Bryson play really well. I mean, that's the stuff that you want to focus on, because really, too, and maybe this is by design, Jeff, is that whoever's playing the best in this 3-week span. Which I get the argument that, man, you should put more stock in the regular season. But I was also thinking about it today. I'm like, what other association, what other league puts that much stock into the regular season in the championship game, like in the Super Bowl? Like, who cares what both of those teams did in the regular season? It's whoever's playing the best during the playoffs. We've seen it with the Giants when they won with an immaculate catch. We've seen it with the Packers when they were the wild card and they won the Super Bowl. So if Cantlay is playing the best right now in these 3 weeks, if it's Finau who's playing the best, even though they didn't win in the regular season, that's how the playoffs should be. Yeah. Finau, like you mentioned, is one of those guys who's been playing really, really well. And you got 5 par 4s over or between 450 to 500 and 1 over 500. I think it's 520 yards, number 14. And there's few guys that hit their long irons as well as Tony Finau.
Yeah. Yep. And look, Finau and Bryson here, if Bryson keeps hammering it off the tee and Finau, like you said, just keeps the consistency, is consistent enough off the tee and has those long irons, those guys could really eat it up. So, yeah, I think there's a big opportunity here. I think, again, the betting market, what you see really baking in that course experience with Xander and Rory, but there's no way you can make an argument that those guys are playing as good as Bryson, Finau, or even Cantlay. I mean, I know it's all putting, but it's not really all putting actually. So that's not even true. I know he had a hot week with the putter, but still, getting disrespected here, putting the same price as Scotty Scheffler with Patrick Cantlay, man, that feels disrespectful. So before you go to the next one, scroll down.
Oh yeah, baby. Let's go.
Okay, because there's someone.
I know. Can I guess? Can I guess?
Honestly, go for it. Guess. Yeah.
Okay, you're not doing any guys in here.
Have you looked at my Twitter this morning?
No.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, take a guess. There's someone. I'll even throw it further. This is maybe one of my favorite bets of the season thus far.
And this is on this, right? Without the starting shows.
It's under 2,000 and it's above 5,000.
Well, it's not Connors. It's got to be out there. It's got to be like the Burns, Decky, Sanjay range. It's got to be in there. It's not Is it?
You're hot. You're getting hot. You're warming up.
Is it Sanjay?
It's Sanjay, baby.
I loved him last week too.
Yeah.
He played really well. Well, why do you like Sanjay?
Well, he's gained strokes on approach in 9 straight events. He's gaining off the tee as well now. Bermuda putter, Reed. He gained 6 strokes on Bentgrass last week, and now he's going over to Bermuda. And it's a Donald Ross course. He's finished top 10 at Detroit, top 10 at Wyndham. And look, I don't even think you should I'm betting Sanjay outright, but I am really betting him hard in the top 5 and top 10. And I think those are great prices right there, man. I'm telling you, that top 5 and top 10 on Sanjay, I think that those are some of the best bets you're going to see all year. We got a 29-man field. I'm not counting Patrick Reed this week. I don't care if he plays. He's got pneumonia. So top 10 with the starting strokes equal, man, with how good Sanjay is striking it right now. Yeah. We have seen this guy be so confident. I'm telling you, that's like a That's like a 5-unit bet for me. Like it's going to be this
Wow.
Sunday might be the only bet I make this week. And I'm going to bet him top 10, top 5 and win. And it's in this category. And I might even take a piece of him. Well, maybe like top 5 in the other category, but definitely in this one. So that's my favorite bet this week by far. I think it's such a good setup. He's playing well. Now he gets to putt on Bermuda. Dude's like plus 27 strokes better on Bermuda than other surfaces. So
and remember, guys,
you got to go with it, man.
And this is without the starting stroke. So everyone's starting at even, right? And it, like Jeff, if he wins, right, the nons without the starting strokes, you get the top 10 bet, you get the top 5 bet, you get the win. So you get triple, not triple, obviously your money, but you get whatever you put in, what those odds are. And you're mentioning too, with the starting strokes, you see Sanjay here. And again, this is going to make a difference. Plus 4,500. He is sitting at, I think what does he start at? Because he's at, where is he?
Is he at 4? No, he's at 3 under. Yeah.
Yeah, he's at 3. Yeah.
So again, I mean, I'm not as interested in this bet. Like I would much rather pay plus 3,500 without the starting strokes,
right,
than to have him make up 7 strokes. It's just, even if he plays out of his mind and he keeps playing as well as he's playing, that is such a big deficit. Now, if you're interested in dabbling him, and I might do this too, I might take him like as a top 5 or a top 10 here. But again, I think you should be focusing on the without strokes with Sanjay. And again, maybe you're not interested in outrights, or maybe just dabble in the outrights and you'd rather make a bigger bet on the top 10 or top 5. I think those top 10, top 5 odds on Sanjay this week, awesome. Yeah. I think he's playing really, really good golf right now. A lot better than some of the players above him.
Hey, maybe if he wins the Tour Championship without the starting strokes, he can go to the Republic of Korea and say, hey, come on,
dude,
this is what
Let's talk about some of these payouts for a sec. They are absolutely
they're massive.
So 15th place, you get 595,000. Fifth place, 10 spaces higher, you get 2.5 million. These guys on Sunday, man, there is so much at stake with every stroke. Legitimately, there could be like 3 strokes and $2 million separating the finishers. Oh, I love it.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. So this is, I want to spend a little bit of time on this because I think Jeff, as you know, I think I'm hearing it correctly here. You're not doing too much. And I don't think this is the part where it's a little bit tough to predict, right? With the starting strokes, who's going to win? Cantlay starts at 10, right? Then second place starts 2 strokes back. So Finau 8, and then all the way to the top 5, it descends, I think, by stroke from second place to Cam Smith. And then it goes, on and on. It will, you can look at the PGA Tour FedEx page, and it puts out to where these guys are going to start at. But I think there is some value for guys who are kind of around the Harris English range, right? Who are a few strokes back. Now, English hasn't necessarily played Donald Ross courses great. His short game has been great at these courses, but these are bigger than, like, these are about average size greens, around 6,000 square feet in average size. That's about like 6,000 to 6,500 is about average with PGA Tour. It's about putting here, right? And we know that Harris English, when he gets a hot putter, he's kind of like the Colin Morikawa light, right? If this guy gets a hot putter, he's going to be in contention. All it takes is Cantlay and some of these guys, Finau, to shoot. And we've seen Cantlay this season, and he's mentioned it, finally got his putter back. So he's feeling a lot better about his game. But we've seen these guys at the top, sans really John Rahm, kind of falter a little bit during the season. So is there a guy, and probably Harris English is my favorite from that pack at plus 2,800 because of the value. But is there a guy that you're taking on this board with the starting strokes outright?
Oh, yeah. I really don't mind the Harris English call. That's kind of the guy that came up to mind too. I mean, I'd like to make a case for Louis, but he's one shot back. So probably not. I would probably say I might even go deeper and just like say you go like, you take like Burns and Sanjay, man. And you just like, and that's it, because I just don't want to invest too much here, but I don't know if those guys have the firepower. Maybe Burns does, but I think you're right with English. Like if you're going to take a shot here, we saw Rory win. He started at 5 under a couple of years ago. He won. Cam Smith starting at 5 under. Cam Smith's just so inconsistent. I mean, he's not inconsistent. He's just, he's not consistent enough off the tee. You know, like we've seen it. I mean, he kind of blows it with that off the tee stuff. I think it would probably be English for me too. I think that's the guy I would feel the best about if I was going to make this bet, and I'm not. But I think Burns at plus 4,000 would be like my second favorite because the odds are great. Burns can get really hot with the putter too. It's just, I guess we saw Xander have a really big kind of like, you know, this is Burns' first time playing East Lake, and that kind of worries me, but I think he's going to do well here. So I think English is the guy I would target too. I'm not obviously super interested in this, but that's the one I'd feel the best about as well.
All right, let's head on over to the DFS side, Jeff. There was a question from the Guru 805. What's up, Guru? A listener of the show quite a bit. I think Guru's here most of the time. An avid listener of Get the Green. Hideki or Connors? And I'm guessing it's from a DFS standpoint and not from a betting side. But if it is, it's got to be DFS because they're right here. 6,400 and 6,200. Any lean? I liked Connors last week, and he had a nice Sunday, but his first 3 days were not great at all, especially when you saw the score. So do you like either of these guys?
I think both of them are interesting from the perspective of, like, I don't think they're going to be heavily owned, especially Hideki, which does kind of interest me. Oh man, these guys are just like mirror images of each other because you just know, like, the putter's probably not going to show up for all 4 days, but oh my God, if it does, like, these guys could absolutely challenge, right? So, oh man, we saw Hideki be so close like a few weeks ago. I would lean Hideki. I'm just going to make it there. I mean, you know, he played well at the Olympics, played really well at the FedEx, putted well in Bermuda there too, which I think is enough for me just to lean him here. He's also played East Lake before. You know, Connor's coming in. I'm pretty sure this is his first time. I'm actually maybe played here last year. I can't remember. Anyways, regardless, I'll take Hideki. He's done pretty good at this course. I do kind of like the course for him, to be honest. It's just, you know, if the putter shows up or not. And I think Hideki will be lower owned. Like, I really don't think many people are going to click on Hideki. You got Nanda there. You got Berger. Hideki hasn't really played well the first two playoff events. He hasn't been terrible, but he hasn't really played well. I think Hideki is the play there. I think Hideki is a good GPP play this week.
The thing about Hideki, so Connors did play last year, Jeff. Hideki has played and has made the Tour Championship every year since 2014.
Yeah, played here a lot.
So he's been here a lot. His approach wasn't great last time out. Neither was his off the tee, but I think Hideki is a much different player this year around, which is weird to say because it's Hideki, right? Like, he's always been kind of around top 25 golfers in the world. And at one point, one of the top 3 golfers in the world. And I think he was actually second. Wasn't he second at one point? I feel like he was either second or third. I know he was third, but I feel like he got up to second. I don't know. At any rate, he's a good golfer. That's the bigger point I'm trying to make here, that at this point, at this stage, and I think this does spring up guys that we should be thinking about from a strategy standpoint in DFS. Like I mentioned, I think a lot of people are going to look up at these guys, especially these top 3, right? With how well they're playing and how well, like, what their lineups look like with the starting points, right? And they're going to forego some of these guys down here who could absolutely rise up the leaderboard. One of my favorite plays actually in this range, Jeff, for DFS is Scotty Scheffler.
Okay.
Scotty Scheffler, I think last week, played really well on the weekend. I think he was top 10 in tee to green on the weekend. That's what I want to see coming into this. And when you take a look at Scotty Scheffler's 2019 to 20, so last year's Tour Championship, remember he won on that run in the playoffs. He did fairly well in the playoffs last year. His round 1 was not great at East Lake last year. And then rounds 2, 3, and 4, 2 and 3, he was top 5 in terms of lowest score.
Yep.
And then his Sunday, he had the lowest round of the day.
He got that money. He got that bonus money, man.
He got that money.
Scheffler, I think he ended up 5th or something. So
he did.
Again, $2 million swing for Scotty Scheffler on Sunday.
And now, look, I think Sanjay's going to get a lot of love rightfully so. Louis right there. You see Brooke. I mean, you see names.
Yep.
No one's going to go unowned here. That's something else that I wanted to mention. Everybody is going to be rostered in this. There's not going to be any 1%ers out there like at all, especially a guy like EVR, who I also like. But Scotty Scheffler at $6,800 might be my favorite play, not named Tony Finau in this tournament. So what do you think?
I don't mind it at all. And I think he's got a little bit of a Hideki like possibility, because I think you're right. I think after Louis and Sanjay, like people won't feel as comfortable. I mean, Scheffler is the thing about Scheffler too. He's starting at 1 under. So like he's probably the best player in the 1 under group, but he's also at 1 under. So,
yeah,
people are going to feel better. Oh, we got Louis. He's at 3 under. So I got to pay up for Louis or Sanjay. Right. So yeah, absolutely. That's going to affect people's mindsets. So I don't think he'll be popular because he's still the best player in his group, but you can get Daniel Berger for $1,000 cheaper. You can get Neiman for $1,200 cheaper. Most people, once they get to that range of the 1 under range, they're not going to click on the most expensive guy. They're going to go for value. Neiman is 56. He's $1,200. He's at the same starting point. You've got, even Stuart Sink. I could see Stuart Sink getting more ownership than Scotty Scheffler. Maybe not, but it's probably going to be close because he's so much cheaper and they're at the same starting point. So
yeah.
It's such a weird week. It's fascinating. You really got to kind of get your mind around all this, but I don't expect Scheffler to be super popular. I don't expect him to be like the, bottom 2 ownership either, but I like it for sure.
We see Guru saying those prices are so high at the top. I feel like EVR is going to get more ownership because he's the min. Yeah, I agree. I mean, look at what he's done in the playoffs, 7th and 5th. And he was first in tee to green last week, right? Like he gained like 6.5 strokes with his irons. Yeah, EVR at $5,000 because that brings up my next point, Jeff. You look at these guys, and the pricing is wonky, right? We saw this a couple of years ago too. We saw this last year. So the prices are wonky because of the format and because of the top 30 players in the FedEx Cup. And so you see Cantlay there at 13.4, John Rahm at 13 flat, Bryson 12.3, Finau 11.8, JT 11. Let's call that one range as like the elite pricing, which is weird to not have DJ up there. But of those 5 guys, let's do this. Which one are you fading? I know it's not Bryson because you like from what you said earlier, or it could be Bryson. Who knows? Which one of those guys are you fading this week because you think, man, maybe it's a red herring. Maybe he's a little tired or you're just not in it.
Yeah, it's so tough.
And why is it Justin Thomas?
Either Rahm or Cantlay. It's probably either Rahm or Cantlay. I'm kind of scared to fade either. Like Cantlay's putting performance last week, it's probably going to carry over at least a little bit. And, now that he's got the number 1 seed, there's just so much positive energy from that I don't know if I want to sit here and say like, okay, he's the guy you should fade, even though I do think he's not going to gain 14 strokes again, but he could gain 5 strokes and still play really well. And there's so much money on the line and he's got the lead. I think for me, it's Rahm. I really do.
Yep.
Looked like he ran out of gas last week. He essentially blew the win the week before. I feel like that layoff, it's just, you need to peak. And we see guys peaking. Bryson's peaking. Finau's peaking. Cantlay's peaking. Rahm is the best player in the world. He seems to be at about 90% right now, though, compared to these other guys all clicking at 100. The fact Rahm is just hanging with these guys and not playing his best golf tells you how good he is. But I do think that of those guys, he's not quite there. Maybe this is the week he finally just like throws it all together. But to me, he looks like he's just he's dragging a bit for him. I mean, but that's the guy I think I would fade. That was my first inclination this morning, and I'm going to stick with that. I think if you fade anyone from the top 5, it's Rahm. I think JT is actually kind of interesting because I don't think he'll be super highly owned, and we know, I mean, he's got the highest birdie rate I think of anyone in this field. So, I don't mind paying up for that, but. Yeah, I think Rahm probably be the guy I fade for sure.
Look at these fantasy points per slate, like 109, 105, 124, 111. But you're right. Like at these prices, at his roster percentages, guys, you look at his finishes, of course, 1st, 7th, 3rd, 9th. That's fantastic. There is no beating around the bush. That is fantastic. But when you account for what that price is, and what his ownership's most likely going to be because of what he's done, he's got to essentially win right? For you to get leverage off, let's say GPP, head-to-heads, right? 50s, 50-50s, cash. I think Rahm's fine because you get such a stable, I mean, like the first 2 days, you thought, oh, here he goes again. Like he's just coming back into form. He just missed a few putts and, he missed a couple of around the green stuff at Northern Trust that could have won him that tournament. But here he goes again. But like, you're right. Fatigue starts to set in. That's where you see 70 rounds 3 and 4. He's a new father. You can speak to that obviously more than I can. That's got to be tiring for the man. And he's someone that has, in my mind, really focused on that. And he's obviously wants to be there for a child like every parent does. So maybe that's playing into it. Not reading too much into that, but at 13,000, when he is the second highest guy, right? I tend to agree. I'm a little bit worried about Cantlay starting with the lead, right? I don't think no one's like, this has only happened a couple times. Like you're sleeping on the lead before a tournament.
Yeah.
So like, how does he approach that? He's missed 5 cuts this year. You see the other guys like Finau's also there, but Finau is at 11.8. I think his price for Finau right now, and I don't know if this is going to go unnoticed, Jeff, what he did on the weekend, especially what he did on Sunday, because it was all about Bryson and Cantlay on Sunday. So there's a narrative too that you kind of have to pick at some of these things this week, play the narratives, pivot, zig when everyone is zagging. And I think what you're seeing, because the next guy's down, DJ, Spieth, Cam Smith in that $10,000 range. I could see those guys too, not getting any ownership.
Yeah.
Like DJ, obviously, but Spieth, Cam Smith, like these guys, which is weird to say, especially for Spieth, might go unowned in terms of what Spieth can go owned in each tournament.
Kind of a strange year, right? Like for this event, I mean, I feel like other than JT, I don't really feel like anyone is really in the shape to make a run at these guys. Like Cantlay, Bryson, and Finau. And if you want to throw Rahm in, that's fine too. Like, who is going to make a run at those guys? Those guys are those 4 players are playing so good right now. Dustin is definitely not all the way there with his ball striking. Maybe he gets really hot with the putter. Spieth looks like it's Spieth. I mean, he could gain 1,000 strokes, 20 strokes putting, I guess. Cam Smith, I just don't think he's got enough firepower. Maybe one of Rory and Xander get hot again. It's definitely possible, but maybe like a Sam Burns or a Sanjay is the guy to make a run this year. I really feel like those 2 guys who you should be focusing on. But again, I don't know I don't think those guys have enough firepower to catch them. So again, and this applies to betting. Like when you're betting with the handicap, I just don't see much value in the outright other than the top 4 guys. And I'm not even saying there's value there, but I would rather take like Bryson at like 500 or 6 plus 600 than the other guys. And I think for DFS, you shouldn't be fading more than like 2 of the top guys. Like you should have like 2 of Finau, Rahm, and Cantlay in your lineups.
Right.
I think you're going to get a 1-2 finish from one of those groups. And I think JT is the one guy there that, again, I might be okay taking a chance on because I think he does have the firepower. And I think he's playing it okay. You just got to get that putter to show up. So interesting.
So Spieth, yeah, very interesting. And Spieth hasn't been to the Tour Championship since 2017, Jeff.
Right.
Which is weird.
He's got a great record at this event. I mean,
yeah, he won in 2015, 17th in 2016, 7th in 2017, second place in 2013. Like Spieth has been around, man. Like it doesn't seem like it, but Spieth has been around for a long time. Every single one of those, 4 out of the 5, he's gained off the tee. He's not only 2 of the last 5 where he's gained through approach at the Tour Championship at Eastlake. And the last time out, 2017, he lost 2.2 strokes putting. So take it for what it's worth. But Jeff, over the last 5 years, strokes gained putting has almost been twice as important to the winners than strokes gained approach. Now, that's not me saying that approach is not going to matter. That's not it at all. What that says to me, though, is that these are bigger greens, right? So guys who are making the putts from 10, 20 feet, like 15 feet, right, for birdie, are clearly going to win because they're making it more times than not. The percentage of guys of pros making from 15 feet around there is not that high. So if you're doing that well, you're going to win here, right? And there's 30 guys in the field, so you only have 29 because Patrick Reed has got like triple pneumonia. Hopefully he's okay. No, double pneumonia, I think it is. And then a bum ankle. So I really hope he's okay. But I think that definitely matters. Jeff, we got 5 more minutes. I want to get to one other guy because I think he's someone that maybe fatigue is setting in. Maybe the injury is setting in a little bit. Colin Morikawa, what are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, no, I mean,
weird, right? Cut and then it's C63.
Yeah. 8,300 from Morikawa is so tempting. And we could be sitting here like next Sunday and being like, oh my God, I cannot believe I didn't roster Morikawa at 8,300. But like, there's just nothing. This dude's had an amazing season. Doesn't really need the money. He's starting back, like far back. And, he dealt with like a sore back and there's nothing really going for him. I mean, you compare what Bryson's made in birdies to, he had 5 birdies at the Northern Trust, 12 last week. Like if you can't get it going at the BMW, even Louis like put in one low round with the bad neck. We didn't even see a low round from Morikawa last week. I think I don't know. It's so cheap. It's so tempting, but I think that Morikawa, unless we get some maybe positive news middle of the week, it's a guy I'd be okay fading, but a really interesting like tournament proposition. And some of this is going to depend when we get ownership projections. If Morikawa is projecting as like one of the bottom 5 guys, I will definitely take a look and really try and dig in and see if I can find something positive that'll let me, allow me to roster him in good faith. But I think that's a guy like I just rather roster Sam Burns. He's starting higher than him at 4 under and he's playing pretty good. And Sam Burns is a guy who can sink those 20 footers like with regularity. So for me, I'm kind of out on Morikawa, but we'll see how the week progresses with the ownership projections.
Yeah, Colin Morikawa finished 6th last year, so he got paid like you mentioned in 2020 for his season last year. And yeah, you're right, he doesn't need it. We got 3 minutes, Jeff, and I'll do a quick synopsis of Northern Trust. It was fantastic. The course, it was hot. It was hot, humid. New Jersey in the summertime, it was very hot. But the Fantasy Golf World Championship was fantastic. We got a little scare there with Tropical Storm Henri. But it didn't, everything was fine. Everything was safe. We had a Monday finish and the Monday finish was great because, great for me, be selfishly and for us, because it was only media allowed on the course. So I got to follow Rahm.
Wow, man. That's amazing.
The final group on Monday, Rahm, EVR and Smith, I was following for the whole time. So following a final group in in the FedEx Cup playoffs was fantastic. And it was even better when Tony Finau hoisted the trophy. I caught up to him in the 18th in regulation, saw him par that. He had like a 6 foot, or maybe what seemed like a 6 foot putt for par on the 18th in regulation. I was like, oh, here we go again. He's going to miss it. He drains it and then obviously gets to a playoff and does well. So yes, that I didn't get a chance to speak to my guy. He was, he was doing his victory lap. I didn't want to take that away from him. But I was very, very close. And that's all I need, Jeff. Right. That's all I need. That'll do it.
I mean, you can't really ask for much more than that. So yeah.
Oh, it was fantastic. It was a great punctuation to a great week. It was long, but it was definitely worth it. Jeff, that's it. This is the last Monday of Get the Green for the 2020-2021 PGA season. It's been fantastic. We got about 50 seconds left, Jeff. Any parting words for the people?
No. Look, we'll be back in like 2 weeks because the PGA takes like a 1 week rest. So, I don't know if we're doing, we might be off for the Ryder Cup too. I don't know what DK is doing for that or if we'll have stuff, but who knows? We might be doing this show we can definitely look at the betting odds for Ryder Cup. So there's still a lot of golf coming up, guys. The fall season is stacked full. Ryder Cup, fall events. There's stuff going on. Yeah. Reed's got it up there. There it is, right there.
There it is.
And look, if you have not bet,
Europe plus 180?
It's a big number. If you have not bet Ryder Cup and betting on the matches and the heads up and stuff
fantastic.
Like that, you need to get yourself checked in because it is so fun. Ryder Cup week is awesome. But yeah, great season. Appreciate you guys showing up for this. Reed will be on with the third best golf analyst we have in Emerson next week. So, or tomorrow, I mean, sorry. So, stay tuned for that, but we'll see you guys soon, and I'll be around. So
third best golf analyst. I'll take that every day of the week and twice on Sunday. Jeff, this was fantastic. Koff gave you the rundown a little earlier of the games. 4 p.m. Packers at Patriots, Glash, Moose, and Christian right after this. 6 p.m. Is Steelers at Washington, Koff, Moose again, and Lamarca. Then we got Vikings at Seattle, 8 p.m., Koff, Rossi, and Lamarca. And then 10 p.m., Eagles at Ravens, Glash, Rossi, and Tom. Guys, thank you very much. Good luck this week and enjoy it because, we got our playoffs. It's almost over, Jeff.
It is. Enjoy what you can.
Peace.
Well, hello. Some of us return. Someone here is staying put after talking golf. I think you all know who we're talking about here. Hi, Jeff. Good to see you. All right. You're being weird. What's up?
Not much, man. How you guys doing? I've done a Madden sim in like 3 days. This is weird.
I know.
Really?
The next layoff is going to be even bigger, I hear.
Yeah, the pause. The pause.
Yes.
The pause. It's like
How
it's
are we
like
gonna
in
do
the, it's
during
like
the
in
pause?
the Avengers. You know, we're just all gonna fade to dust for 5 years, and they'll bring us back.
Aw.
Yeah. Something like that. But hope you're doing okay, Jeff. I know it's been a couple days. I was feeling pretty good about my Sunday night, and then I asked you your thoughts on my fantasy team, and you said you didn't love it. So I was really straight to the point. But we're good.
What do you want me to do? Lie?
No, of course not.
Let's get Christian's opinion on this.
Oh no, we already talked about it. I was
about it.
very excited to get us both on to talk about this roster.
Did you like it, Christian?
I liked it more until he said Devontae Adams was available, and he could have taken them with the first pick, with the second pick.
Oh man, yeah.
Like I understand you want to pack in the running backs while you can, while they're available, but
yeah. Antonio Gibson going to lose a lot of snaps to J.D. McKissick, I think, you know. It's okay, though. You know what you got to do, Glass? That's okay. That's why we're here. What you do, you pray for a big week from Gibson, and then you trade him. And you get like maybe Devontae Adams has like 2 catches the first week or something, or someone like that, you know. And then you go, oh, yeah, hey, look, I got this guy. He scores like 5 touchdowns a game, you know. Maybe A.J. Brown catches like 2 catches, you know, in the first week. And everyone's like, oh, Julio's going to catch all the catches this week. That's what you do.
All right.
You trade. You're okay, pal. We're here to support you. You got Pittman. That's a great pick.
You did. Yeah. Pittman lasted a while in my draft.
Yeah, I felt good about it.
Like he's one of those guys. Like a lot of the guys I really liked as my sleeper picks went way too early for my liking.
Yeah.
And Pittman was one of them. I was like, okay, if Pittman lasts another round, I'll go, oh no, he's
no. Yeah, the T.Y. Hilton news really kind of, I think, probably making Pittman more of a hot commodity, unfortunately.
Yeah. Unfortunately, my draft was Friday, so Hilton was still in it to win it before that happened. But hey, I wasn't the guy who picked up J.K. Dobbins in the 4th, so I'm happy with that.
Sorry, Emerson's texting me, and it's really inappropriate, and I can't read it on the air.
It always is. It always is.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever gotten an
dangerous.
appropriate text.
You start reading. Yeah, it's bad. Anyway. 4 o'clock sim, final sim of the early slate. It's Patriots-Packers. We've already got a punt by Green Bay. Did we make lineups today?
I sure as heck didn't.
Yeah, I absolutely did. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the million message long DM thread where Emerson felt it was necessary to tell you and all of us that he was going to text Jeff. So Jeff, look forward to your series of texts calling you whatever marital aid pops into Emerson's head at the time.
Jeff, you didn't make a lineup?
No. I've told the chat last Friday, and I'm done.
Checked out.
I'm just hanging out here for the last couple days.
Just gonna enjoy the camaraderie.
I respect that.
Yeah.
You know what I did, and I made sure I took advantage of quite possibly the last Devin Funchess sim. He's in my captain spot. So far, 0 points, but we'll get there. I got Funch, I got Aaron Jones, got Cam, got Julian, got MVS, and got Mercedes Lewis. Clash, how about you?
Let's see. Funchess captained Rodgers, Aaron Jones, Mercedes Lewis, my 2 Patriots, Devin Asiasi, Sony Michel.
Ooh, so 2 guys that we will not see in Patriots uniforms in Madden 22. Well, we might see Asiasi. Who knows? He just won't be getting the same amount of full-time run he does here in Madden 21, where he's occasionally godlike.
All right, Cam, what do you got? Nice pass to Dalton Keene.
Thoughts on Amon-Ra St. Brown, and should I drop Rashad Penny and pick up Tyson Williams of the Ravens?
Can you say that again?
Thoughts on Amon-Ra
St. Brown versus...
Just in general, because I picked him up with the last pick of my draft. And then my second last pick was Rashad Penny, who I'm now giving serious consideration to dropping in order to pick up Tyson Williams, the newly minted RB2 for the Ravens.
I wouldn't pick up the guy for the Ravens personally.
Okay.
Yeah. This is me. It's too much uncertainty. Justice Hill's still there.
True.
And he's not going to catch any passes. Lamar never dumps it off. Lamar is like the opposite of a dump off machine.
And then
Jeff is a straight shooter. I like this. See, he doesn't go, hey man, like.
No, this is, you know what? That's the thing I hate the most about the fantasy football, the people who work in it. Like, you just give your answer, man. Like, don't. I do that in golf sometimes, but like golf is also a more subjective sport. We don't have like snap counts and stuff. Like a player, say it. If you don't, just don't. I mean, it's not. You don't have to be right about everything. I'm going to be wrong about some of this stuff. Like I said, Antonio Gibson will probably lead the league in touchdowns this year, and Glash at the end of the year will be like, "Hey Jeff, remember when you told me my team sucked?" But that's the way I'm looking at it at the start of the year, man. You asked me my opinion. He way overdrafted Antonio Gibson, and I wouldn't touch the Ravens running backs. Gus Edwards either. Lamar's just going to run it like a million times. Anyways, that's my opinion. I wouldn't touch. I wouldn't get overhyped about the Ravens running backs.
Don't love it. So don't love it. Taylor and Gibson don't catch much. Autumn could be third or fourth target. Hi, sick. I could outperform. Jeff's autocorrect is all screwed up. And he respelled Gesicki. Antonio, LOL. I mean Ayuk. Jesus. Took me a while to figure out what the hell he was talking about, but we got there eventually. Must have been a spiked Tim Hortons Sunday afternoon watching that golf playoff.
Just enjoying a little bit of that black velvet.
It was good though.
I was walking my dog. Okay, just calm down over there.
I'm very calm. Jeff, is this the only sim for you today?
No, I'm on next too.
All right.
I'm on. I just finished Get the Green with Reed. Oh, now my dog wants that. I'll be right back.
Reed, who I don't believe is on the schedule for tomorrow's finale. He's too big for us. Not even gonna drop.
He is. No, he is.
He is? Okay.
Yes. Reed will be here on the first half of the 8 p.m. sim tomorrow night.
All right. I take it back then.
Yep, Reed will stop by. So it's Koff, Jeff, Lamarca at 6. Corey Jennings says Gus will get the touchdowns. Hill will get the big plays outside the red zone, assuming they don't sign anyone. Talking Ravens.
Yeah, and signing anyone means pretty much Todd Gurley at this point, which is definitely a concern. We saw Gurley plod along for the Falcons last year. The nice thing is he would be playing with a more stable line with the Ravens, but really just kind of feels like the end days of Le'Veon Bell there.
Yeah, for sure. Oh, fumble. Patriots have it.
Oof. So this game thus far, all New England, long field goal drive, and now taking over right on the edge of the red zone. Ball at the 25. Sony Michel. Game's here.
When does Bill announce a starter, Glash?
I would think by the end of the week, right?
Got to be pretty soon, doesn't it?
They're the only team who hasn't announced a starting quarterback yet.
Yeah.
It'll be September 12th at 12:45 p.m.
Okay.
On Friday.
No, Sunday. Sunday after.
Oh, you mean? Oh, I got you now. You mean like opening day? Got it. I don't know. I mean, yeah, they're the only team, right? Because Jameis in New Orleans, Bridgewater, Denver, Andy Dalton, Chicago.
Trevor
Lawrence. Well, has Garoppolo been announced yet?
No, they've been doing the platoon over there, so I guess it hasn't been officially announced, but it does look pretty close. Edelman.
Yeah, it's kind of announced, but it seems like San Francisco is going to be mixing Lance in, but I don't think they're going to be like starting him. So, yeah, it's pretty much Garoppolo, but you could see Trey Lance play like half the game. Maybe even start the second half if Garoppolo sucks or something. So.
W. German, 100% positive that even if Cam is named the starter in week 1, Belichick 100% will start his new quarterback of the future, Mac Jones, week 4 against the QB of the past in Brady. Big news. that week will happen.
I mean, I
Yeah,
love
let's just
the
throw
story
out the 15th overall pick, the heir apparent to the Wolves.
Yeah,
That
against
is
one of
the
the toughest
Tampa Bay
defenses out there. I don't know. Worked for Brady way back when. Of course, he didn't really have a choice in the matter. Drew Bledsoe had, his blood vessels ripped apart by Mo Lewis. Basically got in a train crash there. But other than that, everything was great.
Edelman's got 3 grabs, 36 yards, leading the way in this sim. Hightower recovering and forcing the fumble for the Pats defense. Patriots have it at the Packers 6. Yeah, I don't see that coming, German. I don't.
I mean, I
think you either got to start him week 1. Start him week 1 or wait till after that game, for sure.
I mean, week 1, it's going to be really interesting because that's the Dolphins, right? We know the Dolphins have a very tough pass defense. Some of the more high-priced additions they brought to the lineup didn't pan out for them. Van Noy, Shaq Lawson, either one of them playing in Miami this year. So maybe there's going to be some wiggle room for a young quarterback. They do want to start him in week 1, but you also got Brian Flores. Brian Flores knows how a Bill Belichick offense operates because he spent so long in the Patriots organization. Very much a mentor-mentee situation going on there. I do like the Dolphins. I think they're going to be pretty solid, but I just don't know if Belichick is going to throw a rookie quarterback into that mix when he has to deal with Xavier Howard and Byron Jones. Is Cam just going to run this himself? No, he's going to sling it, and he's got Dalton Keene.
Wow. What a keener.
Oh, boy. That
See,
is
a play like that makes me feel like I should have done what Jeff did. Just not make one.
Not showing up to work
2,600 in the flex, 3.6 points per game for Dalton Keene, and yet in just under 9 minutes of play, he's got 2 catches and a touchdown.
Wow, would have been a good day to get on the Dalton Keene pizza deal if that was a thing.
Ooh, yeah.
Somebody missed out.
I know what Jeff's doing, Christian. He's got that little smirk on his face. He's like, oh, maybe I can get Flash to do pizza deals now. Late into the ball game. Not late,
second
but early
half pizza
second.
deal, huh?
All right.
Dalton Keene, 4 more touchdowns.
Beginning of the third quarter, we will take pizza deals.
Ooh,
We'll do 3. We'll do 3 of them. And we'll include stats that have already occurred in the first half. So make your decisions wisely. That also relies a lot on Bert to be on his game from behind the scenes. But hey, Bert, hey, Ernie. Bert's been great at that all day, so no pressure. Producer Tara Lynn's here. We have Bry Guy. There was some news as it relates to Deshaun Watson because, as we talked about at noon, the Dolphins were tied to him. Charles Robinson reporting from Yahoo that the Dolphins are prepared. So Aaron Wilson, who covers the Texans,
right?
It doesn't say for who, though. I guess for a radio station? Texans are prepared to have Deshaun Watson on the 53-man roster and inactive every week, according to multiple sources. Watson, who has issued a standing trade request with no deal imminent, would be paid $10.54 million annual salary. Has no intentions of trading Watson right now. They turned down a huge offer from a club this summer before camp started, never countered. The club thought they, quote, over-offered, end quote. Never got a reply, which meant to them, Watson wasn't available.
Wow. I wonder what they're suggesting an over-offer. Like, that sounds like one side leaked it to maybe press Houston's hand, make the front office feel a little bit more dysfunctional than it is. Spoiler alert, you don't need to do that. Poor Nick Caserio's got his hands full with the damn team chaplain being able to have input on trades and draft picks. Ugh.
I kind of believe it. I mean, I don't think it's a secret around the league that like Deshaun Watson is like, top 3, top 5 quarterback. And like, it's not like GMs are like, oh yeah, we're getting for like 1 first-round pick. Let's make an offer. Like, if you're making an offer for Deshaun Watson, it's including 3 first-round picks, or you're just not even making the offer, right? Yeah. So I kind of agree with that sentiment. The Texans from the get-go have been like, no, we're not going to trade him. We're not going to trade him. This is our asset. He's got to stay here. So like Kristen said, man, dysfunctional franchise. they should have moved on from this guy before the news came out. They'd be laughing if they had just moved on and not, tried to kind of, played hardball. These NFL teams just need to realize, man, like, move on. Your guy doesn't want to play there. Your team is absolutely in shambles. Get all the assets you can, rebuild, and you'll be in the same position that, like, say, a team like maybe the Browns are right now, which is like competing, making the playoffs.
Yeah, I feel like if you are the Texans, though, the first moment Deshaun Watson issues the trade request, you're probably getting lowballed. So I kind of understand the logic in waiting that one out, getting closer to the season, seeing if an injury really does force someone's hands, especially when your cupboard is so bare because of the Bill O'Brien era. Like, you really do need to maximize return on that, especially if you have a guy coming off. If the Texans had won games, you're looking at a legitimate MVP candidate there. Of course, they didn't, but Watson was one of the best quarterbacks in the league last year, and you can't just let him go. And you didn't know that news was going to come down the wire. It's true. We got all season to figure this out. Why don't we wait till after the season? He's not going anywhere. He's locked in. He's paid, and we'll have a better idea where those first-round picks are going to land, especially because these guys aren't going to get any better this season because they didn't have Deshaun Watson in the line. Let's let the Eagles suck a while. That way you get a top 5 pick for Deshaun Watson instead of sending Deshaun Watson out and then you get a top 15.
I normally agree with almost everything on Christian, but I'm going to play devil's advocate here.
Do it.
They could have got the pick from Miami. I'm pretty sure they could have worked something out there. Maybe they don't get like everything. Like they don't get like the 110% offer from Miami, but you get the top pick in a really QB heavy year. And then you get a good enough offer and you just move on. And now instead of having a guy who's wasting away, and the other thing I say, someone in Houston had to know this guy was a bit of an off-field things going on. Somebody there, maybe they didn't, and that's how clueless they are. But I think they missed an opportunity in this draft class. I think that if I was a GM, I would have been salivating to get a chance at Fields or Trey Lance, and they probably could have done it with Miami, maybe even with like Carolina, right? So. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, that's my stance.
I get what you said makes a ton of sense, Christian. It makes a ton of sense waiting. And you're right. They kind of probably got a little bit unlucky with this news dropping. Like, it's like, how do you know? I mean, I guess nobody really knows what's going on with anybody.
I mean, there was no like rumors though. There was no like rumor mill.
It's true.
You know how it goes around, like, that guy's kind of shady, Yeah. Like that never happened with Watson. Watson seemed to be a good guy, not like DeAndre Hopkins. I'm going to take all these kids on a Christmas shopping spree kind of good guy. But like still, you didn't hear any of that. You just heard about a guy who wanted to win, a guy who was good in the locker room, a guy who at the end of the season, J.J. Watt pulled aside and basically apologized to for not having a better team,
Yep.
So.
Oh, God, I forgot about that. Well, and like to Jeff's point, I think Jeff's point is if the package was number 5 overall from Miami or number 8 overall from Carolina, couple seconds, and you don't get the additional ones. But what if the quarterback can play? If Fields can play, if Lance can play, it was worth, rip the Band-Aid off, move on.
I mean, I think they would have gotten absolutely pilloried by the media because look what the 49ers gave up just to have a chance to get Trey Lance, who is not Deshaun Watson. 3 first-rounders just to move up to get a D or an FCS quarterback who played in 1 game the previous 18 months. Like, if the Texans went out there and somehow only got back 1 first-round pick, I feel like they would have.
I don't think they would have done it. I mean, I don't think they would have done it for that. I mean, but yeah.
Well, and in theory, look, first-round pick talent is first-round pick talent, but in theory, the team that gets Watson is supposed to get better, be a playoff team, and then those first-round pick, it's a first-round pick that's closer to the bottom of the barrel as opposed to.
Where you're not going to find a sure thing at quarterback, or even like how many of the quarterbacks taken after pick 20 really pan out. I mean, it's not great odds there, and you're not only giving up a starting quarterback, but one of the best starting quarterbacks in the league last year. Again, I don't think the Texans screwed this one up, but I do appreciate what Jeff's saying because it's gone very poorly for them. And like in hindsight, they would have taken whatever offer they could have found and not had to deal with this whole headache.
It does sound a little bit like hindsight what I'm saying, but I was from the get-go, like even before the Watson news dropped, from the get-go, I said Houston needs to trade this guy right away. So there's the tape. I'm on tape saying they should have done this. So, and again, you have an asset. It can depreciate, right? And
Yes.
Houston, unfortunately, they went through a mass depreciation here because of what happened. So, anyways,
Yeah.
it's a little bit unlucky, but also I think that they should have just moved quickly. Anyways, who scored?
Look
Who
at this
scored for Green Bay?
respectful
All right,
debate. No one
Aaron
calling
Jones.
anyone a bozo.
Aaron Jones made up for his fumble, scored a touchdown. For the Patriots, Dalton Keene has the touchdown.
Immortal Dalton Keene.
We'll talk about whatever the heck you want, everybody. Just wanted to there was a lot of golf talk between Sims. So I wanted to fill folks in on the latest on Deshaun Watson. Outside of what happened Saturday with the Charles Robinson Yahoo Sports Miami talk, now there's talk that they're not even going to move him. They're going to hold on to him.
And what was the so Miami was serious, like they were there, right? Like Miami didn't drop out. It's the Houston that dropped out, Clash. Is that what the report is?
Here's the report, August 28th, Saturday. Dolphins have emerged as the front runner in trade discussions with the Texans for Watson. Texans seek 3 firsts, 2 seconds, according to a team that dropped out of the trade talks, which to me feels like Philly because they got Minshew. So they're like, all right, well, we can leak this out now because we have no interest.
And Deshaun legit said, I'm not going to Philly, right? So
yeah, he does have that. No
yeah, it's an organization that likes to, yap a lot. So I don't know.
Yeah. I guarantee you're right. It's probably it's either Philly or Carolina, right? So
yeah,
because Carolina.
All right.
Anyways, another team that decided. What?
Well, remember the report from the I forget his name, but ESPN Carolina Panthers reporter. It was McCaffrey and 3 firsts for Watson. Remember that? That was what kind of started the whole thing around draft night.
That's why I'm kind of saying maybe it's Carolina who's dropping this. We overoffered and they said no, because they were really hot to trot at first, but now they've just said it's almost like they don't want to deal with the Texans. Like the Texans are just too big a headache to deal with because they're just like we're just rolling with Sam Darnold, who is clearly an inferior option, and even the biggest Darnold, truthers in Carolina have to realize, if you get Deshaun Watson, you get Deshaun Watson, but it just feels like they're done dealing with the Texans. So,
Jeff, any movement on your personal power rankings for our fantasy Madden commentators league? Retired commentators, paused commentators as of Tuesday. Well, yeah, that's a good way.
Is someone asking
Madden
that,
After Dark tomorrow night?
or are you just asking?
It's just me facilitating conversation.
Oh, did Glash's power rank go down after that terrible draft?
I was gonna say
Probably
if I was redoing it, Glash, might drop a spot, maybe just a spot though.
All right.
You seem very open to learning, so that's good.
Well, I also just don't really care. I mean, I care enough to ask you, but it was more. I was curious. I was like, let me see what Jeff thinks. Don't love it. My favorite part about it wasn't, like I said, you didn't beat around the bush. It wasn't like, hey, to be honest, because I would like to think you were being honest in the first place.
Yeah, exactly. That's
I
why
catch myself saying that.
I was going
all
to tell
the
you I
time.
liked it. I mean, it's like Kristen said, I would have preferred you take like a high and wide receiver. I don't think the Taylor pick, although I wouldn't take Taylor today in that spot because the Colts season is already spiraling out of control and they haven't even started. That's the other news that dropped today. Carson Wentz and like 3 other dudes on the COVID list.
Contract traced. Yeah.
It's true.
So T.Y. Hilton out.
Yeah, Jonathan Taylor. It's a good pick.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it works out for Jonathan Taylor because they rush him more, but I feel like it's probably going to put him in a spot where maybe the Colts they're not as explosive on offense, and then they have to pass more late in games, and I don't know. Taylor doesn't catch a ton of passes. That one can go either way. Gibson, I cannot. I can't justify with the 13th overall pick.
Can I ask you about the question? Because I feel like I'm talking to two guys here that since Tommy Freeze-Pop started this DM thing for our league on Twitter.
Oh, the one that continues to just burn through the battery.
Yeah.
50+ yards from Mason Crosby.
I feel like I kind of relate to both of you that I'll hop in every once in a great while just to chime in on something like Jeff did earlier today about 8-point passing touchdowns, right? Like this is insane. Like Kaufman loves this, every second of it. BK loves it, just throwing out questions. Tara Lynn's throwing more fuel to the fire. Just, can I go first? Like, she knows she's not going to get an answer, but she's just like, ooh, let's just keep adding more to this mess of a chat. Emerson loves it, loves just starting trouble. Bry Guy knows it's asinine. Like, I'm already, I'll put it to you like this. I already love to hate this league. I already love to hate it.
The league is delivering. It's pretty solid so far.
The fact that there are some of us that are going to have to pay for the privilege to be annoyed by all these DMs. Like, the vast majority of us will lose money in this transaction. It's Dalton King gets another catch. What the hell, man? The vast majority of us are going to lose money in this and just be annoyed and stressed out by it for months and months. This is how much I am paying money to remain in contact with Kenny Ducey. What has gone wrong in my life where that is an option?
I might just chime in and say I quit, and then see what the reaction is.
Unsubscribe.
Yeah, unsubscribe. I'm gonna go join the post route league with Christian. I'm out on this.
4-team league.
Oh, it's a headache. Anyway, if anyone has thoughts, I mean, Brian got you all. I mean, Jeff. I mean, can you handle this? Do you think you're going to handle it?
I'll probably be fine. I mean, I feel like once we get the league started, we'll just start using the chat options there. Hopefully, probably not Emerson though. So I don't know. Maybe that's like unfounded optimism.
Yeah.
No, I'll be fine. I'm very good at just ghosting people when I need to, Glash. Like, I just won't respond for like 2 days and I'll mute it. And then
that's good.
Canadian goodbye.
When I've had enough of a break, I'll chime back in. So
okay.
I don't let things like this bother me too much usually.
You're right. Just going to ignore it.
Yeah.
Good.
Put her on mute. Just pretend we don't exist.
Can you do that? Can you mute Twitter conversation?
Yeah, you can.
Snooze notifications, snooze mentions. I won't leave the conversation. No. You can. So there's an option on snooze notifications. It starts at the top. It says 1 hour, 8 hours, 1 week, forever. It actually says the word forever.
It's gonna report this to Twitter. People need to know.
You've put this group on snooze forever. Perfect. See you later.
All right, Nick Folk in for another field goal, and we got 12 seconds to go here. Patriots and Packers, not really throwing haymakers at this point, but kind of trying. Got some yard work going on outside. They're doing some grinding. I think they're cutting up some stones or something. I don't know. Loud as hell. Excuse me one moment.
Oh, no problem. 6 o'clock sim, by the way. Jeff will stay. Lamarca and Kaufman join in. 8 o'clock, Kaufman, Rossi, Lamarca. And then Madden After Dark, yours truly, Rossi and Tommy Freeze Pumps. So Litzau has a conspiracy theory on why the commentary is going away and what might be happening. So first, Litzau asks if I'm getting a dollar promotion. Then Litzau asks, theorizes, Kaufman and a few others got promotions and decided to leave play-by-play. I can't confirm any of this. I can't. We did say earlier, Jeff, if we got to 100 likes, that Koff might have to leave the world.
Yeah, this mortal coil. Yeah, he's going to shuffle off it because, well, contractually, I guess, yeah, there does need to be at least a manslaughter. Sorry, Glash, you're the only one close enough to get it done.
Yep.
Mercedes Lewis with a garbage time catch, and that'll take us to the half here. Patriots up 3. Not a bad game. Not a bad sim by any stretch, but just not a lot going on in this one. You got a Dalton Keene touchdown and Aaron Jones touchdown. Dalton Keene is probably going to be your post-route.substack.com player of the game. And that's absolutely wild to think about. That should not happen. But hey, speaking of post-route, just dropped in your inboxes the 5 rookies who had big preseason performances and whether they can keep it up. We're talking Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Ramondre Stevenson, the next Rex Burkhead, Terrace Marshall, Joe Tyron. I mean, whole bunch of guys, and whether or not we think they can keep it up into the regular season, you can read all about it. Today's post-route.substack.com. Check it out. Free.
It is free. I subscribed. I get the post route.
So do I.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so smart.
People love it. People love to see it. It's such a treat when it hits the inbox. You go, wow.
It is.
I had no idea.
Treat. It's a factual statement.
I learned so much today, and I feel better about myself. I looked in the mirror, and I'm more handsome today having read the post route. And I can't prove that scientifically, but I can guarantee it will happen to you. You will read our newsletter, and you will feel so much better about yourself. It'll improve your self-image.
Just like being around, you can't be around Christian unless you're in Wisconsin. But you can get some of his aura by reading the post route. That's the best way I can go about it. Like every time I read the post route, I just want to go to like breweries and eat cheese and just sit in the sun. So
yes, it's a perfect life. I've made 0 mistakes, and it has led me here.
There you go.
So folks in the chat are annoyed that Devin Asiasi has 0 catches. He is the tight end 1, and Dalton Keene has 3 for 22.
Look, Dalton Keene was due. Okay, if you couldn't figure that out by now, that he wasn't due for a big game. I'm sorry, we've led you astray. You should have been able to figure it out by now. Don't blame the sim.
Well,
I'll take no sim criticism in my final 2 days here. We're not going to criticize the sim. We're going to be positive about it. There's 6 catches for Edelman. Think Edelman's coming back to play with Tommy, Brendan?
No, he's done.
Yeah, he is. He's completely coming back.
You think he's going to sign up in like week
11? Maybe,
Jeff,
maybe he'll go play with Aaron Rodgers because Aaron just needs help.
Oh, I'd love that. Oh man, I'd love that. Could you imagine if Edelman like maybe he goes up to Tom and Tom's like, no, sorry, like I got Antonio here. I can't fit you in, Julian. And Edelman just like spite signs with Green Bay. Oh, I'd love it. That would be
pretty funny.
It would be funny.
Okay, I'll give you this. Because I'm not sure it might work out, but if the TV thing doesn't go well, maybe he'll be like, all right, this isn't as fun as I thought it would be. And because I think he's at, not NFL Network, he's doing something else. I
didn't even know he was going into TV. I actually know that.
Hellman. Broadcasting. He is. He's going into broadcasting. Inside the NFL, which is on Paramount Plus.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I mean, Gronk gave that a try in his retirement, and how'd that go?
Well, he was more interested in pro wrestling, too.
Yeah, too, right. Like the live aspect, not the studio shows, which just didn't go well. Wow, Jeff. Now that you say it, I kind of want to copy you. Not take any crap from anyone for the next 2 days.
Yeah.
But come on. For the most part, everyone's been nice.
I'm not saying there's a ton of crap to take or anything. I'm just saying, like, I'm not gonna address it.
Okay.
I mean, if people want to whine about Asiasi and the Sims, I mean, I'm not gonna hold your hands. Be like, oh, I'm so sorry that there was a tight end 3 score. Come on, it's the Sims. You know by now. You've seen a million of these. Let's go, guys.
At this point, yeah, I would feel bad. I want to be nice to everybody.
I mean, I'm gonna be nice. I'm not gonna
take any lip. Yeah. All right.
Take any of that guff.
Donald says, Glass, Jeff, Christian, just want to thank you and the rest of the dream team for everything and hope to see all of you again once the football season is over. It is a pause, but it's going to be a long
pause.
Yes.
It's going to be at least a seasonal pause. And by seasonal, I mean NFL season. So,
and we don't know where other people are going to end up. I mean, we're all going to be looking, I'm assuming, for new opportunities. Maybe Glash continues.
Glash could go back to his old job as cat trainer. I mean, who knows?
Maybe. The possibilities are endless. Anna, I haven't figured this one out yet. If it's Anna or Anna. Glash, what is the league you guys are playing in? Well, it's Yahoo, and there's 12 of us or 14? 12.
14.
Oh, it is 14. Okay.
There will be a vacancy after Glash.
Kaufman is taken down.
Yeah, does his thing. We had 100 likes. Kaufman is about to shuffle off this mortal coil, so everyone bid him farewell.
Yeah, I'm going to go to Kaufman's tomorrow night, and let's just say I'll be the ones bringing the kids to the bus, and he's going down. It's over.
You're going to replace Kaufman?
Yeah, he's going to be gone after tomorrow night. Jeff, it's a finale. Someone has to go. Someone has someone has to die. I was trying to avoid using that word, but
it's like it's like the big show. Which one of these DK Sim commentators won't be coming back next year?
Right, because if we're going to keep calling it a pause, that would mean we might resume and come back and hit the play button again.
We're going to end on a cliffhanger. We're going to end on a cliffhanger.
Correct. So I am in. We're open to suggestions. I got the party started by saying I will go to Kaufman's and take his life. Hey, that's Aussie, you babies!
Wow!
Andrew L., where am I putting the body? I'm going to clear all the DVDs off the doll shelf. I'm just going to lay them there. Actually, I'll put them right in the middle of the DVD shelf. I'll take the left side and the right side and then fold it, and then that'll be his coffin.
Ooh, was that N'Keal Harry?
Harry.
It is. So the guy who might be a Patriot this year, might get tossed on cutdown date, who knows, gets the touchdown there to make this a two-possession game again. Harry looked good earlier in the season, now dealing with injury, as he tends to do.
Yeah.
Wants to be traded out of New England, might not even get that honor, might just be straight away cut, who knows, but man, I would love to see him.
Love to see him play more than 2 weeks in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would too. Like, I mean, I still think there's something there, but like you got to stay on the field at some point, right? I mean, it's heading to like Corey. Who's that? Who's the dude the Browns drafted? The wide receiver, not Corey Coleman. Who?
Not Corey Coleman?
Corey Coleman, yes. It's heading towards Corey Coleman territory with N'Keal Harry. Corey Coleman was like, everyone loved him. He was a really good talent, and he was a really good talent, but he didn't stay healthy. He didn't play that well for a long period, and then it's like, okay, you're on your fourth team. See ya. I don't even think he's in the league anymore. So,
Jeff, will you be on Madden After Dark tomorrow night? I know it's right here. I'll just look. Yes, you will be.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make the primetime game. There's like 5 of us scheduled, so if I honestly, I might just but I'll definitely be on Madden After Dark.
I'm gonna pop in at the Zoom at random moments and yell things, and then make sure I put that down on my timesheet.
That's basically what I'll be doing. So,
also,
without the joking.
typically it is an organic process with the buzzword, but into taking submissions for tomorrow night for the second game. Tonight we're not there. I think tonight we'll do it as normal, organically. The second to last buzzword. It's going to be awesome. Buzzword's going to be great.
Second to last buzzword. What's the last buzzword going to be?
I don't know. I'm open. I think it's fair to ask people suggestions for the last buzzword tomorrow night.
I mean, do we just keep it simple and be like Sims?
Sims. I mean, but the Sims are staying. It's just us that it's leaving.
It's true. Sim announcers.
But I think Sims works, actually. Just nitpicking. Anyway, hey, Jordan W's here. What's up, Jordan? Hey, Tim. Tim's here. Corey, Harry. Harry says there should be a Zoom call only stream for the last one. No Madden, just the commentators for an hour. I don't know this for sure, but I was saying this to Koff, and I think to others, like, after the sim is over tomorrow night, I'd be down to stay on for like another 40 minutes and just shoot the breeze.
No, we can't make a conclusion though. If we keep the sim going past midnight. That brings us into September. They can't close the books. We get another month of Sims. So
No, we ended at 11:59.
but if we don't, we get to do another full month of this. It's in the contract. We negotiated. We have a very strong union. We just get to 12:01 Eastern. Boom, another month of paychecks.
Sandor says the buzzword should be "It's over, it's over, it's over, it's over." Mark says if the last buzzword isn't murder, not sure what we've been doing here all day. It's getting dark. It's my fault. I started.
Yes.
We did start this. This is exactly your fault. Yeah.
Yeah.
If I'm in one of my costumes or disguises, it's really just pretend.
You definitely need to like walk around Kaufman's neighborhood and like, something weird.
Good point. Good point, Clash. If you're wearing a disguise, you can't be convicted of murder. That's
right.
He's like, you know what? If I'm dressed like a clown, I'm legally absolved of any responsibility for these murders I did. It's the whole thing.
That works.
It turns out he had terrible legal representation, but a huge hole here for Aaron Jones. He's going to go
Eager
on.
says the last buzzword should be unpause. Aaron Jones, second rushing touchdown.
I feel like Sandor's onto something. The chat says it's over, and then we all say we're fired. Well, I actually kind of like pause, because then that would be a good way to go out, because we're just pausing.
Yeah, true.
Or we could do silent. I mean, Dean Murray says silence. We could be silent as like a moment of silence?
Should we just all snap our hands like Thanos? Like we're all just disappearing,
Yeah.
Retease, did you know on Twitch, Boston slang buzzword. It's over, kid.
Kid. Guy.
Oh, man. Pause is good, Harry. I like pause. Pause is probably the right call. I don't know. $20-17. That was a good year, 2017.
2017, yeah, I feel like that was a pretty good year.
Once again, this is the final sim of the early slate. 3 more to go tonight. We have 6 tomorrow. Loaded lineup for the 8 and 10 o'clock games. So here's what's interesting too about tomorrow night is I'll be on Kaufman's porch. It's a school night for the little Kaufmans. I'm gonna yell so loud.
Yeah.
I feel like, something? I feel like Kauf's gonna let his kids like stay up late tomorrow night. You gotta watch the final night of Sims. You can stay up.
I think they would, child services were coming at that point. That's.
I'm just gonna bring a whole pack of Dum Dum Pops, and they can just suck on those all night. That'll keep them up.
All right, so Newton right now, 193 yards. Feels like more than half of them have been to Julian, and 110 on 9 for him. They have been. Edelman bonus. Good for him. Good for you, buddy.
Oh. It's so hard. I'm glad we did a little football, like Watson, crapped on my fantasy team, because I don't know how to do the goodbye thing. There's just, at this point, it really is like a talk radio station. I don't remember what I even said last week. Like, I don't, the chat is so good at remembering moments and discussions and stuff like that. I guess I got to use the app Time Hop more and look back at what happened last year. Like, let me look at my Time Hop and see if there's anything in there from last year. I doubt it, but we'll see. But I don't know. It's going to be weird. It's going to be weird.
It's weird. I mean, I still remember like some of the first ones we did. I mean, I remember we did like a 100K free roll. Glash and I dressed up in suits.
Yeah.
It was like one of the first like couple weeks. And we had some, some fun games at the start. But yeah, man, I mean, I remember that first month pretty well, but like the meaty middle in between, like it's just kind of flown by.
I mean, 1 year ago, I took this photo of myself dressed like
Yeah, of course. Of course. Just looking like a complete lunatic. The good old days. Yeah.
Oh, look, the Dum Pops have arrived in the chat. Kaufman's a true commentator, knows how to talk to his audience. Kauf is the man. The Dum Pops are here.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff, that game we did was I think it was Seattle, Kansas City, and we remember someone had to come back. Someone was down 14. We got an overtime game. That was a good one.
Yeah, it was a good one. I think it was KC who came back, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I mean, I remember like certain moments like that, and obviously, just conversing with the chat and stuff every week. But you're right, it does kind of, you forget what you said last week in a lot of these situations. So
Yep. Aaron Jones, 2 touchdowns, did fumble in the sim. Harry and Keene, the touchdowns for the Patriots.
Harry Keener.
Yeah. GF Junior 9, 5, 6. No sims during football season? No, there will be. But as 5th time playing Fortnite, our good friend Fool points out, sims are on, announcers are fired. How dare you? Announcers are paused, which means that some of us are at least temporarily fired or laid off or whatever. Yes, it does suck. You are correct. But hey, it was a pretty good run while it lasted. I'm not going to lie.
So, Christian, when someone says, hey, you're still doing stuff at DraftKings, you're going to say, hey, yeah, I'm just paused.
Yeah, I'm going to say yes, absolutely. Yeah. I'm just not going to be real specific about it. Am I just playing dime contests once a week? Yes, that counts as doing work at DraftKings, though. I'm counting it. Are you playing those free-to-play sportsbook pools? Yes, because I'm somehow up like...
Make those crowns.
Doing that. Yeah.
You make your crowns. You're a DraftKings employee. There you go.
Yeah, that was cool. I look back on those too, like those free-to-play pools, the Madden seasons we did. The Super Bowl weekend was awesome. Big contests. It was good. We had some guest commentators on here. Spice Adams was a lot of fun. Hey, there's Funchess.
Wow.
Welcome to the party.
Get in there. Oh, my captain. 79-yarder. Ooh.
Welcome to the party, pal. Is Funchess going to be on the roster this year?
I think he's going to miss the season. I thought I saw he's missing the season.
Again?
Yes.
What? Poor Funchess. We got to look this up. Are you serious?
Let me double check. He was released 2 days ago.
Yeah,
okay.
Injury settlement. So he was
injured
on the
reserve.
IR. Yeah.
I thought I saw out for the year potentially.
So if he was on injured reserve, he was out for the year.
Yeah. He doesn't sound good.
Okay, 4 days ago, CBS, Packers place Funchess on the injured reserve, risk of missing the entire season. But then, as you just mentioned, injury settlement, off injured reserve. So that is new news to me.
Yeah, so he can, once he gets healthy, he can sign with another team and play.
Okay. False alarm.
Here's a bummer. It is, in fact, a bummer.
Caught 6 passes in the preseason opener.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to be a potential factor. And then, no, just no. That was the big free agent signing for Brian Gutekunst. That was the one receiver he brought in. It was Devin Funchess. Even if he stayed healthy, I don't know how good he would have been.
No.
Well, I mean, Madden proving otherwise. Dude is nothing but pure stats.
Oh, yeah, no.
Ooh, Cam. Oh, is this going to be a face mask at the end, too? Did he get personal fouled? He did indeed. So an extra 15 on the end of this one. Pats in business here, already into Packer territory with one Cam Newton scramble.
Jay Prince, what's up? Relly Rel, Tom Cruise. Must be. Nobody believes you anyway, Glash. No need to apologize. Okay. All right, must be. There's Cam. Nice run. Oh, but he fumbles. What a shame. Demir Bird picks him up.
Oh, wow.
Nicely done.
Bird is the word, man.
Bird going to be okay with the Bears this year? Is he going to make the team?
Probably not. He wasn't okay with the Patriots last year. He had a much bigger opportunity to shine in New England because he was their only real deep threat. Now he goes to a team that has Allen Robinson, has Darnell Mooney, has a guy who does the deep threat shtick even better than he does in Marquise Goodwin, who was a legitimate world-class sprinter before turning to football. I don't think Damiere Byrd is going to make the roster. But maybe.
Well, I don't know how he's done in the preseason either. I haven't really tracked Damiere Byrd. Have you, Christian? Like, has he?
No, not really.
Can't find
I've
him.
not been paying attention. I will go through some preseason games, but I'm really just taking this moment of not being fully employed as an NFL writer to kind of ignore the preseason and instead go out and do social things while we can go, like, while it's still warm in the lovely state of Wisconsin. So I've been doing that mostly. So I have watched the Bears for like Justin Fields moments and see how my guy Darnell Mooney is doing, but I've not stayed clocked in long enough to keep an eye on Damiere Byrd.
You may be right about Damiere Byrd though, because they cut Javon Wims. So that's interesting.
Oh, Wims was
Allen Robinson, Mooney, Marquise Goodwin, the top 3 receivers. That leaves 3 spots open.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he might make the team, but it might be like wide receiver 5 behind like Riley Ridley or something. That is, if they cut Wims, that actually increases his chance of making it. But it does sound like he's definitely going to be behind Goodwin. So even if he makes it, there's your Damiere Byrd update.
You guys, how do you feel about Cole Kmet as their tight end? Like, because
I don't mind. Yeah,
that's not a very reliable core of receivers outside of
Kmet being second in targets there. I could see it.
Yeah, it could happen. There's still a little bit of static there at tight end because they do have Jesse James. They do still have Jimmy Graham. They have my guy out of Princeton, Jesper Horsted, who did show out in preseason. I did pay attention to the Jesper Horsted come up because that dude's one of my favorites. So I feel like, Kmet is at the top of the depth chart, but I don't think that necessarily means he is going to get the Lions' share of targets. This drive has ended with no points for the Patriots. Now the Packers can solve this one away. A touchdown will end it, although it's going to be real tough after this 3rd and 21 coming up for the Pack.
It was a pretty brutal finish to that drive. Looked like they were about to take the lead.
David says, I will say I've had fun bragging my brains out in here. Giggle, even though most of you don't care. LOL. The shout outs have been cool. You've all developed a family bond here. So gives you reason, really. I mean this. It all, I mean this. You need to stick around and hang out with each other. Just because we're leaving doesn't mean your bonds here in the chat shouldn't end. The Sims will be.
Because our time has ended, you know.
Yeah.
And now his watch has ended.
Oh, my God. Oh, first place right now in the Glash free roll.
Hey.
Yeah, boy.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at this. See, I stepped aside so Christian could win.
Yeah. You walked so I could run.
That's right.
Christian, when's the last time you won one of these?
A couple hours at least.
That's good. Hey, we're at 174 likes, only 26. That's math for you on the air. 26 from 200. 300 of you watching. Hit the like. Let's go. Do it up. 40 of you watching on Twitch. 3.5K followers now on Twitch. Love it.
Nice.
Jordan W. I used to watch The Sweat. I saw an old episode of The Sweat in my YouTube history. Glash and Koff were in the studio. Reed and Jeff were at their houses. Yep, sounds right.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Jeff never leaves his house.
Yeah. Bad things happen when you do. So
unless he's walking the dog.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
and then I'm like Glash and I wear a disguise, you know.
Mm-hmm. Get away with everything.
You don't get away with everything. Can't be charged, according to Glash. Uh-oh.
We got company. I don't know.
Look out. Christian's man wolf is wolf pup.
Hey, by the way, and those of you that are hoping to keep in touch with us, we'll do this probably more so today than tomorrow, because tomorrow's just going to be a lot of goodbyes. But at Train Island on Twitter for Christian, at The Fantasy Grind for Jeff. I am at Brendan Glasheen, so you can follow us there. Instagram. I don't know if you guys don't really do Instagram, right? You stick to Twitter. Twitter's a good spot.
I'm on the Insta.
You're on the Insta, right? What's your Insta?
The Insta, it's just my name. It's like GD Ulrich. At GD Ulrich.
There you go.
GB Ulrich.
Christian's on there too, I think.
Oh, I am. I'm gonna go send a friend request real quick now. GB Ulrich. Hold on 1 second. I gotta move my car, but fortunately the roommate's gonna take over on that one.
Christian's kid is moving his car. I can see it.
Yep, she's good. She got it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for your request here, man. Like, this is...
All right, there's Asiasi again. Babies.
GD Ulrich. Got it.
G.
Sent out there.
Kristen DeAndrea, Train Island, started following you. Wow.
True. It's a big deal.
Sick.
Unbelievable. Oh, there's the old follow back. We're connected, friends.
Yeah.
Never to be disconnected again.
It's amazing how that works, huh? You follow him, he follows you back. Where have I heard that before on these streams? Interesting. Who would ever not follow someone back, especially someone they work with?
I know. On Twitter or on Instagram, anywhere.
Yeah.
And yet, I feel like this is something, it's so bizarre, but I feel like it's happened a few times within the Sim fan broadcasting family.
Yeah.
Who would possibly be too big time to follow back? Like, who would be so self-absorbed and wrapped up in their own world that would not follow back? I don't know.
You know, it sounds like a person that doesn't belong on Earth, so we'll take care of that.
Ah, good.
Oh, now I got guys from the Sim fam following me on IG. Oh my God, this is like, what's going on here?
GD Ulrich.
GD.
My Insta is just my low profile, like, you know, post a couple pics. Now I got legit. I'm just gonna say it. It's gonna turn into a fan page. Look out.
Y'all are gonna be disappointed with how little I update my
Yeah,
profile.
I know. I get in like one a month. I'm really balling out on IG. So,
Evan Porter, can someone explain why the game has receivers run out of bounds after a catch wide open instead of run upfield?
No criticism allowed of the Sim. No, we can't explain today. Sorry. That's how it works. The Sim is the Sim. You leave it alone.
Actually, now that
Sony Michel in a passing game.
Sony, yeah, and passing touchdown for Cam, who's up over 25 points now. Sony Michel takes it in, and now pressure shifts to the Pack offense. Maybe a little more Devin Funchess, perhaps.
Jeff, how about this for a memory? So Jordan said he watched back an episode of The Sweat.
Okay.
And I said, Jeff Glash was like, Jeff, did you just move your house? It's so empty. And then Kaufman said, don't listen to Jeff's picks, folks. He probably gambled away his appliances.
Wow.
It must have been a couple years ago.
It's so empty. What? I don't
Jordan said he came across an old episode of The Sweat in the YouTube history.
This is Jordan, our producer, Jordan?
No, Jordan W in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, that must have been a while ago.
Yeah, that's wild.
I mean, I've somebody's sent me a couple like old videos from DK like back in the day, and it gets wild. Like it's been like 5+ years for me doing this stuff. So
really,
I don't remember that one. That one I don't recall. It sounds like something Kaufman would say though. So
that's why he's got to go.
That's why he's got. Yeah, that's why Glash is getting all dressed up tonight or tomorrow.
We're gonna have tryouts. Make it fast. What was I gonna say?
We're gonna get OT here, aren't we?
Yeah.
It's a minute left. Sorry, I didn't want to say
unless
it.
Rogers pukes on himself, which is possible.
Yeah, or he just becomes the GOAT. Oh, we got a flag. This could be actually put him right in
Oh
the
man, I think it's going to take away the Funch's bonus. It will indeed. So Funch had the bonus on that play, and Mercedes Lewis blew it for him. Devastating to my line. Actually, wouldn't have been the bonus. He would have been about 4 yards short. So you know what? Let's keep that going. Oh no!
Oh wow!
That's going to make it tough.
Must be the
John
weapon.
Simon, the recently released John Simon, by the way. Whole bunch of preseason cuts coming down today. Simon released by the Titans. Brashad Perriman released by the Lions, even though he cost them $2 million guaranteed. They're like, nah, you're so bad. We'll just eat that. No, thank you. Keyshawn Johnson released by the Cardinals. Damian Ratley released by the Lions. The Lions wide receiver group, just if you can't break through there, you're in trouble, and it's in fact trouble there. Chris Banjo, pretty solid special teamer, backup safety. He got released by the Arizona. Lamar Jackson, the cornerback version out of Oklahoma State, released by the Jets. Deion Kane released. Not a lot of big names today, but they're coming. They're coming, folks.
3rd and 7. Green Bay finally uses a timeout. Oh, wrong team, Aaron.
Oh, wow. All right.
I mean, legitimately, I don't even know who the Lions. Okay, did they release Khalif Raymond too? No, I think they kept Raymond. The Lions have Tyrell Williams, Quintez Cephas, Amon Ross St. Brown, Geronimo Allison, and
so bad.
And that's it.
Wow.
There's nobody. Did they sign someone else? Because that's it, man.
I have big hopes for Amon-Ra St. Brown, as you may have noticed by my breathless hype of him. It was my last pick in my fantasy draft.
I mean, he might just see 100 targets just because they have to throw the ball sometimes, right? So Hawkinson, but I think the bottom line is just want nothing to do with this team's offense.
No, it's going to be very, very bad. Yeah, that's why Swift is a nice play, because they might have to check down to him a million times.
And I'm telling you, I'm telling you right now, and I know we can't talk about this too much right now, but week 1,
San Fran.
Go to where you go, and San Fran. Again, can't talk about this a ton, but
this sounds like the murder of Kaufman right now, but very different.
Yeah, we can't. We don't want to talk about this too much, but
but it's happening.
The line, it really hasn't moved too much. Whatever I'm talking about, y'all know. San Francisco, week 1. You might want to just check that out. As Green Bay,
I think that's the Funchess bonus there on a meaningless play.
I
so wanted my captain Funchess over the bonus. Might have even won me a quarter, you guys. Oh, that's gonna do it. And my second last sim, I'm gonna take down a Sim Fam free roll, 119 deep. You do, in fact, love to see it.
Give it up for him.
Flash is even standing. Wow.
Standing O. Woo. All right, good stuff. Yeah, and look, credit to Jeff for not making a lineup and giving Christian a chance.
You just stepped aside and let me fill the void, man. And if only I had the wherewithal to put Dalton Keene in there, I would have won millions, maybe even billions of dollars. But I wasn't there. Instead, I get what appears to be 50 cents, which, you know what? Pretty good day anyway. Halfway to a McDouble or a McChicken this morning. So we're gonna get there.
Three more of those days, and you got a hot dog at Costco, man. You're good to go.
Oh, dude, I haven't had a hot dog at Costco in a long time. I miss it greatly.
Okay,
cheap food, and it takes an hour off your life, so you save money both ways.
Exactly.
Real quick, Tara Lynn passed this along. Adam Schefter had this a few minutes ago. With Hurricane Ida battering the region, Saints owner Gail Benson has made an initial $1 million donation towards the Gulf Coast Renewal Fund. Those wishing to also donate can do so at neworleanssaints.com/Hurricane Ida. Very nice. And of course, if there's anyone that's from New Orleans, in New Orleans, folks being affected by this, we hope you're staying safe.
Yeah, absolutely.
Our thoughts with you. Stay safe. If you've been evacuated, hopefully you can get home safe soon. And know that we're all pulling for you. We're all part of the same DK Sim fam.
Like always.
Except Kenny.
Kenny's in New York. He's fine. Yeah.
Nothing bad has ever happened in New York.
Okay. Player of the game? Who do we like?
let's give it to Dalton Keene, because that's never gonna happen again, right? Let's give him his one and only postroute.substack.com Player of the Game award. And there's some babysitter Billy candidates out there. Demir Bird was especially unimpressive. Devontae Adams didn't really do all that much. Ozzy, though, got outplayed by his own second string tight end, so he's got to go.
He caused the most whining, too. So
exactly.
He definitely gets it.
Okay, works. Jeff's here for the next one with Kaufman and LaMarca. That'll be fun.
All right. Good. Will be fun. Be good.
Christian, you are
until tomorrow, 4 p.m. I'll be back with, is it you and ZT or?
Oh, no, you're here at 4 with Rossi and Zach tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. I will see all of you tonight. Madden After Dark, second to last one.
Wow.
You can't miss it. You can't miss it. Okay. We'll get weird. We'll get the lights going. We'll party it up. Okay. So don't miss it. And it's free.
So.
Okay. Thank you, producer Tara Lynn. Thank you, Bry Guy. Bry Guy will be on tomorrow night with us on the commentary side. He'll jump in on the late Sims. Thank you to Bert as well. Bert was awesome today. Bert was the man.
It was real-time scoring. Cannot emphasize that enough.
Yep.
Coming up is another run through of today's sweat. Check it. Here it comes. And then Jeff's back at 6 with Kaufman and LaMarca.
What up? Ladies and gentlemen, open your eyes and please lend us an ear, because what you are about to witness is DraftKings is the sweat coming at you. I am Emerson Latzia. Coming up, where some of the world's best golfers will finish in the final leg of the FedEx Cup playoffs, plus the fantasy impact of some major injuries around the NFL. But first, let's price check around the diamond, and here to help are DraftKings contributors Matt Meiselman and Kenny Ducey. Gentlemen, your favorite plays at the following price ranges on tonight's 9-game Major League Baseball slate. A pitcher more than 8K. Who was your guy, Kenny?
Well, I'm going to go with the guy by the name of Luis Garcia. He pitches for the Houston Astros. I think he's a very talented pitcher. He comes in here at $9,200, and he matches up with the Seattle Mariners. A pretty good matchup, a team that has struggled to hit the baseball really ever since they made all those trades at the trade deadline. The wind has just come out of the sails for the Mariners, a 91 WRC plus over the last 2 weeks, and strikeout rate at nearly 25%. He's coming off a great outing against a red-hot Kansas City Royals team. This guy can really pitch. I think that there's a lot of concerns with some high-priced names here. You got Zach Wheeler, who's just absolutely lost his way. Corbin Burns, who has sort of regressed a little bit from that hot first half. Robbie Ray going against a great team against lefties. I think that this is what you want to do if you want to spend up. You want to go for Luis Garcia.
All right, Matt, what about you, dude?
So Kenny mentioned Ray versus the Orioles and their ability to hit lefties. I do think even despite that, Robbie Ray probably is the guy who should be the most expensive pitcher. He probably is the guy with the most upside. He's also going to carry by far the most ownership. So even though he's got 25 strikeouts in his last 2 starts, I really just don't want to go there at what I think could be massive, massive ownership, maybe 60, 70% in tournaments. Beyond him, I think Garcia is a decent contrarian call. I wonder if German Marquez doesn't get as much ownership as he should because Robbie Ray just eats up so much of it. So I think Corbin Burns will be somewhat popular, Zach Wheeler. Marquez does come in at a discount, though, at 8,500. It's a matchup in Texas against the Rangers. So I think it's a good spot for him getting away from Coors, and you get a little bit of savings with him, even though he's more than 8K.
Matty, let's go pitcher less than $8,000. Your dude is who?
There's not a lot to like here today. I think Luis Patino and Nick Pivetta are okay options, but I actually think I might go with AJ Alexi, who is making his MLB debut, because he's at home against the Rockies, and anytime a pitcher gets to face the Rockies outside of Coors, it's a really good matchup. We've also seen Trevor Story get some days off in recent games, like over the last stretch of maybe 10 days. I think they've rested him 3 or 4 times. So if he's out of the lineup, even better. But you have a pitcher at $4,700 who's in a good spot, and he's also been going 4 or 5 innings in his minor league appearances, so there's actually a legitimate chance that he can pitch long enough to get a win. But even so, it's just such a low price tag on a slate where the other cheap pitchers aren't good that I think getting some savings and then maybe paying up to be contrarian on offense is the way to go. So it's not that I love him as a play. I just think Alexi is better than a lot of the other guys that are below 8K, at least points per dollar wise.
Kenny, how about you, dude?
Yeah, it's really difficult to take a pitcher today under 8K. You got some disasters waiting to happen. The guy I think I have to land on, and don't get me wrong, I don't like playing him. I don't think he's a good pitcher, but it's Chris Paddock at $5,600. He's coming off the IL, so there might even be a pitch cap here. But when you look at matchup-wise, it's definitely the best matchup on the board. Obviously, he's given up a lot of hits lately, but a strikeout rate for around 24% for the Diamondbacks, a team that's down towards it. They're on the wrong half of the league over the last couple of weeks in offense. So I think that this is as good a spot as any, really, to roster a low-priced pitcher. But again, I think your strategy here is go contrarian with some of the cheaper bats and maybe pay up for 2 high-priced pitchers. I think that might be the way to go with your builds. But if I have to, pick a guy under 8K, I think it's Chris Paddock. I'm just going to go all the way down to 5,600.
Well, Kenny, how about dudes who can swing a good wood north of $5,000?
I don't want to play this guy either because he hasn't had the best season. But Mookie Betts at $5,200 has a pretty good matchup here against Drew Smyly. He's matched him over his career. 3 doubles, 8 hits in general. He has a 540 X slug. He's hit 364 off him. So I think that the matchup here is really good. I expect the Dodgers to score a lot of runs against Drew Smyly. And Mookie Betts, he's been in and out of the lineup, but if you believe in this Dodgers lineup to score a lot of runs here, and it's been a tough time for them over the last month, then I think that Betts is probably your guy. He's expensive, but not too expensive. He's going to be hitting 3, most likely, in that order. The Dodgers, they don't rake against lefties, but Mookie Betts, one of their few bats that can hit lefties, and Drew Smyly, not a very good lefty either. So I think, hold your breath here. I'll hold your nose, but I'm going to take Mookie Betts, and maybe the Dodgers score a lot of runs here off Drew Smyly.
Matt, a hitter more than $5,000.
I'm kind of on the same page. I think if the Dodgers are at least moderately owned or lower, then they are my favorite stack on the board. But I do have some concerns that they'll be overly popular. I think the same is probably true for the Blue Jays with Vlad, and I think the same is probably true for the Padres with Tatis. So I think that the ownership may just be a little too high to be that excited about any of those teams. On the other side of that Dodgers game, though, the Braves should be really, really contrarian against Julio Urias, just because they're kind of in a price range where they cost similar amounts to some of these other chalky teams, but they're not cheap enough where they really look like values. So Freddie Freeman at $5K is just a pretty low price for him in general, and it's a lefty-lefty matchup, so it's not the greatest spot, but I think if the Braves can get to Urias early and get to some righties in the Dodgers pen, there's a lot of upside for them there. And the rest of the stack is actually really cheap. So Freeman is the most expensive Braves hitter at $5K. I think it's just an underpriced team a little bit, at least for the upside. But there's a wide range of outcomes here, I think, because they're facing a good pitcher in Urias, but they could get to him and then they face a weaker bullpen. And there's just a lot of really good power hitters in this lineup. So that's really the main reason to go with the Braves.
Well, Matt, speaking of cheap here, give me your best value bat on this slate.
Yeah, I like the Orioles a lot, and it's not so much that they're a great points per dollar team, it's that the leverage that you get against Robbie Ray in tournaments just looks so appealing. But I do think that the $4,100 price tags on both Trey Mancini and Ryan Mountcastle are actually decent prices. Austin Hayes $3,100 though might be my favorite. The problem with the Orioles really, which has just been difficult for stacking purposes, is that their 2 best hitters against lefties play the same position and you can't use them together in the same lineup. So deciding between Mancini and Mountcastle, who I think are roughly equal hitters, is really hard. So that's why I'm going with Hayes, who's a bit cheaper. But overall, I mean, I think that this is one of the better leverage spots we've seen in a while, where you have a pitcher in Ray who's coming off 2 monster games in a row, and his ownership just should be out of control, and you are almost certainly getting a very low team against him that actually has some upside.
Kenny, how about you, man? Value bat.
Yeah, I don't know if this constitutes as a value bet, but it's a guy that is a value. He's way too cheap here. It's Giancarlo Stanton at $4,600. I was prepared to talk about him as my favorite bet over $5,000 because all the guy has done is just rake for the New York Yankees. Now, the Yankees have emerged as one of the league's best offenses against lefties, which is crazy because last year they really couldn't hit lefties. This year, for the most part, for the first half anyway, they couldn't hit lefties. But it's a team with a lot of right-handed power bats, so you'd expect them to eventually figure it out, and they have. They've mashed lefties. Stanton had a couple really he was blanked against Frankie Montas, who, I think I'm starting to come around on maybe he's a good pitcher. He's pitched incredibly well, and he shut down the Yankees. And then against Paul Blackburn last night, had a couple hits. So what's scaring you off of Giancarlo Stanton? You look over the last 2 weeks, he has the 3rd most homers in baseball with 6. I think he should mash once again against a weak lefty in Jose Quintana, one of the most fadeable pitchers over the last few years. He's definitely going to get wrecked tonight by the New York Yankees for the limited time he's out there because they had to move him to the bullpen. And I think that Stanton has a very good chance to go deep here. Again, $4,600. The price has come up from where it was, midweek last week, but still too cheap for me. I think that this guy has a lot of potential here. He's red hot. You want to ride that wave. When you get a hot Giancarlo Stanton, you want to keep rostering him.
Kenny, slate-approved pick time here, dude. So your favorite DFS play overall tonight is who and why?
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit, I don't know if it's crazy to go against a guy that was once the Cy Young hopeful, but I think Juan Soto at $5,800 is a very good bet to reach base a couple of times here, get you some total bases, 2 homers. Over the last 4 games, the matchup with Zach Wheeler, pretty good career-wise, hitting nearly 300 off of Zach Wheeler with a pop in there as well. So I think that he has enough. He's been hot. Zach Wheeler's been a disaster. I think there's enough here to roster him with confidence.
Okay, Matt, how about you, dude?
I like the Soto call. I think I need to give 2 picks here because I don't know if either of these guys will necessarily be available for lineup purposes. So the Shohei Ohtani situation is weird because I think we know he's going to play, but we actually don't know if he's going to pitch tonight, which means that we don't know if we're getting him as a pitcher or a hitter. He'll be added to the DFS player pool later in the day once the Angels announce that. So I like him more if he's batting against Corey Kluber. He probably just goes way under the radar compared to Tatis and Vlad. But assuming Ohtani's on the mound and we can't roster him as a batter, I think Max Muncy ends up being my favorite Dodger, assuming he cracks the lineup. Because a lot of times against lefties, the Dodgers will start Albert Pujols, and then Muncy ends up on the bench. But Drew Smyly actually isn't any better against lefties than he is against righties, but the common sense strategy is to just play guys with a platoon advantage. So I actually think Dodgers lefties like Corey Seager, Cody Bellinger make a lot of sense. But Muncy, if he's in the lineup, Smyly especially is prone to the home run against lefties, and Muncy, because he's left-handed, I think goes overlooked. So hopefully he cracks the lineup, and then I think he's my favorite Dodgers player to roster.
You two hang out, please. We will take a DraftKings Sportsbook look at tonight's slate coming up right after we bring in one of our gorgeous golf gurus to talk about the gorgeous game of golf. Well, the Bryson DeChambeau experience delivered its latest chapter over the weekend at the BMW Championship. Patrick Cantlay knocking off the beefy Brotato chip in a 6-hole playoff at the BMW Championship. Let's look ahead to the Tour Championship now with Jeff Ulrich. Actually, Jeff, before we do that, how was Cantlay able to outlast the big bombing scientist this week?
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple, Emerson. When you never miss a putt, you're probably going to win some golf tournaments, especially on the PGA when you're like a top 10 player in the world already. Patrick Cantlay set the strokes gained record for strokes gained putting in a week. We saw what he did in the playoff, just hitting clutch putt after clutch putt. I can't remember what it ended up as, but I think he hit about 70 feet of must-make putts, either to win the tournament or to stay alive at one point. So all credit to Cantlay. He deserved to win. He made the clutch putts. But when you putt like that on the PGA and you're already an elite player, if you don't win, it's actually a huge shock. So, again, I mean, you just, Bryson ran into a buzzsaw on the greens there last week.
Yeah, I follow you on Twitter. You're an unbelievable follow, and your wealth of knowledge with a combination of humor, it's straight perfection. You did mention on Twitter, you thought this would have been a bigger blow to Cantlay than to DeChambeau, who just couldn't seem to find the hole, missing putt after putt after putt.
Sure, and look, you have to look at it from this way. I mean, we know Bryson can putt a little bit better than that. There's something left for Bryson there. At the end of the day, if he makes those putts, he had about 3 or 4 chances to literally close the door, put the nail on Cantlay and grab the win. He didn't do it, but he can go back home and look at himself in the mirror and say, you know what, if I just putted a little bit better, I win that event 9 times out of 9. Cantlay, on the other hand, I mean, if he hadn't won, I mean, how much better can you putt in a week? You can't. So again, all credit to Cantlay. The dude, mentally strong. I mean, it doesn't even begin to describe Patrick Cantlay last week. Absolutely must make putts, probably 5 times. He made them all. And we're not talking about like tap-ins here. We're talking 20 footers. So, but to not win there, Cantlay, and have that good a putting week, it would have been, I think, a little bit more devastating in the long run. So just my take. Very, very interesting week. Amazing playoff there at the BMW Championship.
Yeah, it really was. And you could tell those guys weren't huge fans of each other. Let's just put it that way. This week, though, Cantlay will start the Tour Championship as the top seed, and with a 2-stroke lead, as this event is the only one on tour that uses a handicap system, Jeff. So the number 2 seed will begin at 8 under and so on. Numbers 26 through 30 in the field of 30 begin with a 10-shot disadvantage at even par. This segment is called PGA Tour Pin Placement. So tell me where Cantlay will ultimately finish.
I think he's ultimately going to finish 3rd this week, and here's why. He's got 2 players behind him. He's got 2 big hitters behind him. Guys are playing great tee to green, and Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau. And again, I really like Patrick Cantlay. He's got a great game. This is a really hard event to predict. I mean, we've got guys starting at different numbers. Who knows what their motivation is going to be? They're already, just cashing huge checks this week, but if I'm looking at this objectively and I'm saying I've got Tony Finau and Bryson DeChambeau, who are maybe in some of the best form of their life, chasing a guy like Patrick Cantlay, who can't possibly putt any better than he did last week. I mean, he literally can't. I do feel like he's going to get caught by at least one of these guys, and perhaps even 2. So I'm going to pick Patrick Cantlay to finish 3rd. I think the putter will cool off enough. And I do think that especially Bryson, who, look, everything was clicking for Bryson outside of those short putts in the playoff and stuff. I think that, at least one of these guys are going to pick him. So I'm gonna be, it's a bit of a dark horse pick, really, to pick Cantlay to not win. I mean, he's got a 2-shot lead, but I'm going to say he finishes 3rd this week.
Okay, then let's go to the man he just knocked off. So that's Bryson DeChambeau, currently in 3rd, and I'm looking here, FedEx Cup rank, 3rd dude will start at 7 under. So where do you think he finishes?
Yeah, and look, I think there's going to be a lot of narratives surrounding Bryson in this course and stuff, and maybe he doesn't have the best record at the Tour Championship. I'm of the opinion that when the top players get going, this stuff just kind of flies out the door. Bryson, he made, before we hit the BMW Championship, where, he put in the 60, the round of 60, he obviously got himself in a position late Sunday where he probably should have won. Again, we won't revisit it, but Bryson is in really good form right now. He made 49 birdies in the 2 events before the BMW Championship. Now he shot a 60. This dude is absolutely clicking on all cylinders. He's going to be absolutely hungry for the win. I mean, all these guys are going to be hungry, but when you come off a devastating loss like that, an event you should have won, and then you get right back in the saddle. I just feel like Bryson's going to be going from the get-go here. He's only 3 back. This is the highest Bryson has ever gone into a Tour Championship, the closest he's ever been to the top. I think he gets it done. I think he wins this week.
Wow. Okay. John Rahm, he will start 1 spot behind DeChambeau, but he's at 6 under, so he will be 4 back Patrick Cantlay. Where does he finish? We know he's not going to win, of course, according to you.
That's right. He can't win because I've already handed out the winners on this here to Bryson. It's already been decided. We don't even need to do the tournament, Emerson.
All right,
go
great.
with my predictions.
Yeah, we're done.
Segment's
over.
Yeah, that's right. Okay. Let's start talking about football. Look, John Rahm to me, God, we're talking about like the best players in the world here. So there's a good chance John Rahm makes me look like an idiot this week and does end up winning. But if you really revisit, this has been just an unfortunate sort of late summer for John Rahm. He was in such good form. The Open Championship, T3, he almost won his 2nd major in a row. Then he had the COVID layoff. He missed the Olympics, came back, looked hot. Then he just kind of ran out of gas last week. And it just makes me wonder, is this guy not quite peaking? Whereas you have guys like Bryson and Cantlay and Finau clearly peaking right now. He's starting 4 shots back. Like I said, I don't like the way he ended last week. Can he be in the mix? Absolutely. He's only 4 shots back. Rory McIlroy won this event 5 shots back 2 years ago. But with the way this guy ended last week and then the form of the top 3 players in front of him, I just think it's too much to ask. I'm just going to say that he finishes right around where he starts. I'm going to give him a 5th place finish. I think he's starting in 4th place. So I don't know. I guess he'll drop 1 spot.
Did you see, no, first off, do you watch Ted Lasso?
I do not. I do not have the Apple channel. I don't get paid enough. I mean, with all the salary going to you, Emerson, just don't leave enough.
It's just that John Rahm confirmed this past week that Dustin Johnson is the goldfish of the PGA Tour. Has the 10-second memory, so if something bad happens. It's the crickets. You don't need to roll that. It's a fact. I'm literally reporting the news because I'm the married man of an Emmy winner. Anywho, Colin Morikawa, currently 11th. Where does he finish?
Oh boy, yeah. This is and again talking about tough finishes and guys who look like they're running out of gas here. I mean, Colin Morikawa kind of is like the poster boy for that right now. Now he's got. I don't want to say it's an excuse, but there is a reason for this. I mean, the dude, obviously had an injury a little bit. He's dealing with back stuff. He ended last week okay. He had an okay Sunday round, but nothing spectacular. Nothing even to nearly the form of the top 3 or 4 players in the FedEx Cup standings right now. Colin Morikawa starting at 3 under. He's 7 back. I mean, this is an elite player. He's a top 5 player in the world right now. But with him just being slightly out of form, you've got to sit back and say, I mean, is he really even going to make a run this week? He's already in the Tour Championship. I know there's lots of money up for grabs. I'm just going to say that he probably treads water, give him a T15. I'm really not expecting much out of Morikawa. From a DFS perspective, if you want to get risky, Morikawa probably going to have a good shot of being very low owned because, again, people see this. I mean, the playoffs are all about momentum. Morikawa has none, and then he's been dealing with back stuff. So he'll probably be very low owned. But I'm going to pick him to just kind of tread water or maybe even, tread under the water a little bit with the T15 finish.
All right, last guy here we will talk about is a man you worship. He will start at 3 under. That is 7 back of Patrick Cantlay. That's going to be Louis Oosthuizen. So he's currently in 14th place. Where does he finish?
Louis, again, another player who he walked into last week. He had to skip the first playoff event. He had neck issues. Apparently, Louis could barely play golf on Wednesday before the tournament started. So for him to come up and put in like a 3rd round 64 and a final round 69, I mean, you actually look at the stats of Louis, 15 in strokes gain approach. I have a little bit more confidence. And again, Emerson is laid out. I do have a bias here, but I do have more confidence here in Louis showing up this week. I mean, he at least showed us something last week with that 64, I think. So I'm going to say Louis gets in the top 10. I think he's probably going to be a sneaky pick this week. People probably a little bit off him just because, again, with the withdrawal factor. But, these guys do have to finish the event here. I mean, there is a lot of money up for grabs. You get yourself into a top 5 position. We're talking, millions of dollars swing here. So I like Louis this week. I think that, again, I'm going to peg him for a top 10. He's starting at -3. I might even be so bold, Emerson, to say this guy maybe gets a sniff of the top 5, but we'll say a T8 for Louis this week. I think, again, there's more positive momentum here in the playoffs, as we know. All about that momentum.
What was his injury? Was it his back as well?
Apparently it was neck this time.
Okay.
It was neck. So it's usually either back or neck with Louis. Again, this is the guy who travels with his own custom-made bed by all reports. So maybe he made some adjustments to the bed at the BMW Championship, and that's what's helped him out. I don't really know. I don't have that kind of inside information. Wish I did, but all things considered, we got to go by what we see. And we saw Louis play much better on the weekend, and you got to think that neck is feeling at least a little bit better. So.
For sure. All right, everyone. Our Louis Oosthuizen an insider, Jeff Ulrich. Please sit right there. We will bring in AJ Scholes for a fun little segment of NFL Spin Move right after this. The abbreviated NFL preseason is an official wrap, everybody. Real games that count start in a week and a half. That's when the Cowboys and the Buccaneers open up the regular season on Thursday night. My wife's incredible birthday. Can't wait for that, September 9th. Let's dive into some big storylines with DraftKings contributor Jeff Ulrich and RotoWire's AJ Scholes. It's NFL Spin Move, guys. You tell us, you tell the people watching how the following headlines will impact the upcoming fantasy season. Let's start with some terrible news for the Ravens here on Sunday as J.K. Dobbins has reportedly suffered a season-ending torn ACL injury. What's the fantasy impact on this team, Jeff?
I mean, for Baltimore just as a team and like for the rest of the fantasy pieces on Baltimore, I really don't think the impact is, it's like nothing. I mean, they have a pretty good depth at running back already in Justice Hill and Gus Edwards. Gus Edwards, a guy we've seen just slide right in there with Lamar Jackson, and everything is simple. I mean, the Baltimore Ravens offense, when it comes down to it, is simple. This isn't a team that's going to be slinging it downfield 60 times a game. And if they are, they're having a really bad day because this is a team that ultimately wants to pound the ball. They've got another, inside the tackles guy and Gus Edwards coming right back behind J.K. Dobbins, and Justice Hill can certainly slot in a little bit as well. Ultimately, this offense is all about Lamar Jackson being able to just move the sticks with his feet and just take the offense off guard. None of that is going to change with Gus Edwards. Is it going to have an impact from fantasy? Sure. Gus Edwards bump him up a little bit, but all things considered, nothing is really going to change for Baltimore.
AJ, Gus Edwards here more than capable of taking over the starting duties and performing well in fantasy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I totally agree with Jeff here. Look, Lamar Jackson's going to get his rushing opportunities, his touches, regardless of who's behind him in the backfield there. So I'm totally on board with Jeff. I don't think this changes anything here. And yes, Gus Edwards, 723 yards last year, 6 touchdowns. I would expect a lot more out of him this year. So from that standpoint, a huge bump for him. And really the other guy that I kind of like here is Tyson Williams. I think could see more passing opportunities, a few more targets, third down opportunities, that sort of thing. But yeah, ultimately it's the Lamar Jackson show. Gus Edwards, the clear beneficiary for the added touches.
AJ, the narrative around Jackson, though, that he needs to take like a significant step forward as a passer, do you feel that's overblown?
I do. I totally do. I think you move the sticks however you move the sticks. Now, obviously, if there's a lot of hits, it leads to injuries, and that's always the storyline, right, with why a guy can't run the ball. So I think, maybe he needs to play a little safer, slide once in a while here, But overall, I think they need to generate offense the way that they can best do that, and that's with him running the football.
Yeah, Jeff, and he's done it with some pretty middling receiving help over the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lamar Jackson from a fantasy perspective really doesn't, we don't really care if he passes the ball more because, again, the one thing that the Dobbins injury might do, it might even lead to like a little bit more Lamar Jackson running. Not that he wasn't going to run a ton with Dobbins, but Dobbins was a little bit younger player, maybe a little bit more explosive. So you could say this is the injury might actually be good for Lamar Jackson because he's just going to, if anything, psychologically, he might even say, oh, I got to do more. But from a performance perspective for the Ravens, I actually am of the opinion that, until Lamar Jackson develops a little bit more of a pocket presence and just becomes a little bit better downfield passer, I don't really think that you're going to see this team take the next step. You don't really have to go back too far in history. I mean, we just don't see these rushing quarterbacks win championships. I mean, Colin Kaepernick is like the one guy who was able to get his team on a nice run there with San Francisco. They obviously didn't close the door, but could Lamar Jackson do that with the Ravens? Well, if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen the next couple of years because rushing quarterbacks, another thing we know with a guy like Cam Newton, they don't have a long shelf life. So I'm of the opinion that, until the Ravens develop this passing offense a little bit, they're probably going to be stuck in mud just in terms of where they go in the playoffs.
Okay, AJ, we got another injury here. Not as bad, though. We got Colts wide receiver T.Y. Hilton reportedly being evaluated for like an upper back or neck injury. His timetable has not yet been determined. If T.Y. misses some time, who gets a bump in DFS for the Colts at receiver?
Well, yeah, so update on that from RotoWire here. He is going to miss some games. Frank Wright wasn't really clear on that in terms of how many, but we know for sure it won't be week one. Obviously, Michael Pittman becomes the number one guy, but he was going to get opportunities regardless, I think. For me, Paris Campbell is the more intriguing option to look at here. He'll likely be lining up in the slot, which could create some mismatches and some problems for opposing defenses given his speed, although injuries have been a concern for him in the past, so whether or not he can stay healthy is a big question mark for him. But as long as he does, I like the speed. I like the fact that he'll be lining up in the slot. And I think he's a guy that I'm going to target most as a fantasy uptick here in Indy with Hilton out however many games he's out.
Yeah, Jeff, I feel like there's not a ton of proven wide receiver talent behind T.Y.
No, there isn't, obviously. I mean, if you look at their depth chart, I mean, it's a little bit, frightening, quite frankly, if you're a Colts fan, and also, I mean, their tight end depth really isn't thrilling either. So the pass catching role in the Colts is a concern right now. I don't mind the Paris Campbell call at all. I mean, I would not pay a high premium because, as AJ mentioned, Campbell has not really played much football the last 2 years, and he's really, really, really injury prone. The talent is there from his college days where he was like a hybrid wide receiver running back in a lot of ways as well. So I don't mind that at all. Take him in the late half of drafts. But for me, this is all about Michael Pittman. I like Michael Pittman as a sleeper before this T.Y. Hilton news. And I'm a little bit confounded why people aren't quite jumping on the train. His ADP really hasn't shot up much from this news. This is a player who, if you look at the last half of the Colts season, you saw a wide receiver one in waiting. This was their ex-receiver, the guy who made the big catches on the sidelines, was starting to take over, was starting to play good against number one cornerbacks. He's a big wide receiver as well. He can body players out. I think Michael Pittman is a wide receiver in waiting. I've thought that since basically he was drafted by the Colts. I really like the draft pick, and I feel like he's probably the best value at wide receiver right now. As you mentioned, where else are the targets going to go? I think that Michael Pittman right now is completely in the role of a potential league winner, especially with this T.Y. Hilton news. So a player I can't be higher on right now.
Jeff, this has been a preseason from hell for the Colts. How much does this hurt Carson Wentz, who's already literally physically hurting?
Yeah, and I mean, this does go into the Michael Pittman stuff too. The Colts O-line is now banged up. The quarterback situation, they lost Sam Ehlinger, their third stringer, which doesn't sound like a big deal, but my God, like with their injury, they need all the bodies they can get out there. I think this actually helps a guy like Michael Pittman because I think the Colts season is they're kind of on the precipice right now. They're like one more injury away here from potentially just folding at the knees, it feels like. And that's good for a guy like Pittman because it just means they're going to be behind more, throwing more. And even if it is Jacob Eason out there, that's fine. As long as we're getting the targets, I feel like all this news, it's not great for the Colts long term. It's good for Michael Pittman because now he doesn't have Ty, and he's got a team who maybe isn't going to be as strong as we thought.
This kind of feels like Wentz may be a guy you want to steer clear of, AJ. Yay or nay?
Yeah, I definitely think so. And for me, I actually think Jonathan Taylor's stock goes up a little bit here. You know, you've got one less target. If teams are double covering, Pittman here, do you really have other options? So they might have to go a little more run heavy than they were anticipating, on top of the fact that Carson Wentz was injured. So I think Jonathan Taylor's stock actually benefits a little bit from this as well, as they could go a little bit more run heavy. As Jeff said, if they get behind in games, obviously that's not going to be the case, but they could also line Taylor up out wide as a receiving option. You mentioned kind of the weak wide receiver core. He's certainly capable of catching passes. We've seen him do that in the past. So for me, I like Jonathan Taylor's stock even more with this news.
Alrighty, AJ, who is, as we look ahead now to the NFL preseason, just wrapping up, like big picture here, what are your takeaways from the final week of the exhibition slate? Not the whole preseason, just the week 3.
Yeah, for me, the most intriguing thing that I saw, at least, was the 2 QB shuffle in San Francisco. You know, we've seen this, several times over the years, and realistically, we have to wonder how long it's going to last, right? You know, we had Taysom Hill, saw some success with it last year, but I kind of want to see what this carries over into week 1 in terms of, Jimmy G and the 49ers running backs, all of whom in DFS, I'm probably going to fade week 1 just because I want to know how much are we going to see Trey Lance? And those opportunities he gets, are they passing opportunities that he's taken away from Jimmy G? Are they going to have him run the ball, something like that, so where it's taking away from running back touches as well? So I was really intrigued by that, and I'm curious to see what that carries into the regular season, and has me kind of holding off on that 49ers offense until we know more.
I was going to say, I don't know if the chances of that actually working an entire season are very strong and positive.
Agreed. But we got to see what sort of touches there are. For sure.
Yeah. Jeff, your biggest takeaway from the final week of the exhibition slate?
Yeah, the San Francisco offense definitely going to be intriguing. I mean, from a rushing perspective, there could be some big totals there, especially in weaker matchups. Got Detroit week 1, by the way. My biggest takeaway is just the performance of these rookie QBs. I really feel like, again, Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, even Zach Wilson, these guys, and Mac Jones too. I mean, these guys have all just been, they just look really good. They look ready to step in. And it's not just from a real life perspective. Maybe their teams don't do that good, but like we're here talking on a fantasy show for obviously a DraftKings and the sportsbook and stuff like that. These are guys you need to pay attention to right off the bat in week 1 of DFS. Trevor Lawrence looked phenomenal. I think he's a guy who's going to run a little bit more than people think. Justin Fields, okay, maybe we don't see him week 1, but eventually he'll get in there. And when he does, I mean, again, he was running in the preseason. We just talked about Trey Lance. So for me, it's been all about the rookie QBs. It's as advertised. This is one of the strongest QB classes we've ever seen, in my opinion. Don't sleep on these guys from week 1. If they're out there, if they're starting, if they've got a good matchup and they're cheap, DraftKings wise, you're probably going to want to take a shot with him.
All Trevor Lawrence needed to know that he was the guy, that he was the true QB1.
Once he got the big mustache out of there, I mean, the confidence level just rose. The Gardner Minshew is just, his presence alone was just eating into the confidence. So good to see, Trevor Lawrence not have to deal with that shadow anymore.
Yeah, who wouldn't feel emotionally threatened by a man wearing jorts with a mustache who lives in an RV down by the river? Anywho, AJ, someone who impressed you in that preseason, the entire preseason, that you think could have a bigger impact in DFS than you expected before the preseason started?
Well, maybe I was just a little too high on Drew Lock being able to get the starting job in the Mile High City, but I wasn't sold on Teddy Bridgewater, being guaranteed the week 1 starting job. And I think he's done enough here to earn that. They named him the week 1 starter. I think that's well earned. And that's one where if the matchup is right, he'll be on a short leash. I think if he stumbles, we'll see Drew Lock sooner rather than later. But, week 1 against the Giants, this is a great matchup to use Teddy Bridgewater. Week 2 as well. So he was one player I didn't necessarily have in my watch list for week 1 because I wasn't sure he was going to be the starter. And now that he has earned that job, I think he's a good play to utilize and probably have a low drafted percentage in my opinion.
And AJ, don't you feel like offensively, like the personnel, they collectively take a step forward here in like fantasy potential with Bridgewater under center compared to Locke?
Absolutely, yeah. And so, yeah, throughout the team, I think you can look more at their wide receivers, look more at their running backs here, because Bridgewater is more of an established commodity and has been around the league longer, and you kind of know what you're getting out of him.
All right, Jeff, someone who impressed you in the preseason that you think could have a bigger impact in DFS than you originally thought?
Yeah, I mean, let's go with two players. First of all, from this last week, Raheem Mostert in this San Francisco 49ers offense with Trey Lance opening up the field. This guy could just go absolutely nuts. And he may not even be like among the league leader in targets. Going to be a great DFS play in a lot of matchups, I think, especially week 1 against Detroit. The guy who really impressed me, though, if we're just taking like the conglomeration of the preseason, Corey Davis, the New York Jets. This guy was used in every single different situation in Zach Wilson's final lead up start for the New York Jets. And again, we want to take usage clues and like guys snap counts. We look at things like snap counts, but Davis was so impressive from the fact that not only was he out there getting targets with Zach Wilson, but he was being moved around the field. He was being used on short passes. He was being used down the field. He was being used like a team would use their wide receiver one. This is a former first-round overall draft pick. The Jets committed a lot of money to him. They have a deep receiving core, and we weren't really sure how this is going to work out, but I think the Jets showed their hand in week 2. I think Corey Davis is going to get a lot of targets this year. He is currently going very, very low. I mentioned Michael Pittman being maybe my favorite undervalued target. Corey Davis is easily 2, right behind Pittman. So Corey Davis, for me, was a big eye-opener during this preseason.
Yeah, he's looking to build off that momentum of last year with the Jets. The rare fourth-year breakout. Thanks for that answer there, Kenny. Now let's flip to the last question here. Is there someone you had high hopes for entering the preseason that didn't exactly perform as expected, Jeff?
Okay, well, I'm just dealing with that blow you just dealt me there for a sec. So just let me get my win back. Yeah. Look, this one is probably going to be obvious. I mean, hopefully I'm not stealing from AJ here, but Jamar Chase is like the obvious answer here. I mean, we got a guy taken in the top 10 of the draft. Not only do we have to deal with poor performance and drops and all this stuff, but we got off the field stuff now. This is just like a dumpster fire being thrown into another dumpster fire so far for the Cincinnati Bengals. He dropped his only screen pass from Joe Burrow in the preseason opener. Like the one pass, the Bengals just like, let's just get Joe Burrow one 1-yard pass out here. And Jamar Chase just shows up and drops the ball. Either Jamar Chase is currently just like playing the biggest rope-a-dope here, and his because I'm not the only one seeing this and knows this, and his draft value is going to fall. He's going to be like the steal because, look, he's a very young player. He's got elite talent. Or this is just going to be a dumpster fire all season long. We've got like another John Ross situation on our hands for the Bengals. So, take your pick. I'm of the opinion that we probably shouldn't read too much into this, but for right now, he's been the most disappointing player by far because I think most people expected this guy to just waltz into a number 1 wide receiver role for Cincy.
All right, how about you, AJ?
For me, some of it has to be controlled by expectations, and from that standpoint, Jordan Love, I think, was the most disappointing player in the preseason. Jeff mentioned all the rookie QBs that did great. I know Jordan Love's not necessarily in that same rookie class, but this most recent game, interception, fumble. Yeah, the completion percentage was fine, 12 of 18, some decent yards. But this is a guy that they're saying is going to be the heir apparent. We're considering, getting rid of Rodgers because we're so high on Jordan Love, right? And he did not do enough, in my opinion, to warrant that, that level of confidence. And so it's very clear why the Packers needed Aaron Rodgers back. And honestly, from a fan standpoint of that team, I think it goes to show we should figure out a way to keep Aaron Rodgers long term.
100%.
I don't see it out of Jordan Love here.
Yeah.
Sign Jordy Nelson. Get Donald Driver. Let's start the GoFundMe, AJ.
They made huge.
I'm all on that train, but yeah, I mean, I was unimpressed by Jordan Love's preseason performance.
Yeah, they made the huge mistake weeks ago releasing Blake Bortles. So the future savior of their franchise is now out and about. But I agree with you. Jordan Love's preseason shows the Packers need to commit to Aaron Rodgers past 2021, AJ. All right, guys, that's it. Great work. Appreciate you. Which baseball bets our panel recommends you guys and gals to chase is coming up next.
What's up, Simland? We are back, and this right here is the second half of your Madden stream day. We're kicking off the late classic, and maybe, just maybe, there will even be some football talk. With Matt Lamarca, Jeff Ulrich, I'm Adam Kaufman. Boys, good to see you. Right around dinner time, the happy hour sim. Moose, what's up?
Yeah, there won't be any football talk on the sim. Sorry, pal. Came to the wrong place.
I'm not heartbroken. I know where we stand right now as we run out of time. Our farewell here, just a shade over 24 hours left in Simland for many of us. Lamarca, you want to give a thumbs down to the crowd, or are you good?
Very funny. You know
Thank
who
you.
gets a thumbs down is my agent for getting Jeff Ulrich introduced in front of me. I mean, what the hell? Clearly, Kaufman hasn't read my contract. You will be hearing from my representation.
I apologize 1,000 times. Tater Hater, you heard him. Reach out to me and we'll talk about it. Guys, did you make lineups?
I did.
Absolutely not.
I can't believe you've just.
And that's
you're
why
just
you
done,
should be
huh?
second build.
You're right. You're right. All questions from here on out, if they apply to both of you, you get them first.
Thank you.
Without a doubt. All right, tell me your lineup then, Lamarca.
It looks like I went pretty chalk. A lot of my guys looking robust in the ownership department. I've got Eric Ebron as my captain. I've got Benjamin Roethlisberger. I've got Juju Smith-Schuster. I've got Deontay Johnson. I've got Steve Sims. Always play Sims in a sim.
Got to.
And rounding out my lineup is the sprinkler.
Oh, I like that. Sound effects and all. Pittsburgh at Virtual Washington, home of the football team. I thought they were all football teams, but that is the football team. So I, like you, it's a sim. You got to play Sims. In fact, you got to captain Sims when this might be the last time you get to see Sims. So Steve Sims Jr. is in the captain slot for me, about 5% owned, just a shade under in the happy hour. The let's just talk trading cards all night free roll. About 38% owned overall. J.D. McKissick, who is very chalky today, about 78% of lineups captained in 15. Juju Smith-Schuster, or as you said, Juju Sim-Schuster, about 62% owned, 10% captain. Terry McLaurin, run TMC. Eric Ebron, very chalky as well, about 18% captained. And also the sprinkler in my lineup. So you and I have plenty of overlap.
Pedestrian sprinkler noise, though.
I know. It was not. Wait, let me get closer. Hang on.
It was just like, what's wrong with your water pressure? You know, kind of noise. I mean, did you not pay your water bill, or
could I hear your sprinkler? See, the real shame is that people didn't get the visual there, only the sound effect.
Yeah, well, when you put your heart into your soul and your work, Kaufman, I mean, that's what happens. You know, you get the full meal deal. I'm not embarrassed by it.
All right, Jeff's back to top billing.
Look, there's been a lot of commitment here in Simland today. Even
I'm in the middle of the market, okay?
As a result, I mean, earlier today we're sitting at 184 likes on the YouTube. Would love more if you'd smash that like. Heck of a punt. Oh, we got to go out with a safety, right? Need a safety here tonight. I mean, Glash was on with the first sim of the day with Christian, eventually BK, and I don't exactly remember because I was sort of in and out listening how this came about. But Glash is coming over for the final sims tomorrow evening, and as
take your
James
shoes
Conner
off,
gets out to the
Glash.
floor, and onto the porch, he'll be banished. Said for 100 likes, I'm going to murder Kaufman tomorrow night.
Yeah, it was getting real dark.
Yeah, it was really like.
Last sim was getting dark. I mean,
like, well, so much for an alibi. I mean, you got nothing. You just put it all out there.
Flash's whole idea in the last sim was he was just going to dress up, and that would just absolve him of guilt because he was wearing a costume.
Because clowns are never guilty of anything.
Yeah, that was his whole. I like that he went right to the clown costume. Like that's exactly what Glash would wear. But that was his whole idea. It's just he'll be fine.
Kaufman, watch your six. Did you watch the last sim? Yeah, so I didn't see any of the last sim, so you're gonna have to bring me up to speed.
No, I mean he literally just talked about his plan.
So if I want the full rundown, I just need to go back and watch the 4 o'clock, and I'll know everything.
I mean, basically, yeah. If you need a conviction or whatever, just rerun the 4 o'clock sim. We're good.
I mean, I was really planning on like letting him in, give him a post sim beverage. I think I'm just gonna have to lock him on the porch with some floor candy all night.
Yeah, you might
maybe
wanna
even
get
set the house alarm.
Get the trank dart or something, you know?
Seriously, you got a dart in your neck. I love you, man, but you're crazy.
Wait. Take one out.
The underappreciated Sean William Scott part of that, of course.
Yeah.
3rd and 12. Few minutes gone by opening quarter.
Very small part in that movie, but
Yes.
extremely well done.
Yes. Yes. Dude. Producer Michael, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, both of them will be running the ship tomorrow night as well. So they're stuck with a whole lot more of us before we leave. Cobra K, Tate, and Ops, and June, both here with us, taking care of the manual scoring. So I guess, I mean, it's not like Tate can turn on his mic and answer this, or June, either way. If I vaguely remember talking about it with Tate. I don't think I've had this conversation with June, but I guess Tate, you can answer in our Zoom window or in the chat, whatever you want. What's the deal with tomorrow night? Because I remember there being a conversation about like this. This is when I realized we actually maybe, just maybe, Moose and Lamarca meant something to people in terms of like some value in entertainment within our own group, not just the DK Sim fam. Apparently there was like a I'd hesitate to say a battle, but a real interest. Like people were begging onto the shifts for tomorrow night in Ops, wanting to be part of the final Sims before we're out of here.
Oh,
I want to know how that all shook down.
I see how it's going on. You know, little
Everybody gets to score one quarter.
Daniel,
Bert,
all these guys, they're just, they're going to miss us. I get it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's okay, guys. We'll be around. My DMs are always open.
I thought you were going to say they might turn their cameras on for the last time.
Look, if that's out of my pay grade, but if they're granted permission, I'd love to see them all. It's just, but the faces, the program,
I don't think
put them
I
all
would.
on camera.
I like the mystery. You know,
Michael turned his camera on.
Tate could live next door to me. I wouldn't know.
No, I know, legitimately. Like, I swear to God, Tom is probably like, my next door neighbor or something. It's just,
Tom, I've seen a million times. Producer Michael, I know what he looks like only because occasionally his Zoom has, the photo.
Yes.
But I've never seen him turn his camera
turned it
on.
on. He turned it on for 30 seconds with Rossi, because Rossi has been asking him to do it, and he promised it, and he gave us a shot of his yard. But it was only for like 30 seconds. I only caught the glimpse of it. I was just coming in. So, but yeah, so you missed your chance there, pal.
Mark says, can't wait for 10 years from now when the DK Sim announcers have their televised reunion on HBO Max. As long as there's a Sim football game in the background.
I'm holding out for the Ringer oral history of the DK Dream Stream.
I like that. I was thinking about that just a little bit earlier today, actually. Not something like that, but like, you know what? I really do believe that all of us, all the commentators, all the production, all the ops, like DraftKings in general, all of us that were involved in this operation the last 18 months, especially obviously during those 4+ months where there were no sports and we were, thousands upon thousands of people, YouTube and everywhere else watching us every single sim throughout the day. And it was just so much fun, so awesome. We really were there for people as something to do, obviously make lineups, free rolls like you read about. And we were a great distraction. And for a lot of people out there, and I've gotten a lot of nice notes from people, we were much more than a distraction. We really appreciate that. I'm wondering though, after doing this for like 18 months, 2,500 sims or whatever the exact number is, how long do you think it is before everyone completely forgets about us?
For me, 17 days.
I'll go shorter, 9 days, because that's when the football season starts.
Fair point, Jeff. Maybe October 1st when I see my paycheck. You know?
Man, that's a lot lower than it had been.
That's when it's gonna kick in. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm all about the give us the. I mean, people joking about the 30 for 30. I'd love to see the oral history. That'd be great. I mean, good luck transcribing that between me, Christian, Kenny, and BK.
Let's be honest. Kenny and BK, they could show up at like part 4 of the thing. You know, I only make it in about part 3, probably, you know? And obviously I steal the show from that point on.
Naturally,
but,
yes,
like the first half of the article, I'm not even in there.
How many people have been here from the very beginning in terms of just commentators? Is it just 4 of us, Moose? Is it me, Glash, Emerson, and you?
That have lasted the whole thing? I will
Correct.
Zach,
So
right?
like Reed
In
wouldn't
CT
count.
Too?
I don't even think Zach has been here from the very beginning. Now he's been here
Yeah.
early on, early, but not the very beginning. Not like, you know, we're starting this
The
and,
first week,
and these
yeah,
are all the announcers.
Yeah, I think it's just the 4 of us.
I think so
The
too.
Mount Rushmore.
The
I mean,
laziest, more like
the lunatics.
When they print up sim dollars, you guys will be on it.
That's right. That's right.
I'm fine being the $1 bill. It's common currency. People tend to have a lot of them. Even
The
if
one
It's the most versatile.
It's the
Yeah.
most. That's generally the most prestigious.
You never
I mean,
go into a store and it's like, ooh, sorry. I don't
Emerson
take
has to be the
$1
100,
bills.
and Emerson has to be the 100 because he was the highest paid sim announcer in
Yeah.
history.
Makes
also
sense to
very
me.
rare to find
We should really make Glash like the $2 bill, just because
because it's quirky.
it's so crazy and
Still scoreless through 1, by the way. Litzhouse says, Kaufman, we won't forget about you, bro. Dude, when I come back to work tomorrow, I'm going to be sad when I go to the stream. You guys aren't there. Sucks to be honest. It was awesome, bros. Well, don't worry. We're going to be here tomorrow. Wednesday is your problem. But tomorrow we're going to be here. Make sure you tune in. Juju and Ebron each with 2
what are you going to
catches.
do with all your extra time?
Watch some of these DVDs.
Watch The Sims. I thought you were going to say watch The Sims.
I mean, I will 100%, you know, parachute in from time to time, just see what's up in the chat and say hello to people. But no, I mean, it's hard to imagine that I'm going to just like have it on in the background as often as I do right now.
Yeah, it's okay to say no. I'll say no. I'll say definite no. Hard no.
But I will peek in. It's not like, oh, you're dead to me. Like I see what's up, see who's still there hanging out of our SimFam faithful. The hashtag we're about to really find out who's in the hashtag Demo is here.
That's right. Yeah. Who was just in it for the jokes and the complaining during the games and
I mean, like who of you is going all Leo Wolf of Wall Street? I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
Jordan W says Tommy is the nickel. It's only fair.
Yeah, it is the wooden nickel.
Hey, there's our guy Ebron with a touchdown. Or is that my guy Ebron?
It's our guy Ebron.
Well, did you have him in the captain spot? No, you said
No,
Sim.
I got him in my lineup though.
Oh,
Got
well,
it. Eric Ebron, score for Pitt.
you're now behind me. How's the weather down there?
It's true. I'm probably on the 100th place or something like that. Dean Murray, I see you and I feel it. Queenie says, Cough, you know you're going to be here every day when NBA starts pimping your
It's
contest.
true.
Well, that's
you can't
right,
lose
yeah.
all your income now.
Damn it. Charlie. Yeah, I'll be telling the grandkids I used to be part of the DK Sim fam and watch fake football almost daily. Grandkids, should we take the car keys?
No, it's like spaceship keys.
Yeah, right. Self-driving cars.
Although let's be honest, like you look at Back to the Future, right? They thought we'd be farther along than we are now.
For sure. Cars were supposed to be flying by now.
Yeah. Now, granted,
Hoverboards, you kidding me?
Could they have foreseen all the technology changes? I mean, I'm pretty sure if you tried to explain Bitcoin to somebody in 1980, their head would explode. But where's my hoverboard? Where's my flying car?
Right. I'll take an NFT of a hoverboard at this point.
Instead we got magical internet coins.
Right, we got internet GIFs. They cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Do you ever? You guys are the wrong people to ask because I know that you're both really into this stuff.
Can I give the old man disclaimer coming right now? Old man disclaimer. Go ahead.
This isn't even so much an old man disclaimer.
Old man disclaimer.
But look, I have plenty of those for sure. I'm not running away from that. But this is not even an old man disclaimer so much as a like enough. Like I'm good. Because it's not like this isn't ageism or anything like that. Like I might have felt this way 10 years ago when I was, not even 30 yet. At a certain point, like it just becomes too much. Like I've got exposure to enough things. I don't need to throw my, all of my time and interest and everything. I'm glad that the NFT game is so big. I'm glad that we're doing it at DraftKings. I'm glad that there are high profile leagues and athletes attached to it. I'm glad that folks like you guys are into it. That's great. I just know, it's just never going to happen for me. I know I'm never going to do it.
I as much as I made fun of you there, I just like to call you old, but
sure, yeah.
It does. I do wonder, there's so many of them now, and they all seem to just go up. Like, what percentage of this is just people are trying? Like, what's the value of them outside of as a tool to try to make more money?
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
I mean, that's really my only stumbling block with them, because the vast majority of things that people collect have no real value. It's just, that people like them and they think that the value is going to go up, and that's really what it is. But it feels like it's just a flood avalanche of bears and koalas and lions and tigers. Right. Oh my. Like there's a new thing every day. So I feel like at some point, maybe we reach critical mass.
Oh yeah.
I'm still holding out for that Top Shot game, boys. I need Top Shot to start rising like everything else.
It's this is like the 5th bubble we've had since the COVID thing hit. I mean, it's just another one, right? Like was that touchdown? Oh no, it went
almost out at the 6.
Sprinkler.
I first of all, I think NFTs, since they came into existence, I think they're really cool. But we saw with Top Shot, it was really hot at the start. It flooded. It got new. People lost a little bit of interest. It's still there. It's still a cool concept. The concept is cool. It's just it's not the hottest thing out there, and not everybody's chasing it. Now, like LaMarcus said, I haven't even gotten into this ape stuff, whatever, like they're selling now. I see
our guy Sherrod.
I'm actually like Kaufman.
About this stuff.
I hit my limit. Like I like the NFT stuff, but like the art stuff that's coming out now, my personal opinion is, if you haven't already got into this stuff, you're too late. You're too late. Like it's gonna pop, and I'm not saying everything is going to zero, or I'm not even a naysayer. It's just I will get into this stuff once people start selling it, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!"
Touchdown?
Oh, I thought we did. No, I guess not.
I thought that was an interception at first.
But it's true, like especially with the art stuff. Like people want to have museums on their like their own personal museums on digitally on their phones, on their computers, on their wherever. Like at a certain point, it's just I'm glad you enjoy it, but I can't do it.
And I think a lot of people are doing it for investment, like DeMarcus said, which is fine. But at the same time, when people stop being able to just invest and make the quick dollar, a lot of the liquidity from the market goes, and you're just left with a picture on your phone, which if you like it and you want it and you think it's got a long-term value, you're fine. If you just bought it because it was cool and you thought you were going to flip it, you're screwed. So I want to wait until this settles down a bit, and then I want to make some NFT investments. I missed the absolute first boat. I don't really care that I did.
There'll be a new one tomorrow, Jeff, that you can get in on the ground floor.
Exactly.
Everybody will have a lizard as their Twitter avatar.
Exactly. So
and Lamarca touched on this before, and obviously, I'm not saying anything anyone, everybody knows this anyway, but collecting is great. Like, collect whatever you want to collect. Like, these guys are big into collecting trading cards, whether for personal interest or profit or both. I collected when I was younger, and I'd love to, part of me would love to get back into it. I also have a wall of not useless because I use them, but archaic, certainly, DVDs behind me that are worth nothing. But but you know, I got a collection of hats. I got a bunch of shoes. Like I got a ton of bobbleheads. Like I'm not looking to turn around and sell any of these things. I collect these things because I want them, or because they're interesting to me, or what, you know, whatever it may be. Collect anything. Everybody collects something, you know, whatever the scope of it is. And if you want to collect, you know, pictures of lizards and other animals, you know, for your phone, like, good on you. I guess it's, to your point, Jeff, it's when you're doing it for the sole purpose of an investment and flipping it and all of that stuff. It's like, I don't know, like, then it gets so much deeper than my interest level lies. Collect to collect, sure. Collect anything you want. It's your money. I'm not going to tell you how to spend it.
And if you are a collector, I'm not saying you just buy whatever. I mean, you still have to make good financial decisions. Like, you should be trying to get good deals and looking at things that, you know, might go up in value over a bit. But you're right. I mean, there are people who get in it just for the monetary purpose of it. They see it, something, and it's an opportunity, and that's what's driving a lot of the stuff now. So when some of that stuff goes down, you know, then you have to then you find out the real value of something. Like, how popular are NFTs? Do people really have a value for it? I think the answer is yes. It's just, you know, maybe not to the extent of what we're seeing now.
A couple things in the chat, by the way. Tony. Kaufman been here since, that's a reference to pop.
Tony.
With a question mark? Really? Kaufman been here since day 3. Remember sending messages when fishing. Thought this would last. I'll miss you guys. By the way, hit number 1 2 days ago. Good on you. Congrats on the win. A lot of great messages that we've received of late, whether from, you know, like similar to Tony's, a lot of other great ones as well. One that just came through. Where was it? Unlucky Gamer 24/7 spent countless hours watching The Sims while waiting for an update on my son, who no longer needs a heart transplant and can come home on heart medication. I appreciate these Sims. Respect. That's awesome. Congratulations. Thoughts with you, your family, obviously. And like I said, and I just don't know of a better way to say it. And maybe, honestly, maybe at some point in time, I will attempt to write something to properly convey my thoughts without rambling in the process. But I love that we have been a distraction for a lot of you, whether, you know, from the lengths of serious things like your situation, those who have, you know, we know of many who have battled cancer, unfortunately some who didn't make it, obviously, who these Sims were an outlet for, all the way down to, you know, the economy has been tough the last year and a half. Job loss, isolation, depression, all the way down to just straight up boredom and looking for something to do. We have been a distraction for many of you. You know, many of you who aren't here listening right now over the last year and a half. And believe you me, you've been a distraction for us as well from many of those same realities. And we just greatly appreciate that we've been able to come together and cultivate this community that we have. And we joke about it a lot, obviously, and we rip on each other because that's fun, but we are going to miss you, and we are going to miss everyone who has been part of this ever-expanding team. So just know your kind messages in the chat or through DM on Twitter or email or however many of you have sent them along. They've not been they've not gone unnoticed for sure if they haven't been read aloud. And again, we appreciate all you guys for hanging here with us. 7-3 game.
Deep drive to left by Castellanos.
I like to throw that one out from time to time too. David, we're gonna miss you too. Charlie says it'd be a shame if Koth and Glash don't make it into a primetime booth. Glash is already the voice of the hottest WNBA team in the league, man. Despite all of his being a jerk toward me here on The Sims today, trying to take my existence.
Can't call games from a cell.
Yeah, I'll shout him out. Exactly.
No,
Tate
I
says,
will say.
Oh yeah, please
that,
go ahead.
I believe you and Glash are legitimate play-by-play guys. You could work a legitimate play-by-play gig. And I think Emerson, I mean, he already is, but like he's a legit studio show type guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like these things had real production value. Obviously, everybody behind the scenes is a big part of that. I would say most of the color guys are idiots, myself included. But most of the play-by-play guys, like it was pretty legit. They didn't call play-by-play all that often, but certainly they could, and impressed me when they did.
Not even offended that you just called me an idiot, Lamarco.
Yeah, it's all right, Jeff.
Shoe fits, right?
Absolutely, dude.
You're one Louis Oosthuizen Major away from being a genius.
10-3 after the field goal. Our guy Tate.
We're gonna kill it. We're gonna kill it during NFL season, Lamarco. I'm gonna have some more writing stuff up. Getting ready to go all in on this NFL season here. September 1st, baby.
Tate writes, hey, announcers, I want to say that I've been here since day one. I enjoy all the times you talked about the sim. I totally didn't hear about these 6 months after they started because DK hired me. Nope. Tate has been, he's a lifer. Dean Murray, damn you, coffee, keep making my eyes this salty liquid. That's me with the first day of school today, man. Get on the bus. Have a great day. See you later. I'll be here when you get back.
Dad, stop, you're embarrassing me.
Yeah, right.
Queenie says Rossi is not an idiot. I can't say the same for the rest of you. All right, maybe that's fair.
There's Rossi.
Jared Kilgore, Dean Murray, my man, you should get that checked out. I mean, Jared, Alana, the Kilgores, young Madden, Samantha. We have, when I say we, it's very much the royal we, because it is, you know, we announcers have had no role in this. We've brought babies into the world doing these sims. You kidding me?
Shout out to the Kilgores. They sent me some cool trading cards at one point. I got this nice.
Same here.
Got a John Elway here. Little Frank Viola. Shout out New York Mets. Boo, thumbs down. The fans stink. It's all your fault. Hall of Famer Bert B. Home Blyleven. Jay Buhner. Vince Coleman. The Rocket, Roger Clemens.
Some good cards.
Shout out Jared and Alana. That will be one of my highlights from this.
Is that like a 92
that little care
pack? What do you got? Huh?
I'm sorry.
Is that like a 92 tops pack? What are you rocking there?
It was some early 90s, late 80s, I want to say.
Fun.
Yeah. It came with gum in it. It was delicious.
Yeah, I hope you didn't eat that.
You get the best bubbles from 30-year-old gum.
Alana says Madden Samantha turns 1 on Wednesday. Can't believe it. I can't believe it. The Godfather. Sleep 20 feet away.
Mike Bizzle says B. Home Blyleven. Haven't heard that one before. I think that might be a Chris Berman special, you know? Can't you just hear it in his voice? And Bert B. Home Blyleven.
Oh, for
Gets
sure.
him swinging. Ricky Running Waters.
62nd place for me currently. Our guy, Robbie Noble. Mr. Noble's in front by about 3 points at the break. Where's Robbie? Is Robbie in the chat or is he out looking for Madison? Madison!
Oh, he's got me nipped. I'm in second. I'm coming for you, Robbie.
Yeah, you are. Just 3 points back. Good on you. McKissick 5 for
Christian.
21
Christian won the last sim.
Did he?
Because I didn't enter. I allowed him to win it. So now I'm extending the invitation to Lamarca to win this one.
Very kind of you.
Enter. Obviously,
very kind of you.
I'd entered. So. Yeah, I thought so.
Like I said, 10-6. Not a lot of flashy numbers to throw at you, but I will tell you, Jeremy Sprinkle, he is 4 for 82, doing real well. Ebron, the game's only touchdown to this point. Few field goals as well. Congrats if you've got Boswell in particular. He's got himself 6 points. Ebron captained in the leading lineup with about 21 points. Sprinkler in there as well. Roethlisberger, Juju, Haskins, and again, the kicker Boswell. All right, we're going to take a quick little break here. As Chared says, that gum was bad in the 80s, doesn't get better with age. The only one crazy enough to try it might be CDA. Yeah, sounds like right up Christian's alley. We'll be right back with you. We're going to, we just want to hear more from Moose. So Moose is going to, in some
Can we have Jeff
universe,
throw it
stick
to
around.
Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah, Jeff, you want to throw it to you?
Coming up right now, guys, on the sweat, Jeff Ulrich, our top analyst at DraftKings, took a look back at Patrick Cantlay's epic playoff win at the BMW Championship. Hope you guys enjoy this wonderful clip.
Take it away, Jeff.
How was Cantlay able to outlast the big bombing scientist this week?
I mean, it's pretty simple. It's pretty simple, Emerson. When you never miss a putt, you're probably going to win some golf tournaments, especially on the PGA when you're like a top 10 player in the world already. Patrick Cantlay set the strokes gained record for strokes gained putting in a week. We saw what he did in the playoff, just hitting clutch putt after clutch putt. I can't remember what it ended up as, but I think he hit about 70 feet of must-make putts, either to win the tournament or to stay alive at one point. So all credit to Cantlay. He deserved to win. He made the clutch putts, but when you putt like that on the PGA and you're already an elite player, if you don't win, it's actually a huge shock. So again, I mean, Bryson ran into a buzzsaw on the greens there last week.
Yeah, I follow you on Twitter. You're an unbelievable follow, and your wealth of knowledge with a combination of humor, it's straight perfection. You did mention on Twitter, you thought this would have been a bigger blow to Cantlay than to DeChambeau, who just couldn't seem to find the hole, missing putt after putt after putt.
Sure, and look, you have to look at it from this way. I mean, we know Bryson can putt a little bit better than that. There's something left for Bryson there. At the end of the day, if he makes those putts, he had about 3 or 4 chances to literally close the door, put the nail on Cantlay and grab the win. He didn't do it, but he can go back home and look at himself in the mirror and say, you know what, if I just putted a little bit better, I win that event 9 times out of 9. Cantlay, on the other hand, I mean, if he hadn't won, I mean, how much better can you putt in a week? You can't. So again, all credit to Cantlay. The dude, mentally strong. I mean, it doesn't even begin to describe Patrick Cantlay last week. Absolutely must make putts, probably 5 times. He made them all. And we're not talking about like tap-ins here. We're talking 20 footers. So, but to not win there, Cantlay, and have that good a putting week, it would have been, I think, a little bit more devastating in the long run. So just my take. Very, very interesting week. Amazing playoff there at the BMW Championship.
Jeff, thanks, Jeff.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Wow,
Perfect.
Very quick costume change.
Yeah, and really, you look more comfortable, hat and shirt and everything. Even the lighting's a little bit better, for your professional studio hits. Really just mailing it in.
Wow.
That's what we're saying. Lamarca, Moose, Koff here with you. Hit the like.
I mean, I haven't quite
200.
Haven't quite reached George Costanza. Like I'm in the parking lot with the
Drape
trophy.
yourself in velvet.
But we're getting close. Maybe tomorrow we'll hit that level.
Well, just throwing it out there, but the last sim I worked, TL said she was dressing for the 9s or to the 9s.
Oh, she did say that. Yeah.
So I'm just saying, bring your A game, everybody.
Yeah, I'll be wearing probably just a different jersey.
I will be full business from the waist up.
Lamarcus from the waist down.
Maybe. It's still a little warm
just
for Lamarcus.
Celebrate the occasion.
I might just Winnie the Pooh it.
Don't stand up.
Or do stand up, and maybe
Yeah.
you could, get a new career going. Who knows?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. My OnlyFans page.
That's right.
We need a bump.
Just don't bring Piglet to the sim. Tony says, Koff, can you explain the last sim? Sure can. Here's what we got going on. Tony.
Tony.
A lot of us. A lot of us. Tony. So yeah, anyone that missed it, I know it's been mentioned a few times here today. We were thinking, what is the best way to send us off because, again, the Sims are going nowhere, but we are. You'll still see us on the Sweat, the Slate, Get the Green, other great programming that's available to you on the DraftKings YouTube and Twitch pages, but there will be no commentary, no Madden commentary, no commentary, period, for the Sims after tomorrow. So tomorrow, here's what we're going to do.
Good,
You
'cause I don't know.
You are going to hear from just about everybody that has been with you for the last 18 or so months. Glash and I, secrets obviously out of the bag, are going to be together. He's coming over for one last porch sim. But for the 8 o'clock, you will hear from the two of us, meaning myself and Glash, because he'll be here. We'll be here with you all night. Emerson Latzia, Julian Edlow, Felix.
Wow.
Benny Bandana, Ben Zwyman, and Sweet Tea, Reed T. Fowler. All will be on for the first half of the 8 o'clock sim. Second half, many of those will depart. Glash and I will stay. Tarylin Asak, Tasik, TL. Babysitter Billy Delaney coming out of retirement.
Let's go.
Moose, Jeff Ulrich, and Jason Rossi. So the podcast partners will be together, plugging their stuff undoubtedly. Then get this. Can I break news, Michael? Can I break news? Can I tell people stuff? I've been told I can break news. In between the 8 and the 10, everybody listening? In between the 8 and the 10, there is no pre-recorded programming. We're just going to hang out with you. We're just going to stay, and anyone that wants to pop on in and hang with us, we're going to hang with you. Take you right up until the 10 o'clock sim. The final Madden After Dark. Glash and I once again will be together. Zach Thompson as Pittsburgh angling in for a score. Juju Smith-Schuster. Zach Thompson will be part of it. Bry Guy, usually on the 1s through 7s. Brian Berard will be part of that. Christian DeAndrea and Brandon Cristal, all for the first half. Second half, you'll get a load of these two guys. Glash and I with Matt LaMarca, Moose coming on back, Emerson Latzia as well, and Tom Carroll giving out wooden nickels like you read about. And then, let me tell you guys this. Hopefully you're interested, but I can't make you, can't mandate it. When the 10 o'clock sim ends, we've made a big deal out of this. You guys know September 1st, there's no commentary on the Sims. There's no commentary on the Sims come September 1st. But nobody said we can't hang out until then.
The dark.
So we're going to
chat.
stay with you. We're going to stay with you until 11:59 Eastern time.
Wow, so we'll wrap it up with a buzzword.
We will wrap it up with an 11:59.
Oh no, that's 10:59.
I mean, if he wants, maybe it'll just be bye, bye. See ya, whatever. Maybe it will be. I guess we'll have to ask the buzzword extraordinaire, Brendan Glasheen. We will hang out until the clock strikes September 1st, and then we're gone. We're gone. So you may have noticed some names I did not mention. I didn't say Pat Mayo. I didn't say Tim Andercust. I didn't say Gary Thorne. I didn't say Steve Buchanan. I didn't say Statrick. I didn't say Greg Ehrenberg, Tinderlake there. So we don't have everybody. I didn't say Kenny Ducey. Kenny will be at the U.S. Open. But who knows? Maybe, just maybe, outside of their designated shifts, we could hear from some people that I didn't mention. But that's what we got going on. So we're going to have basically a 4-hour hang tomorrow night. Starting at 8, we will be on straight through until just about midnight. And I hope you'll all hang out with us. Oh, by the way, just because I see Dom, anyone who I said is not going to be here tomorrow night, it is not because they were not invited.
Well,
in some cases, yeah, like a couple of cases. But if you were wondering about Bukes or Gary and guys like that, they were absolutely invited.
We told Kenny the last day was today, so don't ruin it.
Kenny thought this was the sign off. No, Kenny will be at the U.S. Open. He's talked about it.
Ugh. Sounds like a hoot. I gotta say that second half of the 10 p.m. sim That's a goon squad right there.
Right?
You even got Emerson Latzia hanging out past his bedtime.
Yeah, wow. I mean,
Pretty unbelievable, isn't it?
it's going to take him months to recover. Months.
I mean,
You're going to
he
be
could
hearing
still-
about that for, literally weeks. Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, my God.
I mean, either that or he just backs out last minute.
That is also actually.
Yeah, sorry, guys.
He'll probably be on for like 2 minutes. He'll be like, I can't handle this. I have to go to sleep.
Think I'm good here with the just gonna do the first half of the 8, call it a night. Maybe get in the chat for a minute. Must be, says the buzzword should be.
He wants to work with me. That's the real reason.
I hesitate to ask.
There's no
but
denying our chemistry.
how we doing on the whole song send
I
off?
had to break up the me and Emerson duo because the ratings were making every other duo look bad.
Either that or his Sims are just too early in the day before you're awake.
Well, maybe.
Marco, gonna miss y'all. Y'all helped us going through the pandemic, the lows and highs. Thank y'all for the entertainment. Appreciate you, Marco, and everybody else who sent something similar. Alana says that's some late night action. That's right.
Yeah, be fun.
You got to pay extra for that. So, are we gonna get a song or what?
Well, as usual, I haven't started yet.
Okay, sure, go on.
I'm a last minute type of guy. So, I'm working the news desk tomorrow from 3 to 10. As long as the news is slow, I can probably crank out a little jingle.
Good. You give us a worst case, give us a haiku or something.
Yeah, I think I should be able to get something done.
Good.
And maybe I'll send the lyrics along to Freeze Pops, and we'll make it a duet.
Oh, I love it. I love it. What a way to bring that together.
He wants another chance to flex his pipes. Maybe this will be it. Maybe I'll provide him a chance with a song that he's never heard to lyrics for a song that doesn't exist.
Tater hater. Freaking nature, I'll be there September 1st to glash that dislike button. Don't go doing that. Field goal's good. 17-9.
Hey, there's Robbie Noble. He's in the building now.
There he is. Regulators. Mount up. Tied to Raiders created a contest in our honor. Says, join the $1 Sim Commentators Appreciation Game in the DK Sim Fan Friends League. 50-player top 5 win. That reminds me. I'll do this tomorrow, probably. I don't think I'll do it tonight. I'm going to create a contest for us commentators, ops, production, our crew. Little money Madden contest. Why not go out with a bang for the 8 and the 10?
All right.
$1.
If you want to get taken,
What place you in? Have you taken first yet? Oh, it's sitting third right now.
all I'll say is
Emulator
the
system.
last
Mark listens to 80s music. What's
the
wrong with
last money contest I participated in the DK Sim Fan Friends League, I took it down.
Yeah, you did.
Milwaukee Bucks.
that? Do you remember the contest?
My guy, Giannis. Ever heard of him?
Yeah, it rings a bell. Big Ben slinging. Feet were in to the 44. 200 passing for Ben. Nice grab, Ebron. Stud. Alana says, when you go off air, you should play us out with Don't You Forget About Me, a la the Breakfast Club.
I was thinking, have you ever, this is going to be a super random reference. There used to be this TV show on the Disney Channel called Out of the Box.
I don't think I
And
know
the way
it.
that they ended every show was they had this song. It was like, so long, farewell to you, my friends. Yeah, see, T-Pain knows. He says that song
T-Pike.
bops.
Love Out of the Box. That song bops.
I'm sure that not a lot, but I'm sure that some of our SimFam members are aware of this. You guys might be too old.
Yeah, I'm probably too old.
Yeah, I don't know it. I'm not going to lie to you.
I don't even pretend.
But you know what? I like what you were just singing. Sounded good.
First time playing Fortnite, just wants you to show up without a shirt, LaMarco. Kyle,
Eric,
what's up, buddy?
I already said all business from the waist up.
From the waist up, okay. Kyle, what's up? I see you, pal. Hope school's going good.
Bad Boys of Pop. I could put together a SimFam song for tomorrow. It would be a little bit of a time commitment. If you guys would play it, I'd spend the time to do it. Let me know. I'm going to need approval from producer Michael on that one. Of course, when I say play it, it'd be like me playing it over my phone. End of quarter. 17-9 Steelers. Now people are just suggesting send-off songs. Here's the jersey, by the way. I think we all know this one. Little District 5. Huh? Charlie Conway, the captain, even if he was, you know.
I was going to say, are you repping the Hunger Games? Imagine having not just a Hunger Games jersey, but a District 5 Hunger Games jersey.
Next level.
That's a deep cut.
That's a deep cut. Mike says 33 quarters remaining with voices. You know, if you're scoring at home. Ebron 6 for 69, the touchdown. Sprinkler 5 for 90.
Nice.
Can we get the visual sprinkler here, Moose?
No.
It's unbelievable.
Maybe tomorrow.
Just straight up quit. Tomorrow, you better tell people how to hit the like button one last time.
We'll see.
It's one of my favorite things. It's one of my favorite things in Simland. It's been too long. Too long. You know who's in first place
maybe
right now?
People had listened a little harder and smashed the like more.
Is that what you're saying? That we're leaving because not enough people hit the like button?
Yes.
His words, not mine, guys. I'm not saying I wouldn't heat them.
Not saying
not my
I'm
words.
blaming anyone, but I'm probably blaming the people.
It's not that you're not blaming anyone. You're blaming everyone.
That's right.
Anyone out there who didn't hit that like on a regular basis. Lamarca's in first through 3 quarters, folks. Ebron captain. There's.
I'm telling you, this is like a little bit historic here. We got Christian winning, legitimately winning outright last one. Now Lamarca's going to win.
Hey,
all I have to do is
a little ahead of ourselves.
I'm up by a point. You know,
did I just have to stop trying for everyone to have success around here? Is that what? Just the intimidation of me being in the contest was just too much for everybody else to handle. There's Ebron. That's your captain, isn't it?
Well, that's the captain right there.
Oh, no.
Captain.
Challenge flag, though. I may have jinxed you by talking about it.
Mario says, I won 2 other free sim contests earlier this year. I'm 3rd right now. Mario, I wish I could tell you I was pulling for you, but I want to see Lamarca get it done.
Even sim Eric Ebron would never drop that. Real life Eric Ebron, that's getting dropped.
John says, Moose, got to ask, any Sasquatch sightings by you?
No. I haven't seen any animals for a while, like any interesting ones. Yeah, I had nothing.
Second, Robbie Noble's 4th. The Guru 5th. Scott and K 6th. Fox Likes Football 8th. A lot of familiar usernames here. Fourth quarter underway. We got producer Michael, undercover boss Tom, our technical director, Cobra K, Tate, and June in ops. I've got a list of everyone who has been with us in ops from the very beginning.
You have a list?
I do. I have a list of everyone who's been with us in ops from the very beginning. It's a sizable list. It's like you forget how many people just in that department, never mind ours or production, that have contributed along the way. A lot of people.
Nerd
If you had to
alert.
guess, this can be our version of guess the acting credits that we like to do around here. How many people would you guess have scored a Madden sim since we started doing these?
25.
No, it's not that high.
T-Pike says
16.
47.
16. It's always the same It's always the same group of like 10 guys. It's June, Tate. Who else? We got Bailey.
I think June and Tate should guess too.
Oh my god, I'll say 18. 18. I'll go with 18.
June says 20.
20
Tate says 22. The answer and winner by Price is Right rules is Cobra K, Tate and Ops. Numbers 23. 23 people have scored a Madden sim since these began.
I almost made it.
You were over though, Lamarca. Over, pal.
Over.
Does that mean Tate wins both showcases?
That's a great
It
question.
was within $2. Did anyone else used to watch The Price is Right a lot when they were younger? I used to watch that show.
After school every day.
Yeah.
After school.
Yeah.
The Price is Right came on at 11 a.m., sir.
Oh, you know what?
Fake.
I just left school early a lot. A lot of days when I was young. Yeah, I don't feel well. I was that kid in elementary school. Not in like middle school or high school, but in elementary school. So my grandmother lived like around the corner from the school. Like, yeah. Can you come pick me up? Home in time for Price is Right. I watched Price is Right a lot in elementary school.
I was that was like when you stayed home sick from school, you watched The Price is Right.
Yeah.
That's what it was for me.
Yeah.
For sure.
Maybe did they do like reruns though? I think there was a rerun in the afternoons, maybe where I lived. I can't remember. I honestly can't remember. Marco's right. It was generally on during the day here as well. May have been rerun at some point in the afternoon here. But
A lot of says, look forward to the game of guess who's wearing pants on the Zoom call tomorrow. Well, we've already established that Lamarca's going to Winnie the Pooh it. Unbelievable. Greg Coffin nailed it. 23 on the nose, by the way. Of course it was the mayor of Simland that would get that right.
he's the mayor.
He's the mayor.
Chris Wiley says, what was the name of the show? The catchphrase was no whammy.
Press your luck.
That's press your luck, my friend.
I heard
the Game Show Network, another big Lamarca household favorite, especially on sick days. You watch some episodes of Match Game from 1974.
Love Connection.
Maybe a little press your luck.
Little
Little
Chuck
Card
Lorre.
Sharks. You know, Card Sharks. Oh, that's going to be higher, Jim.
I did say, I hate to even say this out loud. I did see some people in the chat earlier giving their version of press your luck. It was no doozy, no doozy, no doozy, no doozy, stop. Instead of the no whammies.
There is a guy, by the way. I saw this. This was like an old doc, but there was a guy that figured out like the way that the light blinked around the screen and the stuff changed.
Yeah.
It was like a 64-part loop. And the guy memorized it, got on the show, and like basically bankrupted him.
That's awesome. Good for him.
Yeah, and then after that, they changed to more of like a random number generator, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, of
but
course.
you know, like memorizing a 64-part code, because you would see he would press the buzzer and he would raise his hands to celebrate before it even showed like how much money he won, because he just knew. He's like, yeah, it was great.
Didn't even try to hide it. Jeez.
Yeah, he was not the slickest dude out there. So check that out.
I guess at that point, though, what are they going to do? Call you out on air? Like, you can't. You're basically home free. So
yeah.
Oh,
picked.
Hurricane
Dwayne
Haskins.
He almost made it through the full game without a turnover. Alas.
Guru talking about the guy who memorized Price is Right.
Yeah, I've talked about him with somebody.
Yeah. I saw
like
that
I said, I'm a
documentary.
game show guy, so any sort of like contestant beat game show I've watched. You know, the guy who cheated on British Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, seen it, watched it. I know them all.
Know them all. Been there. Hit the like. Can we get to 250 before we're out of here? Tony, what are we supposed to do now, Kaufman? No Sims. Talk to your families. What I'm going to do. Hey, honey. Where you been the last year and a half? Did you hear about this pandemic? Unbelievable.
Apparently, people haven't been going outside.
Yeah. We got a couple more Sims tonight. I'll be with you for the next one. Not alone.
As will I.
Matt Lamarcus sticking around. We're swapping out Moose. His shift is done after 2. Jason Rossi coming in. It is the transition sim because Rossi will be here with you at 10 with Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll.
Wow.
Your final regular Madden After Dark. Tomorrow's just going to be wild. Nothing's going to be normal about that.
No, tomorrow's going to be, I'm sure from the get-go. I'm only going to be able to be on the very last 2, but maybe I'll try and pop in during the day once. We'll see.
By all means, please do.
I might just pop into one. I
Hannah
also may
says,
not
we
be
start
able
a new game show, Sim Family Feud.
Come on down, the Kaufmans.
Don, what's your Preston? What's your Preston? What's your question, Preston?
Let's play the feud.
Play the feud.
Oh, we got an Emerson Kaufman Glasheen booth starting off tomorrow.
For the first time ever, the 3 of us doing an entire sim
Oh,
together.
I thought you guys did one last week. Oh, okay. No, that's.
No, I've been with Emerson. You know, obviously I've been with Glash. He's been with Emerson. The 3 of us have never done a sim together. So why not start off the final day for us with a bang, right? Gustavo, thank you for hitting the like. Appreciate you. About a minute to go. Sean, you may be onto something. It has been considered. I think the comp's been much better actually than it was. It was a train wreck for a while. Mike, what's my grade so far in this one? Mike likes to distinguish my performances. B so far. I can handle that. We'll strive for A with the next one. Varda, we're going to get into that on the next sim, actually. Final seconds, victory formation, 17-9 win for Pittsburgh. We'll give out awards, including first place. Well, you'll see. From Christian DeAndrea, taking down the last sim, not just for commentators, but for all of you, to the champion.
I'm serious, man. I mean, I'm just going to give myself a pat on the back today because I've not only led
charm, I guess.
My just, congrats, buddy. 2 in a row. Well done. The pupils have become the masters.
This is my
good on you.
I feel like I'm on what's that, Around the Horn? It should say like 5th career victory or however many it is. But
this is that moment.
We brought the belt out.
Well, in that case, you know what? Let's just totally rip off around the horn, and here you go. You get 30 seconds to say anything you feel you need to say. All right, starting now.
Yeah, I'd like to take this time to talk about a very serious topic to me, and that's Winnie the Pooh. One of the more underrated, beloved children's character, but also a fashion icon, in my opinion. Like shirt with no pants. Is it courageous? Yes. Is it revolutionary? 100%.
That's about it. But I think you said everything that needed to be said. Is it courageous? Yes. But revolutionary. Jordan, yes, you can. This is an important thing to hammer home. September 1st, there will be no commentary, us or Madden, but you will be able to watch The Sims. They will still be here with you. Their regular slots, starting at noon, all the way through Madden After Dark. You can still play contests, free or paid. There will still be the DK Sim Fan Friends League. I'm not, as the commissioner, going to just shut down the league. Mainly because, it's fun. We're going to play contests outside of.
It's your secondary income.
Yeah, exactly.
Feeding people and heads up.
Yeah, I have to put the kids through college. Alana says Donald Duck started at Lamarca.
Ooh, good call.
Yeah, that might be true.
Donald Duck may predate Winnie the Pooh. I think she's got you.
We're going to have to Google that one. Winnie the Pooh and Donald Duck have both been around for a long, long time.
I'm going to give the edge to Donald Duck there. Anyways.
Moose, give the awards, would you? Who's the crusty cop?
I don't even know what happened in this game. Get Lamarca to do it. He's the one with the lineup.
Is it your captain Eric Ebron? Is
Who
it
won?
Sprinkler?
Who won the game?
Has to be Eric Ebron. Has to be.
Does it?
He was very popular, but
Sprinkler was lower owned. Had a very comparable day.
Don't argue with the winner of the contest.
All right,
let him pick.
We'll give it to the Sprinkler. Why not? Sprinkler,
Sure.
it is. You talked me into it.
All right.
Yeah, he
Here.
hit the bonus. There it is. Lisa says, "Cough, best announcer never." Ouch.
And the bust is J.D. McKissick.
Okay. Yeah. Babysitter Billy. Not Joe Kid. Bobby Steels comes in last. He is not our kid for this contest. Matt Lamarca with the victory today. Congratulations, sir.
DK Sim winner, announcer in a row. This is historic stuff.
Maybe Rossi will take down the next one.
No, I won't be here.
Oh, so it's only when you're around.
Back to back.
It's true.
All right. Well, you might be right. Okay, next Sim, join us. We hope you will. Obviously, get your lineups in, and thank you for being here with us. Thanks to our producer Michael, to undercover boss Tom, to June and Cobra K, Tate and Ops as well. Want to tell you, coming up next on the DraftKings Dream Stream, how about ESPN.com's Bill Barnwell? He's back on the Ross Tucker
Billy
Football
Barnacles.
Podcast. That's right. They are previewing the 2021 NFL season. Teams he believes will improve or regress. Let's see what they got.
Listen to Ross Tucker break down the top college prospects on another tasty edition of The College Draft.
Yeah, it is Daddy Soda time here on the College Draft Podcast presented by DraftKings. Love me some DraftKings. Love the ridiculous deals they've got going on for college football and the NFL. Bet $1 on either sport. They give you $200 in free credits. Just make sure you use the code Ross when you do so. That's me, by the way. Ross Tucker, former NFL offensive lineman, 5 teams, 7 years. Most of you know that. You can hit me up on social media, always at Ross Tucker NFL. Our podcast network handle is at Ross Tucker Pod. We absolutely love any email questions or social media questions you ever send our way. It means a great deal. We also love those of you that rate and review the show. So please do that. We believe that this is 3 podcasts in one. I literally tweeted that over the weekend at Ross Tucker NFL. It is a college football betting podcast. It's an NFL draft podcast, and it's a college football podcast. And if you follow along with Emory, you made some money last week. So very much looking forward to diving into this week's game. Emory, of course, is Emory Hunt at FBall Game Plan on Twitter, Football Game Plan on YouTube, footballgameplan.com/2022 draft guide. If you want to go ahead and just buy that so you don't have to worry about it, you know you're getting the best draft guide when it comes out next winter, February, around when it comes out. Emory, we got a couple games under our belt. None of them were really that great, other than Nebraska, Illinois was at least somewhat competitive. What a bad look for Nebraska, dude. I mean, they didn't just lose. Like, they didn't look good. They got run over a lot. They got beat up front. Nebraska. And do stupid things. It's a bad look for the coach.
Real bad look. And on the back end of it, you do a good job defensively early on in stopping Illinois. You knock their quarterback out the game, but you let the backup come in who wasn't that good at Rutgers, and he had a career day. So a lot just went wrong for Nebraska last weekend, and they had their opportunities to win that game, but you saw three parts of the game. And again, every football game, it comes down to three plays. And I thought one of the major ones was a fumble by Martinez before half that went back for a touchdown. That changed the entire tide of the ball game, because that right there, if they go in without that score, maybe Nebraska can figure things out, make some adjustments, and get back on track. But that it was just, you had a punt return, safety, and then you had this fumble. So that's 9 points you just gave Illinois, and that's a big reason why you lost by 8.
Absolutely brutal. They got a new athletic director there in Trev Alberts. I mean, they got to turn it around this year. Otherwise, this is year 4 for him. I don't know. I mean, that's a tough move to make if you're Trev Alberts. One of your first moves to fire like a Nebraska legend, but they got to be better. Like, it's the first time Illinois has beat Nebraska in back-to-back years since 1923-24. I mean, that's crazy. We got anything else jump out to you from this past weekend, Emory?
Shout out to UTEP. Last year, I had UTEP as a sleeper team, and offensively they were game, but defensively they failed down the back end of the game. Always gave up big plays in the fourth quarter. Defensively, they got better. They added the cornerback from Kansas State, and I think now we're going to see UTEP start to turn things around, because offensively, with their run game, they're going to be dynamic and big plays off the passing game. Rarely they throw, but it's because they run the ball so well. But I'm excited to see how UTEP progresses. I think they can start 2-0 because they got a game that they should win this upcoming weekend.
I got Holy Cross at UConn on Saturday, which is honestly like a really good opportunity for both teams. Like, for UConn, they did not look good against Fresno State. Now, I think Fresno State's pretty good. Ronnie Rivers, they got some receivers. The open field tackling for UConn was just scary. But they actually had some open guys that they made. Like, they'd have like a wide open guy. It would be a touchdown. The quarterback would throw like 5 yards over his head. They needed better at a lot of positions. But the reason why I say it's a good opportunity for both, Emory, is for UConn, it's a great opportunity to get a win. Like, they just need to get a win under their belt, playing a Patriot League team in the FCS. For Holy Cross and their head coach, Bob Chesney, like, it's a chance to get an FBS win. Like that. I'll be. I don't know. I even look what the spread is, but I think Holy Cross probably feels like they can compete with them. Emory.
Absolutely. And when you watch Holy Cross play, I've done 3 Holy Cross games under Bob Chesney. You watch the offensive line and defensive line play. They're really good up front along the line of scrimmage, and they're going to pose a lot of the same issues, maybe not to the same extent that Fresno State did defensively. So expect an aggressive bunch, and they play great special teams. And that's one thing that's very underrated about Holy Cross. So I'm excited for that one. I have the Morgan State Towson game, the battle for Greater Baltimore. So I'm excited for that one this weekend. And it's going to be fun because I'm a big Rob Ambrose guy and I'm a big Tyrone Wheatley guy, and get to call that game once again. I did it 3 years ago when it was at Towson, and now it's at Morgan State. So I'm excited for that one as well.
Oh, that's awesome, man. That is awesome. And you nailed it. You laid the points with Fresno State, and you were right. Let's dive into it. And let's start with Arkansas and Rice. Rice is actually where Christian McCaffrey's younger brother, Luke McCaffrey, is now at, the former Nebraska quarterback who started against Penn State and beat them last year. Arkansas has got a quarterback that you wanted to discuss in KJ Jefferson.
Yeah, that's the guy that could make that jump into who he came out of nowhere type player, right? He's a big dude at 6'3", 245. Good touch on the deep ball, and we know that ties in perfectly with the next prospect in Traylon Burks, the wide receiver. But you look at someone like Jefferson, he can run, he can throw, he's fearless in the pocket. He provides a little bit more consistency, I believe, than what they saw last year from Felipe Franks. So here's an opportunity for a guy to really take hold of the position and make those strides that we saw Trey Lance make or someone like that make in one season. Jefferson has a big-time opportunity here, and that's why I'm excited to see how he plays this season.
You mentioned Traylon Burks. Tell me about him.
I like Traylon Burks, man. He affects the game at all levels. Behind the line of scrimmage, if you want to, utilize him in the wide receiver run game or throw him those bubble screens. At the line of scrimmage, getting off the line, with his releases, intermediate level of the field because he's fearless going across the middle, and deep down the field because he does a great job of tracking the football. So he's a complete player. I see him as a first-round talent, and guys like that I just feel are great football players always will have a special place in my scouting because this guy definitely plays the game how you want it to be played and is always productive.
For Rice, they have a tight end that jumped out to you in Jordan Myers.
He's good, man, in terms of being a move player. He's probably more along the lines of an H-back at the next level, but you see good effort at the line of scrimmage, in-line blocking, and that's all you really want from a tight end. This is a guy that's willing to get in there and mix it up with a defensive lineman. You don't want them blocking that guy consistently, but if he has to, he shows that he's not afraid to do it. But when he has the ball in his hands, he's someone that can, make guys miss. He's a good rack player, run after catch guy. So I think he has the upside to be a solid H-back option at the next level.
Looking at the spread on DraftKings, Arkansas is favored by 19.5 points. So the Hogs are laying 19.5. You taking the favor or you taking the points?
I'm laying those points with Arkansas. I love what they have in the secondary. They can turn the ball over. Obviously, this game is going to be about can they stop the run with Rice. I think they can do so. I love what I've seen up front this year, despite losing some guys to the NFL. And offensively, this offense should be able to hit the ground running. Again, you have KJ Jefferson, you have Traylon Burks, good running back in the backfield. This should be a really good offense. So I don't think Rice has enough right now to contend.
Love it. All right. How about your next game that you wanted to discuss is one of the games that I'll be watching next week because I'll be doing the Army Western Kentucky game the following week. But Army starts on the road, which I feel like is rare for them. The Black Knights take on Georgia State, and you like safeties for both teams. For Army, Cedric Cunningham, I believe, is on the Senior Bowl watch list.
Yeah, he is, and rightfully so. He's a good player, good footwork, instinctive guy that can play a half a field really well. You see him drive on the football. He's good in the open field as far as tackling is concerned. So he does a lot of the things very well. And for Georgia Southern, Chris Moore, their safety is a former Virginia Cavalier. And this is someone that played really well last season. When I watched them against the Cajuns last year, I just noticed this dude was flying up in the alley, just not just making tackles, like making sticks, so you don't go anywhere. They use him a lot around the line of scrimmage. He plays on all special teams. So he's someone that you'll see the NFL start to really like because of his versatility, but also he's a really good run defender. And I think he's going to play out well in this ball game against Army. They're going to need Chris Moore to have a Chris Moore-like day.
It's interesting. I actually think the best prospect for Army I actually told Jim Nagy at the Senior Bowl this because I know Cedric Cunningham's on the watch list. They got two other guys on defense that are worth at least knowing about. Eric Smith linebacker number 53. This will be his third year starting. And the two guys he started next to the last 2 years are both in the NFL right now. 2 years ago, as a sophomore, he started next to Cole Christensen, who was up and down off practice squad and roster for the Chargers last year. And then last year, they put in John Radigan, who had never played before. And Radigan had an unbelievable year, and he's with the Seahawks right now. So Eric Smith started over Radigan the year before that, and they think he's just as good as Christensen and Radigan. So Eric Smith at linebacker, and my dude is their D tackle, Nolan Cockrell. I mean, he is, last name Cockrell. He is cock strong. He is powerful, explosive. It reminds me of like a Justin Bannon, if you remember him, a teammate of mine, Mike DeVito.
Right.
I think he's like 6'3", 300, moves pretty well, really good technique, really good at the point of attack. He made a bunch of plays for Army last year in his first year starting. I can't wait to call, I believe, 6 of his games this year. All right. In this game, Emory, Georgia State is laying 3. Georgia State is favored. Who do you like in this one?
Listen, if you want to play an option team, the best time to do it is week 1 because you had all spring and all summer to prepare for the option. And when you look at Georgia State, they're a sleeper team in the Sun Belt. Love the quarterback play. Quietly, they can run the football. Their quarterback is fearless. He can throw the football deep down the field. And defensively, despite losing a linebacker or two, it's a really good football team. We talked about Chris Moore. I like Georgia State in this game, so I'm going to lay those points for Georgia State. I'm all Army all the time when they're playing an opponent, but week 1, especially with a good team like Georgia State, I'm going to take the Panthers in this one.
So it's an excellent point about playing an option team week 1. I mean, it really is. There's no question about it because every team the Army plays after this, they won't have the same amount of time to prepare for it. Although a lot of them will devote like a day or two in spring ball and a day or two in camp just so that it's not totally new for their guys starting next week, when they get ready for them. All right, let's keep it moving. And before we get to LSU and UCLA, I want to make sure everybody knows the best way by far to find somebody for your job that you need right now. It's LinkedIn Jobs. We all know it is hard to hire people always, but especially right now. Thankfully, LinkedIn's pretty smart. They got everybody, 750 million people. You just create a free job post in minutes on LinkedIn Jobs, and then you use the simple tools on LinkedIn Jobs to quickly filter and prioritize who you'd like to interview and hire. LinkedIn Jobs helps you find the candidates worth interviewing faster. Did you know every week nearly 40 million job seekers visit LinkedIn, especially the young people? Young people are all over LinkedIn. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/draft. That's linkedin.com/draft to post your job for free. Terms and conditions apply. All right. Next game. LSU, UCLA. UCLA with the big win over Hawaii. I was disappointed by Hawaii. I thought Hawaii would be better than that. I thought that game would be somewhat competitive. That was a bummer. So LSU, UCLA. LSU is laying 3.5 points. Who should we be watching on LSU, Emory?
I talk about him a lot, man, because he was so impressive in his debut last year against Mississippi State, and that's Ali Gay, the defensive end. Heavy-handed, George Foreman-like strength, Sean Jones-like hands. He puts those mitts on you. He's controlling line of scrimmage. So I'm excited to see how he does this year. He's going to get an opportunity to be a pass rusher against UCLA. I know UCLA ran all over the islands of Hawaii last week. It seemed like they just didn't even bother tackling Charbonnet, who was fantastic with his footwork. But that's going to be a different challenge this week against LSU. And I do feel as though they're going to put DTR, the quarterback for UCLA, in a position where he's going to have to throw more, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. So that opens up the door for Ali Gay to really get after the quarterback. So I'm excited to see how he matches up against a very solid offensive line at UCLA.
So Allie Gay, didn't there used to be a TV show or something like Allie G?
Allie G, right. The rapper.
That's Borat.
Yeah, it was exactly. I want to say I thought it was he had the little Scully on the little
Yes.
with the glasses.
Ollie G, like the same guy as Borat. I don't know. Isn't that amazing? That's really says something about that actor. I can't even think of his name, but I know him as Ali Gay or Borat, and then
Sacha Baron Cohen, gentlemen.
Sacha Baron Cohen.
Ryan, there you go. Sacha Baron Cohen. He was also in Talladega Nights.
Mm-hmm.
He was the French Perrier NASCAR driver in Talladega Nights. All right. So you talked about Ali Gay, Ali G. What about UCLA?
I like their safety, man. And he's someone that's on the Senior Bowl watch list, and Quentin Lake. And for me, it's about making the plays that are there to be made. And I like how he's not afraid to go up and make plays on the ball, no matter who's the target, whether it's a big receiver or a receiver that has a step or a big tight end. He's trying to go up and challenge the ball. And has done a good job throughout the course of his career. He's a solid player, someone that's going to find himself on the NFL roster for a long time.
Okay, with the spread being LSU laying 3.5, what are you thinking on this one?
It's interesting because LSU is now practicing in Houston all week, dealing with the storm and everything like that. So they'll leave from Houston to go out to LA. UCLA has experience already playing in the game. I'm worried about LSU's psyche for this one. So I do like UCLA. So I'm taking UCLA in the points.
That is a really good point. Really good point. Because first of all, they have a game under their belt. So you get a lot of those first game jitters out. Secondly, the LSU guys are going to be thinking about their families. They're kind of out of whack. That's an interesting point.
And they got quarterback questions going into this season because their starting quarterback, Max Johnson, is hurt, who was supposed to be the starter. So, there's some. I'm sorry. What's the kid that was there last year that ended up getting benched?
Brennan.
Brennan is hurt. So there's a lot of questions about LSU offensively heading into this ball game with UCLA. Is this a bad matchup to me on paper?
Let's get to the next game. This is an interesting one. Kent State and Texas A&M. Kent State has a very efficient offense and a very efficient quarterback in Dustin Crum. He put up, as a team, they put up ridiculous numbers last year. But they're going against a Texas A&M team that is absolutely loaded. Jimbo Fisher, I give him credit, man. He can recruit. I don't know how or what he does, but he gets players to wherever he is to come there. Let's start, though, with Kent State and their quarterback, Dustin Crum.
He's dual threat. Someone is going to hurt you on the ground and also has improved as a passer. You saw last fall, the passing game was phenomenal for him, and because that was a huge question mark in 2019. He was more one-dimensional. He was more like Tebow in a sense that it was a long wind-up. It was not as consistent. He could string together a couple of good throws, but mainly on the ground, he was killing teams. Then last year, he tightened up that stroke. The passes were consistent, and now he became the ultimate dual threat. And that's, to your point, they put up a boatload of points. And I do feel like their defense, with all the returning starters they got, will get better. And they're facing the Texas A&M team. We're going to talk about the prospect in a second, Michael Clemens, who's suspended indefinitely. And that's a huge part to their defensive line. He's an edge rusher, long, can play across the board, but now he's not going to be there. So you wonder how that defensive line, I know they're going to have another guy up, but you want your starters out there when you're facing an offense that's not afraid to come downhill, and they're coming in with all of the confidence of a team that's looking to win the MAC this year.
So I did the Kent State UB game last year where Jarrett Patterson should have broken both records. It still bothers me. but Lance Leipold didn't know, unfortunately, so it is what it is. But I had done that game a year ago, and Dustin Crum, it's interesting. He's not fast, but he's fast enough. Like as a runner, you're not like everything he does, you're not looking at him physically and being like, wow, I really like the way he throws the ball. He really looks good throwing it, or he really looks good as a runner. But he gets yards running, and he gets the ball where he needs to throwing. Like he doesn't have a big arm. He doesn't look great throwing it. He's not that fast, doesn't look great running, but he's effective doing both. It's really like I can see why he didn't have any other offers because he's just not physically impressive, physically imposing. He's just very, very consistent and efficient. As for A&M not having Michael Clemens, I didn't even realize that. I mean, they still have DeMarvin Leal on the other side, who's an absolute stud. But that's interesting about Clemens. On the DraftKings app, where, by the way, you should always use code Ross, always, Texas A&M is laying 29.5 points. It's a lot of points, Emory, and I know that they're a lot more talented than Kent State, but that's still a lot of points. Which way are you going?
That's a lot of points when you don't have one of your star edge rushers and you're breaking in a new starting quarterback. But you do have – and you're replacing some parts up front, along the offensive line. Now, granted, they have guys that got a lot of reps, but you lose 3 starters to the NFL, breaking in a new quarterback. You do have Isaiah Spiller. You have Aeneas Smith. So I like Texas A&M to win the game. However, I'm going to take Kent State in the points here, because you said 29.5 points is a lot. I know that's a very talented team, but Kent State's going to give them all they can handle in the first half before talent starts to take over in the second half. I don't think they'll win by 30, but they'll win this game probably with like 21, 24 points maybe. It doesn't Crum remind you a lot of Colin Klein, who was with Kansas State.
Yes.
You can't.
Yes, that's a great comparison.
Like, why is this dude successful? But it's just successful, and it has to frustrate you as a defense.
That is a great comparison. That is who he reminds me of. That's a terrific point. And it's so funny you say 21 or 24 points, because what I was going to say is I picture this game being like 45-24, something like that. I don't think Kent State's going to have a great chance of slowing down A&M's run game. I think they'll get run over. But on some level, if they're getting run over, it shortens the game because the clock keeps moving. And I think Kent State will be able to score some points with the way they run their offense. So I'll go 45-24 A&M. So I'm with you. I like Kent State getting the 29.5 points. Finally, let's talk BYU and Arizona. BYU has a quarterback. I didn't know much about this guy. Nobody does because of what Zach Wilson did last year. But Zach Wilson was pretty good. So what's Jaron Hall going to do for him?
A lot, man. And here's the thing. I tweeted out back in March, or maybe it was March or May. I know it began with an M. And I said, if Jaron Hall is out there for the full season, he's going to put up Zach Wilson-like numbers, having Zach Wilson-like impact, because he's also a +1 in the run game, like Wilson was. Wilson was more of a scrambler, and Hall can definitely take off and run. He was a starter before he got hurt, and Wilson took over after he was coming off of an injury. So I don't know what it is about BYU quarterbacks and injuries, but, they tend to get banged up out there, and Hall has a better deep ball than Zach Wilson. Wilson has good velocity, but a lot of his deep passes were hanging up in the air, and they turn into 50-50 balls. Hall is putting that ball out in front, and guys are running underneath it. And he has good rapport with Romney out there at receiver. They have Algeria at running back. So when you add a +1 in Hall, if he can stay healthy, this is another dynamic talent that could go the Zach Wilson route, that 1 year of exploding and then jump into the NFL.
Meanwhile, Arizona has an edge defender that you like in Jalen Harris as Jed Fish takes over as coach there.
His dad played on those Operation Desert Swarm defenses out there in Arizona too. You remember how Joe Tafoya and all those guys and Brewski and those dudes out there just balling for in an 8-man front out there with Arizona. But this dude here he's 6'5", he's 260, he's twitched up. He's explosive and chasing the run away, and chasing the quarterback and collapsing. And he got better every year. Now last year they were only limited to 4 games, so you feel as though a full season for Arizona, he's going to be a prominent player up front because he has all the physical tools. And I think he'll put it all together this year for the Wildcats. And he's on the Senior Bowl watch list, and rightfully so, because physically and athletically, he's checking boxes left and right. And now you just want to see the productivity jump in this year like it was trending, but before we had that weird 2020 season.
So BYU favored by 12 points over a Pac-12 team. Obviously, Arizona has not been good recently. What do you think about that? BYU, looking at the DraftKings app, actually it's 12.5 now. BYU's up to 12.5. So that means some money was coming in on BYU on DraftKings. They're now favored by 12.5. What do you like there?
I like BYU, man. Again, I'm all in on Jaron Hall. The offensive line, yes, they lose 3 guys to the NFL, but they still have Tyler Algieri at running back. He's a good player. They got good receivers. And defensively, I think they're going to be a little bit better than they were last year. They were solid, on defense because they had those pro players. But Arizona's offense, I still have to take that wait and see approach. I know defensively they'll be game, but BYU is going to keep hammering them with their offense, and Hall is going to have a big game, a debut game, so to speak, against the Wildcats.
I love it. I love we get to 5 games, get to the best players in the games, give you the bets against the spread. Awesome. We'll do this every week. If you have questions about specific prospects and games, hit me up, Ross at rosstucker.com. Follow Emory on social at FBallGamePlan or Football Game Plan on YouTube. And then, of course, you can check us out on YouTube, youtube.com/RossTuckerNFL if you want to watch the show on YouTube. I'm at Ross Tucker NFL. We are at Ross Tucker Pod, and we are done. The keg is kicked. We're all tapped out.
Thanks for listening to the College Draft Podcast. Make sure to also subscribe to the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, Fantasy Feast, Even Money, and The Business of Sports. All available at Apple Podcasts, rosstucker.com, or wherever podcasts can be found.
A lot of times on the show, I mentioned DraftKings. Here's what you need to know. You got to be 21 or older, New Jersey, Indiana, or Pennsylvania only. New customers only. Restrictions apply. See DraftKings.com/sportsbook for details. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER, or in Indiana, 1-800-9-WITH-IT. By the way, if what I was talking about included a deposit bonus, doesn't always, sometimes it does. Deposit bonus requires 25 times playthrough, and deposit bonuses are paid out in site credit.
One last traditional primetime sim. Jason Rossi, Matt LaMarca, Adam Kaufman here with you, and pleased to be with you as we ramp up to the final day of Sims with commentary, not the final day of Sims.
Now they're over.
A la Todd in Wedding Crashers. It's a painting. He's taking it with him. What do you have there?
That's my cat painting. That was always behind me. People were commenting recently saying thinking it was gone because I moved 4 feet this way because I sold my couch that was down here. So I want to prove that it's still here, and I'm gonna rip it up and send it to everybody that ever got a chat VP. I still have all your names, numbers, addresses, and socials right here in my
Rossi. Even better, NFTs of that picture.
Oh, shoot, man. That's why I got to get Lamarck as my agent right there. NFT this bad boy.
That way you can still have the original.
Can you do both? Can you sell it as a piece of art and an NFT, or is that?
You know what? It's funny that you mentioned that.
It is.
There is like a project right now for this famous artist. Don't know because I'm not into art. It's not my bag.
Not your scene.
But like he did a thing where you could buy an NFT of a small painting, and after 1 year you could either keep the NFT or get that mailed to you as a physical painting. And it's sort of like an experiment as to what most people will choose to do. Do you keep the NFT? Do you get the actual physical art from a real famous artist? You know, which one do you see the more long-term growth potential?
Real art for days over here.
Marca, that was beautiful. Can I just say something? Because I got to compliment everybody because it's like one big swan song. That, like, first of all, jealous of the last sim. Kaufman, you got LaMarca on one side, you got Moose on the other, the two chillest dudes up in the crib. But LaMarca was the one who taught me all about best ball that had me collecting last year. So shout out to LaMarca. What a wealth of knowledge in general. But right there, just slides in, just bombshell of information right there. About
Man
NFL.
knows things. Man knows things.
He knows things. Doesn't leave his head, but
you
knows
always sound confident. No matter whatever you're saying, if you say it with confidence, people will believe you.
It's once an old sales manager once told me, if you say it with conviction, everybody.
Or the other variation of that, just walk around like you own the place.
Like Koff does.
It's the same kind of deal. Same kind of deal.
As long as you take your shoes off, you can go anywhere in the Koff compound.
That's right. Just take those shoes off. You know what? I'm glad Rossi's here because Rossi is he's a married guy. He is a father, and he is while not as old as me, he is older than you. So
he's well respected, culture.
He's a homeowner, and by that I mean like has a house. So I think he
as
can,
opposed to the other definition of homeowner.
Yeah, you could consider yourself a homeowner if you have a condo or an apartment. He owns a house, so he is, and I say that only to differentiate. Like there's more. Well, literally real estate. There's more ground to cover. Rossi, do you and or your wife, you can throw her under the bus here if it's not a you thing. Do you and or your wife have any mandates, any regulations regarding footwear in the house for you guys and or guests?
Shoes off at the door. Shoes off at the door.
Okay, but this is Kaufman is not phrasing this question right.
Please correct me. Let's go.
If someone is coming over to your house,
yes,
will you say, hey, guys, do you mind taking your shoes off? Or do you expect the guest to be like, Rossi, should I take my shoes off? What's the protocol?
Okay, so I have very, very, very little expectations of people in this world. So I will, once they show up, I'll say, if you don't mind, because most, like, I'll be honest, unless it's like raining or something, like, then it's obvious. But I've had like people over the house and they've kept their shoes. I just and I'm like, hey, do you mind taking them off? And if there's some sort of reason why they won't, we'll say maybe religious reasons. No, I'm kidding. But if they have some sort of,
Tommy Freeze Pop says he's got very stanky feet.
Then honestly, if somebody told me that, I would supply them with socks. I would be like, take those ranks off. Throw those socks outside.
He seemed to believe that the stench actually like transcends the sock though. Like it's so bad it comes through the sock. So even if you gave him new socks, the feet would still smell. I don't remember, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, LaMarca, so I don't remember if it was him or Freeze Pops, but one of them said they felt it was actually rude to say, like, would you take your shoes off?
Again, you're misinterpreting.
Okay.
We
Again,
do not,
it's why
I think
we're
that
here.
it is the place of the homeowner to make the designation. I think me walking into your house and just taking my shoes off with no asking, no receiving any sort of command, just like making myself comfortable, I think that is disrespectful.
Just
a little too much making yourself at home.
Yeah,
correct.
Yeah, for me, for the most part, it's shoes off. Like, hey, do you mind taking? And I always say, do you mind? Because I understand. I'm not like, I get some people like, oh no, man, I ain't taking. Unless like there's like, you know, you mentioned a lot of the reasons why, like children, especially when they're younger and they're crawling and stuff like that. Like I'm like, bro, like take your shoes off. But if it's
because the world is filthy, Lamarca. That's why you don't want your kids crawling around in gunk and dirt and mud and crap that people have on their shoes.
Most part, yes. But if it's like, so for example, yesterday I had people over at like the patio. My patio connects to my downstairs. Those I'm like, yeah, I keep your shoes on, go to the bathroom down here. My downstairs where I am right now is just a little different. So I don't mind down here as much.
Wilderness down there.
Basically, and I clean. That's what I say.
Right.
Clean.
And that was the other part of the conversation is that Koff thinks the outside world is just disgusting.
Can I be honest?
Apparently, the man has never seen a clean sidewalk.
Do you have any idea how much bacteria
driveway.
is on, how much bacteria and crap and disease is on your shoes when you're walking around outside that you just bring into your home and kick your feet up on your table where you might otherwise put food?
So do you ever go outside barefoot?
Oh yeah,
sure. But I will.
Okay, but that's.
But I don't like
No,
get
no,
into
no.
bed without washing my feet or showering or something.
Lamarca, he boils his feet after. You have to understand. He puts
Yeah.
it right up on the
Burn
stove.
them right off.
I also want to just say that's why every time I enter my house, I do the like Mary Poppins kick up with the feet to clean off my shoes. A lot of people do this weird thing where they like kick it against wood or your stairs or whatever. I don't know what that does. I do the jump up like I'm happy as a clam. Jump up, clap the toes.
Every time you go into your house.
Almost every time, Koff.
Wow. How about that?
You know what I say? This is mine. Wee clap. Let me see if I can
Kick up.
Yeah, like let's see if I can.
Oh yeah, I like that. Look good.
Heel clicker?
Might need to give us another one at the quarter break.
Imagine if I just broke my ankle.
What a way to go! What a way to go out. Queenie says no one is allowed to go number 2 in her house.
Don't tell that to Tom Carroll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck preventing that if you have a dinner party.
You can't have that kind of rule. You can't do that. What if someone's sick? What if like the boys are coming over, the girls are coming over, whoever's are coming over, and they just you guys having like a wing night or a Taco Bell night, and just 4 hours later the gargling like a water bubbler just starts going on downstairs.
I like that you said Taco Bell and then 4 hours, like it's not 4 minutes.
Well, because no, it's unrealistic. That's 4. It's probably, and I don't want to disrespect Taco Bell. Really, most.
No, it's just it's not specific to Taco Bell, like you said. Yeah, it's fast food in general.
Yeah.
There's a reason that the rule in my house is you don't eat Taco Bell while the sun's up.
So, Lamarca, when I come to when me, TP, if Koff wants to be in he can sit in the middle of the back seat.
Obviously. Please, I want to.
If Queenie says she has an outhouse, I don't know what backwoods area you living in. What are you, but with that, like if when we take our drive to give you your bat, and it's past dark, so it's dark. Let's say we get there, it's 10, or nowadays like 8.
Queenie, go home, do it, and then come back.
Could you imagine that? Wait, real quick. The moral of the story is, so I could eat Taco Bell like if it's dark out in your
Correct.
house.
Yes.
Very interesting.
You better show up after the sun goes down and you're good.
Yeah, seriously. He's like, we're like vampires. But going back.
Scoreless first quarter, by the way.
What?
Haven't even given you our lineups.
Yeah.
What do we
and I want Lamarcus because he won last sim.
Just
So I
roll
want
with
his.
it. Just roll with it. What do we need? You don't need to talk lineups. And by the way, smash the like.
We don't need to, but it's a little taste of what we're doing here still.
Is it?
Some of us.
Listen, they gave up on me and I'm giving up on this.
You go do your kick-ups, Lamar.
Oh yeah,
What's your build?
I went I went with Russ Wilson in the captain spot as I keep one eye on.
Yeah, it's a good
Rossi.
distance.
But can he see me? Can TP get it? I can't read anything.
Yeah, you got to move the chair.
Yeah,
There
moving
you
the
go.
chair. Now you're good.
Good?
Yeah.
Yep.
Like that?
There it is. Yeah, don't break it.
I was expecting a little bit more to the side.
You want me to do like that?
Yeah.
Yeah,
There
one
you
of
go.
those. Don't break that television.
Imagine
That's
if
ring light reflection.
Yeah.
So Russell Wilson captain with Dalvin Cook, Chris Carson, Tajee Sharp, Seahawks defense,
Very good.
and Jason Myers.
Gotcha.
So where are you early?
16th.
Oh, okay. You're off to a good start. I'm 45th. Dalvin Cook captained. Not nearly as chalky as I would have thought. He's actually not as chalky as Russell Wilson. He is 86% owned, 25% the captain. Wilson, 89%, 23% captain. Have DK Metcalf. Seahawks. Seahawks. Nope, that's not mine. Take it back. You know what? I was reading somebody else's lineup. I have Tajay Sharp captain.
What is going on here? Hold
I know.
on,
I know.
He didn't even recognize his own team.
He's like, hold on, my lineup's at 40.
I'm not well because I captain Cook all the time, and then I got to the Seahawks DST, and I was like, I didn't play them today. Tajay Sharp is captain. Dalvin Cook, Russell Wilson, Greg Olsen, Kyle Rudolph, and hide your kids, hide your wife, Carlos Hyde. That's what I've got right there. All right, more important things. I mentioned this during the last sim. Rossi, I know you said you were hanging out listening. I don't know if you caught this part, though, so I want to bring it up.
Bring it up.
In the spirit of hanging out and just, not focusing all of our attention on the sims. Tomorrow, of course, is the send-off. Sims are sticking around come September 1st. You will not hear us, however. There was no commentary, be it live human or Madden AI. There is no commentary. So, tomorrow, and I know this will please Rossi. Here's what we've got going on.
Does it involve me?
It involves a whole lot of people.
Oh.
You've heard the combos of people. I'll do the combos again a little bit later on. In between the 8 and the 10. We're just going to stick around and hang out with you. No pre-recorded programming. We will just be hanging out. The 8 o'clock ends around 9:15. We're going to keep the party rolling right on into the 10 o'clock. Who exactly that will feature, it remains to be seen. Maybe it's people that hang out after the second half of the 8 o'clock game. Maybe it's the people that come early for the 10 o'clock game. Maybe it's a combination of the two. I don't know. That, again, remains to be seen, but we will be hanging out. And then, come the end of the 10 o'clock, be it 11:15. Well, they're not making us leave till September 1st, so why not make the most of it? We're staying till 11:59 Eastern, baby. We're going to sign you off at midnight.
Shirt's coming off tomorrow night. The shirt is coming off. Pants too. Let's go. Let's go out with a bang, Cough.
Ooh, juice.
Dalvin.
Oh, Stanton.
Dalvin.
Wait, can I hold on? Momentous. I know, Lamar, you were here last set. Momentous thing like that, and you guys go into a play call. Then you guys go into.
It's big news. You're right. Alana also says Cough and Lamar can now need to complete a physical challenge to compete with Rossi's heel clicks.
I did that hanger nose trick the one time.
You did, yeah.
You did.
That was
also Lamarcus done
challenge.
enough. Lamarcus came out with a killer Christmas song, which is the only reason we should touch on.
Touchdown! He said theoretically, maybe, possibly, could be if he gets time. If that wasn't enough caveats for you,
Perfect.
He's going to put together a sim send-off song.
Little jingle.
I wrote a poem so far. Just letting you know.
Love it. Can't wait to hear it.
Yep.
We're going to turn it into an NFT and put it in the DK marketplace.
Rhyme scheme is 126714.
Ooh, very artistic.
So yes, tomorrow night, and I look forward to having plenty of Rossi with us.
I'm not going any. I told you they have to kick me off, dude.
Well, I mean, for a portion of the broadcast, you will have to be off. But
I will not be here.
Other parts, you will be on.
I will not be here for any part that they ask me not to be here, which it will be.
Fair.
Spoiler, will be the beginning of the 8 and basically the 10. As soon as that 10 o'clock is like close to an end, I'm popping back on this Zoom.
Camera on, shirt off.
Camera on, no clothes. No clothes. And
Lamarck already said he's going Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, I love that Lamarca. He probably, can I be honest? I wouldn't doubt if Lamarca was Winnie the Pooh 70% of the time he's done these things.
I don't know why. I don't know why, but it actually blew my mind when he said that. Well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but a lot of the time, I don't want to say the majority of the time, that would be unfair. Maybe it's a seasonal thing. But he said a lot of the time goes shirtless when he's writing his articles.
Oh, he told me that too. You know what? This is going to sound weird. There's two things I've noticed.
I don't do anything shirtless.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean, that's
no.
Some.
Okay. What my point is, I mean,
but if I'm just like hanging out on my computer, no, I tend to have a shirt on.
But I mean, like, you don't do anything with just kind of like being just like you're just chilling. Like, do you ever cook? Do you cook at all at the house? I don't really know coffee.
I mean, not really. No. Like, it reminds me like an old Mitch Hedberg joke. It's like,
it is a little bit different. You've got children and a wife running around.
No,
I'm just by myself. Like, yeah, I'm rocking the no shirt for the most part because that's how I'm most comfortable. And why shouldn't I be most comfortable?
But I'm with you, Lamarca. I also tend to do a lot more things than, like, when I get up in the morning, I don't wear like a shirt to bed. So like, I'm not throwing a shirt on in the morning. So I'll kind of like do some of my, come out, get my big jug of water ready.
Sure. Yeah.
It's free, like, I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like there's gotta be times when the shirt's just casual.
Yeah, but it's not often enough that I can like link it up with a certain activity, like Lamarca said when he's writing his articles.
Well, that's how it makes him. He just starts rushing. He just rubs his chest, and that's it. He just gets ready. That's how he gets that's where he gets all the good info. Rubs his chest.
Start the day.
That's it.
Oh, hit that like. Can we get to 300 before we're out of here? That'd be great. And I mean tonight, not, overall. Hit that like, hit the subscribe button.
Don't worry. Listen, 230 likes. If people really if the quote unquote we're gonna misuse, you know how you're gonna tell us you miss us? If we get these likes over the next 2 days, extremely high, because I just have a feeling the likes aren't gonna be the same when there's not people telling you or encouraging you or talking to you.
That's a good point.
That if they look back in the algorithm, listen, you guys are still gonna do your thing, and we want you to do your thing when it comes to the Sims and making that free cash and all that. But then, hey, maybe they go, wow, we haven't had 482 likes in a while. I got to get Adam Kaufman on these streams.
Boy, that Ducey, by the way, offended me earlier because I made reference to the number of people watching and likes and whatnot on the YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And Ducey goes, where'd you get that from, Rossi? I said, you son of a gun. Rossi took that from me.
I did? I don't remember. I apologize if I did.
No, I take it
not
as
that clever either way.
No, it's not clever. I take it as a compliment, but for him to attribute it to you, I went, you jerk.
Did I take Turds Day from you as well?
No, that's not mine. Whoa!
Who's getting dings? Is Glash arrived? Is there something going down tonight? I just have a feeling.
No, he'll be over tomorrow. When I let him maybe in to use the bathroom, or I just pull a Queenie. Not here.
Yeah, drive back.
Flash.
I should just show. You know what? I might show up
Better
too.
drive home.
You know what? Maybe I'll make the ride to Lamarcus tomorrow.
Humble.
Oh, he gone.
Wow! Look at that hair. Flying out the back of the helmet with nothing but daylight ahead. Touchdown, Minnesota. Taking us to the 2-minute warning.
Ray Malaluga?
Mally.
You wouldn't be able to read it if you tried.
Ray Malaluga back in the day was like unreal with the Bengals. Was that him, right? Wasn't that his name?
Yeah.
Batman, hello. See Justin
Great.
Cravens in the chat.
Oh, Batman, we were just talking about you, dude. Talking about how I'm gonna get the road trip going to Lamarcus. Gonna stop. Well, before he moves, Lamarcus, when are you moving? Because you know it's just gonna happen on like a drop of a dime.
No. It's it probably won't be till after football season because my schedule during the week is just too hectic.
He sent it to me. It's true.
So.
It's very involved.
Can I say something quiet so it doesn't go over the air? Do you see the way Lamarca said he's busy, but he didn't make it seem self-important or like that he has no time for life? He just kind of said, oh yeah, I'd like to move whenever, but like my week's really hectic, like a normal person would say. Some other people some other people don't really say it that way. And I appreciate Lamarck for being a human being.
Oh,
from the state of New York.
That reminds me of something else. So it's 14-0 Minnesota. Final couple minutes here of this opening half. So BK, I don't know if this is like out there or BK just, threw you under a bus. I'm doing a sim with BK and Ducey earlier today. Rossi. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Doing a sim with BK and Ducey earlier today. And I don't know what we were talking about. Obviously, all of us, and just needling at each other as we do.
Oh,
Another
my goodness.
fumble. Again?
Take it all the way.
Oh, don't worry, Russ. You got that tackle, big guy.
Those don't
Use
count.
the recovery. BK just says, kind of out of nowhere, he goes, "So Kenny, you and I, we have this banter. We fight about quarterbacks versus offensive tackles and this and that, and but generally it's lighthearted. Rossi really doesn't like you, huh? like he genuinely hates you."
No, there's no hate in my heart. But would it be? I still want to hear the story, but I just want people to know I don't associate myself with the H word.
I don't remember. I don't even remember if he said hate or dislikes or whatever. But it was. He made it quite apparent that there is in fact love lost in that dynamic, that relationship. And Ducey just kind of froze for a minute. He was taken aback by it. The idea that one of us, that someone really dislikes him as opposed to just the playful banter. So BK, raw goods for you today, sir.
Well, I will just say, if anybody thinks anything's dead, I think Kenny's a dink at times, but I don't dislike Kenny. I think Kenny serves his purpose here, just like we all do. But I think I definitely have played it up because I joked, like I said, I'm not going to do any sims with Kenny the rest of the way. I think that's where this all came from, and I told BK on purpose, avoiding it, which is all in quote unquote character in these sims. If I saw Kenny in person, there's no I don't really dislike him. I just one time I told we've had beef, and that was it. We moved on. But yeah, Kenny stinks. Who cares? Moving on. We all know it, and so do I in a lot of ways, and that's it. But no, I don't in any way dislike Kenny any more than I would dislike anybody the way he acts on these. And it's not about, I don't even think it's really him. That's the other thing I've said many times. I don't think it's him. I think he I don't know what goes on in his brain when he does some of these sims. I think he kind of malfunctions and then turns into somebody.
Undercover boss Tom, BK definitely started a fire and watched the world burn there. He did.
He did start the fire.
Then Kenny asked me if I could do a sim for him tomorrow. So.
And I see you're jumping in.
I said I would, but now
which might, by the way, mark the end of Kenny in Simland. He's not scheduled to be on it all tomorrow.
But I wonder. But then he just got back to me and said I might not need it anymore.
Okay, all right.
But you know what? I'm gonna come do it anyways. I'm gonna come to the 2 o'clock and do a 4-man. And put some PP on this fire because
because BK will be here too.
Yeah,
stop the one.
Because I will tell you right now, do I talk a ton of crap on these sims for entertainers? Yeah, I tell Coffee stinks all the time, whether he's on or off.
Yeah, it's true. He does. Feels good.
Yeah, I'll say cough sometimes. You've heard many of the things I've said here.
I have.
In real life, no. That's not how it goes.
No, and I've always said, and maybe it's just the radio background that Rossi has all too much experience in, as well as we have a touchdown rushing variety here for the Seahawks getting on the board. My guy, hide your kids, hide your wife. My feeling is say whatever you want about me. Be man enough to say it to my face, or say it when you know I'm listening, as opposed to
Kaufman, look me in my eyes.
Huh?
You're a hobo.
Hey, this is a Rick Wild Thing Vaughn jersey, you jerk.
Kaufman, look me in the eyes, all right? Get rid of the undershirts. Get rid of the undershirts.
Get rid of the undershirts.
See, I'm an undershirt man.
Yeah, you too over there. Your skin just as white as that shirt. I couldn't tell.
It really is very quite white. I'm the only person that goes on vacation and comes back the same shade that they left.
I will do one last thing because I'm being very complimentary down the stretch. And I'm going to come in on that 2 o'clock, whether Kenny's in or not. Because I'm going to tell him right to his face, he stinks. He can be a real dink. But he's a good human being.
You're going to go all
compliments him.
West Mantooth on him?
No, I'm going to tell him.
But damn it, I respect you.
Yeah, no, well, respect is a very strong word. But I like him. I like Kenny. I like what he brought to the table here a lot of the time. I just don't like when he tries to dictate the way people think about things, and that he never admits when he's wrong. Don't like those 2 things. Other than that, kid's great. Brings a lot of fire. Brings most of the time some energy when he's not listening to music or eating. You know, other than that, he's good. All that and more at the 2 o'clock tomorrow.
Tune in.
Can I take a brief detour into actual relevant sports?
Okay,
please.
As we saw Carlos Hyde score that touchdown.
Geez.
Carlos Hyde gonna be a factor this year, folks.
You think? Okay, I'm interested. I'm all ears. I'm perked up now, Lamarca. Talk to me.
No, no Travis Etienne now for the Jaguars. Obviously, big blow. I think everybody's just kind of assuming that means that James Robinson goes back to just being like the workhorse in Jacksonville. And the preseason usage suggests that's not going to be the case. Now, it is the preseason.
Yep.
Maybe they were just taking it a little bit easier on Robinson. But, when the first team offense was out there in their last game, Robinson played 10 snaps, Hyde played 8. So I think Hyde is going to be a factor in this backfield this year. So if you draft Robinson, assuming you're getting a 1,500 yard running back, I think there's going to be a bunch of Sundays where you're yelling at the computer screen going, Carlos Hyde again? What's going on?
Don't do this. I'm a keeper of James Robinson, so that would really kill me. And I don't think 1,400 yards is real. Well, with the extra game, maybe, but I'm
sad right here. Just want to let you guys know. Jarrison's in front in our contest. Sixth.
Wait a second, Michael. You serious right now? Michael, are you serious? You're stealing our time with a sweat clip. I love Michael.
Sure is. All right. Speaking of loss of a running back, he's all business. What about Gus Edwards? His stock could be going up because earlier today on the sweater guy that we had on the last sim, Jeff Ulrich, who he was the sim commentator whisperer for Madden contest today. Ulrich and AJ Scholes, they discussed, of course, the Baltimore Ravens and the fact that J.K. Dobbins, season-ending injury. So where do they go from here? Fantasy impact for the Birds' backs. What's going on in Baltimore? Let's find out.
Let's start with some terrible news for the Ravens here on Sunday as J.K. Dobbins has reportedly suffered a season-ending torn ACL injury. What's the fantasy impact on this team, Jeff?
I mean, for Baltimore just as a team and like for the rest of the fantasy pieces on Baltimore, I really don't think the impact it's like nothing. I mean, they have a pretty good depth at running back already in Justice Hill and Gus Edwards. Gus Edwards, a guy we've seen just slide right in there with Lamar Jackson, and everything is simple. I mean, the Baltimore Ravens offense, when it comes down to it, is simple. This isn't a team that's going to be slinging it downfield 60 times a game. And if they are, they're having a really bad day because this is a team that ultimately wants to pound the ball. They've got another, inside the tackles guy in Gus Edwards coming right back behind J.K. Dobbins, and Justice Hill can certainly slot in a little bit as well. Ultimately, this offense is all about Lamar Jackson being able to just move the sticks with his feet and just take the offense off guard. None of that is going to change with Gus Edwards. Is it going to have an impact from fantasy? Sure. Gus Edwards bump him up a little bit, but all things considered, nothing is really going to change for Baltimore.
AJ, Gus Edwards here more than capable of taking over the starting duties and performing well in fantasy.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. I totally agree with Jeff here. Look, Lamar Jackson's going to get his rushing opportunities, his touches, regardless of who's behind him in the backfield there. So I'm totally on board with Jeff. I don't think this changes anything here. And yes, Gus Edwards, 723 yards last year, 6 touchdowns. I would expect a lot more out of him this year. So from that standpoint, a huge bump for him. And really the other guy that I kind of like here is Tyson Williams. I think could see more passing opportunities, a few more targets, third down opportunities, that sort of thing. But yeah, ultimately it's the Lamar Jackson show. Gus Edwards, the clear beneficiary for the added touches.
AJ, the narrative around Jackson, though, that he needs to take like a significant step forward as a passer, do you feel that's overblown?
I do. I totally do. I think you get You move the sticks however you move the sticks. Now, obviously, you know, if there's a lot of hits, it leads to injuries, and that's always the storyline, right, with why a guy can't run the ball. So I think, you know, maybe he needs to play a little safer, slide once in a while here. But overall, I think they need to generate offense the way that they can best do that, and that's with him running the football.
Yeah, Jeff, and he's done it with some pretty middling receiving help over the past couple of years.
Yeah, I mean, look, Lamar Jackson from a fantasy perspective really doesn't, you know, we don't really care if he passes the ball more because, you know, again, the one thing that the Dobbins injury might do, it might even lead to like a little bit more Lamar Jackson running. Not that he wasn't going to run a ton with Dobbins, but Dobbins was a little bit younger player, maybe a little bit more explosive. So you could say this is the injury might actually be good for Lamar Jackson because he's just gonna, if anything, psychologically, he might even say, "Oh, I got to do more." But from a performance perspective for the Ravens, I actually am of the opinion that, you know, until Lamar Jackson develops a little bit more of a pocket presence and just becomes a little bit better downfield passer, I don't really think that you're going to see this team take the next step. You don't really have to go back too far in history. I mean, we just don't see these rushing quarterbacks win championships. I mean, Colin Kaepernick is like the one guy who was able to get his team on a nice run there with San Francisco. They obviously didn't close the door, but you know, could Lamar Jackson do that with the Ravens? Well, if it's going to happen, it's probably going to happen in the next couple of years because rushing quarterbacks, another thing we know with a guy like Cam Newton, they don't have a long shelf life. So I'm of the opinion that, you know, until the Ravens develop this passing offense a little bit, they're probably going to be stuck in mud just in terms of where they go in the playoffs.
Right, baby, we're back.
All right, we are back, and remember, the sweat comes your way, and that is staying Monday through Friday, weekdays, 11 a.m. Eastern to noon. It is going nowhere. Neither is the slate. Make sure you check out those things and a number of our great fine commentators like Moose Ulrich, and soon enough, I'm sure during NBA season, maybe even football, Matt LaMarca. You will get our regular
I do baseball too,
folks.
my friend.
Well, yeah, I'm just thinking about what's even sooner. I don't know. Have you been on recently talking baseball?
Not the sweat, but I do the show with Bukes.
You do the slate,
Friday.
yeah. You and Bukes. Absolutely. Check it out. Be with us. 14-7 Minnesota. That's the thing. You know, I keep, you know, as we all do, playing up this whole, all right, tomorrow's the last night of hearing from us. It's not.
Yep.
It is definitely the last night hearing from us in this type of format where we can just talk about whatever. Generally speaking. But you'll still hear from us talking sports. You know, we'll be around for you, obviously. Like I said, the sweat, the slate, get the green, all that good stuff. I mean, who knows? Maybe a podcast. I don't know. Stay with us. You'll find out as we know new stuff, so will you. But you can always reach us on social media as well. And I'm sure tomorrow we'll plug the heck out of, ways to contact us. Many of you know already by now. But don't be strangers. You know, I say that on behalf of most, if pardon me, not everyone. Don't be strangers. Reach out. Be in touch. Because, we won't be doing these specifically anymore, but it doesn't mean we're just gone. We want to hear from you. You guys are family now.
Kaufman, let's start a podcast.
Let's start a podcast. What do you want to talk about?
Pajamas.
Can I be honest? Right there, you already got sponsorships ideas right there. That actually wouldn't probably work. You really.
I did have an idea, and I never aggressively pitched it or anything like that. But this is when I truly believed, and I guess numbers will tell one way or the other once we're gone. See what the viewership is for these Madden sims, I guess. But I truly believed that there are, I'm not an idiot. The vast majority of people come because of the sim, and they have lineups, and that's the route. That's why you're here. But I certainly, over the course of the last 17, 18 months, have been led to believe at times that, some of you out there do come for the banter, the commentary, the nonsense, the shenanigans, it's a nice part of it. And so what if we had a podcast where it, wasn't even it's mine and LaMarcus podcast. I think that would, probably get old for people after a little while.
I'm only getting involved if it's my podcast.
Fair enough. But honestly, like my point, if it were, like our DK Sim Fam cinematic universe or whatever, like just a rotation of people, like, it's a weekly podcast. 1 week you're getting me and LaMarca. Another week you're going to get Christian and BK. Another week you're going to get Emerson and Jeff. Another week, and it's just like show drops every week, but who the heck knows what the topic is going to be? And it's just some of the voices that you've come to know and enjoy over the last year and a half. I think that'd be fun. How many people would realistically listen? I have no idea, but I like it as an idea.
Do you want me to take a shot right now, or do you want me to be nice?
Either way.
That wasn't a clear answer. LaMarco, do you want me to
take a shot? Take a shot. I don't need you to be nice. Take a shot.
Bossy.
What's that?
I said talk your talk, bro.
Well, if the people that are behind some of the other things that are produced around here are behind it, no one's going to listen. But if you get the people behind it, they'll listen, Koff. They'll listen. You got to push the product. You got to push the product.
Going.
I'm telling you, listen, I am very close with people. Well, not very. You know, me and Babysitter Billy, we're tight. We're good buds.
You are.
Sometimes I talk. We have content conversations, whether it's our own stuff, life, things you see on TV. But here specifically, this place has a mothership, a boatload of you that have come in and out that will chat. You're still going to chat, and we love you for that. You guys are literally incredible. Each and every one of you, whether you're popping back in to say, hey, the people that have been sliding in the DM saying you're going to miss us, all of you. But if that thing would ever pushed and said like, hey, check this out, or put a little promotion behind it, boom, that thing would be massive. When I see my guy LaMarca strutting them cheeks, and then over on the YouTube, they're just like, yeah, we're just gonna throw it on there, don't worry about it. It's like, no, we gotta push it. I need to know when LaMarca is telling me who to play in basketball one night. I was blown away when I saw his beautiful face pop on my YouTube, or YouTube, Yabitube. But I'm saying like that, if it's...
I don't even have a gun to necessitate Iraq.
Good pull. But yeah, that's just the way I think about it. I think DraftKings got a lot of stuff going on. Obviously, it is a format for people to engage in trying to win some money on sports. The content side just probably could be like ticked up a little. And I think if it was pushed a certain way, and if you're talking about the crew of people here, they could do it. Or we could do it, and then they would be like, oh crap, let's give them a little love.
I do think it would be something where we would need to keep the interactive quality involved. Like it would have to be like a live recording that we then
on YouTube,
released on iTunes or something.
Remember when Koff
sold that? Or we had a mail, like a mailbag email address that people could send questions to, something like that.
I dig. I already said there's going to be a couple of things I want to do with some of you fine, smelly folks over, just because I have a YouTube channel. Might as well use it. Some ranking stuff. We're going to have some fun outside of this. There'll definitely be certain things.
I'm a big rankings guy, Rossi.
Well, listen, I talked to Koff about some of this idea. He basically told me pay me or I'm not coming on. And I was like, cool.
Very important.
He was like, wait, so what's the rate? And I was like, what
a diva.
Rate?
He's like, do you need me to sign a W-9? Like, what are we doing here? I'm like, oh, what?
Just don't complicate my taxes further, please.
Yeah. Oh, Bad Boys doing the push for the Bad Boys of Pop podcast.
Appreciate it. The mad love for the Sim fam.
Ooh. That's right. Tate drives you. You have to have a segment to blame yell at ops. Chad loves that.
DVOP said he would host.
Oh, go ahead.
He would host me versus Christian in a trivia showdown, which I'm not backing down from. I want that badly.
I would love that too.
What about a daily a daily podcast where it's just a scheduled voice? Monday it's Koff and Rossi, Tuesday LaMarca and Glash, etc. Sure.
That could work. I think weekly. Listen, we're just throwing stuff out there.
Are we basically doing that?
We get 6 a day.
And you know what else we could do? We could take that schedule and put it on with a Madden game in the background.
Do it with a football game in the background. And then get this, guys. People could make lineups and win money.
It's funny you guys are saying this because I said September 1st. This is one of my jokes. I was talking to Freeze Pops about this. We should just all get together and I can set up. It would be StreamYard because it's a much more superior platform than Zoom, but we have great producers here.
Sure.
Like TP, Michael. But it was what if we just all came on and just had a Madden simulation going on in the background, just talking? We don't ever talk. It's literally the same thing that's happening right now. We're just all talking like this.
There's no lineups.
No, we don't even talk. Like, literally, the game is just there. We have nothing to do with it. Just, for the, shared experience.
That reminds me of, and I always talk about Mike Francesa because growing up in New York, Mike Francesa is an absolute legend. But there was one time, like he had this one segment where he had on this New York legislature and absolutely destroyed him on DFS. This was when DraftKings was not allowed in New York for that brief dark period. And then it came back, and like 2 years later, Mike Francesa basically described DFS.
Yeah.
And as like an idea that he had. He was like,
right. No, I remember.
Let me tell you,
I remember the clip.
You can pick players, right? You don't even have to pick teams anymore. You can pick players. Let's say you pick 10 players and they all hit home runs. You could get like 100,000 to 1 on a payout. And like it was just hysterical. Francesa felt like he invented DFS like 7 years after DFS was actually invented.
That guy's like, what I loved about him and Coffee, you got to spend a lot of time with him, is that if you were to say, hey, I saw that clip where you said that, he would not be embarrassed. He could care less.
No.
There's something about that era. Like, I know a lot of radio personalities here in Boston that are much older than all of us probably combined at this point, with all due respect. But like, they say the most outlandish thing, you'll go back and grab these things, and they're just like, yeah, whatever. Like, yeah, it was a great idea, wasn't it? It's like, it existed, but he would just be like, well, the idea, I didn't know, it was just a great idea. It's like, what? Like, they don't know qualms, they're not trying to be show. I love the ignorant bliss of an older sports talk radio host.
So true.
We're too neurotic these days.
Yeah.
I never said that.
I know. Running away. No, embrace your take. However asinine it may be, embrace it.
Listen, we joked a lot about Kenny earlier, this potential beef that's going to be simmered down now or stroked out or stoked into the next level tomorrow.
Yeah.
Who knows? But with that being said, like, that's the thing. And I've said some things here that...
There's the jersey. Keep going. Keep going.
Take your shirt off. It's fine.
Wild thing. One button at a time.
Looks good at you.
Hey, thank you. Thank you.
What size is that? Looks a little big on you.
It's a little big. It is a little big. Yeah.
Is that a medium?
It's a four. Well, it's the numbers.
Youth
so
medium?
Did you say youth medium?
Yeah.
Extra medium.
It's a 48. I think I'm more like a 44.
Okay.
A little big. I don't know what the 48 is equivalent to. I'm sitting fourth, by the way, in this contest. Jarrison still in front. My nemesis.
I feel like that guy's been on fire recently.
It was a little big.
Kevin Vorse says Super Bowl 56 predictions. This might be a little bit chalky. I'm going Kansas City Chiefs, Los Angeles Rams.
I am not. Can we just, since we're not going to be like around every day throughout football season, can I just go on the record now that I am not a believer in the Rams at all?
Yeah,
I'm not saying they're going to.
You only support teams with great situations like the Patriots.
Listen, I'm not sitting here saying that the Rams are going to be bad or they're going to miss the playoffs. I'm simply telling you I don't believe they're going to be in the Super Bowl.
Well, that they're believing in them and believing to be a Super Bowl, maybe two different things. I'm actually starting to fade the Rams.
Fine, I believe they'll be good. I don't believe they will be in the Super Bowl.
I'm going to give you a couple hotties right here. Good question, by the way. Super Bowl is way too hard to predict, but I'll throw it out just because you asked the question.
It's very health dependent.
We're here.
Yeah, but
Thank you, Terrace. Go ahead.
I'm going to say Chiefs. I think something's going to happen this year. Something just doesn't feel right. Something's in the air in Kansas City.
Feel good about the Bucks?
No. Also don't feel good. I think it's going to be one of those years because there's also that extra game. It's going to be that. I think there's going to be more of a random team this year than ever, and I don't know who that is. But I'll just throw out some Super Bowl teams just because for the argument. So it's super hard this year. I think the Packers are going. I think Aaron Rodgers is on an absolute FU tour, and
I love that.
And
that was last year.
That was last year. The man literally is.
Listen, I'm not saying he isn't still. It's just like that. That was my whole thing all throughout last year. It was the bleep you tour for Aaron Rodgers the second they drafted Jordan Love. So you want to say it's a continuation? That's fine, but that started last year.
It's the F-Cough tour right now, and I'm starting. No, whatever. Last year, he was just aggravated. This year was literally like, I don't even think I want to be a part of your organization.
Okay.
And now he's back. He's got Devontae Adams, his homeboy, with him. He gets Randall Cobb, who for some reason that's attractive these days. I think he called. I guarantee
Randall Cobb.
You know he called Jordy Nelson. Like, you got anything left, dude? But with that being said, I just think this is the year they're going to figure it out. And I think it's going to be one of the greatest stories that we're going to see in sports, because it literally could be a guy who brings his team to the Super Bowl. And there's no way he leaves town if that happens. But
and then goes. So
imagine that, and it goes to like Houston. And it's like, what? But I'll take the Packers from a wide
Touchdown,
open.
Seattle.
I'll give you I'll be Rand.
Wow,
I'll just throw something
Dorsett.
Good for him. Where's Dorsett these days? Isn't Dorsett somewhere else?
I think I played him. Nah, I didn't.
He's in Jaguars or something. But I'm going to say a random team to
He
come
might
out.
say something random like the Browns and Cardinals.
See, the Browns are a fun one to say, but I'm going to throw out just because I'm going to say Denver. I'm going to say Packers, Denver.
What?
Yeah, that's wild.
What do you want me to say? Bucks, Chiefs, and call it a day? No, I'm going to
No, but like,
here's you want the dark horse?
The Broncos might not win 5 games.
You want the dark chat?
Yeah.
Please. All right, yeah. Let's go
Get into the live chat.
All right. Let's do it. Oh, webcam.
Dark chat.
What do you got? Give me it.
Chargers.
Nah. I love Mike.
Nah. It doesn't even entertain it.
No, I'm telling you. Well, listen.
There could be one year that those guys stay healthy, and they don't have a coach who just
I don't know.
repeatedly defecates himself.
I don't know.
A kicker who makes kicks. One year, maybe it will all just come together for the Chargers, and what a glorious year that would be.
I love you for that, but I'm still going with it. I'm just going to take Denver. I'm going to go somewhere weird, but I like the Chargers because it's weird. So, Koff, now we go to you. You're going to go chalk, or you're going to go weird? Because anything can happen over the next 5 months.
Sure. So
Pick
last
the Patriots.
year,
You won't.
I wanted to.
Last year, my my sort of adopted team or whatever was the Packers, because I was just all about. It wasn't like, oh, the Packers, like, watch out for the Packers. It wasn't about the Packers. It was about Rodgers and him, going all again like Bleep Utor, and of course he wins MVP. It was a ton of fun to watch. This year, maybe it's Madden bias, or maybe I just genuinely love the team in real life. I'm really high on the Cardinals. I really like the Cardinals.
Please, Kaufman, you would be the youngest player on that team.
I really like the Cardinals.
Great fantasy team
from 2013.
Don't believe that they have enough yet.
But I like it. But see, Koff,
but you wanted a weird team, a dark horse team. Of course, I can give you a chalky team, but that's not what we're doing here.
Yeah, you can find a real like a dark horse with a chance. Like
Denver's going to win 5 games.
The Miami Dolphins.
Get out of it. Look, obviously the Dolphins are a different conversation if they trade for Watson and he plays.
Could be worse.
Right now, as they exist.
No, get out of it. Go with the Giants. My team this year.
Put a little respect on my Patriots, would you?
Yeah, please.
No,
Mac
Jones, watch out.
Mac Jones, baby. The QB of the future, maybe the QB of now.
Rookie of the year, only plays 6 games. It's going to be wild.
You kidding me?
Okay, so you got the Cardinals out of the NFC. Who's going to be coming out of the old AFC? Patriots are there for you. Is it going to be the Steelers? Did they try to put something together with an offensive?
Gross.
The 3 of us would be on.
You know what? Just for giggles, I'll take the Pats.
Oh, I love you. I'm going to call you Giggles Kaufman from now on.
Thank you.
You can get. I think I'm willing to give you 1,000 to 1 on a Pats Cardinals Super Bowl.
I'll take it. I'll $1 bet. $1 bet.
$1 bet for the content.
Just for the content.
And I'll take $1 bet from Kaufman. Actually, 50 if the Broncos win more than 5 games.
What is their what is their projected win total?
It's got to be over that. Just because
the Broncos.
Yeah.
Let's take a look.
I want to say 7? It's about more than that.
It's going to be 8. I'm guessing to 8.
I even think it might be 8.5. Let me.
I got it. Let's take a look here. Coffee, really. I like the way you did that, by the way.
Thank you.
I like the way you move.
No, I circumvented. That's what I did. It's all about wording.
Wait, what is this crap?
Great phrasing, as Archer tells you.
8.5.
Phrasing.
8.5. They go through every single game. This is insane. CBS is this most insane thing I've ever seen. Over-unders in the first, like, weeks ahead. You could, I guess you could do that. Projected win total. Oh, look at that. So they have them, CBS has them being, after week 18, 9-8. So that would be the over.
You may find this crazy, but Bills fan 52 takes the Bills.
Bills.
Yeah, that's not even, you know.
No, it's not.
If the
it's
Bills
not.
made it, nobody would be surprised.
Yeah, that's not a chalky play.
I just always think the Bills
not
are going to be a
horse.
worse version of the Chiefs.
Ooh. But what if the Chiefs are not a good version?
Bizzle says, "Cock, can we get a shot of Chloe tomorrow? Finally, let her on a stream for a minute, please. I'll show you a picture of Chloe after the game here. She's upstairs sleeping.
Is that your imaginary friend or your dog?
My dog. My imaginary friend can't show up here on the sim, Rossi. You can't see them.
Could be like a doll or something.
Greg Koff and the mayor. Just for giggles, Koff takes the Celts.
Oh, that's me. My bad.
Hey, hey.
Ooh, little
It's trying to X out. It's still working. There we go.
Stephen Colbert.
By the way, that's what happens when you go to these crap websites and they just pop ads on 7 minutes later.
Honestly, that is a nightmare of mine. Is
What just happened?
doing podcasts or whatever, and you got your tabs. That's why every website on my computer, with the exception of a few, I mute the website.
Do you really? Good for you.
Yeah, 100%. I don't want to get.
I am not that advanced.
It's
All right, real
quite
talk.
simple. You right click the tab, and it'll just say mute site, and you click yes.
Hang on, let me try it on this one right here.
Now, Lamar, do you think Koff searches on the regular search, or do you think he does the private searches?
The incognito.
I think Koff
The fact that
goes
he said
to.
that?
I think Koff goes to a search bar and types in google.com, which then brings him to the Google search results of Google.
Oh, I'm gonna miss this.
I too am going to miss this, no doubt.
I'm not joking. But announcers use Bing for a hot minute. Tate, I tried Bing a lot because I wanted to like it. I wanted to be different. If you know anything about me, I like to try to, play on that line a little bit. But Bing sucks.
Unless, of course, Bing is interested in sponsoring the Dream Stream.
Nope, don't care. I'm gone.
Undercover Boss Tom says Glash.
Probably.
Glash uses Firefox, and you know it.
Oh my god! Talk about a thing that just your computer just might as well shut down. Talk about things popping up.
Hey, as long as it's not Internet Explorer.
I was just going to say, we assume Christian uses Internet Explorer, right?
Christian also uses dial-up, so.
Right. That's how he gets to Internet Explorer. Must be, says Kaufman definitely has a floppy disk.
How floppy is it?
Christian's using AOL. Yep. Oh, Meager shouting out Ask Jeeves.
Oh,
that was one. That was like Ask Jeeves was Bing for you, for me. I really wanted to embrace Ask Jeeves for a while.
There were a lot of them back in the day. Remember Fido?
No, I don't.
It was like you would
yes.
You would have the dog go find what you're searching for.
I do not remember that one at all.
Damon, can I plug? No, Damon, you can do whatever you want. You have to ask. Just do it. Can I plug something?
You do it in the chat.
You can put links on Twitch, which we have a whole bunch of people over there. Saucy, my God, Obi-Wan. Wait, we gotta. Oh, Coffee. We're together tomorrow, so we can. I want to do a segment for Obi-Wan tomorrow.
Listen, I'm with all of you tomorrow, and I couldn't be more excited.
Yeah, but I mean, don't we have one before? Like, are you doing the?
Yeah, because you switch with Ducey, unless he takes it back or you show up anyway, or however that unfolds.
I'm just showing up. Gotta set the record straight. Tell BK.
Buzz Killington says he thinks that was Lycos, not Fido. It might be Lycos. Now that he says that, I might be making
Netscape Navigator. Yeah, I see that, Jared.
Fido was something. There was something on there.
All right.
Seattle's driving, baby. We could get some overtime. And you know what? Please, do it.
Mike Bezelkoff. Remember that one sim, by the way? this could go to, you could say Koff, Lamarca, Rossi, and every other person. But he says, when CDA couldn't construct a full sentence the entire game, 'twas a classic. Made me fall in love with that Wisconsin weirdo.
He was off his rocker that day. He was just, I don't know what it was.
I will say that the Sims will have come and gone, and I will never have worked a sim with Christian DeAndrea.
Really?
Are you on with him tomorrow?
Not in the schedule that was run down, because I'm on the second half of the 10 p.m. game, because I'm working till 10. So
He might be on the first half of the 10 o'clock. Maybe you guys will overlap for a minute.
Wait, that doesn't make any sense to me. You both have been here for way too long to have never done a sim.
He's more of an earlier person, and I ended up doing a lot of the late games, and it just never worked out.
I am surprised it didn't happen on a weekend at some point. That does
Christian doesn't do weekends, though. That's why.
He did,
and that's pretty much when I work is weekends. So
I don't remember Christian doing weekends. Not during my time. Which was like a month after he joined.
Couple likes away from 250. Smash that like. Second and goal from the 1.
Let's come.
I'll miss this. 31 ticks left on the clock. Let's go, Russ. Over the middle, back of the end zone, out of bounds.
I want to just say when it comes to Christian, one of my favorite sims of all time is because Christian, like a lot of us sometimes can go on our soliloquies, and he was on a whatever situation you were talking about there, which was crazy, but like there was one where his internet was just gone and you could never hear him, but I could never interrupt him at the same time. It was hilarious.
Here we go. It's a handoff. Carson in. Touchdown, Seattle in front.
See what happens when you run it, Pete Carroll.
I'm going to say something you never hear me say. I'm in for overtime today. Let it ride.
Well, it's probably not happening at this point.
I to be honest,
I have always stand for overtime. I like overtime.
I'll be honest with everybody, and they've heard me many times. Overtime, you kick rocks. As I used to joke, I don't get paid for overtime. But I'm always happy to be here with the Sim fam. There was a little while there when when you're doing like 5 on a Saturday, when you're like, just please don't go to overtime. Just please.
Mike says, Jason, you're a day late and $1 short on OT.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not even looking at the game or the score. It's in the lower box below Kaufman. So I now see it's 21-17. I have no idea the time left.
26 seconds.
Thank you.
I have fallen out of contention.
Greg Coffin.
Bone Dog 84 in front. Go ahead.
AKA the mayor says CDA is just a stream of consciousness.
100%.
I feel like you have to say that like Matthew McConaughey in True Detective. Christian DeAndrea is just a stream of consciousness. He goes around and around and
yeah, I was waiting for the whistle. There it is. Gotta have the whistle.
Oh man.
You ever just drive your Lincoln? You never know where you're gonna end up. I woke up once in Tucson, Arizona in my Lincoln. No shirt, no pants, just socks. I started the day in Boise, Idaho. Don't even remember driving. It's the power of a Lincoln.
Honest question for you both and anyone else listening. Have you ever just gone for a drive, with no plan whatsoever as to where you were going to go? You just drove. You're like, I'm going to turn here, I'm going to turn there, I'm just going to drive. Like there was no end place in mind.
100%. I don't do it enough.
I've never done that in my life.
When you were a kid, you didn't just go, like when you first got your license, just like if no buddies were around, you didn't just go for a drive because you had to get a license?
Not unless there was somewhere I intended to go. I didn't just I'm going to go wherever I wind up. No, never in my life.
Wow, I do it every so often. Like when I'm.
E-Pike says absolutely best thing ever. It's literally so mind clearing.
Yeah, I've said this maybe on these Sims. I've definitely said it to people. A drive by yourself or sitting at a restaurant, like bar by yourself, whether you drink or not, doesn't matter. Just like doing some things by yourself, I find very therapeutic. I'm like,
I am all
it out into the end zone, picked. That'll end it.
Take it to the house. Do something crazy.
I'm all for doing things by myself. I've never done a drive. I don't know why. Maybe it's because I You know, I'm not like
Guru, I'm not
never
alone.
had a
Lamarck hasn't done it
fancy
either.
car.
You guys, well, that's different, Lamarca, clearly. But like, Koff, that really surprised me, especially being such a family man. Like, you never like back in the day when you drive home from work, just be like, I'm gonna stretch this for another 45 just because, life. Like, I want a little Adam Hoffman, AK.
Never. I mean, like the drive was long enough that it was.
Hoffman spends 4 hours a night in his basement. How much more personal time does the guy need?
That's
Got it covered.
I'm talking about
all right, Bizzle. Here's Chloe. If a
little lower, right there, boom. Look at that beauty. Is that a golden?
I wanted to see the real dog.
That is a dog. What are you talking about?
It's a picture of the dog.
Yeah, well, yeah. You want me to just hold her up right here?
Hell yeah!
It's a 75-pound lab. I can't do
Emerson would do it.
Your dog was on the stream once. Now that I think about it,
my dog has been barking on the stream, but she's never been visible.
I thought once she went behind you when we were doing a sim.
I don't think so.
Oh,
Not that I remember. There you go, Bizzle. Hope that helps at least a little bit. Greg Coffin, these sims have replaced the drive to nowhere. Come on, guys.
No, absolutely. That's
Alana says in married life, going for a drive is code for my family is irritating me right now. No, you know what I have done in if we're gonna like in that sense. No, I've never just gone for a drive, but I've sure as hell just like, you know what? I'm gonna be in the garage for a minute.
Oh yeah.
You ever just go for a drive in your Lincoln? Feel the road underneath your tires. Just you and your thoughts.
In a Lincoln.
In a Lincoln.
And you wind up in them thoughts, and them thoughts start manifesting themselves. You start going like,
Oh my God.
You're not sure what's real and what's a thought.
And then it all just comes one blended reality.
I love all of you.
In a Lincoln.
Lisa
Lincoln now, your no skill Lincoln players for $3.99 per month. I love the way the car commercials end. That's my favorite. You know what? Like the old school,
it takes all the relaxation away.
Yeah. To get Matthew McConaughey tripping on God knows what, but feeling good, feeling fine, telling me, and then it's just like,
yeah. Now here's the fine print.
Now, Koff, have you ever had to do any like I don't know how much editing like all of your era of time in radio? Did you ever have to like tag a commercial?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh my! Have you ever been the voice of it, and then you have to speed up your voice?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the best. That is.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds terrible, but you just got to do it.
Yeah, it's like you record just a line like all purchases are final.
Yeah.
No. Then it really comes across like this.
Prices.
Yeah. Oh, it's in there. We're good. And there's
nailed it. Alana says Matt McConaughey. There you go. Highest compliment.
All right.
Right there.
My idol is myself in 10 years.
Greg Coffin, wasn't that from an SNL take on that commercial? You ever wake up on the highway and your passengers are screaming?
Yeah, that Jim Carrey did it.
Yeah.
He's like, you gotta keep your fingers look like you're rolling a little invisible booger.
All right, so here's the deal. We are going to be around for one more sim tonight. Not two of us anyway. Rossi will be hanging out. He'll be coming on back with Brendan Glasheen and Tom Carroll. And then this is great. I mean, tomorrow it's all day. All day, baby. Be with us. Starts at noon. The sweat beforehand at 11, obviously, but the sims begin at noon. And then really the festivities 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock until midnight. Just 4 hours of just chilling, catching up, probably giving you very little about the sims themselves, and just a fun farewell to all of you. So Lamarco will be part of that. Rossi as well. Rossi will be on for a couple of sims even prior. I will be with you at 12 and 2.
Might be a 3-jug day for Rossi.
Okay.
He's earned it.
I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of things that are going to go down tomorrow that people know, and a lot of things that people don't know.
Okay.
But I'm telling you right now, I'm being so prepared. There's going to be so much water tomorrow. I'm going to probably pee myself during one of these sims. Because you're going to have to literally.
Where it depends, bro. Won't even have to worry about it. You don't even have to get up.
Can I get Depends at like Walgreens or something?
Sure, probably.
Okay, cool. I'm down.
It's that old Howie Mandel joke. He's out at a party. He's just dancing, having himself a good time. Howie, don't you ever have to go to the bathroom? Depends.
Oh,
there it is. Yeah. All right. So Seattle won this game. Do we have awards? Anyone? LaMarca?
All
right, I'll do it.
I got it. Player of the game is going to be what was the defense that kept getting turnovers?
The Vikings D. Yep.
It doesn't make sense.
That's a good call.
Give it to him. And yeah, because they had turnovers. Who cares? They gave 21 points. And the Not My Kid award.
Probably. Go ahead.
Not My Kid award is going to be DK Metcalf because I don't know what he did and I didn't look at the game at all.
How about Lockett? One catch, 5 yards for Lockett.
Even better.
Sure. Great. Perfect.
Love you.
No yelling on the bus.
Good. Great. Wonderful. Oh, man. All right. Tune in for the 10. Maybe I will, too, because it'll be fun just listening to those dudes. And, yeah, tomorrow, man. End of an era in Simland. Thanks to Mike. Thanks to Undercover Boss Tom, Cobra K, Tate Knops, June. Thank you all for hanging out here with us. And for the final regular 8 o'clock primetime sim with commentary for Rossi, LaMarca, Koff. We will catch you a little bit later on. Coming up on the DraftKings Dream Stream, Pat Mayo, Jeff Feinberg, not Jeff Ulrich, Jeff Feinberg, different Jeff. They will preview the Tour Championship, discussing picks, tips, betting strategy for this week's PGA event.
Hey, Jeff, Thomas beat Scheffler, right?
I'm not sure, man. I don't know. I have no idea. I think so.
I should probably look into that. I just assumed that he beat him because I saw that Scheffler.
I don't think I could have jumped you. I don't think it would have been enough if you beat him by a stroke or something.
No, they actually tied for T22, so I beat you by the marginal amount I was beating you by anyway. Cuss needed Brooks to win in order to do that. Obviously, he didn't. So we'll recap last week, which was awesome for at least the parts that I saw, because I was away most of the weekend and got home on hole 16 of the final round, which, was like watching another round after that, but that was great. Then we have Eastlink. I don't have a ton of Eastlake thoughts, to be perfectly honest with you. And we'll talk about maybe ways that they can fix this or at least generate some sort of excitement, because it's not super exciting. I mean, it will be on Sunday when we're watching it, but going into the week, it's really like, there's no DraftKings show this week because DraftKings with 29 guys in this field. I mean, use Fantasy National. Don't bother with me. But a new race, not to the Mayo Cup. That's going to start at the Sony Open next year. But if you want to play a full season of one and done, the first one is already filled. So now there's a second one up. FanGolfChamp.com or FantasyGolfChampionships.com. It's $50 to play. It's like a 53-person one and done, I believe it is. That's going to go all season long. So it's winnable with the amount of people in it. And it's just a lot of fun to keep yourself invested in golf throughout the season. So we're just going to create a whole bunch of these smaller one and done before we do the huge one that starts in January that everyone will play with. But if you love the one and done and you want to get into it, there are new ones up right now starting in 2 weeks' time, at the Vivint, formerly the Safeway Open, at FantasyGolfChampionships.com, plus NFL prop competition for the Mayo Media Network. If you deposit on Prize Picks, you'll have to play $7.11 per week to get into the contest. It's going to be a season-long one with your picks every single week adding up. It's going to be like the Super Contest. Highly recommend that you play in it. If you use code MMN at your deposit on prizepicks.com, you will get a deposit match of up to $100. So you just deposit $100, you'll get the match of $100, and you get all your money for the season to play in this. It's like whoever gets the most over-under props right per week or per the season is going to win. Whatever we figure out is the pool. It's not official yet, but that's actually what's going to happen. We're going to work on the prize pools and the prizes, and there's going to be weekly payouts if you get all your picks right. So it's only $7.11 to play every single week, and we'll boost up the weekly payouts on that as well. So prizepicks.com, code MMN, and then go do that, and you'll be in the pool. We'll have more details on that starting next week on the football shows, but if you want a props season-long pool to play in, this is going to be a really fun one. You play against me, you play against Jeff, you'll play against Cust, play against all the viewers of the show, so I recommend you do that. So the Prize Picks, code MMN, and Fantasy Golf Championships for the new one and done that is out there right now. Jeffrey, I hedged out last week on Finau, and that was a disastrous decision, but I stayed the course, as I always do when I get to a head-to-head playoff, and lock in some big money for the week. Not as big money as I would want if my guy won, but my guy didn't win this week, and I don't know. Would sportsbooks have been shut down if Bryson won? Because everyone bet on Bryson last week.
Yeah, I had multiple tickets. Would have been It would have been glorious. Things have been too good though. I gotta roll with the punches. It went like I don't even know what I saw. It was so weird. All of it. It was a really amazing way to end the season, a frustrating way. I joked on Twitter that having my Bryson bet yesterday is pretty much the training camp my body needs for Charger season. Like just disappointment time and time again. That's how I go to bed Sunday. Yeah, I don't know. It was absolutely wild. It was absolutely wild. Par from the water. Cantley did his answers before that. I don't know. Before we really break it down, I just want to say I think the 11th hole on Saturday and Sunday was such an insane, like, I don't want to say turning point, but it was incredible. Like Saturday, Bryson sticks it to like a foot and he's about to go up 5 or 6. And Cantley hits a 20-foot sideways on 11. So Bryson's like 4-stroke lead, I think, is all it ends up being. And then, I don't know, maybe if Cantley didn't make birdie on that hole on Saturday, he wouldn't have felt the need to really push that shot that goes into the water, which starts his string of events on Saturday. And then yesterday, Bryson drives the green, or pretty much drives the green on 11, just in front of it, sets himself up for like a 4-foot birdie. What does Cantley do again? I don't know, just nice sideways bomb. I don't want to say bomb, but like he did all week, just distance putts. So even before the playoff, I was thinking about that 11th hole, or before the water ball, Bryson bogey on 17. That 11th hole was in my head all weekend. Yeah, how it played its role.
Bryson made the same chip that I would make on the 17th hole on Sunday somehow, which I was not expecting, because that would have locked up. It would have locked up the tournament. But I mean, Bryson played as well as he could play, and Cantley gained the most strokes ever putting in a tournament. So what are we going to do?
Nothing. No, the guy made them all. He made them even on 18. Yeah, I guess saving the bogey was insane. A huge moment for Cantley, because Bryson went in the water. Yeah, Bryson went in the water there the day before, and he made double. He couldn't make the bogey save from the drop zone.
Well, so and it's funny because Bryson basically did the exact same thing in the, was it the 4th playoff hole when he finally went in the water, then saved par?
Yeah, that was incredible. And Cantley's chip to like I don't know, even before Bryson missed the putts, it felt like Cantley did something extraordinary every time. You know, I guess a lot will be made about what happens to Bryson from here, but he's amazing. He got nipped by, like you said, like people want to invoke yesterday as some sort of indicator about Bryson's fortitude on any level is ridiculous. He wins that tournament 99.9 times in the history of golf. Lost it yesterday, like our bets.
Yeah, listen, Cantley played great. I don't want to take anything away from Cantley, but to say that like Bryson gagged it, I mean, there are certain times where you could say that. But he went and shot 6 under in the final pairing with Cantley, who also shot 6 under. They both played great the entire week. Like, I would be encouraged if I mean, it sucks that if you bet on Bryson, you didn't win, but as like the overall prospects of Bryson, like this wasn't like it was at the US Open or it was at Memphis where he kind of melted down on Sunday. This wasn't a meltdown. He played great. Cantley played better. Kudos to Cantley.
Yeah, kudos to Cantley. And hey, there were a lot of people, Pat, who had both of them. Me and you had Rory, right, to supplement Bryson.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, for as attractive as last week's odds betting board was, I think I even made note. Well, no, I didn't. Not on your show because we recorded Monday. And wow, you were bang on some of the numbers we were going to get. Not that it matters. But I thought Cantley, in sort of breaking down that odds board through Monday or Tuesday and Wednesday, even on the drop, he was the only player who I felt didn't get like a great bump, if that makes any sense. Like we got Bryson into the 30s, got Rory into the high 20s, like a lot of players in and around Cantley that you might even consider are better than Cantley got nice odds jumps, and he didn't. And it's not like he played outstanding in the Northern Trust. So yeah, he was on a short list for me, but I took Rory at 28 instead of Cantley at 25, and I didn't really regret it, and I would have hated myself on Thursday. But hey, that's them breaks. Cantley, even Parthur's front nine Thursday too.
So I'm just looking at it right now, like the overall leaderboard going in. Anything else you want to say about the BMW? Shout out to EVR, who played himself into Eastlake. That's huge for him.
Yeah, that was fun.
Sergio.
Sort of track. Oh, Swafford bogey doubles 18 to make me have to split a T20 that I had a 9-1 T20 Hudson Swaff daddy on. And even his Sunday falling off the pace hurt me because I was 100% Swaff daddy, and I'm not a bit like hardened DFS guy, but it was all there. Low 9,000s and Swaff daddy. I thought I wanted to brag with a screen grab and a statue of me, but just like it always ends, heartbreak.
Well, the other stuff going on overseas too, there's a weird situation developing for the European Ryder Cup team. Because Sergio has a chance to play himself onto the team with points now, like in an outlier situation. I don't know if he's going to play Wentworth or not, but I assume that he's going to go over and play after the Tour Championship. But now there's a situation where it's both Wiesberger and Guido can play themselves onto the team with European Cup points to bump Rory off the team, because off of the European points list, because that's where Rory is right now, is number 4. And then all of a sudden Rory would be like number 1 in the world points. So he's in no danger of missing the team. But if one of those two guys gets a European point spot, Lowry falls out from the World Cup points, putting him back on like the captain's pick spot where he probably would end up being. Like, We've long debated like the European Ryder Cup side, where everyone just thinks that they're going to roll with Rose and Sergio and Poulter if those guys want to do it. That's what they're going to do to run everything back. Patty's just going to give it to those guys. I don't know what the answer to that is. I still think that Bobby Mack has made a nice enough run that he probably at least deserves consideration to be on that. But all of a sudden we could be looking at Wiesberger or Guido on this team because they're just on it.
Yeah, that could happen. There's only one spot available, though, in my opinion, because Poulter and Sergio are on the team. And if someone bumps them their way out, like if Guido wins and bumps out Lowry, then Guido gets the spot that would have been Rose's or maybe Bobby's. But Bobby hasn't been playing that great on Corn Ferry. You could argue Noren had played better than Bobby. That would have been interesting. Had Noren made Eastlake, like you really wouldn't take a guy that just made Eastlake?
I don't know. I feel like the Noren to the Euro Ryder Cup team is like the Kisner to the US Ryder Cup team. It's like, oh, guy had 3 good tournaments in 2 years. He's on the Ryder Cup team.
No, I don't know, but he had. It was just nobody did their job. Is just the point that I've been making for a month there. No one did their job. So that leaves Noren lingering had he gone to Eastlake. And Noren's going to go to Wentworth, and he's won at Wentworth.
Yeah, so maybe he can.
And I say this again. I made one Italian Open bet. It's on Cesco. He's at 50-1. He wins this week? What do you do then?
Yeah, I just think that he's been off golf for so long that I know that he was.
Sure, but you part him with Tommy, and you say, give me 3 sessions, Tommy would. See what you got.
Yeah,
I don't know. No one did their job. No one did their job. We have this cavalcade of fight on America because they can overwhelm them and they have the depth of talent, but nobody made a fight. There's no European Sam Burns. No one did anything. So we're just left with this. It's where we are. No one made Potty. No one forced Potty's hand. No one. Sergio might be the only guy who's like forcing the issue. He's on anyway. He's on anyway.
The Euros are currently plus 180 on DraftKings Sportsbook, and I can see that once the teams are released and people start stacking up the teams next to each other, that might go to like 2-1.
Okay, I'll be honest. I had a really big Bryson ticket out of DraftKings yesterday that I had to hit up some of our friends, mutual friends in Jersey, to make at that 35-1 on the Tuesday morning, Pat. So I had a full Benjamin on that. And in terms of like how it almost got to the point, like, so if I win, how do you get you the money? And I'm like, if I win, I just want you to slam Ryder Cup, because it was 175. And I assume like an American playoff where both guys really did look amazing has made the line get bigger off of Finau winning last week. So yeah, I could see this being 200, 220 by the time we kick off.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. If you have tie in as, I mean, they do on DraftKings Sportsbook as well. Like,
But tie, if you're betting America, just to note, the other option is tie or lift the trophy. Lift the trophy and tie means the same to America because they need to win by a half point to lift the trophy. So take the better odds. Some books will have different odds, thinking they're getting you, thinking you're pushing on a tie. To lift the trophy and you bet America, you would lose on the draw. Draws go to lifting trophy of past champion.
yeah, so to lift the trophy is the same on DraftKings Sportsbook. It's minus 175 USA to win, minus 175 to lift the trophy. If you include
It's a great odd.
If you include, yeah, it's probably the best odds on the US that you're going to find because I'm looking at a different spot right now, and it's US minus 190, Europe plus 200 with a tie at 11 to 1. So if you do take the tie out of the equation, it's just to lift the trophy, then Europe goes down to plus 135. I don't know what I want to do, and we'll do a Ryder Cup show and figure it out. I just want to get your thoughts on like how this team is actually shaping up. So I think we know that. Did anything change? Did Cantlay get enough points to get on the team now? Like, is he a lock?
I think so, yeah. Not that it matters. He's locked anyway. Like, wouldn't matter, but yeah, he's in.
But he was a part of that group that was...
Yeah, part of it, but he was on the safer part of it.
Yes. Because, I mean, as soon as Finau won, it was like, oh yeah, Finau's most definitely on the team now because of this. And I didn't know if that had bumped down Cantlay or not, or how people were feeling with it. Yeah, Cantlay is an auto for it right now. So the auto... The autos as we stand, Morikawa, DJ, Bryson, Brooks, JT, and Cantlay. That leaves Finau, Xander, Spieth in the next three spots. They're most definitely on the team. I think Patrick Reed's health is going to decide whether he's on the team or not, but let's say he's on the team. That makes 10. That leaves 2 spots for English, Berger, Webb, Scheffler, Kokrak, Burns, Horschel, Kisner, Na, and then there's Phil. Who
Scheffler's ejected.
I mean, what if Scheffler plays really well at Eastlake?
I love Scheffler. He didn't win. He's got to win. He's just gone now on merits of not having won.
Well,
those other players.
Does that
unfortunate?
Does that put Webb out of it too?
Well, I mean, like ever. No, I don't think Webb is out of it. But yeah, in my opinion, Webb is out of it. To me, it's a 4-man list. It's in no particular order, although I would take Berger and English if it was me, but it's Berger, English, Burns, Phil. That's to me what those 2 spots are down for. If Reed isn't healthy enough, then that's a wild card in all of this.
Yeah, if Reed's not healthy enough, I think that's like locks Phil onto the team.
But they were even saying Burns is so confident in himself that he has made accommodations at Whistling Straits for his family. I think a little too much might be made of that because I also believe like it's the same way as saying they send these guys out like a package. Like the top 25 guys get a package. Book your hotel. You'll be reimbursed because someone else's families will want them. They're not like worried about that. In the same way they've all sent their shirt sizes and pant sizes and belt sizes and all that stuff. Like everything, like, because we're so deep into this. These aren't late decisions. But yeah, Burns they said on the broadcast, he's booked his accommodations.
In fairness,
family.
In fairness, I think that Ricky has probably booked accommodations too.
Yeah, no, I mean, like Billy Horschel might have just like I booked them. If I have to cancel, I'll sell them to someone else's someone else's family the USGA will hand them to someone else's family and not bill me. I think it's a very simple thing. They're like, do you want to reserve some places? Yes. Okay. It's part of the early pre-Ryder Cup official pick questionnaire that I assume they all get. And props to Burns, as I've said for a couple weeks now. The fact that he's even on the mailing lists puts into perspective what a season that man has had.
Let's talk about the Tour Championship. We're going to East Lake in Atlanta like we do every single year for the Tour Championship. We'll get to the wonky rules in a second, how this all kind of plays itself out. But East Lake is 7,346 yards. It's a par 70. I think that it's a more difficult sedge field, and like there's crossover with Sawgrass. It's a Donald Ross design. It's a short Bermuda par 70. I mean, it's not short, obviously. It's 7,346 yards. Maybe Valspar at the same time could be a bit of a correlation, but I don't like betting this tournament. I think it's a horrible tournament to bet. I actually prefer, if I'm going to bet it, is to bet without starting strokes. the starting strokes, and right now, if you want the complete run through of what's going on, let me pull it up here. I just had to pull it up. Cantlay is the leader going into this. He's going to start at -10. Bryson's -8. Finau's -7. Rom is -6. Cameron Smith -5. Thomas, English, Answer, Spieth, and Burns are all -4. Morikawa, Sungjae, Hovland, Louis, Dustin are all -3. Then it's the rest of them at -2, -1, and even all the way down to the 19th spot, because I don't think that Patrick Reed is going to play, so it'll only be 29 players in the field. So here's the problem. If you bet it with strokes, here's what we're looking at right now in terms of odds. Jon Rahm is the favorite at +350. Cantlay's 4-1. Bryson's 5.5-1. Finau is 7-1. Thomas 14, Spieth 18, DJ 20, Xander and Rory 25, Cameron Smith 28. And all of that is baked in with starting position. Without starting position, Rahm is 6-1, Xander is 11, Rory's 12, so is Dustin. And then you have Thomas at 14, Bryson at 16, Spieth at 16, Brooks and Cantlay, Louis all at 20 with Finau and Scotty Scheffler. Morikawa is 22-1. Coming off a really disastrous week again. Maybe he is hurt. Maybe he's just going through a slump. We saw him go through a slump after he won the PGA Championship last year as well. But this is where he got his mojo back, was actually at Eastlake, because he had so many points that he was guaranteed to make Eastlake. And he actually played really well at Eastlake last year, despite being in a funk coming in.
Yeah, I don't know. Rory made those burnout comments at the start of last week that some people overreacted to. To me, 90% of these guys have burnout. And as much as you might think the young guys would have the least amount of burnout, I would argue it's all a whirlwind. Like a lot of the experience, including the Olympics, the guy won a major. I mean, what a crazy little bit. So, I think burnout. I'm not really thinking injury, but maybe he's not, a lot of these guys are probably battling something. Hopefully he can get nice and rested. And the great part about him, other than like a Hovland, is he can be a passenger at the Ryder Cup and it won't affect the team. Victor can't. Back to this board, Pat. I believe everything you said. Last week was our last true pre-tournament sweat. We're essentially betting a live tournament. It's like they've already played around. These are live lines to bet without the starting strokes. There are a few options that I look forward to bringing that I'll talk to you about here, but I wonder motivation. Like, do they know? Do they care? Or is it as simple as like a baseball player in September is going to the plate 4 times that day? He's just going to try to win his battle. And it doesn't matter if his team is 30 games out of a playoff spot. Like, I don't know if these guys are even going to be, do they ever pay attention to the non-starting strokes? It's just a weird dynamic. That being said, there's a bet or two there where I believe I would make it. Yeah.
Yeah. What I think that they should do for the Tour Championship is I think they have the right idea with these starting strokes, because you have to make the playoffs worth something. That maybe you play 2 days of the starting strokes and then the top 8 play match play the final 2 days. Maybe that's a solution.
What about early match play that doesn't involve the top guys, and then we get to something on the weekend? I don't know. I would be in favor of it, the match play. I will say, I'm not a FedEx Cup truther. I think the format is unequal. No real fault of the tours, in the sense that a lot of the events outside of majors and WGCs, they have the same points, but they don't have the same fields. But they're not going, the tour doesn't want to insult an event by limiting its points, and they want to do the best they can to encourage the best players they can to go. So they're going to give it full points, if that makes any sense. It's a weird situation. That being said, you hit on something, Pat. One thing these FedEx Cup events do, and we'll get it this weekend, we'll get it Sunday, is we're going to get a grade F and final pairing with 2 or 3 super elites, maybe 4 in the pack, playing for $15 million. Just like we got that Brooks-Rory showdown a couple years ago. Like, I can't stand what this is right now, from having to make content, from having to talk betting, but the golf fan in me loves what this sort of turns into on Sunday. And from a tour TV perspective, I think that's all they want. Like, the starting strokes get irrelevant for the guys that just watch the weekend. You know what I mean? Like, so many golf fans don't even watch Thursday, Friday. in some ways.
But the way that you have to look at it is it hasn't been all that close on Sundays. Like there's been a little scare here and there with the adjusted points. Rory beat Xander by 4, and Xander won the week. He had the lowest score of the week, and he lost by 4 to Rory 2 years ago. And Dustin won by 3 last year over Xander and Justin Thomas. Rory was the lowest 2 years ago. Xander was the lowest, just 72 hole last year, but that put him within 3 shots of Dustin, who didn't have to play his best golf. I don't know. It feels like the Sunday dramatics are less intense for the 15 million. As weird as it sounds, and maybe it's because it was Tiger when Tiger got his win here, but Rose won the 15 million bucks. That at least felt like a great Sunday.
Yeah, we have a heated debate. You could just play the clip from last year instead of us doing it again. I've been hard on this format in the past. I don't think it's that difficult to follow 2 leaderboards. NASCAR fans can follow 2 leaderboards and decipher what means what and start all these guys at no stroke advantage. NASCAR fans can do it. Obviously, golf fans, I'd hope, could figure out what the 2 leaderboards mean and how to decipher them.
Yeah, but that only makes a difference to bettors. No one gives a shit what the actual score is for the people. They don't.
No, but I don't even mean just bettors. That's like saying NASCAR cares about its bettors. I'm just saying you could have 2 simultaneous leaderboards, and I think the tour completely overrates how hard the golf fan would have figuring out what's going on. Also, when you consider the majority of golf fans, probably, I'm not, but the majority of you are probably highly educated, bright people who could figure it out. So I don't know. Whatever they're doing now, I don't love, but when we get 2 elites battling on Sunday, I would love it, but you're telling me my perception is dead effing wrong. So I'm back to hating it.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hi.
Second to last Madden After Dark. It's time to party.
This is the last one. We're sending it out on a bang. Tomorrow's going to be a wild night.
Tomorrow night's going to be sappy and weird and gross and dumb.
I'm going to cry.
Yeah.
I don't know if you'll have time to cry with the voice.
This is the night where if you want to, have a good time, that's what we're doing. There is a sim, I suppose, we should talk about for a half second or so.
Sure.
Lineups, anybody?
Yeah, I made one like 10 seconds ago. I wasn't thinking, so I didn't put Lamar Jackson in the captain spot, so I'll just be okay with finishing towards the bottom of this contest. I got Alshon Jeffrey, Ravens DST, Marquise Goodwin, Lamar, Deshaun Jackson, and Justin Tucker. I have like $4,000 left over.
I made a lineup only because I started to feel bad when I stopped doing them. I started to feel bad, and nobody was like laughing at it. It was more like you're a jerk, and I don't want to be. And I'll own up. I was being a dink. I said the Sims gave up on me, so I'm giving up on the Sims. Shut up. Be a man, right?
I agree with that.
So I'm being a man. I'm admitting I was wrong. So Deshaun Jackson, as I sold some people in the chat, he's my captain. Lamar's in there, Goodwin, Snead, and then I stack them kickers. You know why? Because that's how you win. That's how you win, baby. Let's go.
Sneedy. All right.
Can I just say that I'm really happy that this trio is finally happening? And I know we haven't done a lot of 3-man booths in the day, but like this is to me sort of like a dream team here. I'm ready to rock out, baby.
I might take my shirt off now.
Lamar is the captain. Sanders, Goodwin, Andrews, Tucker, and the Ravens defense.
Love it. Priest Pup's a second-year motion. Glass, you look amazing.
Yeah, like I should have known that something like this was going to go down, and I just wasn't prepared.
All right, can I ask? Well, first I want to say I don't know what Glass is doing. Yeah, let it all out, Glass. Why even bother? Tomorrow I'm literally doing it pantsless, and I'm probably just gonna, the camera's only so high, so it doesn't matter. But I want to just give a big tease. Tomorrow's 6 p.m. Simulated football game. The last time that there will be a somewhat regular simulated commentation. Yeah, that's a word.
Commentation.
Yep.
Yeah, he's been peddling that word for a while.
Yep. Christian said it the other day.
It might be the buzzword.
Ooh.
I like that. I like that. I like that a lot.
Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern. Lamar's just doing his thing. We are going to break sim history. Something that has never been done on the Madden Sims will happen tomorrow during the 6 p.m. sim. TP, Michael, you don't even know yet. And I'm going to tell you, it's not that this sounds very Kaufman-like, and I'm feeling a little bit like I have to go take a cold shower after this just for that. Okay. But I'll let everybody, well, you guys aren't going to know. It's going to be a complete surprise to you. I probably have to let the production know. But something that has never happened, and a lot of people have begged, screamed, pleaded, and cried for it to happen tomorrow.
Do you have any idea what he's talking about, Glash?
I swear to God, I have no clue.
Same. I could not even begin to guess.
I would never want to do this to you because my favorite day of the year is Christmas because you get presents and it's a surprise. And
is that a tease? Is Santa joining us on the sim?
No, that's a good. I should. Some people have asked if Santa sim, and I have the beard at a good length. Maybe I will, but that is
not bad.
Not what it once was when me and Glash or me and Santa's Rudolph and Santa did a sim.
Do you want us to guess or just leave it at that?
Just leave it at that. Tomorrow, just want people to know. Right. Show up tomorrow at 6 p.m. and during that, and we will break history.
Okay,
It's the three of us tomorrow. Three of us.
Yes,
I'll be there.
Hey, touchdown!
Ooh,
Andrew Boyle. Oh boy!
Wait, where is she? Get her back! Caw! I don't care. I'm giving Boyle's getting.
Come here. Vulture.
We got a vulture.
We're not even on camera.
Doesn't matter. She needs to do it.
Well, can you just make the noise?
Yeah!
Like you mean?
Caw!
Baby vulture.
Hey, a baby vulture is still a vulture nonetheless.
Yes.
True.
All vultures matter.
Are vultures mammals? Chef's Jeff.
No. They lay eggs.
True. Nice job.
Both animals in this game are not mammals. Fact. Ravens, Eagles, both birds, not mammals.
All right, Nicky Boyle getting us started.
So what do you guys want to talk about? Like
Yeah.
what? I feel weird. Do you guys feel weird? I got a weird energy in the sim.
No, baby, we're ready to rock and roll. Look at Clash.
What was your last sim, Friday?
Yeah, it's been a while. I had my engagement party over the weekend, so I'm still recovering. I'm not going.
All right, let's talk about that.
Oh, yeah, dude. Great. Real quick. Awesome pictures. Awesome.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, dude. Yeah,
Really
that was fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did those on Sunday.
You got your
last
black T-shirt
weekend.
in.
Yep. Yep, like I told you.
Yep, the flannel.
You know, had to keep it cash, man. Going for the cash vibe. So, no, the engagement photos were fun. People seemed to like them because you don't typically see myself or really anyone in general. You never see people like modeling for pics unless that's kind of your thing, you know? So you take a decent picture one time and people were like, dude, that was awesome. So yeah, they were good. And then we had the engagement party this weekend. So lots of fun wedding things going on. The engagement party was a long day, 2 to 6, but it really went from like 2 to 2, if you know what I mean.
Dude, you got to celebrate when you can celebrate. Anytime you have a gathering for any reason, and I'm telling you right now, Glash's cleavage has got me going.
Just take it off at this point, man.
I know. What's the point? But, wait, can I say, well, first of all, Free Spell, I'm glad you had that. Anytime you get together, and I tell people, continue to just keep the party rolling, just like here.
It was like a half engagement party, half leaving St. Louis party.
Oh, right.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so it was, we got Morgan's family in the mix and all of our St. Louis friends. So that's why it had sort of an all-night feel, you know?
Mm-hmm. Like that.
And then I spent all day cleaning the community room in my building. So and now today it's like I'm getting the day 2 afterburn. You know, after a certain age, these things can linger for more than one day. That's what I've been dealing with all day.
Yeah, it only gets worse.
Oh, God.
Only gets worse. Like if I have some junk food, it doesn't hit me the next day. It hits me like 2 days later. That's when I know.
Ugh. My problem was I didn't have any time to eat at this party, yet I had plenty of time to drink Diet Cokes.
Yeah, you're just doing a lot of talking, a lot of drinking. Yep.
A lot of socializing for the free spell.
Hey, good to see you. You too.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Uncle Al. Nice to meet you for the 3rd time ever. Let me talk to you for 15 minutes.
Hey, Thomas, because I'm assuming that's what they call you. Thomas, tell me more about this job with the commentation.
Dude, you don't even understand how many times I had to explain what I do for my job. Because the last time everyone saw me, I was working on the radio station, which is very easy for old people to understand.
Yes, dude.
Then the pandemic happened, and you don't see anyone for a year and a half. Then you see them at your going away party, and they're like, "So what do you do now?" I had to explain it at least 5 times.
Here's a quick way to really explain. This is what I always say. I just say I have the ability to pay my bills.
That's it.
Good.
Well, it was really the picture of Tom Brady that was like the impetus to every conversation. Because people in St. Louis hate Tom Brady because of the Super Bowl. They think he's a cheater. So
get over it, St. Louis. It was like a
trust me, I've had that battle.
He got better once the balls were inflated.
But Glash, this isn't even Deflategate. This is Spygate. They're still mad about Spygate.
It's before Spygate. It was.
Well, it's part of it. It's Spygate-esque.
Yeah, it was Spygate, pre-Spygate.
It's lame and it's been debunked.
And the guy who wrote the article had to come out and apologize because he was an idiot. And I worked with him for a long time. And
he still does that job, kind of.
Oh yeah, but now he does baseball. He was super nice guy too. What a pleasant human being to be around.
YDG on Twitch. Nick Boyle is your touchdown scorer.
Yeah, baby. Caw-caw!
Ooh.
Oh, what a snack.
Catch.
Hey, that's my captain.
I already feel bad. Someone said Jeffrey or Deshaun. I said Deshaun. Oops.
Well, Justin Cravens, what's up, bro? Gonna miss hanging out.
Batman.
DMs are always open.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are getting them. Can we do like a little bit of like nice stuff to start and then we can go wherever for a moment? Or do you mind if I just say something?
Go ahead. The floor is yours, dude.
Dude, the DMs I've been getting recently Like, I said this a while ago, free spots, we've done a bunch together. Glash, we did one, but like, I know the role we've played with people. It's real easy for us to be like, I can't believe we've done, like, we know what we've done. I think if like Glash is now doing WNBA, so he's entertaining masses. You on the radio, so you know the impact you have. And usually people are going to be more critical than complimentary, right? Like, but this group of fans, Sim Fam, the family, you guys have been great. You really have. Even when you make fun of me or tell me I'm stupid or all the dumb things I've said, cool. Like, that's the point of the conversation. But like some of the DMs I've gotten recently, literally I can't read them, and I haven't read them all because I'm not ready for that. And I'm going to tell you right now, tomorrow I will read them because I don't want to also miss this moment. It's like when you get a card. I don't know if you guys like, I'm weird with like, if I get a card out of the blue, like if Glash one day when he writes me like this card about whatever it is, like it's hard to read those right away because you know you're in for something kind of heavy. And some of you have dropped some real heavy, beautifully written, very kind stuff to a lot of us. I can only speak for myself, but I just want to say thank you and just appreciate you and this has been a lot of fun. And tomorrow we are literally going to tear this place to the ground. And I mean that, all jokes aside. Simland, I'm going to bring it to the ground tomorrow. I'm taking the brick. I'm taking a brick with me.
He's going to throw a brick at his laptop screen. And it won't actually change anything about what you see on him on camera. It's just going to mess up his screen.
I've done that before, actually, unfortunately, with the football. But.
I one time dropped an entire burrito on the keyboard of my laptop in college, and I thought my laptop was going to, like, explode. Because you don't realize how watery a burrito is until you drop it onto your laptop keyboard. Yeah.
You people are the best, for real.
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. I think we let them shoot some questions and stuff, Pete. Like, do whatever you want to do. Just look at Glash.
I feel weird. I don't know how to, like, I don't know what type of mood I should be in.
I don't know what to do with my hands.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel. I feel like Ricky Bobby. Is that Ricky Bobby?
No.
Is it Anchorman?
Yeah, I don't know.
Which movie is the I don't know what to do with my hands one? It's a Will Ferrell movie.
It's Step Brothers, maybe? I don't know.
I thought it was Talladega Nights. Yes, it's Ricky Bobby. Thank you, TP.
All right, I just know the quote. I've never seen that movie, so sorry.
Wow.
So,
can we just give it up a Glash?
I get a little nervous when I see clips from Twitch being put in the Twitch chat because, they should be okay. Like, first time playing Fortnite, put one in here.
I'm watching that now. Let's see. It
says,
all right, what does it say?
It says, Glash, Koff, and Emerson have all been with each other, but neither the three of them together. That's tomorrow at noon. Start the day.
Yep.
You guys have never gone three wide?
The Pillars.
That's not true. Well, Christmas time we did. New Year's.
Oh, that's right, for the Simper Bowl. Yeah.
For the pregame show. Yeah. Or maybe it was the Simper Bowl. You might be right. Yeah. All right.
Wow.
All right.
Way to just poo-poo that momentous occasion.
Oh. Whoever said
that. Okay,
that.
but like that was different. This one's cooler.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, in theory, it should be. Yeah. Should be good. Yeah, I'm in a weird mood too. I have no idea. I was like,
come on,
like
guys.
I feel.
Listen, both of you. I know you're in weird moods, but let's turn this Sun B up to 10 here. This is it. You guys, this is
All
it.
right, Rossi, take us somewhere. Take us in a direction.
I'll take you wherever you want to be. I'm telling you right now, Glash, look at yourself. Look in the mirror, man. You're freaking a rock star. Tomorrow's going to be weird. It's going to be tough. Wednesday's going to be even weirder. But you guys are two of the best in the biz to be on this sim with. And we're not gonna like cry.
I feel like we're just being so mopey right now.
Yeah, you guys got to turn that.
But you know what? I don't know if we're mopey. We just don't know what to do.
I don't know what to do. Well, here's the thing. I log onto the Zoom. I see Glash dressed the way he is, and I'm thinking, oh, good, he's gonna bring the energy I need. But he is in the same boat as me right now. I feel like him and I are both moping around with our,
All right, here we go. Ready?
I
legs.
figured the lights and dressing like this would fix everything, and it's kind of not. Like mentally installed.
Yeah, it almost sucks.
I'm covering myself up. What do you got, Rossi?
Rob Brandt says, this will make you laugh. Rob Brandt says, Rossi, I would definitely kneel down and look you in the eye, give eye to eye, and give you a big old man hug. I will miss you. Buzz Killington, is Reed coming back? Yep, he'll be on tomorrow.
Yeah, I
yeah,
heard
it makes sense. Remember, Rossi, remember all the jokes about you and your little booster seat and your 300-pound, 3'4" frame?
Dude, we had a hoot of a time there, and that never went away. People still go for it.
No, it's a good bit.
Even the last sim, I stood up during the sim and did this thing with my legs where I kicked it in the air. I did this. I'll show you guys.
Oh, wait. Okay. Sorry, I was away for a second. Okay. All right. You can kind of tell that Rossi's super short when he does that on camera.
I'm short, but I'm not that short.
What was I going to pull up here? So the email that we got from Michael over the weekend, I saw some names on here that I didn't recognize.
Nice.
That are going to be a part of the final night. And, I was late to this thing, so I figured I can throw them by you guys and you could tell me who these people are, why they're deserving to be here.
Tell you if they suck or if they're nice.
Yeah, okay. Who is Ben Zweiman?
Zweiman.
Who's Zweiman? Who is that guy?
Ben used to work on the DK Nation side, big NBA guy. His nickname, guess who come up with this one? Benny Bandana.
Oh, that's definitely a Koff nickname.
Yeah,
Grandpa Koff.
He would actually wear the bandanas live. It was actually kind of a cool thing. And then Christian's the headband, so it was cool.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. So
Now,
Ben
he's done some
Zweiman.
slates, too. He's done some slates.
Yes,
Okay.
Benny's one of the day ones, right. And to Rossi's point, he would do NBA, the slate, yes.
All right, got to be honest. That's the only name I didn't recognize.
Yeah, who's Garian?
No, every other name here I know. But it was just that one that I was like, what? But then I saw Billy was on there and I got excited. But then I saw that I wasn't working with him and I got sad.
Just come in. Just come in the same.
It seems like very structured, I don't know.
But listen, it's the two people. Listen,
It seems like later it'll be loose.
Michael and TP are here. Just come in literally when that 8 p.m. is ending for that 8 to 9 or the 9 to 10 in between that we're just all going to be doing God knows what. It's going to be.
I'm not going to lie. I tuned in earlier when Tara Lynn messaged all of us saying that they were doing buy stream trash of the broadcasters. J.K. Dobbins with the score. Oh, no, is that? Yeah, it's Ingram.
Ingram.
Yeah.
There you go. Not going to see that happen anymore after
Big
the
trust.
Woo woo.
Big trust. Woo woo.
Big trust. Woo woo.
We are taking buzzword nominations, by the way.
I like that.
Commentation was one of them.
Yep. I will say right now, Glash looks like he's like a DJ at like when you're in like eighth grade dance. We are taking requests, woman's choice. But pick a man you want to dance with.
He looks like he's DJing at like a really crappy bar in Alston on like a Thursday night. I'm down at the Silhouette Lounge, and this guy is just rocking 80s night in the corner. He won't stop playing Def Leppard. That's what you look like right now.
Freak of Nature announces a Sun game in this getup. Yeah.
That would be legendary. Oh, so I was going to say, Tara Lynn message just saying they did buy stream trash. So I tuned in for that.
What did we get? Yeah, what were some of the results?
I don't really remember. It was a lot of Ducey saying, throw me in, throw me in. It was Ducey saying, throw me into all of the buy stream trashes.
That sounds like fun.
No, it got me, getting nostalgic. BK bought me in his buy stream trash that made me feel happy.
Good.
He bought me right in Kenny's face.
There was a lot of selfishness.
Ducey's approach to these last couple sims, he's like the Joker. He really does want to see the world burn.
Yeah, he actually took a shot at you, Rossi, hard.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of going on. We're going to get together tomorrow at the 2 p.m. He asked me to fill in. But then he said he probably can do it. But I'm going to go in there and clear the air. And I'm going to say what I'm going to say to him to his face right here because I always say the same things. Is Kenny annoying? And is he a twerp? And can he be a pain in my butt? And can he sometimes, can he sometimes derail a sim?
Yes.
Yes. Do I hate Kenny? No. I don't.
I thought you were going to say yes.
No, I don't hate anybody. But did Kenny one time really bother me? To the point where I was like, I don't know if I can do this with this dude anymore. Yes. Does Kenny annoy me a lot of the time when sometimes he overtakes a sim with his annoyingness and he'll you're not even there? Yes. But is Kenny good for fodder? Yes.
Oh, absolutely. He's giving us content right now.
Yeah, Kenny's just and the only real issue I have with him is that he doesn't admit if he's not that what he's gonna say can potentially be wrong. and he's a little too much. And so that's it. That's it. And I'm going to tell him that tomorrow. I'm going to tell him if he doesn't like it, to deal with it. Get over it. We're all adults. I don't have beef with you. And the fact that BK's bringing up stuff I've said to you too, like whatever, dude. Like I play it up. I say crap about Glash too. I say stuff about everybody. That's the point. It's supposed to be fun, loose, and jokey.
I love it.
But tomorrow too. Tune in for that crap.
You suck, Rossi.
I do.
Dude, you're full of teases tonight. I love it.
Yeah, because tomorrow I don't care what happens. Tomorrow I'm letting it all hang out. The few moments I'm on, the little bit of time, we're going to have a lot of fun.
Let it all hang loose, baby.
Everybody nice and pissed off? Yeah. Good. Time to write a rock song.
Raven says, Kenny earned a bat by being himself. Well, if that's the case, then everybody deserves a bat because we're all ourselves. That's the one thing about this. That's all.
Absolutely.
Corey Jennings, Kenny steals the show, and he has the right to dominate the streams. Screw you, Corey. How about that?
Corey also said earlier that the fact that Kenny is someone that likes to see the world burn is the sign that he is a high quality human being. Yes and no.
Yeah, Corey, you seem like a good time. I'm joking. See, that's the thing. When I say that, I'm joking because I don't really care.
It's just joking, man.
It's all in fun.
Come on, Carson. Bad news for Carson Wentz today.
Oh,
yeah.
Uncle Kobe.
Come on, dude.
Guy can't catch a break. There was a nice message in here from LT the Great. LT is going to be sad tomorrow night.
Oh, good.
We will sincerely miss you guys. It is sad for all of us, like saying goodbye to a buddy. Thank you guys for sharing yourselves, entertaining us, and letting us get to know you. I wish you all well.
Love that. Love you. Priv in the chat saying, I'll miss you guys too to the chat. Look at that. Because look at that, Glass. You've brought in the whole household. Your dad driving buses. A lot of memories here, man.
Priv, you know you can still hang out in the chat after commentary's over. Madden not going anywhere, folks. Continue to tune into the Dream Stream and make sure you catch the sweat every day. 11 a.m. Eastern here on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm gone. Yeah, we'll be talking.
Wait, Rossi, how did you remember the bus thing?
Glash, I remember everything. I'm like an elephant, literally and figuratively.
He's the shortest elephant known to man.
I'm a baby elephant. I remember everything. No, how do I remember that, Glash? Because we talked about once these sims got to that weird point after probably about a little before this time last year when it was just baseball was back, sports are back. We started being all right, so let's talk about other stuff than the sim. And you were telling about how your dad drives buses and he's the coolest dude in the world. Rossi never forgets.
Real quick, this is our soundboard, our sound bites from behind the scenes. This is from Reety's Did You Know? Why?
Did he make a montage?
Okay. No, it wasn't a montage. That was just me all over the place.
Me being he's out.
I'm at the point where I'm just going to click and then see where it takes us. I'm going to trust that it's okay.
Oh, just so you know, Glash.
Yeah.
Tate, shout out to Tate and all of our crew, June, Michael, TP, that Tate told us Jim is going to be closing us out. He'll be the final ops commentation. So I know there'll be plenty of buzzwords tomorrow, but there might have to be a Jim buzzword for the game.
Oh, yes.
Also, I did ask, I made a request to Tate to forward to Jim. I'll keep it private for now. We'll joke about us after, but I'll tell you quiet because then they can't hear us when I whisper. So I told him that Jim should purposely not update the scores throughout the game. Because then I want this all to go out with the Sim fam keep saying the R word and the ops words.
Yep.
We need it.
Sim
fam, we need that.
I like that too. It's like
That's
Batman taking the fall in the Dark Knight and he comes back and saves everybody. Yeah,
not the hero you wanted. I'm the hero you needed.
I like it.
Here's our hero.
Congratulations.
What the hell?
All just coming together here. This trio, it's true. This group has never worked together, the three of us.
No. Yeah, I just realized Rossi doesn't know the congratulations joke.
All right. That's good.
All right.
I gotta tell you, of course, Jim's Jim. I don't know, Jim, but Tommy Freeze pops, man. Rossi, no disrespect to you.
No, it's okay.
Tommy
He
Freeze
took my
Pop.
spot. He took my spot.
If there's someone who brings it anytime he's with Madden on Madden After Dark for the buzzword, it's him. He brings it. He is lightning
Committed.
quick. He enunciates well. He cracks me up when he does the buzzword. He really does. What we do? We did ball last week. Ball.
Oh yeah, I got to pull that up.
That's a pretty good one. You listen to that thing and you're like, that was a minute? Felt like
I
5.
can't. It's so long. It's so obnoxious to play, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Gotta find it.
I was going to say one more thing. So real quick, just to catch people up, because, there is a sim here. Alshon Jeffrey, touchdown for Philadelphia, and then for Baltimore, Mark Ingram and Nick Boyle. There you go.
Cool.
Jeffrey, 35% owned in the $100 free contest, which has north of 8,600 entries. Real fast. Let me just get people ownership, so they're like, wondering how I'm doing. Boyle, $2,400, 7% owned.
Is this not going to play for some reason? What the heck?
And then finally, Mark Ingram, $4,800, 16.
Scary. I got it. I think we got the picture.
You don't get it. You don't get it yet, Rossi.
All right, from one soundbite to the next. Speaking, and we'll get this out of the way now because he only deserves the first half as far as our commentary is concerned.
Oh, here we go. I know where we're going.
Kenny Ducey and his supporters.
I'm reading the positivity and positive feedback about Dickie Ducey. And that just goes in one ear and out the other. All the positivity. But I tell you, buddy, in the first quarter on a Michael Thomas touchdown, I read his negative stuff about me. What about my supporters? Come on, man. What about my supporters?
I remember listening to that sim, hysterically laughing because, just cause. We'll go with that. Tomorrow too. I will be a Kenny Ducey supporter tomorrow too.
I love it. It's just turning into like an old school Johnny Carson, best of show, wearing tuxedos and just clips.
What about my supporters?
It's fun.
Yeah.
Can I one PSA to the fam?
Yeah.
Smash the like you've never smashed it now and tomorrow. Because if there's ever a snowballs, Tommy Freeze Pop snowballs chance in hell of the return, it's one day they're gonna look and be like, wow, we got 1,000 likes that day. We've gotten 6 since. So like that's how you want to make your voices heard. Smash it right now. Where are we at? We got to be close to 300.
264.
There was a call for a poll at some point on this broadcast class, so we'll have to get one of those in.
Yeah.
You want a poll?
Yeah, we sometimes do some late night polling here.
Oh, I like it.
How did that start? Do you remember how that started?
Yeah, it was the beginning of the year, and you were trying to decide if we would get rid of the buzzword with the turn of the calendar. So we just did a series of voting on the matter, and people were impassioned on both sides. And we got more interaction during those polling periods than any buzzword even. I mean, it was like insane.
Then you've got to do it.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. We got to figure out something that's worthy of voting on,
I see. Oh, real quick, can I have some, I probably shouldn't, this isn't really sim material, but so our draft is Thursday night at 10:30, right, for me?
Yeah, or 10. I forget. Okay. Check the email chain.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm screw the email. I just decided to just go on Yahoo and look. I said, "What time is that at?" There's too much commentary everywhere. I'm just ready to go. Don't care when I pick. Don't worry about the rules. Just tell me when. Just tell me when to be there. I keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, Glash, you hit the nail on the head on what being the commissioner of that league would be like. Yikes.
Yeah, bad news bears.
We're the worst.
But thank you.
And I can't say this enough. It is going to be a league that I will love to hate.
Yes.
Yes, and that's important.
Love to take. Love to take.
You know who my least favorite person in the league is so far, shockingly? No. Christian. Christian's just coming in just off the top rope with all of these snarky remarks. Like, dude, you can't just parachute in 50 comments in and be like, I'm Christian. Duh. Like, no. All right, dude? You're either part of the conversation or you're not.
Is it actually a conversation? It's just a bunch.
I don't know.
No, you know
I
what
don't
it
know,
is?
Glash.
Individuals just saying stuff.
It's one person asking a question, Glash making fun of Koff. Koff takes a shot at Emerson. Emerson comes in with non sequiturs.
Emerson is not productive in that chat.
He's
never productive ever.
In general. That is literally him. That is him, dude. You'll get like random texts like hi, and then you'll text him back hi, and then you don't hear nothing. Then you get a missed call from the dude, and you're like, oh, let me call him back. He doesn't answer. Then he just texts you, you've changed, call me. And it's like, what is going on? What a life that man must lead. Like, I could never imagine being like around like his.
How does he get anything done?
It's really a good question. It really is. He probably, when he writes his Nesson scripts for that show, he probably just locks in for like an hour. He has to lock in for an hour, like before they go live. It's just like, okay, got to lock in here. And then that's it. That's it. I've worked with him before on shows. Like he knows when to lock in, but.
Oh yeah, he can do the job. You're right.
When he starts, you just don't think it's gonna last.
Ask Babysitter Billy sometime about filming stuff with Emerson. It's hilarious.
Bad Boys of Pop saying he's draining his account the final 2 days. Hashtag you're either first or you're last.
Damn.
There you go, going out with a bang. All Sims tomorrow. Just get in there. Join the contests, baby.
Yep, Zovan, I feel you. He says, Ross, you got to bring back your old school. Tickle that like button. Yeah, tickle it, baby. Tickle it.
And that makes me uncomfortable.
Well, Emerson says like tongue punch it, so I think tickle.
Yeah.
See, there's that guy again.
Stats are updated, guys.
Hey, scores updated. Watch the Sweat every day, 11 a.m. Right.
Hey, guys, tomorrow, Eastern. 11 a.m., make sure you check out the Sweat. Stats are updated.
Every day.
Well,
hey, just so you guys know, commentary is going away. It's sad. Thank you for being here with us. But make sure you tune into the Sweat every day, 11 a.m. Eastern here on YouTube.
Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays.
Let's do some housekeeping. So here are some things we can tell you. Let's talk about tomorrow real quick. Tomorrow, loaded lineup at 8 and 10. We're going to have people filing in and out. I will be at Kaufman's porch. I will not be in the house with him. I want to give the porch its attention. It's a beautiful home.
Fair.
He doesn't utilize that thing well enough. So I am there really for the porch, not for the guy. Just a fact. All right, go for the porch. The porch was good to me a long time ago. So we're going for the porch. That is an air ball.
Love that.
From 8 o'clock, we'll have a sim at 8, a sim at 10 per usual. Between the sims, we are going to stay live. No content between, no Ross Tucker, no Pat Mayo.
No bull crap.
No, none of that.
None of it.
We're just going to be on live, 8 to midnight, straight through. Midnight Eastern. And when it hits September 1, we all, we're like Voldemort and Harry Potter.
We poof into thin air.
Poof, we pause. We hit the pause button.
Hard pause, baby.
That's true. It is only paused. We should mention that.
Maybe at midnight, we all just make up, what's that game called? Like freeze tag? And you got to do this, one of these. You pick a pose.
Or, what was that? They used to do that for that rap song where everyone would pose in the video.
Oh, is that oh my God, what was that?
Black Beatles.
Yeah, Black Beatles in the city. What's the name of that stupid challenge?
I don't remember the name of it.
What was it?
That was their only song, though. Really.
What was it called?
Oh yeah. What's
and everyone was just like,
what was the stupid challenge called?
Oh, I don't know what the name of the challenge was.
Somebody's gonna tell us. I'm waiting.
Do you guys remember the Harlem Shake? That was fun.
That was cool. But what the hell is the name of this? Don't get me off topic.
Also, that's a good idea, Hugh Banks. I'm going to order pizzas tomorrow to Kaufman's. I'm not getting him Chinese food.
Oh yeah, make him eat crust.
I'm gonna get a bunch of Dum Dum Pops for his kids.
That's very nice.
I think Kaufman's gonna let him stay up late and watch the games. I bet
The
you that's
mannequin challenge, TP says?
Mannequin. That sounds right. Yep.
No, was it the?
I mean, it makes sense.
No, there was another name. Maybe I'm wrong. Probably wrong.
So just point being that the short and the long and short of tomorrow night, we're going to be live for 4 hours. So if you want to hang out, reminisce, we'll talk about stuff between sims. We're going to rely on your memories, so please stay. You have all-time moments, people you hate, you can't wait for us to leave. We'll take it all for 4 hours tomorrow, between 8 and midnight tomorrow.
Eastern, and also, I'm not going to say this because I don't have the power. Yes, freaking.
What you do?
No, what I'm about to say. You don't want to say that. I hope let's not ban anybody, and let's not say anything stupid tomorrow to get banned. Let's go out with like some real good class on your guys' part too, because we're gonna do our part. We're gonna bring it. We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some laughs. We're gonna do stupid things. You're gonna hear a lot of people talking over each other, a lot. But I already want to say thank you to Michael and TP in advance because it's gonna be a nightmare for you guys tomorrow.
And to confirm, I know Michael's on tomorrow night. T Pike is here as well. Yep. I didn't confirm if that is the case. Okay, great. So they're both here tomorrow night. June is here from the ops team, by the way. June and Tate. Great to have our team together.
Adam Kaufman likes my Christian impression. That's the second time I've broken that out in recent
Can you do
days.
it one more time? Use a different sentence.
Oh, I'm Christian D'Andrea. Oh, I'm just gonna pop in here and make a comment that just out of place and just really, really kill the vibe. Yeah.
That sounds like my Deucey.
No, Ducey's more of like, guys,
It's like breaking up. It's great.
Oh yeah, sorry. About that.
Rossi, whenever you get to a certain level, your mic just cuts out and you can only hear parts of it. It's fantastic.
Drew, when I used to do that a lot, I think I did that with Glacier Punch in the past. I used to joke when there was a big play because that was my big thing with Kenny back in the day. Like he used to make fun of me when I did play-by-play because I didn't pay attention to the play-by-play, and he would start screaming plays, and so that's what I started doing. And Drew was like, "You got to give us a warning, so we mute. Like we just got to mute you when you do."
You guys want? Lamarca was with me for this when we did a Freaka League buzzword.
You just kept saying "Freaka Leak" over and over again.
This wasn't that long ago.
Oh, you did the whole song. That's good. That's good. Can't really hear it though.
That was Lamarca.
Touchdown.
There you go.
Hey, Sanders. What else was I going to say before I forget? So September 1, Wednesday. Yes, commentators go away. We're done. We're paused. Some housekeeping notes. I will get this one out of the way. We do not know when the Madden 22 begins on the Dream Stream. Keep your eyes on the Madden Stream info page for when that date will be released. So that's a big one. Number 2, it will be just crowd noise during these games. You will not have any commentators. You will not get the Madden announcers. It's just background noise, okay? And then, those are the 2 big things.
There you go.
No third thing.
So, moving on. What do you guys want to talk about? Sorry.
No, you don't apologize.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Oh, Michael with some breaking news here saying Lamarca might write a song to sing for both of us.
I think for everybody. But yeah, I've heard he's thinking about it.
So we should handle between sims, like, you ever see the show Wild 'N Out with Nick Cannon?
Yeah, and just do rap battles?
We break off into 2 groups and we just go at each other. That would be fun.
That would be.
I do think that Lamarca and I should do the karaoke rematch during that time between sims, for sure.
If he's around. You don't know who's going to be here, who won't.
I am in for that. A freestyle 30-minute block between sims, and we go at it. I would recruit the both of you. Absolutely.
I'm going to be here.
I'm going to be here. Are you kidding me? I already told Babysitter Billy delaying that podcast. We usually do Tuesday nights.
Tom, you're not going to be here tomorrow night?
No, I will be here.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. I said I will.
I would recruit the both of you.
I'm going to stick around as long as I am allowed to stick around.
Do we know what
I'm not
our
leaving
limit
the
is
Zoom.
on Zoom for people?
Unlimited.
Unless
Is it actually?
I think he could do 9 realistically.
He can put 9 of us on the screen.
But we can be in the room and voices can be heard.
All right.
I think, yeah, whatever. What do I care? Just let it loose. Just let it be wild. We can Brady bunch it. Yeah, just bringing people in and out. Love you, TP. You're gonna have your hands full tomorrow. You're gonna earn that paycheck.
Midwest Heather, I may not chat every day, but the sim and the chat are always on my TV in the background. Always.
It makes me sad, Midwest Heather.
Lamarca's Pokemon collection is checked in. See ya, clowns. Out.
Yeah, I also
on your Charizard, pal.
I do want to say to all those that appreciative and yeah, I appreciate you. And you know what? For all those that really don't want to hear from us again, hey, you get your wish. Like, good on you.
Yeah, you win.
I don't want to kill you. You complete me.
All right, here, Koff keeps bringing up this Chinese food thing, Glash. Am I forgetting why? Like, why do you owe him Chinese?
I don't owe him. I came on one day on his birthday. So what wasn't one day? It was his birthday. Whatever day it is. Sorry, Koff.
Every day's his birthday. Did you forget? Every day's his birthday.
Right, that's right. So one of these days I came on, I was like, oh, maybe I'll bring you lunch for your birthday. And then, of course, like, he didn't forget, and he's been holding it to me since. Like, oh, I need to bring my Chinese.
Oh, so you said maybe, but then you didn't. And then it just never went away.
Yeah, like a big maybe in there, if I remember the record. But, oh, come on, man. Like, why can I have my Chinese?
And then he told you a long story. So I told Glash one day.
Rossi, why can't I get my Chinese? I want to write my sports articles tomorrow and have my Chinese, man, while I watch a movie.
Koff, what would your Chinese order be if you're still in the chat? I'm curious, because he's a very picky eater.
Yeah, while you do that, we'll do a heartfelt read here. Todd Easton, and I've never seen that name, says, I rarely text, but thank you for the hours and hours of enjoyment through the pandemic. Crowd noise will be, well, I'm not going to read the rest. He's just not a fan of the crowd noise, and neither are we, but cool. Todd, thank you. And I say this all the time to the vocal or for the silent majority of people. We know you're out there, and you don't have to chat. You don't have to. Sometimes you listen, sometimes you don't, but thank you guys.
Who sent you that?
That would be, it didn't send it, he put in the chat. That was Todd Easton in the
Very
chat.
nice.
In the YouTube.
Scotty Too Hottie a couple hours ago sent a nice message along on Twitter. Just wanted to take a minute to say thanks to you and all the rest for the entertainment info provided on The Sims. Info is strong. I have been on most of the time from the nearly beginning. What a great escape during strange times. The laughs, the competition, so needed with nothing else going on. Hopefully we will see you back after the season. Best to you and all the great stuff going on in your career. Do you deserve it? Let's go. Eternally grateful for the pizza. Peace.
Shout out.
How was your pizza the other night, Glass?
Dude, you hooked a brother up. That was good.
Was it good?
Very good.
Paid up. What was the bet there for us? I couldn't tell you. It touchdown, by the way, here.
Hollywood.
It was from a long time ago, and we just kept putting it off. I tried to buy it for you right away, and you were like, not in the mood. And then it just went away. And then you decided to redeem it on a day where we weren't on together, which I kind of wanted to see you enjoy the pizza, but you really wanted to eat pizza during a preseason football game. That's fine. That's your prerogative.
I know. You probably didn't like that. I'm sorry.
I wanted to see you enjoy the pizza that I bought for you.
Right,
oh, booth review here.
You mad at me? You're mad at me.
I'm so mad at you.
All right, that's fair. Well, pretty soon, when you're in Rhode Island, Sarah and I will come meet you.
I will make you buy me pizza. Yeah, I'll make you watch me eat it.
You guys can just come over to the patio. We're gonna do a sim gathering sometime in later September.
Patio hang.
Yeah, I've talked to the.
Well, it won't be a sim gathering. It'll be a pause gathering.
Yes, exactly. We'll observe.
You know what we should chant at the end of tomorrow? Then press play. Everyone should just chant.
Wait, should play be the buzzword?
Sure.
Tonight?
It's not mine.
I'm in. I mean, tonight
that has a good buzzword potential.
My thought process on the buzzword for tonight was, and this is totally cool. Make it organic, but then I want to set one for tomorrow night. Like I want the one tomorrow night to be like something that means.
Glash, I think you should maybe tweet something out early in the day, see if we can solicit some stuff throughout the day. You know,
Yeah.
Like early in the day, be like, all right, last buzzword.
Put out some
what
options.
you guys got, and
A
then see what
poll.
we get.
Or just have people respond. Yeah.
You know, I like a poll.
I need Rossi's Fat Cat to come back. Whoever that username was, was bullied out of their name.
Yeah, he went away, which is too bad.
think
One of the better names and one of the better characters of Simland.
Yeah, a lot of people crap. Like I want to say that too. All the characters, like making up gimmicks. Like kudos to you. Like don't worry about the people that were just jealous because they aren't creative enough that you were. Not just the
Tater
Rossi.
Hater, Rossi's Fat Cat, two of the greats.
I don't think
as far as
Tater
stated
Hater-
character.
I don't think Tater Hater's a gimmick. Also, over on
Sarah got a laugh out of that.
Over on Twitch, Jabel, or I think that's how you say it, Jabil, says, I want Rossi to get banned tomorrow. Then my guy Obi-Wan jumps right in. Says he's getting removed. One more day. So you get your wish, Obi. Obi, you get your wish. And I might get banned tomorrow night. Michael might just throw me right out of the club.
Yeah, that would actually be a hilarious troll if we just banned Rossi from the Zoom.
It's over, Anakin. I have the high ground. Bromance destroyed. This is a clip of Emerson and Kenny. This should be good.
Now you want to attack me for something unique and loving that I was for the DK fan.
I'm just disappointed because I love.
There's no reason to be disappointed. You're choosing. You're choosing to be disappointed.
It's like meeting your heroes in person, Emerson. It's like meeting your heroes and getting disappointed.
I hope I never meet you in person. I hope I never meet you in person. I'm not calling you my hero. Personal. Don't play golf when you come to town this summer. I'm done. I'm not playing with you.
Oh, Emerson.
I'm done.
That's what Kenny does to people.
What did Kenny do to make Emerson upset? I missed the context there. Glash froze.
I think we lost Glash.
Do.
All I know is I was.
Oh, I'm here, aren't I?
You're back.
Oh, okay. Internet unstable. Great.
That's what's going to happen tomorrow night. The internet's
100% for all of us.
just shuts off at like 8.
All right.
Like when Michael Jackson died, the internet just went down. Literally, you can Google it if you guys, whatever you were that day. It was sometime in June of, like 12, 15
It was June 25th. It was on my 17th birthday.
There you go. 12 years ago. Spoiler. Yeah, I remember that day because the internet literally shut down. It's one of the few times in the history of like Wi-Fi and all that just ceased to exist.
I was grounded.
What'd you do?
I got caught drinking.
You got grounded?
What a rebel, dude. What a loser.
Yeah. I know. Not
I
my
would've put you
proudest
right-
moment.
I would have put you right in Dare right after that. I would have made you do Dare all over again.
Got a week suspension from social life. Had a surprise birthday party that my friends were going to throw for me canceled by my mom.
Oh.
Because of the grounding. And I didn't find out until months later. My friend, right before I was going off to college, hands me the invitation. He's like, hey, by the way, we were going to have a surprise birthday party for you. I was like, why would you tell me that, man?
That's sad, man.
Yeah. Like what?
I'm sorry.
What do I gain from that?
By the way, if I do go to any form of battle with Kenny tomorrow, I'm going to pull an Emerson because he's so good at diffusing a situation while being super annoying. I'm going to totally Emerson.
All right.
So
Cough's
is,
Chinese order.
Hold on. What do
he
you
likes
think?
anything Chinese.
Don't you love this? So it starts. Here are the two words. The key words to this description. Honestly, which means, all right, well, he's telling us what he honestly likes. And then basically everything, which proves it's not everything.
And I will give him food then because I guarantee he will not like it.
Kaufman, we're playing Papa Shot tomorrow night. That Papa Shot for 10 minutes might be
Is Papa Shot at his house?
Yeah, they did it on a sim once.
Oh, that's awesome.
He does. And he kicked my butt.
I used to have Papa Shot at my place.
Yeah.
Back in my bachelor days.
How old were you when you had that?
Like a year ago.
Oh.
Nice.
Cough,
for
we
all
gonna have
those
an
people
audience